Would you hand me that, please? Thank you. Now, let's see. Survey, survive, Susanna, suspect. Here we are. Suspense, meaning held in doubt, expressing doubt, the state of being uncertain, undecided, or insecure, state of anxious expectation or waiting for information, such as to keep one in suspense, therefore delay acquainting him with what he is eager to know.
Suspense. An hour of suspense now. A full 60 minutes at this time. And with the distinguished actor-director Robert Montgomery as your host. Tonight, our star is Howard Duff, famous wherever radio is heard as Sam Spade, detective. And as Spade, he will appear in The Candy Tooth, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed by William Spear.
This is Robert Montgomery. My pleasure and privilege it is to be here during this hour each week as a sort of guide, philosopher, and fiend, an accessory before and after the facts of crime and punishment, which calculatedly fill our minutes with suspense. This evening, before we chat a little about the private life of America's favorite private eye, let me, on behalf of Mr. Spear and all of us, thank you sincerely for your wonderful letters and telegrams expressing appreciation and interest in this new full-hour presentation. It's wonderful fun to have 60 minutes to play with in radio drama. In our new double-strength, king-size format, we plan to bring you radio plays based on complete novels and on theatrical productions and pictures. Many of the best writers of this literature, James M. Cain, Dashiell Hammett, Raymond Chandler, Graham Greene, Eric Ambler, and Agatha Christie, have been happiest with a more spacious canvas upon which to display their characters of passion and purpose. With a full hour for our theater of thrills, we can give these authors a full stage on which to have their people play out their lusts and desires, their temptations and frustrations, their frantic fears and villainous triumphs, their descent into black and terror-laden bewilderment. Sometimes we find ourselves locked in the tortured brain of the scheming criminal. At other times, we know the dread of the hunted and hapless victim. But always the basic ingredient of suspense is not mechanical gadgetry, not the detectival piecing out of fingerprints and convenient clues, but always the basic ingredient is people. For people give us emotion, and emotion marks the high drama that cold logic can never achieve. Nowhere will you find stranger people, motives, and situations than those that pass through the door of a little office in San Francisco's Post Street. The lettering on the door reads, Samuel Spade, Private Investigations. Once it read Spade and Archer, but that was before Miles Archer stopped a bullet and plunged Sam Spade into the greatest detective adventure of modern times, the search for the Maltese Falcon. It was literally a shot heard round the world, where it brought into prominence the name of Dashiell Hammett and the so-called hard-boiled school of crime detection. Since then, the fictional private eye has become a national institution. But Sam Spade still rules the roost. In book sales and motion pictures, the Maltese Falcon has been filmed 4 times now. And now on the air, every Sunday night, in The Adventures of Sam Spade, starring Howard Duff and produced by our very own Bill Spear. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce to our suspense audience now a young star from my home lot, Universal International, in the role with which he has become so closely identified that most of his fan mail is addressed to Sam Spade. Howard Duff.
Thanks, Bob. I'd like to go on record right now as saying that any checks I may sign with the name Sam Spade will be accepted at your own risk.
The detective business has been pretty good lately, I hear. How much did Sam make during 1947?
Effie would know. But no matter how much it was, it won't change Sam. He'll still do business at the same old stand in a rickety office building on Post Street where the elevator seldom ever works and the janitor never ever works.
As a matter of fact, I got into my Philip Marlowe pants this morning and did a little spade work on Spade myself. Don't stop me if I'm wrong, but here are some of the facts. F-A-X, facts. The way I dug them up. Age? Nobody talked. History? Mysterious, but was probably a Pinkerton man to start with. Height? 6 feet and a small chunk. Weight? Enough muscle to go with his height. Hair? Dim-out blonde. Eyes? Yellow-gray. Unmarried. Lives alone in a small furnished apartment within walking distance of his office. Is economical to the point of, never takes a cab where streetcars can get, and has been known to walk where they can't get. Secretary, Effie Perrine. The only person who really knows what makes Sam tick when he wants her to. Otherwise, he's a lonely man who trusts no one, lives alone, and loves alone, and expects others to like it. Have I left anything out?
Nothing you left out, Bob. Something you put in. It's Not true that I don't trust anybody. I trust everybody. All my clients are honest until I prove them otherwise.
Maybe that's what kept you in the private eye business all these years.
That and the strong hatred that I have.
Hatred?
Yeah, for time clocks and the hours between 9 and 5. That's why I went into business for myself, and that's what keeps me there.
Then you regard it as a business, Sam, and not as an adventure.
Well, when you break an arm in an adventure, the cost of setting it is not tax deductible. In a business, it is.
Yes, I see. How many cases have you had? And do you think all private dicks are clever?
Well, I've had so many cases I can't remember them all. About being clever, I once knew an operative who, while looking for pickpockets at Santa Anita Racetrack, had his wallet stolen. He later became a lieutenant of detectives in Glendale.
Sam, tell me, what was the most surprising thing that ever happened to you?
The most surprising thing that ever happened to me was in 1936 in Washington, D.C. I met a young lady on a bus who did not remark that my work must be very interesting.
Well, that's very interesting.
Thanks a lot. But I guess my most exciting caper since the Maltese Falcon was the hugger-mugger over the candy tooth. Usually when I wind a caper, I call Effie just to let her know I'm okay before I hustle down to the office to dictate my report to the client. But this time it was 4:30 in the morning before I could get to a phone. The reason was that I was in jail. Wake up, Angel. You're home in bed, not at the office.
Huh? Sam, is that you, Sam?
Mm-hmm.
What time is it?
4:30 in the morning.
Are you up already?
Effie, pull yourself together. Get dressed. Hustle down to the city jail.
Oh, Sam, what happened?
Well, that's what I got to get on the record now while I'm still alive to do it. Grab a taxi and hustle on down. Bring a book, pencils, the encyclopedia that has the letter K in it, and any old $20,000 you got laying around.
Sam, where am I going to get pencils at this hour? Oh, Sam. Sam, I hurried just as fast as I could. There was no taxi around. What are you doing in jail?
My apartment's being redecorated. Did you bring your book?
Oh, of course I did. And pencils, too. But you're here on a murder charge, Sam. Whatever could have happened
Take it down,
to you?
Effie.
But, Sam, what did
The
you
San
do?
Francisco Homicide Bureau. Attention, Detective Lieutenant Dundee. Date, fill it in.
I will.
From Samuel Spade, license number 1375596. Subject, the candy tooth caper. Dear Dundee, I don't know all the answers, not yet. What I do know is going down on paper while I'm still alive to get it there.
Oh, Sam.
The scenario runs something like this. This morning, a telegram came to my office. It was addressed to Samuel Spade, Esquire, and it was signed Casper Gutman. Gutman, the fat man. So far as I knew, Dundee, when you closed your books on the Maltese Falcon capers 7 years ago, Gutman was entered as dead. First, I thought the telegram was somebody's idea of a joke. But when I read it through the second time, I knew it was no joke. There's nobody else who thinks or talks or writes like Casper Gutman.
My dear Mr. Spade, you will no doubt receive with mixed emotions the news of my imminent reappearance in the city of the Golden Gate. Hence the companion dispatch of a telegraphic draft in the amount of $1,000, which you are free to convert into coin of the realm. This trifling sum, sir, is merely a token of my esteem for a man of many resources and nice judgment. And for it I do not require any specific service. However, if you feel so disposed, sir, you are free to accept my considered advice in the matter of an invidious pair of rogues. To wit, one Lawrence Laverne, DDS, and or Hope Laverne, whose charms and aliases are far too myriad to enumerate in this necessarily abbreviated communication. Should either or both of these persons approach you, beware the hidden tooth. Believe me, sir, they are untruthful, unreliable, and totally devoid of all moral sensibilities. I count upon you to make no commitments to them or anyone else until you have heard my proposition. This I hope to lay before you when I arrive in San Francisco this very evening. Dear Joel, send regards. I remain your obedient servant, Casper Gutman.
Casper Gutman, the fat man. I know, Dundee, you figured I didn't get hurt much the last time I tangled with Gutman over the Maltese Falcon. But that's because you didn't know Bridget O'Shaughnessy as well as I did. As well or as warmly. Well, I figured if Gutman was still in the land of the living, let him come. This time I wasn't going to get hurt in any way. There couldn't be two Bridgets. Nevertheless, I ate a can of spinach, which I found on Effie's desk. Then I sat down again, facing the door. Nothing much happened for almost 10 minutes. I was still trying to dig the meaning out of Gutman's double talk, and I'd gotten about as far as his warning about a hidden tooth when Effie ushered a man into my office.
Mr. Spade. Well, I must say that you are indeed a pleasant surprise, but pleasant.
You've said it. What can I do for you?
My name is Laverne. Lawrence Laverne.
How do you do?
I shall spare you the tiresome details and plunge right into the problem. Oh, dear. At the Hotel Royal George, there is a mildewed creature, but mildewed, registered as Mr. Herman Julius. Oh, a really frightful person.
Very frightful, huh?
Oh, the kiss of death to Boston. The only thing about this creature that has any charm is the four-toothed lower bridge in his right jaw. Now, Mr. Spade, I want you to get that bridge for me.
I'm sorry. It sounds as though you're saying I want you to get that bridge for me.
Precisely.
Mm-hmm. Why?
Because he refuses to pay me for it.
You're a dentist?
I prefer to regard myself as a dentist sculptor. I created this bridge for Mr. Julius with infinite pains. And now he refuses to pay me. I ask payment, and he accuses me of acting without charm.
Mr. Julius wouldn't happen to be a very large, fat man?
Oh, contraire. Skin and bones. Well, Mr. Spade?
I'm afraid you come to the wrong man, Mr. Laverne. What you want is a lawyer to sue him.
Sue him? Months of legal wrangling? Oh, no. Oh, no. I intend to be vindictive about this. I am by nature a very gracious and charming person. But now let him beware. I shall have that bridge from Herman Julius, even if you must knock him down and wrench it from his jaw.
Uh-huh. You tried knocking him down yourself?
Oh, I could never even bring myself to perform extractions. I always send those patients to less sensitive dentists.
Yeah, well, I'm afraid you'll have to find yourself a less sensitive private detective.
Oh, dear. Well, Mr. Spade, what would you advise me to do?
Mr. Laverne, I would advise you to get out of California before Walt Disney sees you.
Well, good day, sir. I would like very much to have you in my chair someday. Might teach you some manners.
Beware the hidden truth.
Hello.
Hello. Please sit down, Miss...
Thank you. Laverne. Hope Laverne.
Miss Laverne?
Yes.
What can I do for you?
Well, I'm looking for my brother.
Missing?
Well, yes and no. I mean, he's been gone since yesterday, and I'm terribly afraid he'll get into trouble.
Oh? What kind of trouble?
Well, you see, it just isn't easy for me to talk about this, Mr. Spade.
Well, now, Miss Laverne, suppose you just lean back in that chair, close your eyes, and...
Yes, thank you. Yes, it's easier like this.
I thought you'd like.
My brother's name is Lawrence. He's a man of 52. He's not well. I mean, he gets spells, and he acts peculiarly. He suffered a nervous breakdown some years ago, and he spent most of his life in sanitariums.
Where are you from, Miss Laverne?
Kansas City. During the past year, Larry was in a rest home in Palo Alto, and I arrived 2 days ago to take him home. Yesterday morning, Well, I don't know how it happened, but he's gone.
These spells you mentioned, what are they like?
Oh, well, he assumes different personalities. His favorite seems to be that of a dentist. He becomes obsessed with the thought that he's done some work, a bridge or something, for someone who refuses to pay him. He'll walk up to a perfect stranger and create a scene. He's been arrested a few times, nothing serious, public nuisance. Mr. Spade, I'm afraid that he'll be put away if he's arrested once more.
I see, and you want me to look for him.
Then he hasn't been here?
Why'd you think he'd come here?
Oh, that's another one of his tactics. He goes to a private detective, hires him to either follow a man or get back the work he thinks he's done. Dental work, you know.
But what made you think he'd come to me?
Oh, well, not you, particularly. Ever since yesterday, I've tried almost every private detective in San Francisco. No one has seen him.
Who'd you talk to?
I beg your pardon?
These private detectives, who'd you see?
Oh, there was a man named Graham and one named Marlowe, Philip Marlowe.
Excuse me. Would you like a drink?
No.
Marlowe speaking.
Spade, Phil.
Hiya, Sam.
Phil, you got a rumble on a missing brother named Larry Laverne?
Yeah. Gal was in early this morning. Brother's some kind of a screwball.
You meet him?
No, hasn't been around yet.
Thanks, Phil. See you.
Why did you do that, Mr. Spade?
It's doing things like that have kept me alive and in business all these years. That was Marlowe. Your brother hasn't been to him.
I told you that.
But your brother has been here.
When?
A few minutes before you came in. Can't see how you missed him.
What did he tell you, Mr. Spade?
Pretty much as you outlined it.
About the dental work. And some man owing him money.
Yeah, some man named Julius. Herman Julius, he said. You know him?
I never heard of him. It's probably just another figment of Larry's imagination. Mr. Spade, I'm terribly worried about Larry.
I got that impression.
Will you try to find him for me?
Can you give me any idea where I might start looking?
Well, I think I know how Larry's mind works when he's in the midst of one of these spells, and if you find this Mr. Julius, you'll probably find Larry close by.
So you want me to find Mr. Julius first?
Oh, well, I only thought it would be simpler checking on this Mr. Julius' movements than on Larry's unpredictable whims, you see. Don't you think that makes good sense, Mr. Spade?
Miss Laverne told me she was staying at the Pickwick Arms, and I said I would call her if I found her brother, and she said, thank you very much, and I said it's nothing, just part of the day's routine, and then she kissed me and left. After lunch, I strolled over to the Royal George Hotel. Duke, the housekeeper, gave me a rundown on Mr. Julius. A quiet, nervous little man who'd sealed himself up in his room for 2 days, eating out of room service. I didn't have any trouble finding the hacky who'd driven him away when he checked out. He gave me the address, and 20 minutes later, I was mounting the front steps of a greasy rooming house on Sacramento Street. I twisted the rusty bell on the door, and a long, sharp nose that could only belong to a landlady stabbed out at me.
What you want?
I'm looking for a man named Herman Julius.
Don't have no Julius here.
Well, maybe he gave some other name. A little skinny guy with a foreign accent.
You the Lord?
Take me to his room.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Now. Well, step inside. Up the stairs.
Home?
Never seen him go out. Ain't but one door. Watch that step second from the top. It's busted. Don't want no lawsuits.
It's the third.
Said he was a refuge. And Nazis was after him. Another fight. Never knew he was in a tangle with the Lord. Smell that?
Certainly do.
Cooking in the rooms. I got a rule, too. Sneaking electric plates, they do. Runs up the bills. Buzzards. There's his room. Mr. Julius! Mr. Julius! Mr. Julius, you second there? They drink, some of them. Them that don't cook in their rooms, they drink. Get DG, some of them. Oh, go on in and get him. I don't want no part of it. Oh, they say.
I didn't see who it was right away. His face was the color and consistency of crushed strawberries. I helped him up and over to the wash basin in the corner of the room. With his face washed, he looked a little better, but he still looked like Larry Laverne.
Oh, am I ever glad to see you? I thought it was them coming back to kill me.
Did you find Julius?
No. He got away, the wretch, down the fire escape as I came in.
Who did this to you, a big fat man?
To tell the honest truth, Mr. Spade, I never even got a good look at him. He was all over me before I...
Julius? What's in his bridge work?
Oh, I'll tell you everything, but please, first, let's get out of this horrid room. Oh, it smells like cabbage.
Larry Laverne was tougher than he looked. After the going over he'd gotten, you or I would have been hospital-bound, Dundee. But he did a late take. We were on the way back to his hotel, walking toward Market, when he crumpled in the middle like a sack of flour. I grabbed him and held him upright, looked wildly around for somewhere to park him. We were standing in front of a newsreel theater. I bought 2 tickets and piloted him inside. We sat down. I undid his clutch on my arm and concentrated on the screen. The subject that followed the football game was some big Oriental celebration somewhere in India or someplace. A very fancy parade with white elephants.
Candy,
large,
Ceylon,
all the rest
the
of it.
famed white elephants of the Orient get their annual airing as crowds of devout Buddhists gather to do homage to some of the strangest relics in the modern world. Here in Kandy, the Mecca of the Buddhist religion, pilgrims gather from near and far. Indian Rajas, Burmese officials, and Chinese dignitaries in ceremonial dress prostrate themselves before the jeweled casket containing the most sacred object of the Buddhist world, legendary relic of Buddha himself, as the Orient goes wild in jubilant celebration. Temple dancers of Kandy perform for the crowned heads of the Orient.
Take me out of here. I can't stand it, Uncle Man. I tell you, stark-raving man.
Easy, you're annoying the customer.
You brought me in here on purpose. You're trying to drive me crazy, but crazy.
Easy.
Listen to me.
Two men
If
holding
one
up
more
the sacred
elephant
relic
walks across
are high
that street,
priest.
if that man says that one word, Candy, just once more, I won't be responsible. I tell you, I won't be responsible.
All right, Larry.
Take me out of here.
But the end. You got me doing it.
An
Come on, let's get out of
impressive
here.
ceremony indeed.
I promise you, Mr. Spade, all I need is just one night's sleep and I'll be a new man.
Yeah.
Why, I haven't even dared to take 40 winks since I arrived in this town for fear those monsters might murder me in my bed.
Yeah, I know. It's tough. Sit down.
So this is your apartment?
That's what I laughingly call it. Living room, bedroom, icebox. Here, have a drink. Me
Oh,
too.
thanks. Oh, did I ever need that?
Help yourself to the bottle.
I don't touch alcohol as a rule, but after what I've been through...
Well, now, drink all you like. You deserve it.
Oh, thank you. Well, I hardly know where to begin. It's all so strange. And there I was in Lisbon, Mr. Spade, the only English-speaking dentist worthy of the name in the entire diplomatic colony. Well, you must have read in the papers about Dom Constantino's tomb being violated. It was the scandal of the season. Oh, it's all so horrible, Mr. Spade. I just can't talk about it.
Here, try a little more of this. Settles the nerves.
Oh, I just don't know how I can ever thank you. Ever since I hit this berg, I've been feeling like the forgotten... Pardon, man.
Yeah, you were saying something about a tomb being broken into. In Portugal, this was?
Yes. Well, you know, the draft board just took one look at me. And
I know what you mean.
So I just stayed on in Lisbon. And, well, you know how people gossip, having patients of all nationalities and all that. You know?
Yeah, I get it. Between the Nazis and the Allies, you were quite a social line.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't get the idea I was a spy. Oh, no. But sometimes people had things that could be hidden in a hollow tooth, and like that, bridge work, you know? I think I told you I'm not so much a dentist as a dental artist.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that fat Mr. Gutman brought me this tooth, you see.
Gutman.
Yes, Mr. G and that Joel Cairo person that was with him. Well, they brought me this tooth. Oh, a horrid yellow old thing, practically a fang. They wanted to put in Mr. Julius' fridge. Paid me £1,000, can you imagine? Then when I learned what they had done, well, it made me positively ill. This practically sacred old tomb in the cathedral, they'd broken in and literally torn out a piece of his jawbone.
Whose?
Why, Dom Constantino's.
And who's Dom Constantino?
Oh, the Portuguese viceroy. It didn't hurt him any. He's been dead 500 years if he's dead a day. Oh, dear. I'm as tight as a tick. This liquor is getting to me.
And it was. I thought he'd open up some more, but I overplayed the bourbon. Half a bottle later, he passed out. I flopped on the sofa and tried to get some sleep for myself. But my dreams kept getting in the way. I had newsreel dreams in Technicolor. I dreamed that a white elephant with a face like Casper Gutman was leading a parade down Market Street. The howdah that was strapped to his back looked like a dentist chair. Herman Julius was sitting in it, but this face seemed to be blanked out. Joel Cairo, wearing a surgeon's gown and a turban, was drilling Julius's tooth. The crowds were throwing diamonds and rubies from the peanut bags they were carrying, and Gutman vacuumed them up with his trunk. That was when the bells started ringing in the Buddhist temple that had been built on top of the Mark Hopkins. Yeah.
Mr. Spade.
Yeah?
Mr. Spade, I need your help.
Who's this?
Hope Laverne, please. Mr. Spade, I'm terrified.
Where are you?
I'm in a drugstore at 5th and Mission.
Near the bus depot?
Yes, please, come at once, Mr. Spade.
Well, can't you come here?
I can't. I don't dare go into the street.
All right, wait there. I'm on my way. I took a quick gander at Laverne, saw he was still out cold, slipped into my topcoat, and left the apartment. I figured it would take me 11 minutes to hustle over to 5th and Mission. But I never got any further than 50 yards from the front of my building. I sensed him behind me, wheeled suddenly, bumped him into a doorway, held the thumbs of his hands gripped tightly in my fist. Stand still or I'll tear him off.
Let go. I'll kill you.
Don't move and it won't hurt.
You filthy beast.
The boy twisted suddenly and violently, and I heard the crack of his left thumb breaking. He swallowed a scream, dashed out into the deserted street. I went after him, turned into the alley, and caught the butt of a gun behind my right ear. I don't know how long I was out, but I do know I came to at least 3 hours too soon. I needed much more rest. I opened my eyes, steadied a swaying ceiling, and then I heard his voice.
Well, sir, this is indeed a jolly reunion.
It couldn't be, but it was. Casper Gutman, the fat man of the Maltese Falcon caper. Looking at the unholy trio there in the room, Joel Cairo, the little Levantine, still as oily and smiling as ever and still fragrant. Marvin, a sullen, white-faced, hollow-eyed youth as near Wilmer's double as anyone will ever see. And Gutman, spruce as ever in his black cutaway coat, black vest, and gray-striped trousers. You'd have thought nothing had happened since then, not even the war. The grayness at Cairo's temples only made his baby face look more babyish. And about Gutman, nothing was different except his watch chain. A curious jewel-encrusted ornament dangled from it, shaped like a claw.
You seem surprised to see me, sir. And no wonder. It's always disconcerting to encounter a ghost, especially such a substantial ghost. A lot of water has gone under the bridge since last we met, eh?
Under the bridge?
Yes, which brings us to the subject at hand, the bridge.
My head aches. What about the bridge?
First, we'll talk of it. After all, this is quite an occasion, sir. Reunion of old friends, eh, Mr. Spade?
Yeah. Tell me, did you ever find the Falcon, if you'll excuse the expression?
Your eyes are resting on all that remains of that fabulous bird, sir.
Yes, that trinket on his watch chain. All that remains of the Maltese Falcon.
Well, mark you, sir, what part of it survived. The claw. You believe in omens?
Right now, I'm ready to believe almost anything.
Indeed, sir. Well, no need for dissembling. We're old and wise, I trust, in the days of the Falcon. But suffice it to say, the unsavory and bloated object which the police dredged up from San Francisco Bay and identified as myself was some other poor soul. Wilmer, I am happy to say, remembered the debt of gratitude he owed me, and at the last moment agreed to be a party to the very necessary little deception. That is, since they had him cold, as you detectives say, for the other killings, he might as well confess to murdering me. He did so in exchange for my agreement to take care of his family in a financial way. An investment, by the way, which has paid rich dividends.
How's that?
Oh, indeed. Oh, well, thanks to it, I now have Marvin, Wilmer's younger brother.
I thought I noticed a family resemblance.
Shut up!
Oh, yes, poor Wilmer. He was like a son to me, like a son.
No, it didn't stop you from making him a patsy.
I detest killing Mr. Spade. I cautioned Wilmer time and again. He was so headstrong. A mere boy.
You better caution this punk or he won't last to take any raps for you.
Break his head,
Marvin.
That dirty shamus lays another hand on me.
No, Marvin. Good, take Marvin into the other room. Explain to him that Mr. Spade and I are very old friends.
Casper knows best, Marvin. Come with
And now, no nonsense, you two now.
I'll kill him. Marvin, Casper would be angry.
Oh, dear. Hot-headed. Runs in that family.
Yeah. Well, let's have it, Gutman. What do you after this time?
My dear boy, you must judge me. It's true I had Marvin check up on you, but only because of your association with Miss Laverne. Oh, no matter now. I'm weary of the chase. All the way from Candy, What did the girl tell you?
She asked me to find her brother, a dentist named Laverne.
You believed her story?
No.
Most unscrupulous woman. No veracity, no regard for truth whatsoever. A true motive? Merely to make trouble for me and my friends because of her association with Kemidov. Aye, the Russian's hand again, Mr. Spade.
Kemidov. Did I ever meet Kemidov?
You'd hardly forget if you had. In short, here is my proposition. Another $1,000, coin of the realm, sir, for which you will refund whatever money Miss Laverne gave you and send her packing.
The bidding starts at $10,000.
Ooh, you drive a hard bargain, Mr. Spade. Very well, I'll meet your terms.
I told you the bidding starts there.
And where does it stop?
Half or whatever the caper nets you. I deliver Julius, you do the rest.
Well, between you and me, Mr. Spade, I'm not as affluent as I once was. The Falcon pretty well wiped me out financially. Considering the time and money I've already invested in trying to track down the weasel Julius.
What's in Julius's bridge work?
And if I don't choose to tell you?
Then it's no dice. Think it over, Gutman. Either I'm in all the way for half or I deliver Julius to the other outfit.
And that is your final dictum, sir?
Take it or leave it. Either you're in or you're out.
Good night, Mr. Spade. I trust you will call me on the telephone when you reach your diggings and tell me that you've changed your mind. No hard feelings.
The fog was clearing, and only a few white wisps of it were clinging to Twin Peaks when I walked home that morning. It was too late to worry about Hope. Or did she phone for Gutman to decoy me out so that I started walking faster? As I climbed the stairs to my apartment, I heard a door open on the landing, and the slot of light that stabbed out from it showed me it was my door. The light came from behind, whoever had opened it, and I couldn't see who it was at first, only that it was not Larry Laverne. I took the last flight 4 steps at a time.
Hello, Sam.
Dundee, what's happened?
Come in and see for yourself.
Well, I saw for myself. I wish somebody else had seen for me. Hysterical Larry was lying on his back on my bedroom floor. His eyes were wide open, and he had a crooked grin on his face. A very crooked grin. Whoever had killed him had wrenched his jaw out of place.
I'm not saying you killed him, Sam. I'm only asking you who did.
Don't be a child, Dundee.
Why was he killed?
No statement.
What was he doing here? Who is he?
The name he gave was Laverne. I let him flop here because he was afraid to go home.
Afraid of who?
A man named Casper Gutman.
What?
Yeah, Gutman.
Quit stalling, Sam. Gutman's dead and you know it.
You bury him, Dundee?
Well, I believe you mean it.
Where Gutman's concerned, it doesn't pay to kid around.
What's he after now?
The bridge work out of a man's mouth. The man's name is Julius.
What's in this Julius bridge work? Maltese Falcon?
Something like that.
I'm sorry, Sam. That's not good enough. I'll have to take you in.
So you took me and you booked me. Bail was set at $20,000. You saw to that. You figure there's only one operator who'd put up that kind of money to spring me, and that's Casper Gutman. I hope you're right. Period. And the first part, at least, of sob story.
But, Sam, what is in Herman Julius's bridge work?
Laverne told me it was a tooth Gutman stole out of a skeleton in an old Portuguese catacomb.
What's so valuable about that?
I don't know.
Could be a jewel inside of it?
No, it's not Gutman's kind of game. Besides, the thing that made poor Laverne blow his top in that newsreel theater was something more like an elephant tusk.
Oh.
Where's that encyclopedia? Did you bring it?
Oh, yes, I did, Sam. Yes, I did. Wasn't I smart?
Look it up.
Look what up?
Candy with a K.
Oh. K, car, can. Oh, here it is. Candy. Hey, nothing. City. Capital of Central Province of Ceylon, located near the center of the island north.
Spare me the geography.
Well, the railroad from Colombo. Noted for its waterfalls and stuff.
Yeah.
The city surrounds an artificial lake and is sacred to Buddhists for its temple of Naligawa, which enshrines the tooth of Buddha brought, according to legend...
What? Let me see that.
Well?
Let me see, it's sacred to Buddhists for its temple of Naligawa, which enshrines it. Effie.
What's the matter, Sam?
The tooth of Buddha.
Sam, you don't think that's what's in Herman Julius's bridge work?
If it was, Gutman would be after him.
But how did he get to Portugal?
If it did, Gutman's the man that could track it down.
Sam, you sure of that?
No, Angel. No. The only thing I am sure of is this. When the Maltese Falcon laid an egg, it hatched a flock of vultures, and they're all circling right around my head.
Well, cheer up, Sam. You won't be in jail long. I'll bring you a cake with a file in it.
Angel.
No, devil's food.
In tonight's full hour of suspense, Howard Duff, our star, appears as Sam Spade, with Joseph Kearns as Casper Gutman, in William Spears' production of The Candy Tooth. Tonight's study in suspense. In just a moment, we will return with the second half of The Candy Tooth. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, back to our Hollywood soundstage and Robert Montgomery.
At the point at which we interrupted Sam Spade's narrative just now, things were at a pretty pass.
A pretty pass indeed.
A pretty pass. Sam wound up with the body of the dentist, Larry Laverne, in his apartment. The girl, Hope, waiting for him in the bus station. Casper Gutman, the fat man, waiting for an answer to his ultimatum that Spade produce the tooth or else.
Me in city prison under $20,000 bail, and the fabulous Candy Tooth still chumping on 2-bit hamburgers and the bridge work of a very elusive man named Herman Julius.
Yes. And?
Well, after I dictated my report to Effie on what had happened until then, she left, and I laid down to think. Lieutenant Dundee and I had agreed that I should spend the night on the pokey. He figured that the 20G bail would draw only one man to put up that much moolah to spring me, Casper Gutman. Along about 9 in the a.m., the turnkey unlocked the door of my cell. I followed him out to the desk. The $20,000 were there, but no sign of benefactor, benefactress, or Samaritan of any type. The bond was in my name. I signed my release and walked out. Across the street was parked a long black limousine with the curtains drawn. I started for it when a voice at my elbow checked me.
George, send your spade.
See.
I'm Don Constantino de Braganza. It's I who have put up the $20,000.
Is that so? Well, thank you. Now, why?
I desire a service. My card, Senor.
Don Constantino. Wait a minute.
Yes, you seem to know the name, eh?
Yeah. For a guy who's been dead 500 years, you don't look too bad.
Oh, thank you. You are referring, of course, to my illustrious ancestor, Don Constantino, the first Portuguese viceroy of India, who indeed had been dead since the 16th century. It's on his behalf I speak to you now.
What can I do for him?
Restore the tooth which was wrenched from his skull by a pack of unspeakable ghouls who violated his tomb in Lisboa.
You think they're in San Francisco?
Let us not be naive, Senor. The contemptible little dentist, Laverne, was killed in your apartment. Therefore, you must know the whereabouts of the other ghouls.
I know so many ghouls, Senor. You'll have to be more specific.
I refer to a fat pig named C. Gutman and an odorous little camel named J. Cairo, and most especially to a woman of the female sex by name H. Laverne.
You want them or the tooth?
Both. Not one without the other.
No, it'll take a little time. They haven't got the tooth.
You know where it is?
In the bridge work of a man named Julius.
Oh. That then explains the dentist and the diabolical manner which they employed in smuggling the tooth out of Lisboa.
Now, you go on home and you stay there until I call you, huh?
Senor, I respect your judgment.
Thank you.
You will find me at the Hotel San Rafael, and for the retainers, you may consider the $20,000 bond.
Adios. Yeah, adios. Adios, yes.
Say, Sam, get in.
You, got a hack license, Miss Laverne?
Oh, please don't, Sam. I know this car's ridiculous, but I don't dare use taxis or be seen on the street. What did that man tell you?
What happened last night when you called me from the bus station in such a panic?
Why didn't you come?
I went to see the fat man.
You saw Gutman? Did he mention me?
You didn't make that call last night to get me out of the apartment so that somebody could get in and kill Laverne.
Oh, Sam.
Then why did you call?
Because I found Herman Julius. And I'm driving you there now.
We didn't do any talking after that. She sat very close to me. There was plenty to talk about, but we didn't do any talking after that. I was vaguely aware that we were driving across to Oakland, and a few minutes later we pulled up in front of an apartment building. We took the elevator up to the 9th floor.
This is it, Sam. 9B.
Nobody home.
Oh, he's in there, Sam. I know he is.
Mr. Julius. Mr. Julius.
Go away. There's no Julius here.
That's his voice.
Mr. Julius, I've got to talk to you. It's very important. If you don't open the door, I'll have to...
I'll kill myself. I'll kill myself.
He will, Sam. He will. You've got to stop him.
Go away.
Julius! Wait a minute! Wait, don't! It was the 9th floor he started from. Poor, frightened little Herman Julius was dead on arrival. By the time we made it downstairs, the street was cluttered with cops. I grabbed Hope by the arm, hustled her around the corner to a rented limousine, and told her I'd call her later. My next stop was the fat man himself.
Well, sir, so you reconsidered. You found Julius.
I know where he is.
And your terms, sir. What are your terms?
$100,000, cash on the line.
Oh, out of the question, Mr. Spade.
No cash, no tooth.
You found another buyer?
Yeah. A man named Constantino de Braganza says the tooth belongs on the head of his ancestor by a previous marriage.
Oh, acquaintances are very droll. And what else did he say to you?
That he'd double any bid that you made on the tooth.
My dear fellow, have you any inkling, any remote idea of the value of that tooth? No? Well, I'll tell you, sir. But let me warn you, if I tell you, and you do not then produce the tooth...
Yeah, let's get on with it, Gutman.
Yes, sit down, sir. How much do you know of the 16th century history of the Orient?
Well, enough to fill that tooth with.
Capital joke, sir. I shall give you a little more. Enough, say, to fill an elephant tusk.
I'm listening.
Well, sir, when the Portuguese invaded India in the 16th century, and established the city of Goa. There were three main empires in the order, namely China, India, and Burma. And the rulers of all three empires sought to rule the world. Now, legend had it that in order to become lord of the world, a monarch had first to be the possessor of 7 gems. That's gems spelled with a J, sir. Yes, gems. This is no fantasy, I'm telling you, Mr. Spade. This is actual history. 7 gems. And what were those 7 gems?
You tell me.
The first 6 do not concern us, Mr. Spade. A golden wheel, a white elephant, all easy to come by for an Oriental monarch. But the 7th, Mr. Spade, the 7th.
What was that, the tooth?
The tooth, Mr. Spade, the tooth. The sacred tooth of the great Lord Buddha himself. That remained in the temple of Maligawa at Kandy, on the island of Ceylon. Many kings sent armies to capture it, but all were defeated by the fierce Brahmins who stood guard at the temple gates. And so, we come to the year 1552.
It's about time.
Now, in that year, the Portuguese viceroy, Dom Constantino de Braganza, landed near Jaffna with a force of 1,220 men and defeated the king's legions in a savage battle. He returned to Goa with his victorious army and the tooth, which he retained as his personal prize. It was not long before the Burmese king, Bainaun by name, sent an emissary to Dom Constantino, offering the modern equivalent of £1 million sterling as ransom for the tooth.
How'd it get to Portugal?
Oh, hear me out, sir. Hear me out.
All right.
Well, before the transaction could be consummated, the Portuguese archbishop called on Dom Constantino and, in the name of the Inquisition, demanded the tooth. After some delay, Dom Constantino, under threat of torture, delivered a tooth into the archbishop's hand, and that tooth was publicly destroyed, the archbishop grinding it into powder with mortar and pestle and scattering the residue upon a fire, that the tooth might be utterly consumed. Shortly after this, Dom Constantino's personal physician, after drawing a tooth, now mind you, a tooth, from the viceroy's head, died under very mysterious circumstances. We may safely infer that the substitute tooth which he drove into the viceroy's jawbone, after the primitive fashions of dentistry in those days, was the candy tooth, put there for safekeeping until Dom Constantino could resume negotiations with Bainaun's emissary. But before that could be accomplished, Dom Constantino was stricken with the plague, carried aboard ship, and home to Portugal, where he died. He was entombed with the candy tooth still in his head. Now, the manuscript which fell into the possession of the Russian Kemidov and later into mine, but I shall not go into unnecessary detail,
Of course not.
was Dom Constantino's deathbed confession, proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that the real candy tooth had reposed for more than 4 centuries, not in the great temple at Kandy in Ceylon, but in a Portuguese tooth.
Yeah, well, I think I can take it from there. You still haven't told me what my percentage is.
Well, my dear boy, if your percentage were 1/10 of 1% of what can be realized on that tooth, you could retire to a life of sloth and luxury for the rest of your days. For the restoration of the true relic, there is no limit to what the Buddhist world could and would pay. Gifts and tribute paid to one temple alone exceed $11 million a year. Now, my boy, you begin to comprehend something of its value?
I'll still settle for cash.
Very well, then. $10,000.
It's a deal.
You understand, Mr. Spade. Now that you have my secret, the affair must be gotten over quickly, for good and all. If it is not, believe me, this time I shall not bargain with you for my life. You shall bargain with me for yours.
After I left Gutman, I called you, Dundee, and found out by a clever ruse where Herman Julius's body had been sent. You told me. Then I hustled on over to the mortuary. As I walked in, a hushed young man wearing a hushed cutaway and a hushed expression greeted me.
Good evening, sir. I'm Converse Etheridge. Can I be it, sir?
Thank you. I've come to pay my last respects to an old friend. Can I be alone with him for a few minutes?
His name?
Julius. Herman Julius.
Oh, yes. His widow is here, sir. Mrs. Julius.
His widow, huh?
Yes, she's inconsolable. Perhaps, as a dear friend of the departed, you might give her words of comfort. Please go in.
Thank you. A little woman in black was sobbing quietly to herself. She turned around when she heard me come in. Her eyes lit up with hatred, and suddenly she grabbed something from her pocketbook and held it at me. It was a .45, and her hand was shaking.
Yeah, this time I will do it. Always before I didn't have the heart. Always hating bloodshed. But this time, yeah, this time!
Nick, Frau Julius, it's Freund.
You are not one of them.
No, I'm a detective. I want to punish the people responsible for your husband's death.
Yeah, I believe you. This gun, I was going to follow poor Herman. There didn't seem to be any reason for going on.
Tell me something about yourself and your husband, Mrs. Julius.
It's an old story now. Years of separation in different concentration camps. Bribery. Then my children and I, we were finally released. Came to this country. After 2 years, Herman wrote us from Lisbon. We knew soon he would be with us. But even though the war was finished, they had lost. Still they went after Herman Julius. He knew the Nazis were behind him all the time. And even here, in this country, he did not dare come to me.
Mrs. Julius, you see, those people that followed your husband this time weren't Nazis. They weren't even after him. They were after something he was carrying. In Lisbon, didn't he go to a dentist named Laverne?
Oh, yeah.
And didn't Laverne put an odd-shaped tooth, kind of yellow, into his bridge work?
Yeah.
So he smuggled the candy tooth out of Portugal, and he never even knew it.
Oh, well, it does not matter now. Oh, Herman is dead. Surely they will leave his poor broken body in peace.
I doubt it very much, Mrs. Julius.
No, surely they will.
That's why I want to make a request of you. You see, others have died besides your husband because of this thing. More will die unless you do as I ask you.
Oh, to stop terror. Any terror. I will do anything, Mr. Spade. Anything you say.
I told her what I wanted done, and she agreed to do it. Then I started on my part of it. I called Gutman at the St. Mark and told him 11 at my apartment. Then I called Dom Constantino at the San Rafael. Hope and I got there around 10:30. Go on in, Angel.
Well, this is where you live, Sam?
Where I sleep.
Must be lonely for you.
Sorry, no vacancy.
Sam, listen. There's so much I want to tell you about myself.
I'm listening.
Well, listen. Just before the war started, I was engaged to marry a man named Kemidov in London.
The Russian, yeah. Gutman mentioned him. Something about an old manuscript?
Yeah, Kemidov had stolen it. In India, it was very old, and Kemidov said that the information in it made it worth more than the Maltese Falcon. It was in Latin.
Mm-hmm. How'd the fat man get this manuscript away from Kemidov? So you double-crossed Kemidov and took the manuscript to Gutman.
Sam, before they get here, I've got to tell you something. No matter what happens, I want you to know this.
Sure, I know. Say it, Angel.
Don't torture me, Sam.
I'd like to hear it, Angel.
Oh, Sam, I love you so much it feels like hate. It feels like I...
Go on. Hate me, Angel.
Darling. No, don't answer it, Sam.
Relax, Angel. You'll be okay.
Sam?
Yeah?
Only you, Sam. All I want out of... Only you.
Just stay on third, Angel. I'll bat you home safe.
You see, sir, I'm a punctual man.
Come on in, Gutman.
Look, the same apartment, the same colors, everything the same.
Yeah, the same rat race, Cairo. Hello, Marvin. Killed anybody since lunch?
You want me to give it a Sherman?
Oh, please, Marvin. No one pleasant talk. Mr. Gutman, please tell Marvin.
In here, gentlemen.
Yes, Marvin. Mr. Spade, I'm sure, regrets the unfortunate... Well, and what have we here?
You all know the lady?
You see, Mr. Gutman, I told you. Now he's dealing with her. Oh, this is...
Shut up, you hear me? Shut up.
Don't talk like that. I'm jumpy. I don't feel good. I don't know why.
You shut up, too.
Always fighting, violence, unpleasantness. I'm getting too old for this.
Now, Mr. Spade, to the business at hand. You have the truth.
I want some answers first. Did you have our dentist friend Laverne killed?
No.
Did Marvin kill Laverne?
No.
Cairo?
No.
Nobody killed Laverne. He died of old age.
Have you asked the little lady there?
Sam.
I gotta ask you, baby.
Oh, Sam, how could you?
Answer me.
No, Sam, you know I didn't.
Well, it doesn't matter. I got my pigeon picked to take the fall.
Oh, I don't feel so good.
No, Marvin. Retain yourself. No violence. Well, sir.
That's it. Sit still.
have a package from the Avalon mortuary for Mr. Spade. Oh, hello, sir.
Yeah, let's have it.
Mrs. Julia said to tell you...
Yeah, thanks. Well, Gutman, this is it, this little package. The candy tooth.
The tooth, at last. Give it me, sir. Give it me.
Oh, Mr. Gutman, it's all over. We've got it. We've got it.
We have. Come, sir, no more teasing.
Put those fat lunch hooks down before I chop them off.
I rather thought this wasn't all. What now, sir?
I told you there was another bidder. And here he is.
I would advise you not to reach for your gun, Mr. Spade.
You're pointing that gun at the wrong belly. The fat man's inside. Mr. Gutman, Mr. Cairo, Dom Constantino de Braganza of Portugal.
Portugal, indeed. It's the Russians.
Chesterton.
Do not be so formal, Hope, my darling. You may call Mr. Gavanovich.
All right, let's get off the Kopeck. We're all here.
You see,
Mr.
Gutman.
Spade, you are an unmitigated cad, sir. You all along this man was an imposter.
That was the name he gave me.
Well, what matter? There's enough for all.
Atchison Mujik, Mr. Spade, you'll please give me that package.
Now, Marvin, now!
They both had their guns into each other at once, practically. Kemidov fired first, but Marvin didn't fall. He spit out his chewing gum, then he squeezed the trigger of his .45. They both looked more surprised than anything else, but they were both very dead before they fell down.
Marvin. Dead. As dead as Kemidov. Oh, well, it was worth it. You know, of course, it was he who killed Laverne.
I told you I had my pigeon picked for the fall.
By gad, man. You are a winner.
Poor Marvin. He looks so dead.
You can have the package now.
Oh, yes. The tooth.
He seized the package with his fat little fingers. They were trembling so he could hardly undo the strings. He tore the outer wrappings, exposed a small metal jar. He looked at me and wrenched the lid off it.
Yes.
He dumped the contents onto the table.
The tooth, what is it? There's nothing here. Ashes, sir, ashes.
That's it, Gutman. Ashes. The tooth is there, along with the rest of Herman Julius. He was cremated this afternoon.
Cremated? The truth, it was cremated.
No, it cannot be, no.
But it is. It is the truth. Oh, you idiot. Again, you are the idiot. Why do I stay with him? Why?
Well, come, Joe. Shall we stand here weeping and bemoaning a curious quirk of fate? Or shall we defy all fates? Were we not well underway to finding the Romanov scepter when this charming lady detoured us with her romantic notions? Come. What say you, Joel, eh?
You mean we
yes,
go to...
Yes, Joel, to Samak.
Mr. Gutman, do not say it. He is listening.
Yes, a wise precaution. Then we go, eh?
Yes, Mr. Gutman, yes, we go.
Adieu, Mr. Spade. Oh, sound. It's like the stage of the Old Vic at the final curtain of Hamlet. Alas, poor Marvin, I knew him well. Oh, well, many a slip twixt the cup and the tooth.
Now, let him go, Mr. Montgomery. I knew there was nothing on him that Dundee's boys could make stick. I thought twice before I let Dundee take Hope Laverne, but we both agreed it was a smart thing to do. And what do you suppose Effie said when I said, period, end of report?
Oh, say, for once you came out ahead. $20,000. Oh, just think of the things we can do. Pay all the bills, a year's rent on the office, have that awful old leather chair reupholstered, and a new ribbon for my typewriter.
Effie, about that typewriter ribbon.
Well, maybe I can get along on this one for a while, but Sam, I do think we should get my mother's earrings out of Moisha's pawn shop.
Effie, I know this is going to be a terrible blow to you, but...
Sam, what did you do with the $20,000?
I put it up for bail.
Bail?
Yeah.
But that was the $20,000. And you're released so you get the money. It's very simple, Sam. You just go down and ask them for it.
Effie, you see, you don't understand these things. Now, bail is a very complex legal technicality. You see, you put up a bond, and then you...
Sam, how much was the bail for Hope Laverne?
Yeah, that's what I mean, Angel.
Oh, Sam, you're such a child. You'll never see her again. She was just using you.
I'll take it, Effie. Hello.
Angel.
Hello, kitten.
Sam, I'm free. Shall I come over?
Well, I'll always be waiting for you, kitten.
Me too, Sam.
Kitten, indeed. C-A-T. Kitten.
What's that, Angel?
Oh, forget it, Sam. I just get
Can't
carried
figure
away.
me out, eh, Angel? Well, I'll tell you. I've lived without faith, and I lived without charity, but I've just got to have...
Now, here's where I say, oh,
Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
This is Robert Montgomery. I'm sure our suspense audience agrees with me when I say that whenever it is, it can't be too soon to have Sam Spade back with us again in a full-hour adventure on radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Incidentally, our producer, editor, director on these weekly full hours of suspense, Bill Spear, joins hands with Dashiell Hammett to bring you the adventures of Sam Spade each Sunday night on this network.
Thanks for the plug, Bob. I have a basket full of thanks to my friend Howard Sam Duff, the kind of actor a director lights candles for, and to wonderful Lorraine Tuttle, who plays Effie each week, and to Joseph Kearns, who is the Casper Gutman of them all, and to all you other ornaments to your profession: Kathy Lewis, Wally Mayer, Jay Novello, Jeanette Nolan, Jack Edwards Jr., Sidney Miller, Hans Conried, and Bill Johnston. And, of course, as always, to our musical director and conductor, Led Gluskin, and to the composer of our original scores, Lucien Morawek.
And our special thanks to Bob Tolman and Jason James, who wrote The Candy Tooth, and who were voted by their fellow mystery writers of America the Edgar Allan Poe Award for Sam Spade, the best detective show on the air.
And to the Wildroot Company, our gracious sponsor of SAME, for this courtesy and cooperation in making tonight's Spadery available. Now tell about next week, Bob.
Next week, we will bring you another great American master of suspense, the author of The Postman Always Rings Twice and Double Indemnity, James M. Cain. It's a full hour of Mr. Cain's very wonderful novel, Love's Lovely Counterfeit. This is Robert Montgomery, who will welcome you once again next week to radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Don't forget, next week at this same time, a full hour of
Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This drama, set in the 1970s, is all about the investigation of a murder.
Excuse me.
Yes, madam?
Do you think I could see somebody in charge?
Well, depends what the problem is.
It's my daughter. She didn't come home last night.
Ah, yes. How old is she?
Nearly 21.
Does she have a boyfriend?
Yes, and he's very concerned as well.
She isn't with him.
Oh, no.
I see. What's her name?
Julia.
Surname?
Marsden.
And when did you last see your daughter, Mrs. Marsden?
Well, I suppose it was the day before yesterday.
That'll be Wednesday.
Yes.
So she hasn't been home for 2 nights?
No. You see, she's a student nurse,
Yeah.
and this week she's on the early shift. She starts work at 7 o'clock, so I don't see her in the mornings.
So she was home on Wednesday night?
Yes.
And she didn't say anything that might suggest she wouldn't be coming home last night?
Oh, no, of course not.
Didn't have an argument, did you?
No.
Nor with Mr. Marsden?
My husband's dead.
You see, the problem is your daughter's of age. Unless she breaks the law, there's nothing we can do to bring her back. Not if she doesn't want to come.
But she hasn't left home. She hasn't taken any of her clothes. And we haven't had an argument. We get on well together. She's happy in her job. She's happy with her boyfriend.
Look, Mrs. Marsden, you see, even in a small town like this, lots of young people go missing. Most of them turn up again safe and sound. Believe me, there's nothing to worry about.
But Julia wouldn't run off. She doesn't have reason to.
Look, have you phoned the hospital?
What?
The hospital where Julia works. Have you phoned to see if she's turned up for work this morning?
Well, no.
Well, I think you should do that, don't you? I mean, she could be trying to phone you at this very moment with some sort of explanation. Here, you ring the hospital.
Did I tell you it's my birthday today?
No.
I'm 43.
Happy birthday.
Thanks.
Doing anything special tonight, then?
No. I might go down to social club for a few beers. That'll be about it. Do you want to come?
Oh, I wouldn't mind. Yeah. How long you been in the force, then?
Nearly 20 years. 10 as Detective Sergeant. I'm still dreaming of making DI.
Why not?
I've been passed over too many times, that's why not. It would require an act of considerable merit on my part for my name ever to be taken seriously again at a promotion board.
Oh, I don't know. Been blokes waiting longer than you who've made it.
Yeah, but my face doesn't fit anymore. It certainly doesn't fit with people like Armstrong. No, what I want now is a job as an advisor with some security firm. You know, sort of thing. Something at twice my present salary, plus expenses, and a firm's car.
Yeah, who doesn't?
Burgess? Yeah? What? Well, I don't want to see her. How old is she? Yeah, and how long's she been missing? One night. Does she know there's nothing we can do to bring her back? Yeah. Oh, all right, I'll have a word with her. Put her in one of the interview rooms with a cup of tea and a policewoman. OK, you better bring it in.
What's up?
A distraught mother who's mislaid her daughter. She's having a nervous breakdown all over the duty sergeant.
What are you going to do?
Have a word with her, reassure her. You know, the usual cobblers. Oh, there's a photograph. Perhaps you'd like to file it when the sergeant brings it in.
Well, seems she came prepared for the worst.
Well, they always do, don't they? Mrs. Marsden?
Yes.
I'm Detective Sergeant Burgess.
Oh?
I've just had a word with the duty sergeant, and, well, whereas I fully appreciate how you must be feeling, there's very little we can do at the moment.
But why not?
Well, I'm sure the sergeant has already explained most of the reasons to you.
Yes, but my daughter hasn't run away. She hasn't taken any of her things with her.
Have you checked thoroughly?
Well, of course I have.
I mean really thoroughly. It's not unknown for someone to leave home and not take their clothes with them. I mean, they're bulky things, difficult to get out of the house undetected if you want to leave quietly. The sort of thing you want to check on are articles like bank deposit, passbook, valuable jewellery, chequebook, things you wouldn't immediately notice were missing.
No, look, Sergeant, I know you probably think I'm just being an hysterical mother, but I know Julia hasn't run away from home. We get on very well together. She's studying to be a nurse. It's a job she loves, and her final exams are in a few weeks' time. Now, she just wouldn't run away with that about to happen, whatever else was going on in her life.
I gather she hasn't gone into work today.
No. And I'm terrified something awful has happened to her.
Please, Mrs. Marsden.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
That's all right. Did your daughter go into work yesterday?
Yes. Her ward sister said she went off duty at 3 yesterday afternoon, just as usual.
Were you expecting her to come straight home?
No, she was to meet her boyfriend. I think they were going shopping and then on to the cinema. Only she wasn't there when he went to collect her.
Where were they supposed to meet?
Oh, I don't know. You'll have to ask him.
OK. What's his name?
Raymond Taylor. I gave his address to the sergeant.
Right. Now, Mrs. Marsden, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll have a word with Mr. Taylor and see if he can shed any light on where your daughter might have gone. It's possible she may have confided in him. I'll also see our patrol cars are giving her a photograph, and if she's spotted, we'll ask her to get in touch with you. But I'm afraid after that it's her decision. You do understand that?
Yes. But I've got this terrible feeling that she's dead.
Now, that's silly.
Is it? I don't think so. Aren't you still looking for that man?
Who?
Oh, you know. That man, the murderer.
Oh, you mean the one they call Slippery Sam?
Yes.
You can forget about him.
Well, you never caught him.
I know, but we have every reason to believe the man responsible has left the area.
Well, how can you know?
Because I'm part of the team still working on the case. And let me tell you that via reports, interviews, forensic information, I know as much about that bloke as it's possible to know without actually meeting him. Believe me, Mrs. Marsden, he's gone.
But he's already killed 3 women.
The last one was 5 months ago. You have no need to worry about Slippery Sam.
Well, why do you call him that?
Well, that was the press. You know them, they like to put a handle on everything. And much to our embarrassment, we nearly grabbed him a couple of times. But he was lucky. He managed to slip away.
I see.
Now, don't worry about it, Mrs. Marsden. I'm sure Julia will turn up. All right?
Thank you.
I'll get a car to take you home. The policewoman can stay with you for a bit if you want. Okay?
Yes.
Well, don't worry. We'll be in touch soon.
How did it go?
I can't stand women crying.
Were you able to reassure her?
Oh, I doubt it. I think she's convinced Slippery Sam's got hold of her. Hello? Carpool. This is Sergeant Burgess. Can you arrange for a vehicle to take a Mrs. Marsden home? Yeah. She's in interview room 2. Okay? Try and be quick about it. She's in a bit of a state. Cheers.
Is this the daughter?
Yeah, not a bad looker.
The sort Slippery Sam would like.
Don't you start.
Sorry. Do you want any action taken on this girl?
Why not? We haven't got much else to do.
Right. I'll get the photograph distributed then.
Yeah. Might as well have a word with the boyfriend, too.
Shall I come along?
Well, if you fancy the exercise.
Hello. 5847. Oh, hello, Mum. Yes. Yes, I'm afraid we're still in bed. Pardon? Are you all right? Are you sure? Yes, what's the matter? Oh, come on, Mum, tell me. Please. All right. Let me talk to Malcolm. I'll ring you back in a few minutes. Are you on your own? Why not ask Mrs. Fletcher to come in and keep you company? I'll call back in a little while.
What was that about?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, what did she say?
Nothing very much. She was crying.
She's always bloody crying.
Oh, don't start, Malcolm, please.
It's true, though.
All right, I know it's true, but this time she sounded really unhappy. She wants me to go up there.
Oh, no. This happens nearly every bloody school holiday.
You don't have to come.
I know, but it would be nice to spend the remainder of half-term with you.
I'm sorry.
Suppose the reason for the tears was your bloody father again.
Isn't it always?
Why does he always have to go off on the razzle during school holidays?
Why don't you ask him?
Perhaps I might. But she really sounded unhappy.
Yes.
Oh, I suppose you'd better go.
I think I should. I'll ring the station and see what time the trains are.
Don't you want me to come with you?
Of course I do. You know I don't cope very well with her on my own. But you don't have to come if you don't want to.
Yeah, well, we'll take the car. I think it should be able to wheeze its way up there one more time.
I never liked this new estate much.
Why not?
I don't know. There's something missing. Seems sort of bare. Not quite finished.
How do you mean?
I don't know. Perhaps it's because there aren't any trees.
My wife spent nearly 2 years trying to persuade me to buy a house up here.
I reckon you were wise not to.
I sometimes wonder. She'd no sooner stopped pestering me about the house than she up and left. Good morning, sir. Raymond Taylor?
Yes?
I'm Detective Sergeant Burgess. This is Detective Constable Bailey. We did phone, sir.
Oh, yes, of course. Come in. Sorry about the mess. If you throw that stuff on the floor, you can sit down there.
Well, I don't know whether you've spoken to Mrs. Marsden this morning, but I've already explained to her that there's very little we can do about her daughter's disappearance.
Yes, she told me.
The only reason I'm here now is to try and get a better picture of what might have happened. I gather you were planning to meet Julia yesterday afternoon.
That's right.
And what time was that?
It was supposed to be about 3:30, but I had trouble with my car. I couldn't get it started.
So what time did you turn up?
Not until about 4:10.
Where were you planning to meet?
I was collecting her from the hospital.
Were you surprised she hadn't waited?
Well, very surprised. I mean, the car I've got is an old bagger. I'm always having trouble with it. Nowadays, I'm more often late than early.
Her mother said you were going shopping together.
Yes, that's right.
Well, there's no chance she might have gone off by herself. You know, frightened the shops might close or something.
Oh, I doubt it. We're supposed to be going over to Birmingham.
Well, perhaps she just got fed up waiting.
She's not like that. She knows if I'm late, there's a good reason. We've been going out for 2 years now. She knows I never keep her hanging around on purpose.
When you found she'd gone, did you go into the hospital and see if she left a message?
Well, no. You see, I didn't actually go to the hospital itself.
Sir?
I haven't explained this very well. You know there's a new one-way system just been introduced around the hospital?
Yes.
Well, I've not really sorted it out yet. And if you miss the turn off to Birmingham, you have to go all the way around before you can turn off again.
So where did you arrange to meet her?
On the corner of Fitzgerald Road.
Which end?
At the junction with Chandos Road.
That's a fair old walk, innit?
Well, I suppose it is. Well, it's just that it's easier for me.
What would Julia have been wearing?
Sorry?
What was she likely to be wearing yesterday afternoon? I mean, would she have changed, or would she have met you in her uniform?
Well, she usually changes if we're going out somewhere.
So she would have taken clothes into work with her?
I suppose so. Well, I've never really thought about it.
Oh. I suppose you've no idea where she is.
No. I'd tell her mother if I did.
And you didn't have an argument with her yesterday afternoon?
Well, of course I didn't. I didn't see her.
Not even when you got to Birmingham? You didn't leave her there, did you?
No.
Okay. Don't look so worried.
You don't think I've done anything to her?
I doubt it. How did she get on with her mother?
Fine.
Argue much?
Well, Julia never mentioned it if she did.
And she's not said anything to you in the recent past that might suggest she wanted to leave home?
No.
Even if it was only to go off for a few days by herself?
She just isn't the sort of person who would do that. Not without saying something first. She's too considerate. And why should she want to leave home anyway?
We'll ask her when we find her. Until then, thanks very much for your help.
Well, what happens now?
We'll keep an eye open for her. Don't worry. We'll let you know as soon as we learn something.
Well, isn't there anything else you can do?
I'm afraid not, sir.
Do you want to stop for lunch?
I don't think so. I'd rather keep going. You know, it amazes me how that marriage manages to stagger on.
Well, this time I'm going to find out why it does. I mean, this must be the 4th time in a year this has happened. Mum can't go on like this. Neither can we.
I wonder why he stays.
What do you mean?
Well, if he can still pull the birds with the ease he seems to, why doesn't he shove off altogether?
I don't know.
I can't believe he even likes her very much now.
He always comes back.
Only because she's stupid enough to forgive him. I don't know why she doesn't kick him out of it. She could hardly be worse off than she is now.
Burgess. Oh, hello, Mrs. Marsden. Have you? Was there anything missing? I see. Hang on, I'll just make a note. Jeans, navy blue polo neck sweater, plim soles, and what? A black duffel coat. Nothing else? None of her personal effects? I see. What about her uniform? Yeah. Okay. Well, many thanks, Miss... Sure, don't worry. We'll be in touch as soon as we learn anything. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Marsden. Yeah. Goodbye. God, that woman does go on.
Well, you can't blame her.
That still doesn't make it any easier to put up with.
Is, this what she might be wearing?
Yeah. Black duffel coat, navy blue pullover, jeans and plimsolls. That'll make her really conspicuous. Especially the jeans and plimsolls.
No personal effects missing.
No. So let's hope she hurries up back.
Well, if this is accurate, I think it unlikely Sam's got hold of her.
What is it?
Sighting of the said villain.
Where?
Madrid.
Where did that come from?
It's with the Interpol stuffer coming this morning.
He gets around, doesn't he? The last place was Geneva.
Do you, think the super will let us check it out?
You must be joking. He wouldn't sanction a trip for you to put flowers on your mother's grave on your day off.
Yeah, could be right.
Come on, let's go and have something to eat. I'll treat you to lunch down at the Swan.
Oh, birthday lunch.
Why not? We could try their real ale. It's supposed to be quite good. Oh, bugger it. If it's the DI complaining about you spelling again, you'll be buying the lunch. Burgess. Yeah? Where? Walton Woods. Have you told the Heavy Brigade? What about Mr. Armstrong? Right. No, I'm going straight up there.
Now what?
Someone's found a body at Walton Woods.
It's cold. Why do these sort of things always happen just as you're about to go to lunch?
If this is Sam's handiwork, you'll be bloody glad you missed it. Sutton,
Yeah, Skip?
is the doc here yet?
Yeah, he's up at the site.
What's he like?
As usual.
Well, that's something to look forward to.
The control van's been quick in getting here.
Then our Lord and Master is in residence. We need not fear anything, except his breath.
I don't think I've ever got that close to Armstrong.
You're very wise. His breath's so bad, you wish he had a simple case of halitosis.
Why does Armstrong cause you so much needle?
He just gets up my nose. Do you know, he once called me an incompetent snotbag.
He calls everybody that. It's part of his childish charm.
I know, but when he said it to me, he meant it.
You're too sensitive.
I'm not. It's not without reason he keeps blocking my promotion. He meant it all right. And it wasn't until he started doing that I realised how bloody ambitious I was.
Yeah, well, collar Sam, they'll probably make you chief superintendent.
Collar him and I'll expect to be made bloody king. Hello, Doc. You don't look too cheerful.
Neither will you be when you see the state the body's in.
That bad, eh?
That bad.
Have you finished with it?
Yes.
Do you mind if we have a look?
If you want.
You were right. It is bad. Is it a Sam killing?
Without considerably more work, I can't tell you anything for certain. But I think so. Head bashed in, badly mutilated face and chest, plus strangulation.
That's my boy.
She been raped?
Yes.
How long's she been dead?
Difficult to tell at the moment. For such a cold night, it's affected the decomposition. But I think between 24 36 hours.
Any ID?
Not yet.
Could it be her?
You saw the face. How can I possibly tell?
Have a good look. If it is her, we can get things moving much faster.
I realise that, but I can't help you. Who is she?
Julia Marsden. She went missing yesterday.
I can't say if it's the same person.
Okay, Doc. Thanks. Oh, one thing. Any of her clothing left?
Remains of a pair of jeans, blue pullover, not much else.
What about a black duffel coat?
Not that I've seen.
Okay.
Perhaps you'd care to tell Superintendent Armstrong that I finished.
Sure.
That the sooner he gets the body to the lab, the sooner he'll have my report.
I'll do that. And thanks for your help, Doc.
That's all right.
She was in a mess, wasn't she?
They all are. Is this the first of Sam's work you've seen?
Yeah.
Let's hope it's the last.
Hello, Mum. Jenny. Oh, it's really nice to see you, love. I'm so glad you could come.
Hello, Maureen.
Hello, Malcolm. Oh, you don't know how pleased I am you could both come. Come in, come in. Come into the sitting room. Would you like some tea?
That would be nice.
Shall I make it?
No, you sit down.
I'd rather make it. It gives me something to do.
Well, all right, then. Do you know where everything is?
I should do. I've been here often enough.
Is he all right?
Of course.
Well, he seemed a bit strange.
Oh, Malcolm's fine. You know what he's like. Don't worry about him. He's just a bit tired after the drive. Anyway, we're not here to discuss him.
I know. And I'm sorry the way I phoned up this morning.
Oh, it's all right, Mum. Don't you worry about it.
Felt so unhappy.
What's happened?
The usual.
Dad?
Yes. I haven't seen him since Thursday evening.
Do you know where he is?
I've no idea. That's what's so worrying. I usually know what he's up to.
How do you mean?
Well, you know what he's like when he meets someone he takes a fancy to. Starts taking extra trouble about the way he looks, always changing his underwear, shaves twice a day, that sort of thing. That's usually followed by him staying out half the night, having to entertain clients, as he calls it. Then the inevitable trip that necessitates him having to go away for the weekend. I mean, it's pathetic to see him at work.
It sounds bloody insulting.
You're probably right. But anyway, this time there hasn't been anything. No hints, nothing. I've not got the faintest idea where he is.
Have you tried to phone him at work?
Well, that's the first thing I did, but he isn't there. The person I spoke to said he was on leave.
And they didn't know where he'd gone?
No.
Have you spoken to the police?
What could I say? My husband's gone on holiday and hasn't bothered to tell me where. They just laughed.
It's possible he's had an accident. The police could at least check the hospitals for you.
Oh, don't say that, Jenny.
I think you should consider it.
Kettle's on.
Thank you. Well, this time that bastard of a father of mine has gone off without saying anything.
That's nothing new.
But Mum's got absolutely no idea where he's gone. I think we should phone the police.
Why?
He might have had an accident.
Forget about it. He'll turn up when he's good and ready. He always does.
I don't think we should bother the police, Jenny. I'll phone the hospital in a little while.
Anyway, from the amount of police activity we saw as we drove into town, I doubt whether they'd give much consideration to looking for some overgrown schoolboy on the razzle.
Oh, shut up, Malcolm.
What do you mean?
It's nothing. It's just that we saw a lot of police cars in a field as we came off the motorway.
What were they doing?
I don't know. It was probably nothing important.
Well, it's nice to get a bit of warm. Any tea going?
You must be joking. This is Armstrong's control van. Vitriol's the only thing that's brewed here.
Where have you two been?
I told you. I beg your pardon, sir?
We took your bloody time getting here.
Oh, sorry, we were having a word with the doctor.
Has he finished?
Yes, he said you can move the body as soon as you like.
I wish that quack would report directly to me.
I'll tell him for future reference, sir.
Don't you bother, I'll tell him yourself. Anyway, what do you have to say?
Nothing much, although he did reluctantly say he thought Sam was responsible.
Ah, so he's back.
And with a vengeance, it seems.
Yeah, only this time we're going to collar him, and before he needs to kill again.
It's possible we might have a slight edge on him this time.
Yeah? How come?
Well, this could be his victim.
What makes you think that?
Well, it's as much a feeling as anything. Well, this girl was reported missing this morning. She's a student nurse at the local hospital.
So?
Well, she doesn't fit in the usual pattern of girls that abscond. She's got a fairly stable home, very much involved in her job, got a regular boyfriend, all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
In fact, on the surface of it, she's got no reason to leave home at all. Neither has she taken any personal possessions with her.
You've checked this out?
As far as I can.
Have you seen the body?
Yeah, but the face is too bashed about to identify her.
Yeah. All right. We'll mark her up as a possibility. Talk to the parents again.
There's only a mother.
Well, then talk to her. You, Bailey, find out who a doctor and dentist are, and get on to the hospital where she worked. It's likely they'll at least know the colour of her blood, if nothing else.
Right, sir.
Burgess, go careful when you talk to the mother. We've had enough trouble with the bloody press without them accusing us of terrifying respectable old ladies into believing their daughters are dead. There's still every possibility she's alive and well and making her way straight towards Piccadilly Circus.
How is she?
She'll be all right, although she's a bit exhausted. I don't think she slept at all last night. Do you want a hand?
I've nearly finished. There's no need to dry up. Just let the stuff drain.
I thought I might ring the doctor. At least he can give her something to help her sleep.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate that man. My bloody father. If only he knew the pain he caused.
I must admit I'm a bit surprised she still reacts like this. I mean, this must be the fourth time he's gone off for a dirty weekend in a year.
I know. But it's a bit different this time. There was none of the usual build-up. He's just upped and gone.
Do you think he's left her?
Oh, I don't know. Mum's convinced herself he hasn't.
It amazes me how I can still pull the birds at his age.
He may be 52, but as you well know, he looks 10 years younger, and he could charm the knickers off a nun if he wanted. I'm going to phone the doctor.
All right, hey, when he gets here, I suggest you ask him for something for yourself.
Oh?
I'm tired.
Yes?
Mr. Armstrong gone?
About an hour ago. I think he said he was going back to the Nick.
Oh, I'm hungry.
I could do with something as well.
I think we're still wanted here.
Well, I'm certainly not.
Perhaps we could slip out for a bit. Pubs are open.
That's not a bad idea. I'll have a word with the DI.
I reckon he heard you.
Burgess?
Yes, go.
Just have Mr. Armstrong on the phone. He wants you back at the Nick at once.
What's up?
We've just identified the victim.
Who is it?
Seems you're right. It's Julia Marsden, so get your ass back there quick and take Bailey with you.
You wanted to see me, sir?
Yes, come in. I suppose you've heard.
I have.
Here's a pathologist's report. Makes much the same reading as the other Sam murders.
Have you told the girl's mother yet?
Not yet. I've sent a car to fetch her.
When I spoke to Mrs. Marsden this morning, I asked her to check to see whether any of Julia's clothes were missing.
And?
Well, apart from jeans and a pullover, there was a black duffel coat. I wondered if it had been found.
Hang on. Hello. This is Armstrong. Did you find a black duffel coat this afternoon? Yeah. Can you check the list then?
I suppose it could be at the hospital.
Well, it isn't. This is the contents of a locker.
Uniform, shoes, towel, couple of magazines. Yeah? Ah, are you sure? Ta. No duffel coat.
Hardly something you'd miss.
You don't know the snot bags are up there this afternoon. Some of them wouldn't notice a steamroller parked in Westminster Abbey. Look, Burgess, I know we've not got on too well in the past, but I'm prepared to forget about that. You responded well when Julia Marsden was reported missing. He looks good in a report when it's seen we've taken action from the very beginning. Keeps the press happy. Helps remove some of the tarnish from our somewhat green image. Right?
Yes, sir.
I gather you've already had a word with a boyfriend.
I don't think we've anything to worry about there.
Good. Now look, I want you to lead one of the teams on this case. Select your own men if you want. But I want results. If Sam's on our patch this time, I want him. I don't want the press rechristening him Slippery Sam. Understood?
Yes.
But don't you let me down, Burgess. I'm putting my faith in you. You screw up on me and there'll be trouble. You work well and I'll make sure the right people hear about it. Because if we grab Sam, there'll be a lot of promotion handed out. You may well see Detective Inspector yet.
I'll look forward to it.
Good. And one more thing, don't forget I'm in charge of this case.
As if I would.
You're only leading your team. You get your nose stuck into something, you let me know. You try and rush off on your own, glory hunting. And I'll crush you. The glory's to be spread around on this case, not hogged. Understood?
Of course.
Good. Then we'll get on fine. Right, you let me know who you want in your team and I'll okay it. Right?
Sure.
There's a briefing tomorrow morning at 9. Should you have any bright thoughts during the night, let me hear them then.
What are you looking at?
There's a police car pulled up along the road.
They're not coming here, are they?
No.
Oh, thank God for that. I don't think I could stand any more today. Where have they gone?
Over there. See where the hall light's just gone off?
Oh.
A hell of a lot of police activity for such a piddling little town.
You're not worried about the car, are you?
Well, as long as they don't look too close. And do you know who lives over there?
I think it's Mrs. Marsden's house.
Well, you seem pleased with yourself.
I am. I've just been having words with Armstrong.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He wants me to lead one of the teams on this Sam killing.
You're joking.
I'm not. Suddenly, he loves me.
But why the change of heart on his part? This morning you were saying he hated your guts.
He still does, but he liked the way I followed things up on Julia Marsden. I mean, I could have just shoved the report into a drawer. Everybody else would have.
Hey, but you only went to see the boyfriend to get out of the office.
He doesn't know that, does he?
You jammy beggar.
Yeah, well. All right, it was a bit of luck, but that's how most things happen, innit? And it's certainly a bit of luck I intend to take advantage of. Especially as Armstrong reckons there could be a lot of promotion handed out to the team who breaks this case. I must admit it would be very nice to be a DI.
But, I thought you were going into the Bogart business.
I'm serious. This could be our big chance.
Yeah, could be. Aren't you getting a bit carried away?
Why?
Well, we'd just be one team among many. What if Armstrong gives us the bum end of the case? There's not much chance for us if we spend all our time sweeping up after everyone else.
Armstrong's desperate to break this case. It's been hanging over him for a year.
So?
So he'll be open to all suggestions.
So what are you planning to wow him with?
Remember the interview with the boyfriend?
Yeah.
Do you remember he was supposed to be meeting her on the corner of Fitzgerald and Chandos Road, and that he was late?
So?
Well, he gave the impression that Julia was the sort of woman who would have waited patiently for him.
But she didn't. She went off.
Yes, but after waiting how long? He was 40 minutes late. She could have waited anything up to a couple of minutes before he arrived.
And you're hoping someone might have seen her?
That's it. But more important, that someone might have seen Sam pick her up on that corner. After all, she got into the car somewhere.
Yeah, that's true.
So what I'm going to suggest to Armstrong in the morning is that my team knocks on the door of every house in the Fitzgerald Chandos Road area. Some nosy Parker might have seen what went on.
You reckon Armstrong will let you handle it?
Why not? Someone will have to. Why not the bloke who suggested it?
What time's the briefing tomorrow?
9 o'clock.
God, it's been a long day. How long do you think we'll have to stay?
I don't know. I suppose we can't stay longer than Sunday.
Depends what happens. Hey, just think. At this very moment, your dad is probably shacked up in some hotel, humping his currant bird without a care in the world.
Well, let's hope he stays with her this time.
Do you think your mum will take him back?
I don't know. She's pretty hurt. I think she realises things can't go on like this. Let's just hope he writes soon so we can all get on with our lives again. I'm nearly asleep.
You feel all right?
Gin and Valium is certainly a very good mix. Good night.
Burgess? Sir? How many men will you need for this house-to-house thing of yours?
As many men as you can spare.
The way things are going, you might be working alone. I need every man I can get hold of to search those woods again.
The duffel coat's definitely missing.
Mrs. Marsden's convinced it is, so I suppose we've got to do something about it. Did I have a session with her? It's all about crying. She went on and on. I had to get a bloody doctor to her in the end.
Where is she now?
They've taken her into hospital, Women's Medical. There's a bloody irony. It's the ward her daughter was working on. I hope to God nobody tells her.
The coat into the hospital, is it?
No, I had a team in there this morning taking the locker room to pieces and another lot interviewing the staff.
Are you going to get any outside helping?
You must be joking. This is a local affair. I want it kept that way. So every man's going to have to work twice as hard as usual.
Oh, that's something to look forward to.
Should you work 3 times as hard as usual, Bailey, you should just about turn in a reasonable day's work. All right? Give me 5 minutes, Burgess. I'll come back to you on how many men you can have.
Right, sir.
What did I say?
Too much. Armstrong doesn't like silly remarks. I should have thought you'd learned that by now.
Obviously not. Well, there's one thing I have.
What?
You were right about his breath.
Oh, shut up. Find me a road map. I want to work out how we're going to approach this house-to-house thing.
What's the matter?
I feel rather strange.
How do you mean?
Sort of lightheaded.
Oh, that's probably the side effects of the drugs he took.
Oh.
Would you like some more tea?
No, I don't think so. Has the postman been?
I don't know.
Yeah, he passed a few minutes ago.
Oh.
Perhaps there'll be something in the second post.
Yes. Actually, I think I'll go and lie down.
Can you manage?
Of course I can. I'm not an invalid.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, if she's going to behave like that, I hope we hear something soon.
So do I.
I assume we're not going back tonight.
I certainly can't.
Well, I'm not leaving you here alone. I'll give Charlie a ring, say we can't make it.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Here, see what's on at the local flea pit. Perhaps you can persuade your mother to go out for the evening.
I doubt it. Oh, no.
What's the matter?
Have you seen the headlines?
No.
There's been a murder.
Come on, love. Why are you...
It's Julia. She's been murdered.
Who's she?
Mrs. Marsden's daughter.
Across the road?
Yes. Julia's dead and I knew her. I knew her. Oh.
What a tone.
Oh, bloody hell. It's brass monkey weather out there.
How's it going?
We're done both sides of Chandos Road. Moved the lads into Merritt Street.
Good. Any houses you didn't get an answer from?
No, there was someone in all of them. The other good thing about that road is that the houses are all owner-occupied. So the people who aren't at home will get to hear about what we're after. Might get a call later on.
Let's hope so.
How's it going along here?
Not so good. 16 houses with no one at home, which includes the 2 on the corner. If anyone saw Julia hanging about, it would be someone in either of those houses.
Well, let's hope the occupiers haven't gone away.
I don't think so. There's milk on both doorsteps.
What sort of reaction are you getting?
Quite strong. A lot of people are very angry.
I suppose it's not surprising. It is Sam's fault.
And they're bloody scared. I've actually had 3 women open the doors on the chain.
New York-style living comes to this great little town of Wallinbridge. Who knows? They'll be issuing us with guns next.
Who'd give a Burke like you a gun?
Why not? I've been on the gun course. I've got a distinction, as a matter of fact.
You've done the gun course?
Yeah, about 18 months ago.
I haven't.
There you are, then.
Do you what?
They realise my potential.
Potential what? I reckon they want to get rid of you.
How come?
The only time you get a gun is when they send you up against a raving psycho, and he'll probably blow your bloody head off before you can get it out of your pocket.
Now, that's not a very nice thing to say.
Well, what do you expect? I'm jealous. I want to know why I haven't been on a gun course.
Perhaps because you didn't apply.
You could be right.
Now, seriously, do you think they'll issue guns?
What, for Sam? No, he only strangles women. They'll get Armstrong to breathe on him if it comes to a showdown. Hey up.
What?
Woman just got into number 3. Come on.
Yes?
Good morning, madam. I'm Detective Sergeant Burgess. This is Detective Constable Bailey. We're making inquiries concerning the death of Julia Marsden.
Julia Marsden? Do I know her?
That's what we're hoping to find out.
You'd better come in.
Thank you.
Would you mind wiping your feet thoroughly? I've just had the whole carpet shampooed.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. If you would like to come this way. Now, Julia Marsden.
This is a photograph of her.
No, I don't know her.
Now think carefully. You didn't by any chance see this person standing on the corner of Fitzgerald Road on Wednesday afternoon?
No.
You're quite sure?
Positive. Although, now you come to mention it, I do recall a young woman. But it wasn't the girl in the photograph.
What time was that?
Oh, about 3:45. In fact, I remember her quite distinctly.
And why is that?
Oh, she looked so cold, as though she'd been waiting some time. I felt quite sorry for her. In fact, I must have stared because she noticed me looking and smiled. It was quite a charming smile.
But you don't recognise the photograph as being the same girl you saw waiting?
Oh, no. The girl in the photograph is far less attractive.
Do you remember what she was wearing?
No. Oh, yes. I recall she was wearing plimsolls. I remember that quite distinctly, as I consider them totally unsuitable footwear for such a cold day.
That's all? You can't remember anything else she was wearing?
Yes, I can. A duffel coat. I recall a duffel coat. I remember that because I thought the duffel coat so sensible and the plimsolls so foolish.
Can you remember the colour?
No. I think it was dark. Possibly dark blue or black. I can't remember for certain.
But you're sure about the time you saw her?
Oh, yes.
How can you be so certain?
Well, when I got in, I unpacked my shopping and made myself a cup of tea. I then took the tea upstairs to my bedroom and switched my radio on.
And?
Listened to the 4 o'clock news.
Did you see the girl again?
As a matter of fact, I did. When I was closing my curtains.
When was that?
It was after the news. Why is the time so important?
The young lady in the photograph and the girl you saw waiting outside could well be the same person.
Oh, I don't think so.
The photographs can be deceptive.
Why are you so interested in this person?
Because she's been murdered.
Good heavens. That's absolutely dreadful.
When you saw her from the bedroom window, was she still alone?
Yes. No, as a matter of fact, a car pulled up. I remember now. She walked over to the car, smiling. It was the same smile she'd given me. Such a pretty smile. But then she looked surprised and spoke for a minute or two to the driver.
Did she get into the car?
Yes, she did.
And can you remember anything about the car?
Oh, yes. It was a dark blue Cortina estate.
You're that sure?
Without a doubt.
How come?
My son-in-law has exactly the same make of car.
I see. Look, Mrs...
Meadows.
Yeah, Mrs. Meadows. I think we should start getting some of this down on paper. Would you have any objection to coming down to the station to make a statement?
Well, I don't think so.
Mrs. Meadows, I'm Superintendent Armstrong.
How do you do?
Sorry I kept you waiting so long, but I've been studying your statement. It's a very interesting document. You're a very observant woman.
Thank you.
There are just one or two things I'd like to go over with you again. Now, you still maintain that the girl you saw getting into the car and the young lady in the photograph are not the same person?
Without a doubt.
Then perhaps you'd like to look at these. Study them carefully. Now, do any of these photographs look like the girl you saw?
Yes, that one.
Any of the others?
That one too.
Thank you.
And what about these other photographs? They're not of the same person, are they?
No. Fortunately for us, you've recognised the two photographs we wanted you to. They're Julia Marsden. The others are just there to confuse.
But the two I've chosen are nothing like the first photograph that was shown to me.
Ah, that was a studio portrait. They tend to flatter. But there's no doubt in your mind that these two photographs are of the person you saw getting into the car?
None.
Good. Now, there's your identification of the car. You were so sure it was a blue Cortina estate?
There's no doubt in my mind at all.
Do you know much about cars?
Absolutely nothing.
If I were to show you some photographs of current popular cars, would you be able to name them?
I very much doubt it.
Then why are you so sure it was a blue Cortina estate?
As I explained to your sergeant, my son-in-law drives one.
Perhaps you'd like to have a look at these. Is there a Cortina estate amongst those photographs?
Dear. That one and that one.
Thank you.
It's a great pity you seem to doubt my word.
Oh, no, not at all. It's just that we must confirm that you're not mistaken.
I rarely am mistaken.
I'm beginning to believe it, Mrs. Meadows.
Would you like to test my ability as to whether I can recognise the colour blue?
I don't think so. Now, you say in your statement that you noticed a sticker in the back window of the car.
That is correct.
What did the sticker say?
Oh, really, this is becoming ridiculous, Superintendent. I've already told the sergeant all this.
I realise that, and I must ask you to bear with me for just a little longer. You're a very important witness. But before we can act on your information, we must make doubly sure we have everything crystal clear. Now, what did the sticker say?
Well, I don't actually remember it verbatim, but the gist of it was that the owner of the car thought that the local grammar school should not go comprehensive.
Are you sure about that?
I certainly am, as it's a statement I'm in total agreement with.
I see.
Only a fool would want such a fine school to go comprehensive.
Did you notice anything else about the car? Were there any dents or scratches?
No.
And you didn't notice any parts of the registration number?
No.
Not even the year letter?
I would have told you if I had.
Right. One last question, Mrs. Meadows. The driver of the car, did you see him?
Not really. I caught a glimpse of his profile.
Do you think you'd recognise him again?
I can't really say. It was just a glimpse. Oh, it's possible if I were to see him in similar circumstances, I might just recognise him. But I'm not certain.
OK, Mrs. Meadows, thank you very much. There's just one more thing I'd like you to do before we take you home. In the next room, we have some photographs that I'd like you to look at. It's just possible you might recognise one of them as the driver. If you wouldn't mind.
Of course not.
Thank you very much.
Do you think I could telephone my husband?
Of course. There's a phone next door. Oh, I've met some self-opinionated old bitches in my time, but she takes bloody first prize.
But is she right?
I think so. At least I'm confident enough to act on it. You've done well, Burgess. Bloody well.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I want one of you to get on to DVLC at Swansea and get them to provide me with a list of all blue Ford Cortinas registered in this area.
How can you be certain it's a local car, sir?
The sticker. The grammar school issue is totally a local matter. The chances of an out-of-town car carrying such a thing are almost nil.
It also seems from the way Julia reacted to the car, she must have known the driver.
Anyway, get onto that list immediately. I want it today, if possible.
Right, sir.
What about the team searching for the duffel coat? Have they found anything yet?
No. And I'm almost hoping they don't now, because if it's not in the wood, there's a good chance it'll be in the murderer's car.
Are you awake, Mum?
Yes.
I've made some tea.
Oh, that's nice.
How do you feel now?
Much better. Good. Did I hear you crying?
That was this morning. You've been asleep all day.
Have I? Oh, dear.
And there's nothing to worry about. That was me just being silly.
What was the matter?
It was just something I read in the paper.
You and Malcolm are all right, aren't you?
Of course. There's nothing to worry about. Nothing at all.
Oh, it's just that I find Malcolm a bit difficult to understand.
He's a bit brusque at times. But he's very caring in his own way.
Does he love you?
I think so. But you don't want to worry about us.
Oh, you know me, I always worry too much. What does Malcolm think about your dad?
Well, he's not very pleased about the way he behaves. But that's only because it upsets me so much. And he certainly doesn't understand why you put up with it. Come to that, neither do I.
Your dad's a strange man. He's like a little boy in many ways.
How long has he been carrying on like this?
Oh, I suppose for about 5 years.
As long as that?
It is a long time, isn't it? Although he wasn't as bad as this to begin with.
Why do you think he started?
Lots of reasons, I suppose. I think he realized he was beginning to get old. He wanted some sort of fling before he was past it. I didn't blame him. I often felt like that myself.
Did you do anything about it?
Well, once.
I'm pleased to hear it.
The thing is that when your dad started, he found there were far more women available than he'd ever dreamed possible. I think it must have gone to his head.
Did you consider leaving him?
Not then. Because in the early days he was discreet. Oddly enough, I wasn't even jealous. I didn't feel threatened because he was having a little bit on the side. Then about 18 months ago, he took up steady with someone. We even talked about a divorce. And then she chucked him over. I think it upset him a good deal. Because that's when he started behaving really badly. Oh, I suppose I should have told him to go.
Why didn't you?
I don't know. I think I was scared of being alone.
Do you still love him?
Not really. But we've been married for nearly 30 years. It's a long time. A lot of habit to throw away.
But surely you realize it's getting out of hand now.
I know.
This is the 4th time in 12 months he's gone off like this.
I realize that. But this is the first time he's actually gone without letting me know what was happening. And I'm worried about him.
Do you think he's left you?
I'm sure he would have said. I can't believe he'd go off without a word.
If he comes back, are you going to let him stay?
Yes.
Why?
Because he can't go on like this for much longer. The years are beginning to catch up with him. He'll have to stop soon. And then we'll be back together. I'd much rather enter old age with him than by myself. I'm so scared of being alone, Jenny.
But that's pathetic, Mum.
Don't you think I realise that?
How do you spell necessity?
You must ask me that twice a week.
I keep forgetting, you know I've got no head for words.
Just write need instead.
I can't put that. Me bloody reports are short enough as it is. I mean, necessity has a certain ring about it. Need's a nothing word.
I thought you said you had O-level English.
I didn't say that.
Then what have you got?
Well, sort of doubtful CSE.
Here you are. Necessity. Don't lose it.
Any sign of that list from Swansea?
No, sir.
I doubt if it'll come tonight. Lazy bastards probably knock off at 5. You might as well push off home as well.
Right.
Did they find the duffel coat, sir?
No.
It'll be a new development if Sam started nicking things from his victims.
We'll see. I'm off then. Good night.
Good night, sir. Cheerless bastard.
For God's sake, Malcolm, stop staring out of the window.
People are still leaving floral tributes at Mrs. Marsden's place.
So what? It's the only way they've got of showing they care.
They should save on the weeds and just leave them money.
When Mrs. Marsden comes home from hospital and sees her front garden full of flowers, it will say considerably more than a pile of little envelopes containing money. Oh, you're so cynical at times. The woman has just had her only daughter murdered. If you can only make snide remarks about it, I suggest you shut up.
I'm sorry.
Oh, so am I. It's not only Mum being so unhappy that's depressing me. It's the whole atmosphere of this town.
Having a murderer on the loose doesn't help much.
It's not even that. I never liked the place, not even when I was a child. I think we should get Mum away from here for a while. If I can persuade her, how would you feel about letting her come to stay with us?
I wouldn't mind. Well, as long as she's prepared to share the spare bedroom with the junk.
I don't think that'll bother her.
But more important, are you up to coping with her?
I'll certainly be able to cope with her much better at home.
Right, invite her. Ask her tomorrow, see what she says.
All right.
Sorry I'm late. I overslept.
Yeah, you weren't the only one. Oh, this is just arrived.
Oh, good. Let's hope it contains what we want. Have you seen Mr. Armstrong this morning?
I passed by muttering something about a press conference.
Oh, that'll set him up nicely for the day.
Why does he hate the press so much?
Because he's a good, honest, no-nonsense fascist. He thinks there's only one way to run the world, his way, with no questions asked. Journalists sometimes spoil that illusion. Oh, on computer, readouts, neat.
Well, I'm more concerned about the work that thing means. How many Cortina estates are there in this area?
I don't know. There doesn't seem to be as many as I thought there'd be. Is there a briefing this morning?
Yeah, the DI's taken it.
Well, I think we can give that a miss. We've got enough to do sorting this thing out.
How are you going to divide it up?
By areas, the most obvious way. Get a couple of the... Hang on.
What's up?
What's Mrs. Marsden's address?
29 Bridge Road.
Well, there's a bit of luck.
What?
One of the characters listed here lives in Bridge Road. And what was it Mrs. Meadows said? Julia approached the car as though she knew the driver.
Dear. It's not going to be that easy, is it?
It could be. It just could be. I know there was a reason why I woke up smiling this morning. I think that is definitely an address we'll check out ourselves. Right. Let's get the rest of this list divided up, collect ourselves a couple of uniform lads, and we'll be off.
This is it? Bridge Road?
Drive past the house. I want to have a look first.
Right.
You two in the back, take your helmets off. I don't want to advertise the fact we're here.
Well, there's the car. The house looks quiet.
Well, we'll be expecting a mad axeman dancing naked on the lawn. Pull over. Right. We've a neat little semi-detached house. While the detective constable and myself are knocking on the front door, I want you two to slip quietly around the back, just in case this is Sam's address and he tries to make a bolt for it. OK? Well, the sticker's where it's supposed to be. That's a good beginning.
Yes?
Is John Arnold Maitland in the house?
No.
Are you sure?
Of course I am. He's my husband.
May we come in?
Who are you?
Police.
What on earth?
This is Detective Constable Bailey. Do you mind if he has a look upstairs?
What for?
Don't worry, he isn't going to steal anything. Go careful.
Right.
What is it you want?
Just a word with your
I
husband.
told you, he isn't at home.
What's in here?
But it's the sitting room, but...
Have a look.
If you must.
And that room?
The kitchen.
Do you mind if I let a couple of my friends in?
Tell me what it is you want, please.
Did you check the shed? Yes, sir. Good. You wait here.
You have the right to charge into my house like this.
I was under the impression you invited us.
Not to rampage around it.
Don't worry, we won't do any damage. Perhaps we could go into the sitting room.
I shall see that your superior hears about this. What's your name?
Burgess.
Can you prove that?
Certainly.
What is it you want?
Where's your husband, Mrs. Maitland?
He isn't here.
I know that, so where is he?
Away.
Where?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. He travels around so much.
Is he usually away over weekends?
Sometimes. He's a very busy man.
And you don't know where he's gone?
Not for certain. Well, he usually rings me to say where he's staying.
But he hasn't let you know this time?
Not yet.
It's already Sunday. He can't think much of you.
That's none of your business.
Possibly not. How long's he been away?
He went up on Thursday.
Do you know when he's coming back?
I'm not sure. Next week sometime.
There's no one upstairs, Skip.
Okay.
What's all this about? I'm sure you're not allowed to come into people's homes and behave the way you have.
You invited us.
Why do you want to see my husband? Has he done something wrong?
We're not sure. We're conducting certain inquiries, and we would just like to talk to him.
Why won't you tell me what it's about?
Because we feel we should discuss the matter with him first.
Then I've nothing more to say to you.
Is the Blue Cortina estate parked outside your husband's?
What of it?
Does he own the car, or is it his firm's?
I'm not saying anything else to you unless you prove you have the right to behave in the way you have.
All right, I'll get a warrant.
So please leave now.
As you wish.
And I tell you here and now, Detective Sergeant Burgess, I have every intention of reporting your behaviour.
You have that right, madam. Go on, Bailey. Well, I screwed that up, didn't I? Armstrong will have my guts when he hears about this.
Well, I suppose it was a bit rash charging in like that.
I was so sure Sam would be there, you know what I mean? Had this very strong feeling.
Well, you were wrong.
That still remains to be seen. Did you look around when you were upstairs?
Yeah.
No duffel coat?
I didn't see one.
Well, there's got to be something I can give to Armstrong before that woman puts her foot in it.
What about the car? Perhaps there's someone there.
How do you suggest we get inside it?
Or it could take it down the car pound. What is it? 4 years old. There's bound to be something wrong with it. Oh, it's parked round the wrong way for a start.
Oh, I bet they really missed you when you left traffic division. Come on, let's get back to the nick and see what the others have come up with.
Mum, we're home.
Oh, thank God for that.
What's the matter?
I'm so glad you're back.
What's happened?
The police have been here.
What did they want?
To John. It was awful. They stormed in here like a gang of hooligans.
Did they say why they wanted to talk to Dad?
They wouldn't tell me anything. They just wanted to know where he was and when he'd be back.
What did you tell them?
I said he was away on business.
That wasn't very sensible.
What else could I tell them? I don't know where he is.
Should have told them the truth.
You weren't here. The sergeant in charge was like a stormtrooper. Didn't give me a chance to think.
Well, you shouldn't have lied to him, though.
I don't care. I'm going to report that man. He had no right to behave the way he did. It was awful.
Oh, try and calm down, please,
Mum. Out this morning?
I'm sorry. We didn't know this would happen.
Look, how long ago were the police here?
Oh, I don't know. An hour, perhaps 2.
Did they say they were coming back?
They didn't say anything.
What shall we do?
Don't know. I suppose the best thing to do is just sit tight. See if they come back again.
Oh, well, that's very useful.
What else can we do? I don't see any point in ringing them. If they wouldn't tell Mum what this is about, they're hardly going to tell me.
I want to report that Sergeant Burgess.
I think we should wait. It's pointless aggravating them till we know what it's about.
I shall remember this the next time you lecture me on personal freedom and civil liberties. Can't you see the effect this has had on Mum?
I know, but I still think we should wait.
Burgess? Yeah? You sure? OK, cheers. Records have got nothing on Maitland.
What were you hoping for?
Anything to justify what I did this morning.
Mind you, the way the reports are going on these other cars, you may not need to.
That's what I'm hoping for. We've been bloody lucky, you know.
How many cars have they found with stickers?
Just 2, but that doesn't matter anymore. All the drivers interviewed so far have good, checkable alibis, and that's how I like it. Maitland is still suspect number 1. With only one more car to clear, I hope it'll remain that way. Burgess? Yeah? You're absolutely sure? Great stuff. Let me have your report as soon as possible. That's it. Our man. This is Burgess, sir. Do you think I could have a word with you? Yes, very important. Thank you, sir.
So you reckon this bloke is Sam?
I think there's a good chance he is.
And you think his wife doesn't know where he is?
She says he's away on business, but I think it's just bluff.
Mm-hmm. So what do you want to do?
Well, I think we should find out what his car can tell us.
Right.
We'll also need a warrant. She wasn't any too cooperative when I saw her this morning.
Well, I'll arrange that. I think I'd also like to have a word with her myself. Bit of rank might add some weight to the occasion. It might also soften her up a bit.
Oh, dear.
Come on, Mum, it could be anybody. You can't live in fear of the doorbell for the rest of your life.
It is the police. Seem to have come in force this time. 3 cars out there. Stay where you are. I'll let them in.
Try not to get too upset, Mum. It might not be anything.
I can't believe he's done anything wrong. Certainly nothing that would justify all this.
Let's hope it's all a mistake.
This way. It's Detective Superintendent Armstrong and Sergeant Burgess.
Good afternoon, madam. You are Mrs. Maitland?
Yes?
I'm the officer in charge of the investigation into the death of Julia Marsden.
Oh, no.
And I have reason to believe your husband, John Arnold Maitland, is involved.
Right. Well, that's it for the moment.
I told you I didn't know anything.
But now we've got that fact on paper.
Are you the sergeant who came this morning?
Yes.
I hope you realise you terrified my mother half to death.
I'm sorry about that, but it was necessary that I gain quick access to the house. However much you may dislike the idea, your father is the main suspect in a murder inquiry.
I can't believe it.
Until we find evidence to the contrary, I'm afraid it's true.
Do you realise Mum has no idea where Dad is?
So I gather.
And did you also hear he's probably gone off for a dirty weekend? For the umpteenth time this year?
I believe it's the 4th time in 12 months.
Dad doesn't have time to be slippery, Sam. Not with the sort of life he leads.
He may well combine business with pleasure. Sam has killed 4 times in the last 12 months. I hope for your sake that the dates of his absences don't match the dates of the murders.
Can I have a word, Skip?
Excuse me.
Well, fingerprint boys think they've got a match.
Julia Marsden?
Yes.
They're positive?
Oh, yes. Their smugness confirms it.
Careful with that car! Forensic have still got to examine it. Burgess.
See? I've got one more job for you here.
Now what?
The state Mrs. Maitland's in, I didn't get much sense out of her, which means you two are going to have to go through Maitland's things. Diaries, papers, anything that might establish where he was at the time of the other Sam killings.
Right.
Anything that looks at all interesting, bring it down to the Nick. We'll sort it out there.
Look at the street. Neighbours hanging out of the windows. Right mess they made of getting Dad's car onto the transporter. Ridiculous.
I wish I could smile.
Those 2 policemen still in Mum's room.
Yes. They said they'd be there for a while.
Where's she gone?
She's lying down in our room. I don't think she'll ever recover from this.
Oh, we'll take her home with us as soon as possible. Get her away from this house.
Oh, Malcolm. You don't think Dad's a murderer?
I find it difficult to believe.
Surely, when you're as disturbed as the murderer must be, you can't just hide it like that. Oh, God, I'm so unhappy.
Well, let's hope they find him soon. Get things sorted out.
It's amazing how much junk you can pour into one of these little writing desks.
Yeah, well, at least he's neat.
Let's hope he's methodical as well. Are you listening to the stuff you're dumping in that sack?
Of course I am.
What's that supposed to be?
One diary.
Then why have you written one dairy? Can't you spell at all?
Oh, don't start. I'm tired. It's been a bloody long day.
For all of us, mate.
Yeah, but you enjoy this sort of thing. I mean, going through a bloke's personal papers is hardly a bundle of laughs, is it?
It's part of the job.
But it's a part of the job I don't like. Just as I don't like looking at the bashed-in face of the young women.
You'll get used to it.
But I don't want to.
Come in.
I can't sleep.
Come in, Mum. We can't either.
Keep wondering where he might be. Trying to remember whether he mentioned anywhere before he went off.
When did you last see him?
Thursday evening. He popped in for a little while, fiddled about in the bedroom, then went out again.
And didn't come back?
No.
Didn't you say he started his leave Wednesday evening?
Yes.
And he was out all day Thursday?
That's right.
You've no idea where?
I thought he'd gone to work. He left at his usual time.
Did he take the car on Thursday?
Yes.
And when he was here, did he seem himself?
What do you mean?
Did he seem excited or agitated?
Don't know. I didn't say much to him.
What are you getting at?
Nothing really. I was just wondering where he was on Thursday, that's all.
You don't think he killed that girl?
Of course I don't.
Then why are you asking me all these questions? I've had questions all afternoon from the police. I'm sick to death of being interrogated.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it to sound like that.
John hasn't done anything wrong. He's just gone away for a little while.
Of course he has, Mum.
And why have you started calling me Mum? You've always called me Maureen before.
She just came out. I suppose it's just a feeling of solidarity.
Well, stop it. I don't want your support if you think my husband's a murderer.
I don't think that.
Come on, Mum. We're on your side. You don't need to fight us.
How do I know? How can I tell what you're really thinking?
Look, I think you should get away from this house. I'll phone the police tomorrow morning and see if you can come home with us.
I don't want to.
It would be better for you. It would get you right away from everything, give you a chance to rest.
I'm staying here. This is my home, and I'm not running away from it.
No one's asking you to run away. Just come home with us for a few days' rest.
I don't want to. And if you think my husband's a murderer, I don't want you here either.
Yeah, sure, I understand, Mr. Freeman. Sure. Well, there's no doubt. OK. Many thanks for your help. Goodbye. Bloody hell.
Yeah, what?
That was Maitland's employer. He confirms the diary entries is correct. The week of the first killing, Maitland was in Edinburgh on some course. The week of the third killing, he was in Spain on holiday with his wife.
Oh.
And to cap it all, Maitland hasn't run off. He's only on bloody leave. Due back a week today.
Seems we've boobed again.
We've boobed? What was Armstrong doing with Mrs. Maitland for 2 hours? These are the sort of questions he should have been asking her.
Well, he said she couldn't remember anything.
God, am I fed up with this. Bloody fed up.
So we can't nail him for the other murders, so what? He murdered Julia Marsden. We found her fingerprints in his car, and we have an independent witness to say she saw Julia getting into the car half an hour before she was murdered. What more do we want?
Continuity, mate. The one consistent factor that's come out of this case, as the pathologist will remind you, is that all 4 women have been murdered by the same hand. If Maitland didn't kill the first one, he didn't kill any of them. He couldn't have.
Then how did her fingerprints get into his car?
I don't know. Anyway, let's continue sorting through this lot. We might discover some delightful morsel of information.
Malcolm!
What's the matter?
Look at our car! What's the matter with it?
It doesn't look right, does it?
It certainly doesn't.
Oh, no. Who could have done that? It's not bloody fair. They were 4 new tyres.
Hardly.
Well, they certainly had a fair bit of wear left in them. Oh, do you know how much they're going to cost to replace?
I know. More than we can afford.
Exactly.
Well, to be honest, Malcolm, I half expected it.
But why our car?
Oh, don't be so naive. The relations of men who are suspected of strangling women are as unpopular as the men themselves.
I hope you're as philosophical when the bank manager asks us why we're overdrawn at the end of the month.
We'll see. I hope so. But there's one thing I do know.
What's that?
Don't replace those tyres until we're ready to leave.
Yeah, what do you make of this?
What?
Look at the last 4 cheque stubs.
Passport, Swan and Edgar, foils, Selfridges.
Look at the date.
Last Thursday.
Maitland must have been in London on Thursday.
And if he was in London, he couldn't have been here murdering Julia Marsden, could he?
Well, would be rather difficult.
That's it then. Conclusive proof. Oh, I suppose I better go and see Armstrong. Tell him the good news. I knew my becoming a DI was only a bloody dream. While I'm in with him, you better get on to the passport office. Make sure Maitland renewed his passport personally, not by post.
Right.
Well, Burgess, seems you got yourself a bum suspect. What are you going to do about it?
There are still the fingerprints in the car.
You've got to find out how they got there. I don't think you're going to do that until you find Maitland, old son.
There's no news of him.
Not a whisper.
Ugh.
Now you've landed me with the unpleasant task of telling the Chief Constable that Maitland's in the clear.
Can't you wait?
What for? You seem to have conclusive proof Maitland couldn't possibly have committed any of the murders. No point in sticking my neck out by delaying things, is there? After all, nationwide murder hunt, very expensive. I see no point in continuing to waste the taxpayers' money and looking for an innocent man.
Look, I want to have another word with Mrs. Maitland. I'm sure there's something she hasn't told us.
I'm sure many things she hasn't told us. But it doesn't seem to matter now, does it?
Well, there are still the fingerprints, plus the fact that someone had tried to wipe the passenger side of Maitland's car clean. There must have been a reason for that.
You're a desperate man, Burgess. Well, what do you want?
Well, can't you give me a couple of hours? Just let me talk to his wife again.
I don't know. Your early promise has somewhat withered.
2 hours. That's all I'm asking for.
All right then, 2 hours, not a second more. And you let me know of any developments, any little thing at all.
I promise.
Oh, it's you again.
Good morning, sir. Is Mrs. Maitland in?
Yes. Have you seen what some yob's done to my car?
I did notice.
I suppose you're going to say there's nothing you can do about it?
Oh, there's a great deal I can do about it. But I'll just give you a friendly warning and tell you to put your car in order as soon as possible. I'm sure you realise 4 defective tyres means 4 separate endorsements.
Thanks a lot.
Don't mention it, sir. Now, if I might come in and speak to your mother-in-law. Good morning, Mrs. Maitland. I'm happy to say I've got some good news.
You found John?
Not yet. But you'll be pleased to hear we've established that he couldn't have killed Julia Marsden or any of the other women.
Oh, thank God for that.
We've discovered he was in London on Thursday. There's no way he could have got back here in time.
You don't know how relieved I am.
But we still have one problem.
Oh?
Julia Marsden's fingerprints were found in your husband's car.
Well, that's not surprising. He knew her. He could have given her a lift any time.
We know she travelled in the car the day she died.
How can you possibly know that?
Because our forensic department says so, and they're not often wrong. They also say there's no doubt your husband's car was used by the murderer. The thing we now have to establish is who was the driver.
But how would they have got hold of the car?
Well, it's possible Mr. Maitland might have lent his car to a friend on Thursday.
Well, I don't know, he could have.
Hang on, though. If he did that, how would he have got to London?
John wouldn't have taken the car to London.
How do you know?
He hated driving, and he certainly wouldn't use the car if there was a good train service.
So where was the car on Thursday?
Don't know, I suppose he took it to the station and left it there.
Oh, I wish you told me this at our first meeting.
I didn't know where he was on Thursday.
Did he have anywhere special he parked his car?
How do you mean?
Well, it's all double yellow lines round there. He couldn't just park it outside the station. It would have got towed away.
Well, he probably put it in the car park.
That waste piece of ground near the station?
I suppose so. He's certainly parked it there before.
You sure?
Of course I am.
Thank you.
Shouldn't you tell Armstrong what we're up to?
He can get stuffed. I want to see what we turn up at the car park before I say anything to him.
He won't like it.
Then he'll have to lump it. When I told him the Maitland thing had collapsed, his whole manner changed. The bastard's only out for himself. He's not interested in supporting his officers. He only wants the glory they earn for him.
He's still the super.
So what?
I'm only a fragile detective constable.
Then you've got nothing to lose.
But I can still be crushed from a great height.
They certainly stacked the cars in this place.
Do you notice they've all got their ignition keys in?
I did.
What do you two want?
Police.
Oh, yeah? When you find any nicked cars here, they've got nothing to do with me. We only park them.
Who are you?
The manager.
What's your name?
Len Woods.
Are you here all the time?
Usually.
Were you here last Thursday?
I should think so.
You better know so, mate.
Yeah, I was here. So what?
I'm interested in a blue Cortina estate that was parked here all day Thursday.
How am I supposed to remember a car as common as that?
This one was special. It got borrowed during the day.
Oh, not from my side.
This one did. And the bloke that borrowed it took a girl for a ride.
So?
And then he killed her. Remember anything now?
No one took a car from this site.
Have it your own way. Perhaps we should take you down the Nick. You might remember better there.
There's no need for that. I want to help.
I'm pleased to hear it. All these cars have got their ignition keys in. Why?
Well, look around you. There's no other way we get 100 cars on this site. We've got to pack them in as tight as we can. If the first car in wants to be first out, we've got to move a few to get at it.
How close an eye do you keep on them?
I noticed you two, didn't I?
So how did the car I'm interested in get off? Well, I know the car left the site, and I know it was brought back. Who borrowed it?
Look, you put me in a bit of a spot.
I'll kick your bloody face in if you don't tell me.
Well, I don't want to drop my mates in
Look,
it.
jerk, this is murder. It's not a case of nicking tyres or swapping engines. It's the big one. So if you don't open your gob and tell me who borrowed the car, I'll book you for obstruction, OK?
All right, all right.
Good.
Look, this job doesn't pay very much. I mean, I'm all right, but the blokes who actually park the cars don't do well at all. So, to earn a bit extra cash, they clean customers' cars.
So?
Well, there's no water on the site. You've got to wash the car before you can polish it, you know.
So where do you take them?
The car wash in Craig Street. I mean, it's all legit, nothing on hand. The customers are grateful.
Who took the Cortina out on Thursday?
I'm not sure.
I'll ask you one more time.
Well, I think it was Charlie.
What's his surname?
Brown.
Oh.
The honest, straight-up Charlie Brown.
And which one is Charlie Brown?
He's not here today.
Where is he?
I suppose he's at home. He's sick. He hasn't been in since Friday.
All right, Len. Where does he live?
I don't know offhand. But I think I've got his address in the hut.
You better have. Lead on, Len. We're right behind you.
Oh, it's a miserable hole. I don't reckon this staircase has seen a paintbrush this century.
We'll complain to the landlord later. This is his room. OK.
Ready when you are.
We'll take it nice and gently this time.
What do you want?
Are you Charles Brown?
Yes.
Do you mind if we have a word with you?
Who are you?
Police.
Oh.
Do you work at the car park near the station?
Well, I'm up to it, but it's too cold for me at the moment. The wind fair whips across that place.
This can't be him, can it?
You're bloody good acting if it is. How old are you, Pop?
68.
We've been had.
Look, what's all this about?
Were you at work last Thursday?
I think so.
Did you by any chance take a blue Cortina estate to the car wash in Craig Street that day?
No, sir. Len doesn't let me do things like that. He doesn't trust me, you see.
Did you see such a car being taken off the site?
No, well, I wasn't feeling too good, you see, and I spent the day trying to keep warm.
Do you ever do any car cleaning?
Not really. There isn't much this time of the year anyway, and, well, Len hugs what bit there is.
That doesn't surprise me. Come on, let's go and get him.
Yeah, you get back to bed, Pop.
What the hell is all this about?
This is Alpha 1 to Control. Over.
Control, over.
This is Sergeant Burgess. Priority. I want the nearest cars to go to the station car park and apprehend the manager, Leonard Woods. Repeat, Leonard Woods. Arresting officers are to approach with extreme caution, man believed to be highly dangerous. I am proceeding to car park myself and will prefer charges on arrival. Over and out. Well, don't just sit there, Bailey. Get a bloody move on.
Control to Alpha 1, over.
Alpha 1, over.
Leonard Woods has absconded driving a dark maroon Jaguar, registration number as yet unknown. Alpha 5 and Delta 3 are in pursuit. Last report states Jaguar joined M1 at junction 15 and is heading south. Over.
Put out a general call and alert the motorway police. If you need clearance, see Superintendent Armstrong. I'm coming in. Over and out. Well, that's it. They won't get him now till he reaches London. What a bloody shambles.
Back to the nick.
Yeah, only nice and slowly. I think I can wait a little while before I have to see Armstrong's face.
Bailey. Just a moment. It's for you.
Who is it?
Radio room.
Burgess? Yeah? Where? Oh, that's something. OK, keep me in touch. Cheers. Our cars have had to drop out of the chase. They couldn't keep up with him. The motorway police have had to take over surveillance.
Well, that'll please our boys.
At least he won't get away this time. Burgess? Yes, sir. Right away. Armstrong.
Come in, Burgess. Sit down. So you found Slippery Sam?
I hope so.
So do I, lad. Why didn't you tell me what you were up to?
Well, there wasn't time. Things moved quickly.
I would say from what I've heard, they moved a bit too quickly for you.
I don't think so.
Well, if you had proceeded with a little more care, this character wouldn't be driving 7,000 quid with a stolen car. And being chased by police from 3 counties.
So I slipped up, made a mistake. But don't you forget I found Sam.
And you wanted to keep all the credit for yourself. I did warn you about that at the very beginning. The glory was to be shared. But you decided to be greedy. You wanted to make the arrest personally. But instead we have to sit back and wait for this character to run out of petrol or motorway. There's no way you can stop a car that's travelling at 130 miles an hour. Our lads are blowing cylinder heads all over the place just trying to keep up with him. The way things are going, they won't get him till he reaches London.
Well, that doesn't matter. They'll bring him back.
It's not the same, is it? If you remember, I also said that I didn't want help. I wanted the arrest on my patch. I wanted a quiet case. That's because I wanted the glory for our division.
You wanted the glory for your bloody self.
Yes, you blow your top, lad. You've nothing to lose. You're finished, anyway.
What do you mean, finished? It was my bloody brain work that identified the bastard.
Oh, that'll go in your report, don't worry. In fact, you get glowing words all the way, but you won't get any promotion. Detective Sergeant, you're finished.
That's not fair.
Now look, lad, you can't take orders, you don't fit in. That's always been your trouble. You've always rubbed everybody up the wrong way.
Rubbed you up the bloody wrong way, you mean? If you're not prepared to kiss your stinking feet, you don't get anywhere in this division.
If you don't compromise, you don't get anywhere in life. I'm top boy. You're nothing. The basic fact that you've never learnt is that my whims are more important than your desires. Armstrong. Yes? When? I see. Thanks. They've got him. At least, what's left of him is crashed.
Is he dead?
Yes. Should you wish to transfer to another division, I won't block or comment on your application. This would be a good time to do it, lad. I suggest you take my advice, because I don't want you around me.
Have you finished?
You can go. Oh, two things that might interest you.
What?
We found the remains of the duffel coat. Woods had tried to burn it behind the shed he used as an office.
I wonder why he took it.
Well, we'll never know. Thanks to you, will we? And, this has just come through from the Rome police. It's about Maitland. Apparently he's on holiday there with a girlfriend. He had no idea what was going on until he saw an English newspaper a couple of hours ago. So he went and saw the local police to try and find out what was happening.
Is he coming back?
Yeah. When he's completed his holiday. There's no rush.
Does his wife know where he is?
No. I thought you could pop in and tell her. Make it your last duty on this case.
Nice city, Rome. So I'm told.
When's he coming back?
Next week. Apparently he isn't alone. He wants to finish his holiday.
You're not going to sit around waiting for him, are you?
No. Even I realize it's all over. He doesn't care anything about me.
Come back with us, Mum.
All right. For a little while.
As long as you like.
Can we leave today?
Of course.
I'll go and pack.
Will she be all right?
Who knows?
Better hurry those new tires along.
You do that. Do you realise the only person who hasn't been touched by any of this is Dad?
I know.
Even that policeman seemed a bit cut up about something. But good old Dad just drifts along unhindered. Oh, my father.
In the investigation of a murder by Eric Saywood, Detective Sergeant Burgess was played by Roger Hume, Detective Constable Bailey by Terry Malloy, Detective Superintendent Armstrong by Geoffrey Matthews, Jenny by Elizabeth Cassidy, Malcolm by Sean Barrett, and Mum by Isan Churchman, with Hilda Schroeder as Mrs. Marsden, Peggy Ashby as Mrs. Meadows, Michael Irwin as Raymond, Leonard Dixon as the Doctor, Earl Cameron as Charlie, Arnold Peters as Len Woods, and Hedley Necklaus as the Desk Sergeant Ralph Lawton and the radio operator. The investigation of a murder was directed by Roger Pine.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Dana Andrews and Ann Baxter in Where the Sidewalk Ends. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen.
The immediate reaction of an innocent person involved in a crime is said to be one of panic, the desire to cover up or run away. Fortunately, most people resist this very human impulse and instead turn to their police departments, which have just as many ways and means of proving a man innocent as proving him guilty. But in tonight's play, Where the Sidewalk Ends, our innocent victim is a policeman noted for his hatred of criminals, only to find himself wanted for murder. Starring in his original role, we have Dana Andrews, whose characterizations are always noted for their sincere artistry. And co-starring with him in this exciting 20th Century Fox drama is Anne Baxter, another artist of undeniable talent and beauty. Well, the excitement of the Academy Awards is over. But I'm sure that if you'd been on hand to cheer the stars as they made their glamorous entrances into the theater, you wouldn't forget such a galaxy of Lux beauties for a long time. Hollywood stars are Lux Lovely because their award for complexion care goes to Lux Toilet Soap. Here's Where the Sidewalk Ends, starring Dana Andrews as Mark Dixon and Anne Baxter as Morgan Taylor.
The night started off with a nice little surprise for me. Inspector Foley had stopped by. I was just going on duty when he called me aside.
I want to talk to you, Dixon. We've had half a dozen more complaints against you for assault and battery.
From who? Hoods, dusters, mugs, a lot of nickel rats.
You're a big disappointment to me, Dixon. You've got to learn what's expected of a police detective and what isn't.
Yes, sir. I'll try to learn not to hate hoods and thieves and gangsters too much.
You don't hate him. You just like to beat him up. The tough cop who isn't afraid to wade in anywhere. I'm reducing your rank. You're going back to detective second grade. Any more complaints and you'll be back in uniform.
Yes, sir.
It's no fun telling you this. You're a good man with a good brain. But you're no good to the department unless you learn to control yourself. That's all, Dixon.
I went out to the street. Detective Klein was waiting for me. Paul Klein, my partner. We'd be out now the rest of the night cruising around in a squad car, just routine.
Sorry for what happened, Mark.
So he busted me. Relax. I live.
Yeah, it's not like you were a married man with a wife and kids. Anyway, I'll bet you $5 you
Wait a
got...
minute. Who's that at the corner?
What do you know? Our old pal, Willie Hey, Willie! How you feeling, Willie?
Me, I feel fine, thanks.
Don't you think you better be in bed?
Well, the parole board allows me till 12 o'clock. I got 20 minutes here.
How's your boss, Willie? How's Mr. Scalisi?
What are you trying to do, trap me? I ain't consorting with no questionable characters.
That's a nice boy. Go to bed, Willie. It's good for you.
Yeah, sure.
He's living at the 43rd Street Hotel. If you want to check up on him, we
Now forget it. Let's believe him for once.
It's some joke.
Yeah. No, we didn't check Willie Bender. Too bad. Oh, he went back to his hotel, all right. But he went up to the 8th floor. A dice game was going on, and the host was a man named Tommy Scalisi.
I thought I'd better stop by, Tommy. I just bumped into Dixon and Klein.
They give you any trouble?
No trouble. Who's at the table?
Somebody Payne picked up, a Mr. Morrison from Texas. He's very rich and getting richer.
He's winning?
Well, I'm not very happy about it.
The girl with Morrison?
No, she's with Payne. He brings them both here. Go on in and sit down.
Oh, 6 is my lucky number, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. I'll shoot the works. The whole 6,000.
All right, are you taking any, gentlemen?
I'll take 2.
All right, you're covered, Mr. Morrison.
You know, I like your friends, Mr. Payne. I can't get any better action than this in Amarillo. All right, Dice. Now we're going for the big money. Well, what do you know? A 7.
Looks like your friend wins again, Mr. Payne.
I've heard about streaks like this, but I never... I'm beginning to think it's the little lady here. Miss Taylor, I thank you.
Well, I hate to interfere with your good luck, Mr. Morrison. But if you don't mind, I'd like to go home.
Nobody's going home.
Ken, you know I have to be at work at 8:30.
Well, that's right. You can't keep a working girl up all hours. Let's all go together.
Mr. Morrison, you're 19 grand into us.
Well, you'll get it back. I'm not leaving town for a week.
Tell him you changed your mind. You want to stay.
No, Ken. I told you I had to leave by midnight.
You can't do this to me.
I'm not doing anything to you.
I brought him here.
Oh, so that's it.
Yes, that's it, and you're following me up again. That's all you ever do is follow me up. You're telling Morrison to stay.
No, I'm not.
I said you're telling him to stay.
You asked for this, Payne.
Stop it! Please! Stop it!
The call came in over the radio. Homicide. 43rd Street Hotel, 8th floor. Half a dozen patrolmen were already there.
His name's Morrison, Payne. Big Barracuda. He was dead when we got here. Knife wound. Nobody did it. Nobody saw it. Morrison's got a cut on his knuckle. Looked like he hit somebody hard.
Who runs this pawn, Sergeant?
Tommy Scalisi. We got him in there in the bedroom. 4 or 5 other guys.
Scalisi, that's nice. That's fine. I've been waiting for this for quite a while.
Well, boys, kind of looks like old times, huh? Kramer, Bianchi, Marco. Hey, look, Mark. Willie Bender.
You should have gone to bed, Willie. You'd be asleep now. No parole problems.
No, well, I live in this hotel. I just dropped in for a cigarette.
And Mr. Scalisi. Where did you hide the knife, dream boy?
Go easy, Dixon. Just keep your hands off me.
Talk.
You find a body, and right away I'm a killer.
You've been a killer for a long time.
What are you always trying to push me into the gutter for? I got as much right in the sidewalk as you have.
Don't talk to me about rights. You're a pretty smart rat, Scalisi, but this is your off night.
Always jumping on me like I was something special.
Getting you is a special job of mine.
You know, I can't figure you out. Your father left
Shut up.
me.
You got anything, Dixon?
Oh, hello, Lieutenant.
Oh, nothing yet, sir.
No, I've been waiting to tell it to you, Lieutenant.
Okay, let's have it.
Mr. Morrison was brought here by a fellow named Ken Payne, a sort of friend of mine. Payne was kind of drunk. There was a girl with him. I didn't quite get her name. Mr. Morrison wanted a little friendly play.
How much did he win?
He didn't win. He lost.
You're lying, Scalisi.
Now, let's hear his story first, Dixon.
Yeah, he lost $1 grand or so, but he didn't seem to care. He was making a play for this girl, see, and I guess Payne was jealous. Anyway, Payne hit the girl, and she ran out. Then Morrison tackled Payne here in the bedroom. And before I could call the cops, Payne came out. He didn't say anything, just left. Then Morrison came out and fell on the floor. He was dead when I got to him.
What did you do with the knife?
I never saw a knife. Payne must have taken it alone.
You're lying, Scalisi. Let me handle him, Lieutenant.
What's Payne's address?
I don't know.
He said, what's Payne's address?
I don't remember. I guess I got it here in the book.
Hand it over. All neat and ready with a fall guy, huh? Lieutenant, give me just 10 minutes with him.
Go after Payne, Dixon. You and Klein. Find Payne.
Come on, Paul. Let's go. I went to Payne's place alone, so Klein could do some snooping around on his own, which saved time. The address was a rundown apartment house. Next to the entrance were a few steps leading down to a basement apartment. I could see an old lady sitting there by the window knitting. Payne's apartment was on the ground floor. I was about to knock when I heard a voice inside.
Call his room, will you? Morrison. Ted Morrison. Tell him Kenneth Payne is calling. Well, have him paged or something. Okay, hold on.
Trying to get Morrison on the phone, huh?
Who are you?
Detective Dixon, 16th Squad.
Get out.
Maybe Morrison's trying to win his money back.
Oh, don't give me that. He was cleaning up.
How much?
And he's got to cut me in.
After what you did to him?
He started it, coming up like that and slugging me.
That piece of adhesive under your eye. Yeah, he must have hit you pretty hard.
Why don't you just wise up? Hello? Well, leave a message then. Yeah, he knows where. Thanks. Now get out. I don't like cops.
Morrison isn't going to call you back, Payne. He's dead.
Dead? You're lying.
Scalisi's trying to frame you. Says you knifed him.
I'll go home.
Now, look, I'm trying to help you out. Scalisi and his boys are hanging a murder on you. They knocked him off to get their money back. Now, come on.
Now, get your hands off of me. Get out of here. Get out!
Look, you swing at me again, and I'll...
You what?
He didn't move. I thought at first he was faking, and I felt his pulse. But I knew before I touched his wrist, he was dead. Dead. And I'd killed him. And then suddenly the phone was ringing. Hello?
Mark, this is Paul. You find Payne? Can you hear me? I said, did you find Payne?
No, he isn't here.
I picked up some stuff on him you should know. If you find him, go easy. He's a war hero. Got a hat full of medals and a lot of newspaper friends. I thought I'd better tip you off just in case he starts getting tough. You still gonna wait for him there?
Yeah, I guess I'd better.
I'll call you back later.
Okay. This was it. End of the line. I couldn't control myself, the inspector said. And now I'd killed a man. That was an accident, a mistake, sure. But who would believe me? Who would believe me now? And then as I stood there, I saw the way out. The perfect way out. But I'd have to act fast. I dragged Payne's body into a closet. I found a suitcase, one of those heavy GI cloth bags. Payne's name was on it, stenciled in big letters. I went through his bureau, tossed his clothes in the bag. In the bathroom, I found a roll of adhesive tape, and I put a piece of it under my eye and phoned for a taxicab. Then I put on Payne's coat and his hat and walked out. The old lady was still sitting by the window. I was careful, though, that she didn't see my face. I took the cab to Pennsylvania Station and bought a ticket for Pittsburgh. Then I checked Payne's hat, coat, and the bag in a locker, took off the adhesive, and went back to his apartment. It had all taken less than 30 minutes. But when I walked in, someone else was there. Paul Klein.
Just got here, Mark. Where you been?
Covering a few of the bars in the neighborhood, no luck.
Well, take a look around. Look at that bureau. Clothes gone, everything scattered around. Payne's been back, huh?
Huh. Nice piece of luck for me, isn't it? Slipped in and out after I left here.
It can't be everywhere. Let's have a look, though. I'd better see what's in that closet.
Now, wait a minute. Maybe somebody saw him get away. There's an old lady downstairs.
I guess you're right. Let's see what she knows.
Now, there's nothing to get alarmed about, madam. We just want to find out if you know Kenneth Payne.
Yes, I know him.
Have you seen him tonight?
Yes, he left in the taxi maybe half an hour ago. I must have fallen asleep, and when the taxi comes, I woke up. I saw Mr. Payne go away. He had the suitcase.
That's all we wanted to know, madam. Thank you very much.
He's running for it, huh?
Yeah, we'll get him. You cover the yellow cab stands around the neighborhood for the driver. I'll cover the independent garages and meet you back at the precinct. Oh, I'd better keep the cruise car.
Yeah, sure. See you later, Mark.
I drove around for a few minutes, and then I came back to Payne's apartment. The old lady downstairs had pulled the shade and turned out her light. All I needed was a minute, 60 seconds to get Payne's body out to the car. I got as far as the hallway when I heard a car door slam. Someone was coming in from the street. I barely had time to hide behind the stairway.
All right, Payne. Open up. I know you're in there, so open up. Now, look, you dirty rat, open up or I'll...
He opened the door and went in. But in no time at all, he was on his way out again, muttering to himself. I carried Payne's body out to the car. I knew what to do with it. 40 minutes later, I was back in the squad room of the 16th precinct.
We're starting to get a few breaks, Mark. We got his hat, coat, and his suitcase. Benson went down to Penn Station. One of the porters said he saw Payne stick it in the locker.
Anything else?
Yeah, I got the cab driver. Signed Stapin. They picked Payne up at the apartment about 1:10.
How could he be sure it was Payne?
The guy had a piece of adhesive under his left eye. Not only that, the driver said his name was on the suitcase.
Benson just got hold of something else.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant.
Ticket agent at Penn Station remembers selling Payne a ticket to Pittsburgh.
It's pretty clear he's trying to throw us off, sir.
10 to 1, he's holed up right here in town somewhere. Any line on her yet, Benson?
Nothing yet, sir. I'm still calling.
We'll see that Payne's description is teletyped to Pittsburgh just in case. I'm going home for a couple of hours. Klein, you and Dixon knock off. Report back at 8. I'll call if anything breaks.
Yes, sir. You look beat, Mark. Don't you feel good?
I'll see you in the morning.
So the inspector busted you to second grade. Don't let it eat you, Mark. Go on, get some sleep.
The worst was over. Sure, they'd find Payne's body sooner or later. Well, let them find it. That body could put Scalise where he belonged. The death house in Sing Sing. It wasn't until the next afternoon that we ran down the girl. Her name was Morgan Taylor, a model for a dress manufacturer on 8th Avenue.
Sit down, Miss Taylor, won't you? Your boss said we could use his office here. Were you with Kenneth Payne last night?
Yes?
Have you been in touch with him today?
No, I haven't.
From what we heard, miss, you're pretty well acquainted with Payne.
Yes?
How well? Would you tell us, please?
I'm his wife.
But you're living with your father up in Washington Heights.
Ken and I separated some months ago.
Well, what happened at Scalise's hotel suite last night?
May I ask why you're asking me all these questions?
We'd rather tell you afterward, if you don't mind.
Well, Ken was drinking and we had a quarrel.
I understand he hit you.
Yes.
Did you see him hit Morrison?
They started to fight. I left right away.
And where did you go?
Home?
Take a taxi?
No, I met my father at his stand, a block from the hotel. He's a taxi driver. He drove me to the subway.
Did you hear from Payne after you got home?
Yes. He telephoned, but I hung up.
What time was that?
About 12:30, I imagine.
Did he phone from his house?
No.
Well, how would you know if you hung up?
Because my father went over to Ken's place after he dropped me. Ken wasn't there.
What did he go there for?
Really, is this necessary?
We think it is, Miss Taylor.
Well, I wasn't going to tell my father anything, but I was crying and he noticed the bruise.
What did he say?
He was very angry. He told me before that
Well?
That if Ken ever hit me again, he'd show him what a real beating was like.
Miss Taylor, Morrison was killed last night.
He what?
At Scalise's place, shortly after you left.
And you're looking for Ken because you think he did it?
When did your husband start getting jealous of Mr. Morrison?
Jealous? Oh, but that's silly. I hardly knew Mr. Morrison.
But you went out with him?
No, I didn't. Ken called me up and asked me out to dinner.
You just said you were separated.
Yes, but he kept insisting, and I felt sorry for him. And after I met him, Mr. Morrison was with him. After dinner, Ken took us to the gambling place. And then I realized that all he wanted me for was to use me as a sort of decoy to help get Mr. Morrison there. It was sinking pretty low, I thought. Poor Ken. He must be desperate for money.
Why did he hit you?
Because I wanted to go home. But he didn't want Mr. Morrison to leave.
Why not?
Because he'd won a great deal of money. I think they said about $19,000.
Thank you for the information, miss. We won't bother you any longer.
We turned our report in to Lieutenant Thomas. But I couldn't get the girl out of my mind. I'd have to see her again. There were things I had to find out. At 6 o'clock, I was back on 8th Avenue waiting for Morgan Taylor.
Now, Mr. William Keeley, our producer.
Act 2 of Where the Sidewalk Ends, starring Dana Andrews as Mark and Ann Baxter as Morgan.
I waited for Morgan Taylor in the lobby of the building with no more idea of how all this was going to end than the people milling about me. Morrison was dead, murdered. And as sure as I was standing here, Scalise had killed him. But Kenneth Payne was also dead. Two of a kind, Scalise and I.
Well, we'll be on time. Don't worry about it.
Oh, hello, Mr. Dixon. Well, did you find Ken?
No, not yet, Miss Taylor.
But you think I know where he's hiding, is that it?
Where are you going now?
I'm going home.
Do you mind if I come along?
That's a nice way of putting it when you're out to give me the 3rd degree.
No, this is no 3rd degree. This is strictly off the record. Are you having dinner with anyone?
You inviting me?
Yes.
Well, if you don't mind my going home first. This way, Mr. Dixon. We'll take the subway.
So she took me to her home. Her father was there, the man who had come to Payne's apartment the night before. He was a nice guy, but full of questions.
Well, what do the police think, Mr. Dixon? I mean, any other suspects besides Ken? What about the gangster, that Scalise fellow?
Well, the department thinks he's clean on that job. He's been released on bail, on a gambling charge only.
But you got your own ideas, huh?
Well, he lied about Morrison being a loser. Your daughter says Morrison was about $19,000 ahead.
Scalise's got a record as long as your arm. Ain't the first time he's been mixed up in a murder.
All the same, I wouldn't tell people about going to Payne's place to beat him up.
I don't care who knows about it. Got it coming for a long time. But when he and Mort...
Dad, please. Mr. Dixon isn't interested in my life story.
Well, I'd like to know what Mr. Dixon would do if he had a son-in-law like that.
Well, I guess I'm ready, Mark. Good night, darling.
Nice meeting you, Mr. Taylor.
Yeah, sure. Right, honey. Have fun.
I took her to a place called Martha's Cafe. She was deserving something a little higher class, but I knew if Paul Klein wanted to find me, he'd be likely to try the cafe.
Well, Mr. Detective, where you been hanging out?
Hello, Martha. This is Miss Taylor.
Good evening.
How'd you do?
You know, I like places like this that specialize in good food instead of head waiters.
It's the worst food in town. Isn't it, Martha?
Yeah, well, who asked you to come in? Not me.
Martha's the head of a ring of burglars. My presence makes her nervous. Well, bring us 2 of your dangerous dinners, Martha.
You want wine?
Bring us a small bottle.
Yeah, sure. The same old cheapskate. Well, I hope you come here often, young lady. For 5 years, this man sits in my restaurant frightening everybody away. Now, with a beautiful lady, he looks almost human.
She's very fond of you, isn't she?
She ought to be. I sent her husband up.
Was he really a burglar?
Wife beater. Tell me something. Have you been trying to get in touch with Payne?
No. I don't know quite what to do.
When did you marry him?
After the war, but we knew each other before that.
You said this morning you were separated. May I ask why?
Oh, it's hard to say why you leave a man or why you stop loving him. I always blame Ken, but I guess it was my fault, too. Not understanding what made him seem so mean and impossible. I guess the chief thing wrong with Ken was no job and lots of pride. Too much pride.
A man can usually find work if he wants to.
You're worried about me feeling badly because he's going to be arrested, aren't you?
Something like that.
I think I'll stick by him if he is. I owe it to him.
You still love him, huh?
No. No, it isn't love anymore.
Mr. Detective, telephone.
Excuse me. That must be my partner. He probably wants to know what I'm eating. I'll be right back. Hello?
Mark, this is Paul. They're trying to get you for an hour. Big doings. We found Payne.
Where?
A watchman down at the docks reported that somebody slugged him about 3 o'clock this morning. Benson and Schmidt went down to talk to him, but nothing made sense. Nothing stolen, nothing missing. Till the watchman remembered the man held something like a body. Well, we started dragging the river. It's Payne, all right.
But how could they tell
Hang
us?
on, Mark. Lieutenant Thomas wants to talk to you.
This is Thomas. We're meeting in Payne's apartment in 15 minutes. Be there.
Okay, Lieutenant.
What's the matter, Mr. Detective? You look sick.
Give me the check, Martha.
You gotta leave the beautiful girl just when she's beginning to like you. Serves you right for being a detective.
Something happened, Mark?
Yeah, I've got to leave right away. Oh, please, go ahead and finish your dinner. It's really very nice. That's the best chicken and rice in town. I'll call you just as soon as I can.
I'm so sorry, Mark. Good night.
You like him, huh?
I think he's very nice.
You know what that fella needs? A family. He's got nobody. All he thinks of day and night is his job. A fellow like him ought to be married to a beautiful girl, have a home and kids.
Oh, you're wasting your propaganda, Martha. I'm married.
Buzzing a married woman? Just wait till I see that go.
When I reached Payne's apartment, they were all in the hallway. Thomas, the medical examiner, Klein, half a dozen other detectives. They discovered something in back of the stairway. A blood stain.
Well, boys, that clinches it. Payne was killed there in his room. Somebody came in and slugged him. He fell to the floor. He had a silver plate in his head, the result of a shrapnel wound in the war. The fall must have killed him.
Yeah, it all adds up, Lieutenant.
The killer was trying to get the body out when someone opened the front door. That was probably you, Dixon.
Yes, sir.
So he ducked behind these stairs with the body. That accounts for the bloodstain on the wall. It also establishes the time of the killing is between 12:30, when Payne must have got here, and 3 a.m. when the killer knocked out that watchman at the dock. But there's just one thing I don't understand. Dixon, I just don't understand why you didn't see him. You were here at 12:50. Klein spoke with you on the phone.
Oh, that's right.
Well, Payne left here at 1:10. That's when the taxi picked him up. You must have practically passed each other.
Well, he wasn't here, so I had a look in a couple of bars.
The guy on the lam is going to be sitting around bars? What time did Dixon get back here, Klein?
About 1:50, sir.
And you left right after that?
That's right. We started chasing Payne.
But he lays a fake trail. He goes to Penn Station and then straight back to this apartment. The police have been here, he figures. They won't come looking again. Say, what time did Jiggs Taylor say he was here?
About 2:15, sir.
That pretty well puts the finger on him, Lieutenant. He was crazy angry, according to his daughter, ready to knock Payne's block off.
Hey, you're wasting your time on Taylor. Scalise did this.
You're way off base, Dixon.
I'm telling you, Scalise knifed Morrison, then he was afraid Payne would talk. So he sent someone after him to finish him off.
That doesn't stand up at all. Whoever killed Payne killed him by accident. No Scalise Hood would have taken a chance on a fist fight. He'd have knifed Payne or shot him.
Hey, excuse me, Lieutenant. We got Jiggs Taylor and his daughter outside.
Bring them in. Well, boys, I think we can wrap the case up tonight with statements from both of them. I'm Lieutenant Thomas, Miss Taylor.
How do you do?
Evening, Lieutenant. Well, I was expecting this, as I told the boys on the way down.
Daughter phoned the house just as we got there, Lieutenant. We asked her to meet us here.
Well, the minute they told me Ken was murdered, I knew I was in for a going over. Well, I was here, all right.
Well, go on. Let's have the rest of it.
Well, that's all there was. The door was unlocked. I walked in, looked around, nobody home, so I walk out.
With his body. You took the body to the river, knocked out the watchman, and dropped Payne in the water.
Oh, so I knocked out a watchman, too, huh? That's fine. Now, let me tell you something. I didn't see Payne. If I had seen him, I'd have taken a poke at him. I ain't denying that. But I left this place a minute after I got here. And I picked up a fare on the corner, Congressman Reynolds. Took him to the Astor Hotel.
And what time do you claim you got to the Astor Hotel?
About 2:40.
Excuse me, Lieutenant.
Well, Dixon.
The watchman was slugged at 3 a.m. That gives Mr. Taylor 20 minutes between 2:40 and 3 o'clock to come back here from the Astor Hotel, kill Payne, lug the body out to his cab, drive down to the pier, and slug the watchman. He couldn't have done it, sir, not in 20 minutes.
We could be wrong, Lieutenant, especially if the congressman backs up his story.
But we're not wrong. All right, so he picked up Congressman Reynolds. But all the while, Taylor had Payne's body in the back trunk of the cab.
Oh, that's crazy.
He leaves the Astor Hotel, drives to the pier, slugs the watchman, and drops Payne's body. 20 minutes was plenty of time.
Payne was out of here at 1:10, according to the old lady downstairs. We're just wasting time.
Well, I don't happen to think we are. As for the old lady, we're going down there right now and talk to her. Come along, Taylor.
Foolish questions. I tell you again, I saw Mr. Payne last night.
Well, I'd like to try a little experiment, Miss Drybaum. This is Payne's coat and hat, Taylor. I want you to put them on.
Oh, now, wait a second. What for?
Sure, you were here last night at 2:10, but that was your second visit. The first time you walked out with his hat, his coat, and his bag, after you'd killed him and stuck his body away somewhere.
But I told you the truth.
Then put the coat on.
No, don't do it, Dad. They have no right to ask you to do that. What are you trying to prove?
That Mrs. Drybaum here did not see Payne last night. That all she actually saw was a hat, a coat, and a bag.
But his face. Mr. Payne, he had a piece of adhesive tape on his face.
So what? Dixon, get some adhesive tape, put a strip under your left eye, and then take this hat and coat and walk out to the street.
That's comic strip stuff, Lieutenant. If Mrs. Drybaum says she saw Payne, how can we...
Wait.
Well?
Last night, Mr. Payne, he did not wave at me.
Did Mr. Payne always wave at you?
Always. It was not Mr. Payne, no. He would have waved.
Well, that's it, boys. Take Taylor and book him.
Why, you're kidding.
Am I? Take him along, boys.
Please. I'd like to talk to my father. Alone.
Sorry, miss. He's under arrest.
Dad, please. Did you see Ken last night?
So help me, honey, I swear by your ma. Never saw him or laid a hand on him.
I believe you, darling. Don't worry. Please don't worry.
In a moment, they'd all left. Just Klein and me standing there on the sidewalk.
Well, we got a hand at the Thomas, huh? He sure wrapped this one up quick.
Stop talking like an idiot. He bungled it.
Oh, now, wait a minute. That's not fair.
Don't tell me what's fair. I know Scalise did it. Scalise did both jobs, Morrison and Payne.
You can't go against the facts, Mark. I'll bet Taylor admits everything. Hey, where you going?
I'm going to find Scalise and get it out of him.
Now, wait a minute, Mark. You know the boss's orders.
Let go of me.
Look, I'm giving it to you straight, like a friend. I don't like to see you made a monkey out by a girl with a pretty face. You got a record to protect.
You're as dumb as Thomas.
Come on, get in. I'll drive you home.
You're not driving me nowhere, you dumb lug. Now let go of me or I'll paste you.
Okay, Mark. Okay. I guess you know what you're doing.
I found Scalisi sooner than I expected. A Turkish bath. He was in the rubbing room getting a massage. A few of his friends followed me in.
I tell him we're closed for the night, Mr. Scalisi, so he gives me a shove and walks right in.
Well, it must be important, Mr. Dixon.
Get dressed, Scalisi.
When I'm ready, Mr. Dixon.
I said get dressed.
Now, wait a minute.
I'll give you one warning. Just don't touch me again.
Why not? You don't have a knife now, do you, Scalisi? We found the one you used on Morrison.
That's a laugh.
Is it?
It's always a pleasure to watch a cop four-flushing.
Maybe now you know I'm not kidding. Morrison had you for almost 20 grand. He wanted to leave, so you knifed him. Then you got worried about Payne, so you sent one of your mugs down to knock him off.
You trying to frame me for Payne?
You killed Morrison and you killed Payne. And I'm going to get a statement out of you. Right outside, you guys. He's going to talk and talk to me alone. I said outside.
It's crazy. What are we going to do with a crazy man? All right, boys, take care of Mr. Dixon.
I'd known what my chances were when I went looking for Scalisi. I got just about what I'd asked for. I was still half-dazed when I found myself uptown, knocking on the door of Morgan Taylor's apartment.
Mark!
If you don't mind, I'd like to talk to you.
You're hurt. What happened?
I could use a drink.
Sit down.
Where the devil am I? I keep coming and going. I don't know why I came here. I'm sorry, I'll go.
You can't leave like this. Here, drink it.
Thanks. Why did I come here? I must have had something on my mind.
What happened?
A run-in with Scalisi and his pals.
Well, shouldn't I call the police?
No. Leave the police out of this. I made a big idiot out of myself tonight. Bigger than usual. Did I bungle this one?
Come with me. I'll try to fix your head.
I suggest you use an axe.
Why did you fight with Scalisi, Mark? Did it have anything to do with my dad?
In a way, yes.
You don't think Dad did it?
Well, what I think doesn't matter a row of nickels. The important thing is that you need a lawyer. I guess that's what I came here for. You need a big-time lawyer.
Here, hold this bottle.
One that can't lose.
But if Dad's innocent, I don't see
Innocent people can get into terrible jams, too. There's one false move, and you're in over your head. How much money you got, you and your father, for a lawyer?
None.
No savings?
Very little.
Payne got that, too, huh?
Yes. Our host deal. Oh, Mark, you look just awful.
I feel just fine. Well, thanks for the facial.
Now what?
Well, I'll get out of here. I'll phone you in the morning. And you wait here until I do. Don't go out. Wait till I phone.
You're not fooling me, Mark. You do believe Dad didn't kill him.
Your father never touched him.
Then you know something.
I know plenty. Good night, Morgan.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Where the Sidewalk Ends, starring Dana Andrews as Mark and Ann Baxter as Morgan.
It would take $1,000 to retain the kind of lawyer Jiggs Taylor was going to need. I got the money out of the bank and phoned Morgan. We met at Martha's Cafe for a cup of coffee.
Why are you doing this for me, Mark? I never heard of anything so generous.
Forget it. Well, I've left the money with Ackerman. He's a great lawyer. He'll see you later this afternoon around 5:30.
Did anyone ever tell you you're a very unusual person?
I doubt if your boss would agree. Or doesn't he care if you run out like this?
I didn't tell you, did I? He fired me. I'm the notorious Morgan Taylor. Bad for buyers. Might take their minds off the dresses.
Sorry to bust in, Mr. Detective. There's a phone call for you. Well, you want to answer it?
No, I'm busy, Mother.
Oh, it's wonderful the way he looks at you, Miss Taylor. He hasn't even touched his coffee. He just drinks you up like with his eyes because you're so beautiful.
Cut it out.
What's the matter? I'm trying to help you. You don't even know how to talk to a girl.
Look, if somebody's waiting on that phone, you'd better
Mr.
get out.
Klein, Mr. Klein. Somebody named Inspector Foley is looking for you. Well, how come you're not here?
Thanks. I guess I'd better check in, Morgan. I may be a little while. If I were you, I'd go right over to Ackerman's office now. It may even be better if you see him alone. Then wait for me at my hotel. That's 230A East 54th.
Whatever you say, Mark. And thanks. Thanks for everything.
You wanted to see me, Inspector?
Well, you're a fine-looking sight. Who beat you up?
Oh, it was just a personal affair, sir.
Scalisi and his friends, huh? We know all about it, Dixon. Klein picked up one of Scalisi's men, Steve Marco. We're going to hold him for a while.
Yes, sir.
The lieutenant here says you had orders to let Scalisi alone.
Well, I thought I could get a statement out of him.
Well, you didn't, did you? And now your bullheaded tactics have driven him to cover. It'll take us days to find him.
I'll find him.
You'll find nobody. I'm not throwing you out of the department like I should, but I'm inviting you to take 1 week of your annual vacation beginning as of right now. I don't want to see or hear of you for a week.
Yes, sir.
That's all, Dixon. Get out. He's got a point, Thomas. You shouldn't have let Scalisi go, even on bail, until the Morrison job was cleaned up.
Well, it looks so certain that Payne had done it.
And get to work on that hoodlum Klein brought in. Steve Marco, huh? I've got a hunch he'll talk if you keep at him. And try talking to him like Dixon would.
Yes, sir.
I went back to my hotel and waited for Morgan. It was easy to see that something had happened. She'd been crying.
This is yours, Mark.
What is it?
Your $1,000. Mr. Ackerman won't take the case.
Oh. Well, there are other lawyers. Just as good as Ackerman, too.
It won't help.
Look, it's no different than it was. You felt all right before.
Maybe I just didn't realize how serious it is. I thought because Dad's innocent, nothing can happen to him. But it will.
It won't.
It's already happened. He's in jail. They'll try him, and he didn't do anything. Somebody else did it, and he's got to pay for it.
He won't be tried.
Don't try to fool me, Mark. Ackerman didn't take the case because he was afraid of losing it.
I'm not fooling you. Nothing's going to happen to your father.
Why? How can you be so sure?
Because he didn't kill Payne.
And you can prove he didn't.
Yes,
You do know something you haven't told me.
that's right.
Oh, what is it? Oh, please. It's not fair to stand there and not tell me. Even if you have to break some police rule. If you know something, Mark, I can't stand thinking how he feels. He's never done anything wrong. You don't know him. He's sweet. He's kind. He's always felt that everybody was his friend. Now he's in prison like a criminal. You don't know what it is to have your father in trouble.
My father was a thief. He's dead now. He died when I was 17, trying to shoot his way out of jail. I've worked all my life to be different from him.
Oh, Mark. Darling, I didn't know.
You'd better go home, Morgan.
Why?
Because you're a sucker for wrong guys. Like Ken and me.
You're not wrong. I trust you, Mark. I'm glad you told me about your father. You're not like him, I know it.
Thanks. Anyway, I've figured out what to do. Just don't ask questions.
You're leaving? Now?
Yeah, I'll be back. Why don't you lie down? Try to get some sleep. You're worn out.
But I'm not afraid anymore. Everything's going to be all right, isn't it, Mark?
Sure. Everything's going to be fine.
I'll wait for you, Mark.
had figured out what to do. I'd have to find Scalisi. I'd have to find him right away. So I went looking for Willie Bender, the two-bit hood, still out on parole.
I wasn't doing nothing, Mr. Dixon. Just standing here reading my paper. Lay off of me, will you?
I'm not interested in what you were doing, Willie. You're up for parole violation on Monday. 3 more years, isn't it?
Well, there's nothing you can do, Mr. Dixon.
Oh, I can say I sent you up to Scalisi's hotel using you for a stoolie.
You're trying to get me to talk about the Morrison job?
No, something a lot easier than that, Willie. Just tell me where I can find Scalisi. Now. Tonight. You're going to tell me, Willie. You'll save yourself 3 years and a lot of trouble. Bad trouble.
What do you call this? Good trouble?
You're asking for it. And now you're going to get it.
No, wait. Look, they'll kill me, Mr. Dixon.
Where's Scalisi?
I don't know. Maybe I can find out a telephone. Let me get to a telephone.
Come on. There's a drugstore at the corner. Hey, here's a nickel, Willie.
I couldn't reach Scalisi.
Who were you talking to?
Kramer. It was Kramer. He says he'll contact Scalisi in an hour.
Yeah, that's more like it.
He says you should be in the East River Drive across the street from the hospital at 10 o'clock. If everything's okay, he'll pick you up there. But you got to come along.
Thanks.
Hey, what about my parole? I've done everything I could.
Let's see what happens first, Willie. Just in case you've been lying to me. Back at the hotel, I asked the clerk to call a messenger. I was going to write a letter, and I wanted it delivered quickly. I went to my room. Morgan was asleep on the sofa. I sat down at my desk and wrote the letter. I addressed the envelope to Inspector Foley to be opened in case of my death. And I walked over to the sofa. Morgan. There was so much I wanted to say to her, but nothing I could say. At 10 o'clock, Kramer was waiting for me on the East River Drive.
Come on, Dixon. Get in the car.
Wait a minute. Who's with you?
A couple of friends.
Scalisi?
No, but he's willing to see you under certain conditions.
What conditions?
You gotta park your gun.
Okay, here. What else?
I gotta frisk you.
Well, do it in the car. We're wasting time.
It's all right with me, Mr. Dixon. Let's go.
We drove for about 20 minutes, and we stopped at a garage, a big garage, 4 stories high, with elevators for parking cars on different levels. Another of Mr. Scalisi's enterprises. On the top floor, in an office, he was waiting for me.
Boys here didn't believe me, Mr. Dixon. They said you'd never come alone. Here, sit down. You see, I was right, boys. I understand, Mr. Dixon. I said sit down.
I heard you, Scalisi.
I never saw a man so full of hate. I'm in the clear on the Morrison job. The police are satisfied to let me alone, but you're still on my neck, as always. It don't add up, Dixon.
You're through talking?
Maybe you thought you could stop me running by coming after me, eh? Now, we're not running. We're all fixed to leave tomorrow morning. Passports in order and everything. As soon as they spring Steve Marco. Well, you came here for something, so let's see what it is. Only, first I'm giving you a little advice. You start mussing me up and you're going to get it, and this time for keeps. You throw one punch and they'll let you have it. So just stand back, Mr. Dixon, before you... All right, no more shooting.
Sure asked for it, Tommy.
Shut up. Take a look at him. Well, how bad is it?
His arm. How do you like that? 10 feet, Kramer, and the best you can do.
Wait a minute. Now I know. Now I know what it's all about. I told you this Dixon's crazy. Sure, he asked for it. That's what he came here for, so we should rub him out. Get your stuff, Kramer. Fix his arm. Now, that's a great way to frame somebody. Get yourself knocked off. Guy's got to be out of his head for that. I didn't know a guy could hate that much. No, Dixon, not even you.
You got it all figured out, huh, Scalisi?
And all because your old man set me up in business. Yeah, I should have known it the minute you tried to hang the paint job on. Yeah. You were the first cop to get to Payne's apartment. You found Payne, you slugged him, you killed him. And you've been walking around ever since. Half cop, half killer, the man who hates crooks. The law that works by itself, the cop who can't stand to see a killer loose. So what are you? A hood and a mobster, just like your old man.
Answer that telephone, somebody.
Hello? Who? Go ahead.
Hold that arm still, will you, Dixon? You know, you and me ought to get more friendly now, Dixon. There are lots of things a smart cop could do for me. Now, you might...
They made Steve talk. Bianchi says he let go the whole works about Morrison.
Oh, come on, we can't stay here.
I haven't finished the bandage.
Let him bleed. Come on, where's the car?
Out there on the floor.
Now, get the elevator. Get the car into the elevator.
The door locked behind them as they ran out. There was a flight of stairs led up to the roof. Far off, I could hear the sirens. Yes, their pal Steve must have told plenty. But then I heard something else, the whir of machinery. The motors that ran the elevators. The shed was right here on the roof. I kicked in the door and pulled every switch I could find. And then I waited for the squad cars.
Come in, Dixon. Come on in. Well, what's the doctor say?
Well, says that I'll have to learn to eat with my left hand for a while, since it's just flesh. Morgan,
Mark, are you sure you're all right?
what are you doing here?
They're letting my father go, Mark. I don't know what to say, but thank you.
You can't change, can you, Dixon? Always breaking orders. Always doing things your own way. Well, you know we got Scalisi?
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Thomas told me.
He's confessed to the Morrison murder. I think he's ready to talk about the Payne killing, too. This time I gotta hand it to you.
Thanks, Inspector.
Well, I'm putting you back where you were, recommending you for promotion. Oh, and here's your letter back. Since there was no report of your death, I didn't open it.
You expected to die?
I don't think he knows what he expected, Miss Taylor. He was pretty sore at me when he wrote this. I think he's in a different mood now.
Dad's waiting, Mark. Will you come home with us?
Go on. Take a rest till that arm heals.
I'd like you to open the letter, Inspector. Now.
You sure?
Yes, sir. I'm sure.
Mark, what is it?
Read it, Inspector. Out loud.
I didn't have the courage to tell you this while I was alive because I didn't want to end up like Sandy Dixon's kid. That's what every hood in New York calls me, Sandy Dixon's kid. I wanted to end up as a cop, and that's what I'm going to do. I killed Kenneth Payne. It was an accident. I went in to arrest him. He slugged me, and I hit back. How was I to know he had a silver plate in his head? It's true that Morrison had hit him, too, just before Morrison was knifed. Maybe that blow had something to do with it, maybe not. But the fact remains that Payne is dead. And I covered it up like a mobster because I couldn't shake loose from what I was. Now I'm shaking loose. I'm going to get Scalisi for you. He's a hood, like my old man was. You don't have to worry about pinning the Morrison killing on him. You can pull him in for mine. And maybe that'll square things all around. Signed, Mark Dixon. I guess that clears up both cases. You're under arrest.
Mark.
Report to Lieutenant Thomas. I'll name the charge myself.
Yes, sir. Goodbye, Morgan.
No, Mark, no. They'll believe you. They must believe you. It was an accident, a mistake. Anybody can make a mistake.
You mean you'll give Sandy Dixon's kid another chance?
Every chance in the world.
That's enough to live for. So long, Morgan.
So long, darling. Inspector, please. It's wrong to arrest him. You don't have to. Please.
I have to. Just the same as he had to. But he's got a chance, Miss Taylor. You and I are going to make a pretty good pair of witnesses for him. He's got a fine chance.
Thank you, Inspector.
Now, here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
And here they are, coming forward for a well-earned curtain call. Dana Andrews and Ann Baxter. Well, Dana, have you been cruising in your ketch lately? Fishing again at Ensenada, Mexico?
No, Bill, I've been in the water and under it, but not on it.
You mean you're learning to swim or something?
No, Ann, you see, I've been on location in the Virgin Islands where Richard Widmark and I were making the Frogmen.
The frogmen? Don't believe I know any.
No, Ann, they've been kept pretty secret. It's a slang term for the underwater demolition teams which played such an heroic part preparing beaches for landings for our boys during the last war.
And believe me, they certainly have all my admiration and respect. In the 8 weeks we were on location, we were in or under the water about 90% of the time. We were just one step this side of sharks and pneumonia. And this was only acting, but it was pretty rough.
That's because you're always making pictures about some branch of our armed forces, Dana. You know what those fellows go through. Personally, I'll just follow the sun.
You mean you let the sun shine on a beautiful complexion like yours?
Oh, don't worry, Bill. I take the very best care of my complexion. That's why I'm a Lux girl. But I was talking about my new picture at 20th Century Fox, Follow the Sun.
Well, that's where Glenn Ford plays the part of Ben Hogan, the famous golfer, isn't it?
That's right. And I'm Mrs. Hogan. Whether you know anything about golf or not, Ben Hogan's wonderful comeback should serve as an inspiration to everyone.
Yes, I think it proves the individual is every bit as important as a team. At least he is in this country.
And what are you presenting here next week, Bill? An individual or a team of stars?
Next week, we'll have another exciting story of suspense and intrigue. It's the David O. Selznick production with a very famous theme music, The Third Man. As our stars from the original cast, we'll have Joseph Cotton. And as his co-star, a fine actress, Evelyn Keyes. You won't want to miss this thrilling manhunt through Europe for a murderer.
We'll be listening, Bill. Good night.
Good night, and all our thanks.
The KNX Drama Hour on KNX 1070 News Radio. Dana Andrews appeared by arrangement with Samuel Goldwyn. Heard in our cast tonight were Bill Boucher as Khaleesi, Kay LaBelle as Martha, and Leo Cleary as Jig. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Rudy Schrager.
The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Boy, Oh Boy. Played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I bring you our master of ceremonies, a man who...
Hold it down. Jack isn't here yet.
Well, where is he?
I just lent Mr. Benny a nickel to make a telephone call.
Oh, he's probably talking to his lawyers again.
His lawyers?
Yeah, Harrington, and Droop. It's about that accident Rochester had with the Maxwell a couple of weeks ago.
Remember when we were up at Marchfield?
Oh, but that was Rochester's fault. He was driving along and smashed right into a truck.
Well, Jack claims the truck cheated. It had brakes. Let's open the door and listen.
Okay.
Gee, I hope I get my nickel back. It's my life savings.
Quiet.
Yes? Yes, Rochester was on his way to Marchfield to pick me up. But the accident wasn't his fault. The truck driver didn't stick his hand out. Yes, but... Look, who am I talking to? Harrington, or Droop?
It's gotta be Droop.
Well, look, Mr. Droop, make a note of this right away. The damages to the Maxwell amount to $158.64. What? How can I lend you my pencil? We're talking on the telephone. Four names on the door and no pencil. Well, now look, Droop, I'll tell you what. You get in touch with the trucking company, and if they're willing to settle out of court... What's that, operator? Another nickel for 3 minutes? Well, Well, now, look, Droop, you get in touch with the trucking company. If they're willing to settle on a cord, it's okay with me, but tell them that $158.64 is what I want, and not a penny less. Goodbye. Phew.
What a workout that nickel got. I'll bet the buffalo lost 6 pounds. Duck, fellas, here he comes.
Oh, sorry I'm late, kids. Go ahead, Don. Introduce me.
Okay.
Who are you talking to, Jack?
Oh, on the phone just now? Oh, that was an old girlfriend of mine from Waukegan. She just got into town. Boy, was she a hot mama.
Then why did you call her Droop?
The years have taken their toll. Anyway, she's in town, and we're stepping out tonight.
Oh, stop, will you? We heard you talking to your lawyer about that little accident with the Maxwell.
Oh, so you were all snooping around, eh? Well, if you want to know something, it wasn't a little accident. My goodness, look what happened to Rochester.
Well, I saw Rochester the next day, and he didn't have a scratch on him.
Well, fortunately, since then, he's had the hives, and he's all bandaged up now. But I'm not bringing that into the case unless I have to.
There's just one thing I can't understand, Jack. You say that Rochester bumped into the truck.
That's right. The truck driver didn't stick his hand out.
Well, I'd say that your brakes must have been in pretty bad shape. So if I were the judge, I'd look into that.
Well, you're not a judge, and if you don't keep your big fat mouth shut, you won't be an announcer either. Now, let's settle down and get on with the program. You'd think that... Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Well, kids, I did it. Harris done it. Congratulate me.
Congratulate you. What'd you done do, Phil? What happened?
Well, I passed the midterm examination at night school.
Oh, so you're out of the beginner's class, eh? You're not a freshman anymore.
Nope, from now on I'm a semaphore.
First you're a freshman, and now you're a semaphore. Let me ask you something, Phil. When are you going to be a sophomore?
Who knows? I may quit school before then.
Well, I give up. I'll just let semaphore ride.
How were the examinations, Phil? Were the questions very tough?
I'll say, here's a sample, Mary. Name the 48 states and give the capitals of those that have them.
Those that have them? Phil, every state has a capital. And I doubt very much that you answered that question correctly.
Oh, yeah? Well, try me out. Ask me one.
Okay, what's the capital of Idaho?
Boys Town.
That's Boise. Boys Town. It's Boise. The reason I remember that is because when I was in vaudeville, Boise, Idaho was one of my best towns. They loved me in Idaho.
Then why did they throw baked potatoes at you?
They didn't throw them at me. I got paid in potatoes. Get it straight.
Say, Mr. Benny, did you get a big salary in those days?
Well, I don't like to brag, kid, but I haven't played Boise since 1927, and I've still got half a sack left. And I love my starches, if you know what I mean.
By the way, Phil, what other subjects did you have in your examinations besides geography?
Well, we had arithmetic and history.
Uh-huh.
Hey, fellas, here's a tough question I nearly missed. Who crossed the Delaware, Washington or Lincoln?
Oh, that stumped you, eh?
Yeah, so I flipped the coin, it came out Washington, and now I'm a semaphore.
Phil, that word is... No, I won't tell him. No, now, Phil, let's forget about night school and have a band number.
Okay.
Say, Phil, tell Jack about that new subject you're taking up.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to give you the hot news, Jackson. You know what I'm studying this term? French.
French?
Get a load of this. Je mange la fenêtre.
Oh, very good. What does that mean, Phil?
I ate the window.
You ate the window?
Yeah.
Well, what the heck do you want to eat a window for? You eat bread, you eat rolls, you eat cake.
Wait till I learn them. Till then, I eat the window.
Well, here's a tip for you, Phil. Stay out of French restaurants.
You better stay out of them, too, till you learn the language.
Oh, I can read French. Come on, Phil, let's have your band number.
Tell him what happened to you at Gaston's the other night.
Oh, that could happen to anybody. Come on, Phil, play.
Well, wait a minute. What was it, Mary?
Well, you know how Jack likes to show off.
Oh.
Well, we sat down at the table, and naturally, the menu was all in French.
All in French. Forget it.
And what happened?
Jack ordered a nice, thick, juicy watch your hat and coat with mushroom sauce.
Well, eventually, I got a steak. Go ahead with your number, Phil. I've got to go out in the hall and call up my lawyer.
Has your lawyer got a phone?
There's a phone in the barber shop downstairs from his office. They'll call him, don't worry. All right, hit it, Phil. Yes? Yeah. Now, look, Mr. Droop, you tell the trucking company that if they don't settle right now, I'll take them to court first thing in the morning. Postpone it till Wednesday. What do you want to postpone it for? Oh, Harrington is wearing your suspenders. Well, you can try the case with your pants at half-mast. Be there tomorrow morning. No wonder they call him Droop. Now, Droop, tell the trucking company. What's that, operator? Tell the trucking company I want $158 to straighten the chassis, $8 for repair headlights, 64 cents for a wing fatigue on the radiator. Goodbye. People don't stick their hands out. They've got to pay.
What are you mumbling about?
Oh, this darn case has got me all upset. Anyway, that was High Neighbor, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Very good, Phil, although it was a little loud. Phil?
What?
I say it was a little loud.
Well, how do you know it was loud? You were out in the hall and couldn't even hear it.
I couldn't hear your band? Phil, you play in the Biltmore Bowl of the Biltmore Hotel here in Los Angeles, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, I know some people who live at the Biltmore that haven't been able to sleep since you opened, and the Biltmore I mean is in Phoenix, Arizona. And I'm not kidding.
Well, it's their own fault. They ought to close their windows.
Oh, fine.
You know, like I said, they ought to manger la fenêtre.
That's eat the window, you semaphore. We're 2 words ahead of that semaphore there. Now, let's get on with the show. Let's get on with the show here. Come on. Now, let's see, where are we?
Boise, Idaho.
We are not.
Well, someone just hit me with a potato.
I don't care. We're in Hollywood. Now, let me announce our play. Ladies and gentlemen, for our dramatic offering this evening, the Benny Retreaded Thespians are going to present an original mystery melodrama entitled The Frightwig Murder Case, or He Died with His Tooth On. Now, I will play the part of Detective Captain O'Benny, as fearless a bloodhound as ever sniffed a clue. Phil Harris will be Sergeant O'Reilly, my assistant sniffer. Mary, you're going to be the wife of the murdered man. And Dennis, you're going to be the victim.
Gee, there's no future in that.
I'm going to be your wife. What have I got?
Quiet. Now, let's see.
I want a bigger part, Mr. Benny. Why don't you lay on the floor and be the murdered man?
I wish I could. My feet are killing me. Now, who else? Oh, yes, Don, you're going to be the butler.
Oh, every time we do a mystery, I'm the butler. Why can't I be a detective?
Because any man that can't look over his stomach is apt to overlook a clue. Say, say, that's all right. That line was pretty clever, eh, Mary?
What do you care? You saved your money.
Well, I liked it. Now, before presenting our mystery, folks, let me give you a brief synopsis of what happened up to now. On the night of January 24th, A.D., after dinner, Mr. Homer J. Frightwig, a social lion, was found murdered in his den. Just before the murder, his wife was in the room reading a copy of Live Alone and Like It, which may have thrown her a thought. The victim was playing solitaire when he was suddenly interrupted by a lead kibitzer. Now, who committed this crime? Was it the chauffeur?
No, I didn't do it. I'm innocent, I tell you, innocent.
Was it the butler?
I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it.
What do you mean you didn't do it?
At the time of the murder, I was at my neighborhood grocer's buying a package of Jell-O with the new locked-in flavor.
Oh, yeah?
Please believe me. It's America's favorite gelatin dessert, and it's economical, I tell you. Eek, 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 eek.
Now, pull yourself together. Was it suicide?
No, I didn't kill me. I didn't kill me, I tell you.
What?
Me is my best friend. I love me and me loves I. You gotta believe me.
And now the wife, Mrs. Homer J. Frightwig. Did you or did you not kill your husband?
I hated him. I loathed him. I despised him. So that night,
Stop! We can't give it away, folks, but this mystery will go on immediately after a song by Dennis Day. Sing, Dennis. I'm going out and call Harrington, and Drew.
I'll never forget the people I met, braving those angry skies. I remember well as the shadows fell, the light upon me comes up. For when the dawn comes up, there'll be bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover. Tomorrow, when the world is free.
That was The White Cliffs of Dover, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our mystery melodrama, The Frightwig Murder Case, or... Now, as the scene opens, lay down on the floor, Dennis. You're the murdered man. Lay right there on your back.
If I lay on my back, I'll snore.
You're getting paid, and you'll stay awake till the program is over. Now, as the scene opens, we find Detective Captain O'Benny and Sergeant Phil O'Reilly in their office at police headquarters. Curtain. Music. There's the phone, O'Reilly.
Oh, really?
Never mind, I'll take it. Hello, police headquarters.
hello. I want to talk to Detective O'Benny.
That's me. What is it?
My name is Mrs. Homer J. Frightwig. I want you to come over to my house right away. My husband has been shot.
Oh, really?
Is that for me, Cap?
I said, oh, really, O'Reilly. Shut up. Now, madam, what makes you think your husband was shot?
He's laying on the floor, and there's an extra buttonhole in his shirt.
There is, eh? Well, I'll be right over. And don't make any more buttonholes till I get there. See you in a few minutes.
Okay, Cap, bring some White Rock.
I ought to bring some aspirin for that cold of yours. Goodbye.
What happened, Cap?
Homer J. Frightwig has just been murdered. It's up to me to find out who did it. I think there's a woman in the case.
A woman, eh? Well, you know the old saying, manger la fenêtre.
That's cherchez la femme. Now, you stay here, Sarge. I've got work to do. I'll take the patrol wagon.
You can't. The boys are delivering beer in it.
Oh, then I'll take the squad car. And I'll solve this case, or my name ain't... Well, here it is. This is the place, all right. Open up in the name of the law.
This is police headquarters.
Doggone, I forgot to release the brake. Well, I'll try it again. Better come with me this time, Sarge. Let's go.
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Pick up some pretzels. We got a barrel left over. That is all.
Step on it, Sarge. We got to solve this case and get back. This must be the place, Sarge. Open up in there. Come on, open up.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, eh? Make a note of that, Sarge.
Okay, Cap.
Now, come on, you. Where's the murdered man?
That ain't a brass rail you got your foot on.
Oh, yes. Pardon me.
That's okay, Mr. Benny.
Shut up. Now, the first thing we got to do is grill the suspect.
I thought the Frightwigs lived here.
They do. Suspects can be anybody. Now, wait a minute. Are you the butler here?
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
O'Reilly.
O'Reilly? Shake hands with O'Reilly. O'Reilly, 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 O'Reilly. Now, let's get on with the case. Wait a minute. Who's this? Are you Mrs. Frightwig?
No, I am the French maid.
The French maid, eh? Well, tell me, where were you at the time of the crime?
Je n'en sais rien du tout. J'étais dormie dans ma chambre et j'entendais un bruit terrible. Alors je m'habillais immédiatement et je descendais. Je ne sais absolument de ce crime féroce. Je suis innocent, je vous affirme, complètement innocent. Il faut que vous me croyiez.
Translate that, Sarge.
Are you kidding?
Well, you're studying French, aren't you? What was the maid doing tonight?
She didn't eat the window, that I know.
A fine help you are. Now, let's get to work here. Where is Mrs. Frightwig?
Here she comes now!
Well, good evening, gents. What's all the commotion?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Frightwig. I'm here to find out who killed your husband.
Oh, let's not talk shop, Cappy. Come on over here on the sofa and sit down.
None of that, Mrs. Frightwig. I represent the long arm of the law.
Well, wrap it around me. I'm lonesome.
I haven't got time for that.
I have, but I'm a married man.
Quiet, Sarge. Now tell me, madam, where were you at the time of the murder?
Back of a gun, minding my own business.
Back of a gun, eh? Then you admit you killed your husband.
Sure, I admit it.
Uh-huh. And why did you kill him?
He was always singing shortening bread.
Oh.
Mama's little baby loves shortening, shortening. Mama's little baby
I know
loves
how it goes. Well, I don't blame you, Mrs. Frightwig, but I still have to arrest you in the name of the law. Wait a minute. Hold everything. Nobody leave this room. Come in. What do you want here, fellas?
Pardon me, but we're looking for Jack Benny.
I'm Jack Benny, but you'll have to wait. I'm right in the middle of a play.
Well, you'll have to stop your play. This is important.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. What's going on here? Who are you?
I'm Harrington.
I'm Harrington.
I'm Harrington.
I'm Droop.
Oh, my lawyers, eh? Now, look, fellas. I
We're
want
here
you
to tell you, my good man, that you are in the soup.
The what?
You're in the soup, the soup, the soup. You're in the soup, the soup, the soup.
You tell him, Droop.
You're in the soup. You're in the soup.
What do you mean I'm in the soup?
Well, let's review the facts.
Whereas you've got to admit that a truck was hit at a certain arterial junction. Whereas
know that. Look,
they claim that your chauffeur just wouldn't pull over, or mayhap his brakes wouldn't function.
Oh.
Whereas they state that your Maxwell was minus an axle, thus knocking our case for a loop. To wit, you're in the soup, the soup, the soup, the soup, the soup, the soup.
Now, stop. Now, look, gentlemen. It wasn't Rochester's fault. The truck driver didn't have his hand out.
He didn't have his hand out, poor lad. Well, I would say that things for him look bad.
What is this, anyway?
For his ugly crime, he surely will serve time, and then hang by the neck until death. Until death, he will hang until death.
No. I don't want the truck driver to hang, fellas. Now, let's get this straight. Rochester started out from Sunset Boulevard and Vine Street to pick me up at March Field. And everything was all right until he got to Figueroa Street.
Figueroa?
Yes.
Figaro, 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 Figueroa, Figaro, 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 Figueroa, Figaro, Figaro.
What's that got to do with Figueroa Street, fellas?
Figaro, 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 Figueroa!
Now, wait a minute, fellas. Will you wait a minute? I can't talk to you now. Go away. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny, and don't worry. The most the judge will give you is 30 days.
What do you mean I'll get 30 days?
30 days, 30 days. You'll get Billigadooshie, Shinnamarooshie, Balleralla, all 30 days, 30 days.
For heaven's sake,
30 days. You'll get Billigadooshie, Shinnamarooshie, Balleralla, all 30 days.
Now, that's about the silliest thing. Well, I'll be darned. Fine lawyers I've got.
Come on, let's finish the sketch.
Yeah, who killed me?
We'll never know, Dennis. Play, Phil.
Here's a grand Jell-O treat, friends, that your family will add to their list of favorite desserts the very first time they taste it. And it's one of Mary Livingston's own favorites, too. A beautiful, tempting dessert called Cherry Flake Jell-O. All you need to make it is a can of grapefruit sections and one package of cherry Jell-O. Just dissolve a package of Jell-O imitation cherry flavor in 1 pint of hot water and grapefruit juice. Turn into a shallow pan and chill until firm. Next, break the glistening Jell-O into tiny flakes with a fork. Then pile lightly into sherbet glasses, garnish with grapefruit sections, and serve. The result will be a tempting blend of canned grapefruit and rich crimson cherry Jell-O. A treat the whole family will want to enjoy time and time again. Many grocers are featuring canned grapefruit and cherry Jell-O all next week. So get both and make up this swell dessert. But remember, when you buy, to get genuine Jell-O, because Jell-O's new process locks in its extra rich flavor.
This is the last number of the 17th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday at the same time. Say, Mary, do you want to come to my house for dinner tonight?
Yeah, what are we going to have?
Oh, Rochester picks up some baked potatoes and a nice Virginia ham.
Oh, you played Richmond, too.
Yeah, I went over big there. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program is written by Bill Morrow and Ed Baloy.
Have you plenty of Jell-O puddings in the pantry? If you haven't, better get several packages tomorrow so the family can keep on enjoying those grand pudding treats they love so much. There's Jell-O chocolate pudding, one of the smoothest, creamiest puddings you ever tasted. And it has such a rich, mellow flavor, especially developed for Jell-O puddings by the famous Walter Baker chocolate people. Tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, ask for Jell-O chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch puddings. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
The Jell-O program, brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Call Out the Marines. Back in Grandma's day, when Grandma wanted to serve the folks a particularly fine dessert, the dessert she chose was pretty apt to be rich, shimmering Jell-O. And today, housewives still reach for that familiar red-lettered package, still depend on Jell-O for their most tempting treats. Yes, Jell-O is now more than ever America's favorite gelatin dessert. Because Jell-O today is better than ever. That famous Jell-O flavor has a new vividness, a new thrill to it. It's now locked in, protected for your pleasure by a new and exclusive Jell-O process. A process that locks Jell-O's intriguing goodness right into the tiny Jell-O particles and gives you an exciting new richness and extra delicious flavor that will have you shouting hurrah for the first time you taste it. But why not prove all this for yourself? Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no sweet, fruity aroma, no sign of escaping flavor. Then dissolve the Jell-O just as you would in making a Jell-O dessert. And notice how the captive flavor rushes out marvelously rich. Ask your grocer for several packages of Jell-O tomorrow and discover for yourself how Jell-O's new process makes Jell-O better than ever. Call Out the Marines, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as this evening marks the halfway point of our radio season, I think it only fair that we pay tribute to the man who has contributed his invaluable services to the Jell-O show.
Well,
a man upon whose broad shoulders rests the burden of maintaining the high comedy level of this program.
gee.
And here he is, folks, our sound effects man, Mr. Virgil Reimer.
Hey, what is this? Hello again. This is Virgil Reimer talking. And, folks, I want to tell you this is the happiest
Wait
day
a minute. Wait a minute. What's going on here, Don?
Well, Jack, I thought the public might be sort of tired of hearing me introduce you week after week. So for a switch, I thought I'd introduce one of the men behind the scenes.
Oh, you thought you'd pull a little surprise on your old boss, huh?
And you certainly fell for it.
I did at that. Well, Don, I've got a little surprise for you, too. Remember one day in New York when I was having lunch with Harry Von Zell?
Uh-huh.
And you got all upset about it, and I told you not to worry?
Yes?
Well, knit your eyebrows, brother. The heat's on again. Now, let's get going with the program.
Okay, Jello again. This is Virgil Reimer talking. And, folks, a funny thing happened to me on the way
Virgil! Go away, will you, and stick to your sound effect.
Oh, give him a chance, Jack. After all, I introduced him, so let him say a few words.
Oh, all right. Go ahead, Virgil, but make it snappy.
Thanks, chum. Ladies and gentlemen, a funny thing happened to me on the way to the studio. I was walking down the street. And the traffic was something terrible.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
When all of a sudden a panhandler walked up and asked me for a nickel for a cup of coffee, so I gave it to him.
Oh, fine. Now listen, Virgil.
Just then, it started to rain.
Rain? It's a wonder it didn't thunder. Now cut that out! All right, Virgil, you gave the panhandler a nickel, so what happened?
It was a lead nickel, so he took out his gun and killed me. I thank you.
That was very clever, Virgil. Now get up off the floor and go back to your clinks and clanks. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What's the sound man doing on the floor?
Virgil? Oh, he's just trying to be funny. Everybody working for NBC wants to be a comedian.
Well, what's wrong with that? Give the kid a chance.
Listen, Mary, comedians are born, not made. Take me, for instance. I got the biggest laughs you ever heard when I was only 3 months old.
What'd you do, make off like a fan dancer with your diapers?
You know, I used to stick my feet in my mouth and roll around like a rubber ball. I can go along with a gag, sister.
Jack, you say comedians are born and not made. Now, did you get into show business as a comedian?
No. As a matter of fact, Don, I started out as a concert violinist.
You started out as a janitor at the Barrison Theater in Waukegan.
As a janitor?
Yes, I found an old picture of you, and you were holding a broom.
I was holding that broom because I was cast as a witch in a Halloween play. That takes care of the broom.
Good. Now explain the dustpan.
Well, you got me in a corner again. You know, someday I'd like to broadcast from a roundhouse. You know? Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's the old gent with the gray hair?
He's fine. I just got a letter from my dad this morning.
Phil means you.
I know who he means. Anyway, thanks for asking, Phil.
Say, Phil, how are you coming along with your French lessons? Have you learned anything new?
Oh, yes. How's our French scholar progressing?
Well, remember last week how I learned to say je mange la fenêtre?
Yes, you ate the window, yes. Yes, I remember.
Well, get a load of this one. Je dormais dans la encrière.
Very good, Phil. What does that mean?
I sleep in the inkwell.
What? What are you talking about? You sleep in the inkwell?
He must have had a fight with Alice.
Look, Phil, as long as you're studying French, why don't you learn something that makes sense?
Jackson, it's a tough language. I gotta take it any way I can get it.
All right, sleep in the inkwell. Eat the window. It's your life. All I ask is that you don't show off when Humphrey Bogart gets here.
Humphrey Bogart? Is he going to be on the program tonight?
Yes, we're going to finish the murder mystery we started last week. And Bogart has had a lot of experience along that line in pictures, so I thought he'd be just the right guy for my assistant.
Let me get this straight. Humphrey Bogart is going to be your assistant?
Yes. That is, he's going to be one of my assistants. Phil will be my first assistant, and Bogart will help Phil. It'll work out fine. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
You, of course, are going to be the murdered man, and you'll have to lay on the floor again tonight.
I figured on that, so I wore my old clothes.
You can't wear old clothes. You're supposed to be Mr. Homer J. Frightwig, a wealthy stockbroker.
Have you seen the market reports lately?
That's not the point. Anyway, take this carnation and put it in your buttonhole so you look a little more convincing. And here's another thing.
Say, Jack, he's here.
Who? Who's here? Oh, well, hello, Humphrey.
Hello, Jack. Glad to see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that star of Warner Brothers Pictures, Mr. Humphrey Bogart.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, Humphrey, it's darn nice of you to come over here tonight and help us solve our little murder mystery.
I'm glad to do it, Jack. I heard you play last week, and I figured somebody should do something about it.
Good. Say, Humphrey, we'll start casting in a minute, but first I want you to meet the members of my gang. This great big fellow here is Don Wilson.
It's a pleasure, Don.
Put her there, Humphrey. Out!
Watch out, Don. He's as strong as a 3-cent cigar.
You ought to know.
Quiet. And, Humphrey, this is Mary Livingston, our little comedienne. Say something funny for Mr. Bogart, Mary.
Oh, shut up.
Well, shake hands with him anyway.
Okay.
Glad to know you, Miss Livingston. Put her there.
Ouch! Mary. And this is Dennis Day, our young tenor, and Phil Harris, our musical genius.
Hiya, fellas.
Bonsoir. Comment allez-vous, Humphrey?
Humphrey? Is that French, Humphrey? Phil, stop showing off, you know?
You know, Mr. Bogart, I took my girl to see you and all through the night, and did you make a hit with her? Did you make a hit?
Dennis.
Ah, she kind of liked me, eh, kid?
Well, she talks out of the side of her mouth now, if that means anything.
Well, that's real hero worship. I guess we can get started with the casting, Humphrey.
Say, where's Rochester? I'd like to see him.
Oh, he won't be with us tonight, Humphrey. He has a cold. He'll be all right next week, though. He's got the strongest cough medicine. Well, let's get started.
You've met everybody.
What about me? Am I an old shoe or something?
Believe me, Virgil, he's not interested in meeting you. But if it'll make you happy, all right. Humphrey, this is Virgil Reimer, our great sound man.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Reimer. I've admired your work on this program for a long time.
You see?
Okay. Now, let's get on with our sketch. This evening, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to present the second episode of our mystery melodrama, The Frightwig Murder Case, or That Rug Will Have to Go to the Cleaners. Now, Dennis Day will be Mr. Frightwig, the victim.
Howdy, folks.
Lay down. Mary will be his wife, who misses him now but didn't when she shot him. And Don...
Yes, Jack?
You're going to be Jurgen, the butler. Only this week, I wish you'd be a little more highbrow. Can you talk with an English accent?
Well, I'll try.
Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you toddle down to your neighborhood grocer, why don't you ask the clerk for a package of Jell-O?
Package?
You will find that it comes in 6 terribly divine flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and pip-pip.
Don, if it weren't for the fact that you were talking about our product, I'd say that your accent was about as English as Sambo and Tambo, you know? Now, where are we? Oh, yes. I, of course, will play the part of Detective Captain O'Benny of Police Headquarters. Phil Harris will be my assistant, and Mr. Humphrey Bogart will be Phil's assistant. Now, in this drama...
Just a minute, Jack. Hold it. Would you mind repeating that?
Why, certainly. I said, I'll be Detective Captain O'Benny, Phil will be my assistant, and you'll be Phil's assistant.
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, I'd like to speak to you about that.
Uh-oh.
What are you uh-ohing about? Why, what's on your mind, Humphrey?
Well, frankly, I don't like the idea of being Phil's assistant.
Well, all right, then you can be my assistant, and Phil can be yours. Now, in this drama...
Just a second, Blue Eyes.
Well, thank you. What is it, Humphrey?
Now, let's get this straight. Here's the way it's going to be, see? I'm the captain, Phil's going to be my assistant, and you're going to be his assistant.
But Humphrey...
Now, look, I don't want any trouble. I'm a nice, easygoing guy, but I didn't come over here to get kicked around.
Well, who kicked you? I mean... Did you kick him, Dennis? Did you kick him, Don?
You know what I mean. I'm going to be the captain, and that's final.
All right. And you don't have to grab my coat while you're talking to me. Now, let go. And another thing, Mr. Bogart, I'm paying you for being here on this program tonight so you can be a little more civil.
Oh, are you going to pay me?
Yeah. Well, I'm not exactly paying you in cash, but I was going to send you a lovely present. A fountain pen or something.
Now, you send me a fountain pen, I'll squirt it right in your eye.
Is that so?
Oh, Jack, let him be the captain.
What else can I do? Got a good mind to punch him right in the nose.
Well, why don't you?
Because he's carrying a gun.
He's what?
A gat. He's packing a gat. Well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Humphrey Bogart will play the part of Detective Captain O'Benny.
I want my own name.
All right, you'll be O'Bogart. And Phil, I will be your assistant. Are you happy?
Yes.
Well, then let go of me. How many times do I have to tell you? Now, this exciting drama, ladies and gentlemen, will go on immediately after a number by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Play, Phil. Here's my part, Humphrey. Get familiar with it.
That was Popocatepetl rendered by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Render meaning to tear apart. That's a Lulu!
Virgil! Now, Virgil, get away from that mic. And stop trying to be funny on my program.
What's the matter? Do you see the handwriting on the wall?
Now, listen, Virgil. Virgil, if I have any more trouble with you, you're getting out of here. And I'd also like to get rid of Bogart.
What was that? What did you say?
I said when I was a kid, I had a go-kart. Do you mind if I had a little fun? If I hadn't given a quart of blood to the Red Cross, I'd tear him to pieces.
A quart of blood?
Yes.
You've been down there 10 times and they haven't even found a vein yet.
They'll find one, don't worry. Now, settle down, everybody. Let me announce our play.
Pardon me, Jack. I'm announcing it.
All right, announce it. Boy, I never saw such a ham. Ought to have my head examined for inviting him over here.
And will you cut out that mumbling?
Listen, I've been talking to myself for 20 years. I'm not going to stop now. Go ahead, announce the play.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to offer the second episode of our mystery melodrama entitled The Frightwig Murder Case, or All Through the Night.
Had to give his new picture a plug. I like the picture, though, but what I could have done with his part, boy.
Jack, pipe down.
Oh, poof.
Now, as you may remember, last week, Mr. Homer J. Frightwig was found murdered in his den. He was shot several times. In fact, his chest looked like a well-patronized punchboard.
Boy, I'd have gotten a yell with that line. A yell.
They'd have screamed at me.
Virgil! Go ahead, Humphrey, you gangster.
Captain O'Benny was called into the case but was unable to make any headway. So this week, I will solve the crime.
I'll bet. Go ahead, you thug.
As the scene opens, we find Detective Captain O'Bogart and his two assistants.
Had to make a mistake.
We find Detective Captain O'Bogart and his two assistants. Yeah. In their office at police headquarters. Curtain. Music. Oh, Sergeant O'Harris.
Yes, Captain.
What's new on the Fenchel robbery? Did you find out if the chauffeur had anything to do with it?
Well, it couldn't have been the chauffeur, Cap. He had an airtight alibi.
Alibis. This is the third month of the investigation, and we're no further than we were when we started. Something has got to be done, I tell you. I want action. Do you understand? Action.
Yes, sir.
Not scaring me, I can tell you that.
Now, listen, O'Harris. What makes you think the chauffeur is innocent?
Well, at the time of the robbery, he was out of town. We traced him as far as Altoona, Pennsylvania.
Altoona, eh?
Boy, what a hit I used to be in that town. Stop the show every night.
Well, what happened after he left Altoona?
Well, we traced him as far as Chicago, and then we lost track of him till last week when he turned up in Los Angeles with a blonde.
With a blonde, eh?
Shut up!
All right, but if you ask me...
There's a phone. I'll take it.
I'll take it.
I'll take it.
All right, take it. Such a little guy, I can't understand why I don't slug him.
You're a coward.
Oh, yes. Oh, well.
Hello, police headquarters, Captain O'Bogart speaking.
Hello, Bogey. This is Mrs. Homer J. Frightwig.
Oh, yes. What is it, Mrs. Frightwig?
Listen, Cappy, why don't you come over and investigate my husband's murder?
It's no use. I can't find any clues.
Well, drop in anyway. It's a rainy afternoon. Come on over.
Okay, madam. But I'm going to find out who killed your husband.
Well, if you're real nice, I'll tell you. Come on over.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be there in a few minutes.
Swell. Bring some olives. I've got the toothpicks. So long.
So long.
Who was that, Cap?
Yeah, who was it? Fine part I've got. Wish I had my violin with me. Well, who was it?
That was Mrs. Homer J. Frightwig. Come on, men. We're going over to her house right away. And I'm going to solve this crime, or my name ain't Do Bogart.
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Enjoy your ride. You'll soon be walking. That is all.
Well, here we are, Cap.
Yeah, this is the place, all right. Break the door down, Benny.
Yes, sir. Stand back. Open this door, I'll break it down. Open this door, I'll break it down. Well, what are you waiting for, Virgil? Break down the door. Please.
You won't hear a single splitter until you apologize.
All right, I'm sorry I bawled you out. Now go ahead with the door. Very good. Well, who's this?
Good evening, gentlemen. Did you ring?
Ring? This guy's the butler, Cap.
I know who he is. Now listen, you, where's the body?
That ain't a bearskin rug grinning at you.
That's Mr. Frightwig, all right. And he's laying there just the way he was shot.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Some tough guy. I bet anything he faints.
What was that?
Well, come on, Humphrey. Find out who done it.
Just a minute, miss. Who are you?
I am Fifi, the French maid.
Oh, yeah? Now listen, Fee.
My name is Fifi.
Well, I'm in a hurry. Sit down, will you?
Say, let me talk to her, Cap. I speak the language very fluent.
Fluent?
Now listen, Fifi. What do you know about this murder?
Je ne sais rien du tout de ces meurtres. Je suis seulement la bonne ici. Et naturellement, je ne l'ai pas commis.
Oui, oui.
Je ne suis en ce pays que fort peu de temps et je ne connais pas beaucoup de monde. Je mène une vie solitaire.
Oui, oui.
J'aimerais bien un rendez-vous avec un Américain. Voulez-vous me rencontrer at the corner of Sunset and Western at 8 o'clock?
What'd she say, Harris?
I don't know, but I'll be there.
So will I. She must have a friend.
Fine policeman. Why don't you get on with the case and grill Mrs. Frightwig?
Where is she?
Here she comes now!
Well, good evening, gents. Pull up my husband and sit down.
Now, listen, Mrs. Frightwig.
You keep out of this.
All right, all right. I'm going to take a look around this house, see if I can find some clues.
Now, tell me, Mrs. Frightwig, what do you know about this murder?
Grill me, Cap, grill me. What's on your mind?
Now, I want the truth. Did you shoot your husband?
Couldn't have been Cupid. There's no arrows in him.
I don't believe you killed him, Mrs. Frightwig. And we're going to stay right in this house until we find out who committed the crime.
Okay, boys, how do you like your eggs?
Say, Cap, I just heard a noise in that closet.
A noise?
Yeah, there's somebody hiding in there.
It might be the murderer. Let me have your gun.
I didn't bring it with me.
Here, take mine.
Now, thanks. Now, listen, you. We know you're in that closet, so come out. And come out with your hands up. Come out, do you hear?
Hello, fellas. Surprised?
Oh, it's you. What were you doing in that closet, Benny?
I'll tell you what I was doing there. I can't keep it a secret any longer. I committed that crime. I murdered Mr. Homer J. Frightwig.
What are you talking about?
I killed him, I tell you. Killed him. He was a dirty rat, and he had it coming to him. And I'm glad I did it, I tell you. glad.
You did nothing of the kind. You're just trying to build up your part.
I am now. Come on, fellas. I confess. Slap the handcuffs on me. Take me to jail. What are you waiting for?
What a ham. Come on, Mrs. Frightwig. Let you and I go out and have a cup of coffee.
Okay, Cappy.
I'm going with you.
No, you can't go until you arrest me. I'm a killer. Do you hear, a killer? And I also committed the... Oh, I'm nuts. Well, I'll be darned.
Hey, where did they go?
They went out for some coffee, Mr. Frightwig.
Oh,
That stupid Bogart doesn't believe I killed you.
well, that's the way it goes.
Yeah.
Say, do you play gin rummy?
Sure.
Well, lay down and start dealing.
Okay, hit it, boys.
Say, won't you be proud? Won't the family be pleased when you serve this grand dessert? Imperial Peach Mold, a swell Jell-O treat that's bound to win you compliments galore. Yet a treat that's delightfully easy to make. All you do is simply dissolve 1 package of orange Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water and peach juice and chill until slightly thickened. Next, fold in 1 cup of canned sliced peaches drained, or if you wish, a box of quick frozen sliced peaches, freshly thawed. Then mold and chill until firm. And there's a mighty attractive, mighty good dessert. Delicious blend of juicy golden sliced peaches and bright shimmering orange Jell-O. So get a can of sliced peaches or a box of quick frozen sliced peaches from your grocer tomorrow and combine them with orange Jell-O for a really delightful treat. But be sure you get genuine Jell-O, friends, because Jell-O's new locked-in flavor gives you extra richness, makes Jell-O more tempting and delicious than ever.
This is the last number of the 18th program in the Courage Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday at the same time. Well, Humphrey, thanks very much for coming up here tonight. You kind of took over the program, didn't you?
I did at that. No hard feelings, Jack.
No. You were very amusing. Take him out in the alley and give him a couple of pokes.
What was that?
I said good night, folks. I always say that. Good night, folks.
Humphrey Bogart appeared on our program tonight through courtesy of Warner Brothers Pictures. The tune Call Out the Marines is from the picture of the same name.
Jell-O puddings, please. Just say that to your grocer tomorrow, friends, and see if you don't make the acquaintance of some of the swellest desserts you ever tasted. Jell-O puddings. Rich, creamy puddings made by the same folks who make Jell-O. There's Jell-O vanilla pudding. Smooth, mellow, and thrillingly rich. Tops for delicate, tempting flavor. And not only grand as a pudding, but perfect as a creamy filling for pies, tarts, and cakes. So tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, get Jell-O puddings, too. They're just like Grandma's, only more so. The Jell-O program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Arch Oboler's Plays. A Story in the Night. Tonight, James Cagney in Arch Oboler's dramatization of the most talked-of book of the year, Johnny Got His Gun, by Dalton Trumbull.
We tell you of Joe Bonham. 22 years ago, he went to war. They carried him back from that war. They carried him back because he had no arms, no legs, no ears with which to hear, no eyes with which to see, no mouth with which to speak. Today, he lies alone in a room in a hospital close to your city. He's living flesh, and he waits. Your world is shut off from Joe Bonham.
He has only the world within his own mind. We tell you of Joe Bonham. These are the thoughts of a boy who 22 years ago went to war.
Somebody listen to me. I'm talking to you. Somebody listen to me. Gotta talk to somebody. It's dark and lonely. Somebody... No. Going out of my head again. How can you hear what ain't got a tongue? Ain't got a mouth? Ain't got... No. Won't think of that anymore. Gotta think of something, yeah. Something else. If I don't think... My head, yeah, quick, think about when I was a kid.
Hey, Joe, come on in swimming.
Yeah, swimming. When I was a kid, I went swimming. Dive in the river, feel the water against my legs and my arms. Now I haven't got any No, won't think of that. Think about my town.
It's the nicest little old place on earth, Shale City.
I gotta remember.
Hamburger, get your hot hamburger, get your hot hamburger.
Yeah, best hamburgers in the world.
All right, boy, here's 30 cents. Go down and get 3 hamburgers.
Pa.
Oh, they're delicious. If I could only cook like this.
Ma, No, don't think of her. Think about... County Fair.
See the lady cut in half the fourth part of $1.
Motorcycle rider, defying death inside a straight up and down circular wall.
I can't remember anymore. I gotta remember. If I don't remember things, I'll think, and if I think... No. I gotta remember something. Something. Girls. Think about girls. Quick, think about girls.
Joe.
Karine?
Joe, I'm scared. I'm so scared.
No.
Kiss me. Hold me.
We shouldn't have turned the lights out. Your old man will be sore.
He understands.
Your lips.
Don't go. They'll kill you.
I gotta go. When you're drafted, you gotta.
Oh, Joe. Joe, I don't want you to go. Hold me. Tight. Maybe we'll never get another chance. Now, Joe. In your arms, Joe. In your arms. In your arms.
My arms. My arms.
What?
Joe, hold me. Don't go,
Johnny,
don't.
get your gun.
Joe, I'm part of you now.
There's that
Don't go, Joe.
Theodore Roosevelt said. All aboard, soldier. All aboard, soldier.
No. Hold me, Joe. Hold me. Both your arms tight around me. Both your arms tight around me. Both your arms tight around me. Both your arms. No, stop.
My arms. I haven't got any arms. You hear me, Karine? I haven't got any arms. I haven't got any arms. What's the matter with me? I didn't find it out yesterday or the day before. It was
1939, 1938, 1937.
a long time ago.
Joe.
Karine, you're still in my head. I'll tell you, as if you were here. Here's how I found out everything about myself. I woke up like out of a dream. It was like I was in the water. I tried to swim, but I didn't have any arms. I started to kick my legs to float up in the air out of the bed, but I couldn't kick. I didn't have any I threw my head back. I started to yell. I only started, but how can you yell when you haven't got 'em up? I began to reach out, Karine. The only way I could reach out, with the nerves of my skin. The hole in my face. Feel the skin creeping around the edge of it. It went. I was blind. What a lousy dream. Nobody could live like that. Just dream, and that's all. But it wasn't a dream. It wasn't a dream. Mother, where are you? Hurry, Mother, hurry, and wake me up. I'm having a nightmare, Mother, where are you? Mother, listen to me. I can't stand it. Mother, please, tell me it's not me. Not me, no, not me. Oh, please. That's the way I found out. A long time ago. Who was I telling that to?
Joe?
Oh, Karine. Still in my head. In my heart. Now I'll tell you about how I found out about time. About the days. Knowing about the days you're living through, that's important, see? But all I remembered was dive in the dugout and then... And that was all. A day in September 1918, and that's all. Time stopped then. Start time over again. But how could I catch hold of time when I was caught inside myself? Vibrations. I had it. When the nurse came into the room, the vibration of her footsteps running up through the floor, through the bed, through the springs of the bed, into me. All I had to do was count the seconds, then the minutes, then the hours between each visit she made, until I had 24 hours counted up in my head. And after that, I'd be able to figure the days out just by counting up her visits. One day, the minute the nurse left me, I began to count.
1, 2, 3,
second by second,
4,
second
5,
by second.
6,
When I
7,
counted 60,
8,
that
9,
meant a minute,
10,
as nearly as I was able to figure it.
13,
But I always lost count. I'd think of something else, then I'd lose count again.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2,
Day after
5,
day after day, but I could never keep
5,
track. I couldn't.
6,
I couldn't.
5.
And all the time, the days were running away from me. And then, one day it happened. The skin on the side of my neck, the half of a forehead above the mask. Lying there all the years gone by, I got to thinking that maybe there was some way I could use those pieces of skin. Skin free to the air. They were healthy. I got to thinking what a man did with his skin.
To feel with.
But that didn't seem enough.
To sweat with.
Yeah, sweat with. Hot and cold.
Sunrise and sunset.
Just like that. The idea came into my head just like that. All I had to do was to feel with my skin. When it changed from cool to warm on that little piece of skin, it'd be sunrise and the beginning of a day. I got to thinking about the nurse and how many visits she made me each day and when she made them. Yeah, I'd better start with the nurse. She changes the bedding. In a hospital, they must change bedding in the morning, maybe around 8 o'clock. So all I got to do is wait till she changes the bedclothes. That'll mean it's morning. Then wait, maybe 18, 20 hours, and that'll be next morning. That'll be sunrise. You can feel the heat of sunrise against your skin, yeah. So I waited until the next time she changed the bedding. She walked away. Calm down, because you haven't proved anything yet. Calm down and wait and count her visits. Number 2, I dozed off and woke. Visit number 3, time got all mixed up. Then 4, and then... the 5th time. Now all of a sudden, I knew it was happening. My heart stopped, my breath stopped. I knew it was happening. Slow at first, crawling along my skin. Warmer and warmer, the rising sun. In my room. I'd won. I'd caught up with time again. The sun. It was dawn. It was dawn for the world and for me. I could smell the dawn. Yeah, me without a face lying there. And the smell of the dew on the grass. And me without eyes, shading my eyes and seeing the sun coming up over the mountains back home. And the hills going pink and lavender like the inside of a seashell. The sun warming my little piece of skin. And me seeing without eyes the town where I was born. And me without ears hearing the lowing of the cows waiting to be milked. And babies kicking in their cribs and rubbing their eyes with their fists. It's sunrise, and I've got it. And now I'll always know when it's sunrise, and they can't take it away from me. Thank you, God. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I may never have anything else, but I'll always have dawn and the morning sunlight. A year went by fast. I was a busy guy. I learned a lot. Yeah, could even tell my nurses apart. The day nurse always walked to the bed with 4 steps. She was always the same, but the night nurses seemed to change. One of them must have cried when she looked at me. I felt her tears wet on me. I like to think she was young and beautiful. But every night, summer and winter, week in and week out, month in and month out, every night I was with you, Karine. With you, darling. My arms around you, yours around me. With you, Karine.
Joe, my darling.
Close to you.
My dearest.
My arms around you.
My lover.
And yours around me.
Mine.
With you, Karine.
Oh, Joe. Joe.
2 years went by after I discovered time. 3 years went by after I discovered time. The 4th year started awfully slow. One day I felt vibrations. Vibrations heavier and heavier, and then they stopped. I knew they were standing around the bed. After all these years, visitors. And all at once, crazy thoughts went through my head. It may be your mother. No. Karine. No, not Karine. Not Karine standing by my bed. You can't see me. Not this way. Not you, Karine. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Then a hand came to rest on my forehead. A man's hand.
Doctors.
Yes. Maybe doctors come to examine me. Somebody was touching at my nightshirt over my left breast. The cloth fell back against my chest again. It was heavy now, weighed down by something. Medal. They given me a medal. Me, a medal. Me, a medal. Me! The generals were here, around my bed. The generals. The big guys, the famous guys who still had arms and legs and could still see and talk and smell and taste. In my throat, I felt a tearing of something that used to be a voice. I was talking to them, and they couldn't hear me. I was saying, listen, big guys, I'm lying here like a side of beef, and for what?
War. We're going to war.
Yeah, someone said that, so I went. But why? Why? Somebody just said,
Let's go out and fight for liberty.
Liberty? What kind of liberty? How much liberty and whose idea of liberty? A guy says, come on, let's fight for liberty. And he can't show you liberty. If you're going to die for liberty, you've got to know in advance what liberty is and whose idea of liberty they're talking about and just how much of that liberty we're going to have. Maybe that's a bad way to think. The big guys say it's bad, and I heard them. In the schools and the newspapers and the legislatures and the congresses, that's their business. They sound wonderful.
This ground is sanctified by blood. They shall not have died in vain.
Our noble dead.
But I'm asking you, big guys, what do the dead say? Did any one of them ever come back and say...
I'm glad I'm dead, because death is always better than dishonor.
Did they say...
I'm glad I died to make the world safe for democracy.
Nobody but the dead know whether all these things people talk about are worth dying for or not. And the dead can't talk. So the words about noble death and sacred blood and honor and such are all put into dead lips by those that got no right to speak for the dead. I'm asking you, big guys, how did they feel about it just before they died? Did all those guys die thinking of democracy and freedom and liberty and honor? You know they didn't. They died crying in their minds like little kids. They died crying for the face of a friend. They died crying for the voice of a mother or father or wife or baby. They died moaning and crying for life. I know. I'm the nearest thing to a dead man on earth. There's nothing bigger than life. What's noble about having your legs and arms blown off? What's noble about being blind and deaf and dumb? I'm dead, big guys, and I died for nothing. You hear me? Nothing. You hear me, big guys? But they didn't hear me. Just as you couldn't hear me, Karine, if you were standing next to me. All the generals heard was the blowing of the air in the tube in my throat. When I heard the vibrations of the footsteps that said they were going, I began to think. The vibrations. Up to now, I thought only of the vibrations coming to me. How about making my vibrations go to them? Yes, vibrations to them. A footstep on the floor is a kind of vibration. The tap of a telegraph key is another kind. I had it. I had it. When I was a kid, Bill Harper and me, we had a telegraph set. Used to telegraph to each other. Dot dash, dot dash, dot dash, dot. I remember the code, the Morse code. All I had to do to break through to the people outside was to lie in bed and dot dash to the nurse. I could give messages and receive messages. I raised my head from my pillow. I dropped it. Then I did it twice quickly. That was it. With my head, raise my head, let it fall on the pillow. The Morse code. SOS, help. I tapped it out of my pillow with my head. SOS. All over the world, that meant help. SOS. Help, help. Then the door of the room jarred open and the nurse's footsteps came up to the bed. SOS. SOS. Over and over again. She was looking at me. I knew it. SOS. Help me. SOS. Help me. SOS. Oh, why can't you understand? SOS. Help me. SOS. Help me. SOS. SOS.
Help me. SOS. Help me.
My head full of it. Tapping it out with my head over and over. Over and over. Couldn't stop. Why won't they hear me? Why won't they understand? Why won't they hear me? Karine, why? No. There isn't any, Karine. There isn't nothing. I've been talking in my head. There's nothing for me. Nothing.
SOS.
I don't know what day it is.
SOS.
I don't know what month it is. I don't know what year it is. I've been tapping for years and years and nobody hears me. Nobody. Someone's come into the room. Footstep light. My regular day nurse. Hers are heavy. Who is this one? Start tapping now. What? What is this one doing? Opening the nightshirt. She's moving the tip of her finger against my skin. Huh? Drawing something. Huh? I know. The letter M. I know. Shake my head. Yes, I know. I understand. It's M. Wonderful M. Writing something else on my skin. E. Yes, I got that. R. Yes. Another R. Yes. Now what? Why? Nothing more. M-E-R-R-Y. Mary. Writing again. C-H-R-I-S-T-M-A-S. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Yes, nurse, I understand. Nodding my head to tell you I understand. I can't say it so you can hear me, but in my heart I'm saying it. Merry Christmas, nurse. God bless you. Bells in my town. I'm hearing them in my head, nurse.
'Twas the night before Christmas.
Mother.
And all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse.
Mother, I hear you.
The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in a hope that St. Nicholas soon would be there.
Every Christmas Eve, I remember.
He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like down from a thistle. But I heard him exclaim ere he drove out of sight, Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night.
Merry Christmas, Mother. Merry Christmas, Mother. Nurse. New nurse. Smart nurse. She'll pay attention to me. Old nurse didn't understand. New nurse, you've got to understand. Tapping, I'll start. There, nurse. I did it. Did you understand it? 3, 2, and 3. S-O-S. Did you understand it? I'll do it again. Morse code. You understand? Morse code. Watch, nurse, watch. If I had a tongue, if I had a mouth, I'd yell it at you. I'd scream it at you. But I have nothing but the tapping of my head, so watch, nurse, watch. If you turn and walk out of the room and never come back, you'll be carrying my life with you. You're life and death to me, nurse. Look, I'll tap it again. See? S-O-S. Help me. S-O-S. Oh, I'll do it again. I'm praying now, nurse. Me, just an ordinary guy, I'm praying. Oh, please, God, make her understand what I'm trying to tell her. Please, God, make her understand. I know you're a busy guy. I know there are millions of people praying to you every minute. I know all these things, God, and I don't blame you for getting behind in your orders. Nobody's perfect, but what I want is such a little thing. All I want you to do is to take a tiny little idea that's in my mind and put it in her mind 2, maybe 3 feet away. That's all I want, God. Just a little idea that's in my mind and put it in her mind. It's such a little thing, God. Such a little thing. She's going away. She's gone out of the room. No, can't be true. Can't shove me down under the ground again, bury me deep again. No, I won't believe it, I won't. I won't start crying now. She'll come back. She's my life. She's my chance at life. She will come back. She will. Door. She's back. Brought someone with her. Man's finger on my head. What? Finger tapping on my head. Tapping out W. H. Tapping out the code on my head. A. T. W. H. A. T. What? D. O. Y. O. U. Y. O. U. U. W. A. N. T. W. A. N. T. What do you want? What do I want? What do I want? What do I want? I want to get out. Let me out, that's all I want. I've been lying here for years and years in a room in a bed with a little covering of skin. Now I want out. I've got to get out. If I had legs, I could run away. I could get away. I could get out into the open where there's air, where there's room, where I'm not in a hole and smothering. Inside me, I scream and howl and push and fight for room and air, for escape from the smothering, from the loneliness. So, let me out of here and take me back into the world. No, I didn't tap that out. What I just said, I only was thinking. Won't say it to you waiting up there, no. Before I ask you up there, before I tap it out with my head, I've got to think out just what I'm going to tell you. It may be my last chance. I've got it. Listen, you up there. I'm tapping it out with my head. Let me out of here. Let me out. I can earn my keep. I can do a job like anyone else. Take me out of here and build a glass case for me so people can see me. Take me in my glass case to the beaches, to the county fairs and the church bazaars and the circuses and the traveling carnivals. You'll do a wonderful business with me, and I could pay you for the trouble. They've never seen nothing like me. I'm something you can really holler about. I'm the dead man who's alive, the live man who's dead. I'm the man who made the world safe for democracy. Take me into the places where men work and make things. Take me there and say, boys, here's a cheap way to get by. Maybe times are bad and your salaries are low. Don't worry, boys, because you'll have your chance. There'll be another war along pretty soon, and then maybe you'll be lucky like me. Take me into the schoolhouses, all the schoolhouses in the world. They'll scream at first and have nightmares at night, but they'll get used to it because they've got to get used to it. And it's best to start them young. Take me into the colleges and universities and academies and convents. Call the girls together, all the healthy, beautiful young girls. Point to me and say, girls, here is your father. Look, girls, here is your lover. Call all the young men together and say, here is your brother, here is your best friend, and here are you, young men. Take me wherever there are parliaments and diets and congresses and chambers of statesmen. I want to be there when they talk about honor and justice and making the world safe. Put my glass case upon the speaker's desk, and every time the gavel drops, let me feel its vibration through my little glass case. Then let them draft notes and ultimatums and protests and accusations. But before they vote on them, before they give the order for all the little guys to start killing each other, let the main guy rap his gavel on my case and point down at me and say, "Gentlemen, here is the only issue before this house, and that is, are you for this thing here, or are you against it? And if they are against it, then let them stand up like men and vote. And if they are for it, let them be hanged and drawn and quartered and paraded through the streets and thrown out into the fields where no clean animal will touch them, and may no green thing ever grow where they rot. Take me into your churches, your great towering cathedrals, which have to be rebuilt every 50 years because they are destroyed by war. Carry me in my glass box down the aisles where kings and priests and brides and children at their confirmations have gone so many times before to kiss a splinter of wood from a true cross on which was nailed the body of a man who was lucky enough to die. Set me high on your altars and call on God to look down upon his murderous little children, his dearly beloved little children. Then bring in the fierce ones, the spawners of hate, the inventors of slogans. Bring them in and make them look at me, and then dare them to break the peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have brought you James Cagney playing the leading role in Dalton Trumbo's memorable novel of the year, Johnny Got His Gun. The book was dramatized for radio by Arch Oboler. The musical score was written, conducted by Gordon Jenkins. Mr. Cagney can now be seen in the Warner Brothers picture The Fighting 69th and in the forthcoming production Torrid Zone. In preparation is City of Conquest. The book Johnny Got His Gun is the prize-winning novel by Dalton Trumbo. All of us want to thank Mr. Cagney and Mr. Trumbo for their great contribution to this program. Next week, it is our pleasure to present an actor known and respected by all of us, Mr. Ronald Colman, in an unusual play, The Most Dangerous Game. Next week, then, Mr. Ronald Colman. Arch Oboler's plays are a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company. Tonight's play came to you from Hollywood's Radio City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the realm of your imagination and that of the greatest horror story writer the world has known, Edgar Allan Poe. Yes, I said the greatest horror story writer because although others may have written stories equally macabre and terror-ridden, no one has written as many. Moreover, when it comes to sheer mystery, puzzlement, Poe is unsurpassed. As witness.
But, Monsieur Dupin, the door was locked from the inside. The windows were locked from the inside. The murder scene, the L'Esplanade apartment, is on the 4th floor. The murderer could not have escaped.
And yet he did, my friend.
But how?
Oh, come, Pierre, you know as well as I do how.
I know?
You do. Your trouble is... you don't know you know.
Riddles, Monsieur Dupin. You speak in riddles.
Not at all, my friend. You create riddles where riddles do not exist.
mystery drama, The Murders in the Rue Morgue, was adapted especially for the Mystery Theater from the Edgar Allan Poe classic by George Lothar and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Well, now, my friends, make yourselves comfortable. Turn down the lights and listen to one of the most horrifying and mystifying of stories, Edgar Allan Poe's The Murders in the Rue Morgue. The year is 1840. The place, Paris, France. At about 7 o'clock in the evening, a young off-duty gendarme, Pierre Musset, and his sweetheart, Yvette, are returning to her apartment in the Rue Morgue after an evening at the Moulin Rouge.
But when, my darling, shall we be married?
Oh, just as soon as I'm promoted to gendarme first class, Yvette.
When will that be?
Oh, when indeed. My sergeant, Duchamp, is one of the most indifferent, ruthless of sergeants who takes pleasure in holding his men back, doing all he can to prevent promotion rather than... Yvette, look. There's a crowd in front of your house.
Something's wrong. Come here, quickly.
All right, let me through. I'm a gendarme. You there. What's happened?
We do not know. It happened less than a minute ago. Screams, officer. The most awful screams from Madame L'Espanaye's apartment.
Madame L'Espanaye? Her daughter Camille?
Yvette, it is you.
Oh.
Yes, Camille, too. Both of them screaming so horribly in such agony. I cannot tell you.
Where is the L'Espanaye apartment? What floor?
Next to mine. 4th floor back.
Yvette, you stay here. I'll see what happens.
No, I'll come with you.
Stay here, I tell you. God knows what I'll find up there.
No, Pierre, they were my friends.
Oh, well, all right. Come on, then. Is this the apartment?
Yes.
All is quiet. Too quiet. The door is locked.
Break it in.
All right. So, now let's have a look.
Pierre.
Oh, my God. Yvette.
No. I won't faint. I'll be all right. But, oh, heaven help us. What has happened here?
Look, the woman on the floor. Her throat cut. Is that Madame L'Espanaye?
Yes.
But her daughter, Camille, where is she?
The bathroom door. It's closed. Perhaps...
I'll go and see. No, it's empty.
The kitchen, then. It's the only other room.
No, there's no one in the kitchen.
But where can she be? The door was bolted on the inside.
The windows.
They're closed.
Yes, but... this one's locked. Look, it's nailed shut. You see the nail?
The window next to it is nailed shut, too. And anyhow, it's a sheer 4-story fall to the yard below. Camille couldn't have left that way. Oh, Pierre!
Be calm, Yvette. We must both be calm.
In the face of this? Oh, poor Madame. Her throat cut.
Look here. This is strange. A bag of gold pieces. Napoleon strewed all over the floor.
Oh, perhaps the murderer heard us coming and hurried to make his escape before...
What escape? How could he escape? The door is bolted on the inside. The 2 windows, the only windows in this apartment, nailed shut. How could he leave? How could Camille leave?
Impossible. It's just impossible.
Well, it makes no sense. Here, give me a hand. Get this poor old lady off the floor onto the bed.
Yes.
You take her by the feet. I'll lift her by the shoulders. Ready?
Yes.
All right. Now, lift.
Oh, good Lord. Pierre.
Her head. It fell off. Don't faint, Yvette. Don't faint.
Oh, no.
Look, I must get a message to headquarters at once. You take it while I remain here and... Wait.
What, Pierre?
The fireplace. See there? A lot of soot has been dislodged. Fallen down from inside the chimney.
What would that mean?
There's only one way to find out, and that is to get down on my hands and knees and look up into the chimney.
What is it?
I am looking into a woman's face. A dead woman's face.
Her face?
It must be Camille. She's been stuffed up the chimney, head down.
Pierre?
What?
I'm sorry. I can't help it. I'm going to faint. Jules, another glass of wine?
I'll tell you, Yvette, after what happened next door to you last night, I could use another bottle of wine.
You sailors, all alike. You can never get enough of wine.
Oh, love, come here to me.
Jules, not now. I'm engaged.
Yeah, to a gendarme. And second class yet.
He'll be a gendarme first class someday. Yes, and a sergeant someday, too. Sure, let me go. I must answer the door. Pierre, darling, I wasn't expecting you.
Yes, so I see.
Oh, don't get any ideas, Pierre. This is Jules Dubourg. He's a sailor on sick leave. Jules, this is Pierre Musset, my fiancé.
Hello.
How long have you two known each other without my knowing?
A few days. Jules only came to live here a few days ago.
Live here?
He has 2 rooms in the basement, and he is quite sick.
Something I picked up on my last voyage in Borneo.
Borneo, eh?
Jules had been all around the world, and more than once.
Thank you for the wine, Yvette. It has warmed my stomach. Goodbye for now.
Goodbye.
I hope that is all you warmed? His stomach?
Pierre, what a thing to say. We have no cause to be jealous.
I'd better not have. I have enough troubles as it is.
Tell me, my darling, what happened when you talked to Sergeant Duchamp?
Exactly what I expected would happen. I said, Sergeant Duchamp, I would like to be assigned to this case, to the murders that happened in the Rue Morgue.
And what did he say?
He said, You solve a mystery like that one? You leave such things to your betters in the Detective Bureau.
Of course you stood up to him.
Oh, yes, I'm not afraid of him. Not like the others. I argued with him. I explained that I am in love with the most beautiful girl in the world, and that I cannot wait to make her my wife. But I cannot make her my wife until I am promoted to gendarme first class, and one way to get promoted to gendarme first class would be for me to solve the murders in the Rue Morgue.
And what did he say to that?
He laughed. You are a nut, he said. You are as much of a nut as C. Auguste Dupin.
C. Auguste?
Dupin.
Who is this Monsieur Dupin?
The fellow who solved the Marie-Roger case. He is not a policeman. He's only a private citizen with a gift for solving mysteries that others can't solve.
Oh.
Anyhow, that's what I think, even if everybody else at headquarters doesn't.
But if he solved the Marie-Roger case...
They say it was an accident. That case. It was as much of a mystifying puzzle, an unsolvable riddle as this one. And he explained it so simply, you wouldn't believe it.
He'll never be able to explain what happened in the L'Espanaye place next door last night. No one could.
You may be right. Especially now that we know there were 2 murderers, not 1.
2 murderers?
Then you don't know?
No.
Yvette, I talked last night with some people in the crowd downstairs. They said that while Madame and her daughter were screaming, they heard the voices of 2 men yelling and cursing at them. 1 murderer or 2. How did they get out of that apartment?
Perhaps your friend, Monsieur Dupin, could tell you. Go to him. Ask for his help.
You forget. My sergeant has ordered me to leave everything to the Detective Bureau.
You forget that unless you are promoted to gendarme first class, we cannot marry.
One day I shall become
One day? What one day? When? Jules Dubourg would marry me like that.
That sailor? That sick sailor? You would marry him?
It would be better than not marrying you.
Oh, Yvette, please.
You do as I say. Pierre, either you go, or here, take back your ring.
Keep the ring. I'll go.
Pierre?
Yvette! What are you doing here in Montmartre?
I had to see you. This couldn't wait. Pierre, I found this shoved under the door of my apartment.
Huh. Looks like a note.
It is a note. Read it.
Be warned. Tell your boyfriend to forget about the Rue Morgue murders, or you will die the way Madame L'Espanaye did. Yvette.
I thought you had better see this and take it to Monsieur Dupin at once. He will know what to do.
Yes. Yes, he would.
Then take it to him as soon as you are off duty. And Pierre?
Yes.
You did go to see Monsieur Dupin, didn't you?
Well, no.
Yeah.
I couldn't bring myself to do it. I didn't have the nerve. But now that your life is threatened, I'll go to see him and ask his help. I promise you, Yvette. I promise.
Yes?
Monsieur Dupin. C. Auguste Dupin.
Yes?
I am Pierre Mouzet. Gendarme, second class Pierre Mouzet.
Ah, yes. You wish my help in solving the murders in the Rue Morgue, is it not so?
You know why I'm here?
Of course.
But how?
Oh, you were the first policeman to reach the scene of the crime. You are a second-class gendarme, and helping to solve the murders would result in a promotion. And inasmuch as you yearn to marry a very beautiful young woman named Yvette...
That's amazing. That you should know all this without our ever having met. Amazing.
It's anything but amazing, my friend. It's simplicity itself. Everything I've just told you was fully reported in the newspapers.
Oh.
Now then, won't you come in?
And so what was to Pierre an amazing deduction turns out to be no deduction at all. Nor does C. Auguste Dupin turn out to be the formidable man Pierre thought he would be. As to whether Dupin can bring our two lovers happily together in marriage by solving the apparently insoluble mystery of the murders in the Rue Morgue, we shall see when I return shortly for Act Two. Well, then, Gendarme Second Class Pierre Musset has sought the help of C. Auguste Dupin in solving the murders in the Rue Morgue. Murders so baffling that any chance of solving the mystery seems impossible. Still in all, as you know, Dupin solved a mystery equally as puzzling, that of Marie Roget. So let's join Pierre now as he sits across from Monsieur Dupin in the latter's modest apartment.
My dear fellow, I've little, if any, interest in solving crimes. I wish only to be left alone to read my books and pursue one or two hobbies. And after all, crime is the business of the police.
I know. Well, thank you for seeing me, at least. I'm sorry to have taken your time. Good day, Monsieur Dupin.
Good day. No. Wait.
Monsieur?
I'm a fool, but I'm also French. I have no interest at all in solving crimes, but, let me face it, I cannot remain untouched by the plight of young lovers.
Then you will help me to...
If you solve this mystery, or more precisely, if I solve it for you and let you take the credit, then assuredly you'll be raised to gendarme first class and able to marry your beloved Yvette. Now, can you gain access to the L'Espanaye apartment?
Of course.
Well, in that case, my dear fellow, let us go at once to the Rue Morgue. The door is unlocked here?
Yes. As you can see, Monsieur Dupin, it was bolted on the inside when I broke the door. The bolt was torn out of the wood.
Small wonder. You're a big fellow. Ah, there. That large blood stain on the rug.
That's where she lay. Madame L'Espanaye, with her head cut off.
Now, the bag of gold pieces...
It lay right here, on the rug. The gold pieces were strewn all over the floor. You know, I keep asking myself, why didn't the two murderers take the gold? But there is no answer.
Because you're asking yourself the wrong question.
the wrong question?
Well, the answer to why they didn't take the gold is simple. They didn't want it. The question you should be asking is, why didn't they want it?
Oh, yes. Yes, I see.
Now, this is the fireplace where you found the body of the daughter, Camille?
Yes. Stuffed up the chimney. Feet first, the head down. Again, I keep asking, how powerful must these men have been to be able to do it? To stuff a body up a chimney with such force that... Well, I don't know how many bones were broken.
My friend, you have a positive genius for asking the wrong questions. Again, it's not how they do it, but why did they do it? What reason would they have for doing it?
Oh, I can't answer that. Maybe there was no reason.
There's always a reason, Pierre. Now, what else was there? Ah, yes, the windows. You say these are the only 2 windows in the apartment?
The only 2.
None in the bathroom,
No.
in the kitchen?
None.
And these appear to be kept locked with a nail in each. And let's see. I pull the nail out of this one and open the window.
Well, the murderers couldn't have escaped this way. Even if the windows had been open, it's a sheer drop. 4 stories to the ground.
So I see. I also see a drain pipe.
But if the windows were locked...
They could not have been locked.
But they were.
Oh, my friend. God also gave you a brain. As with your eyes, use it. You know the murderers did not escape by way of the door. It was bolted on the inside and you broke it in.
True enough.
They could not have escaped by way of the chimney. It follows that they had to escape via the windows, using the drain pipe to reach the ground.
But I tell you, the windows were locked, just as they are locked now, each with a long nail. All the windows in this house are the same. A hole is bored through the window and into the sill. To lock the window, you push a nail through it into the sill. Well, you just pull that nail out of this one.
Not the other. You do that, my friend. You pull the nail out of the second window.
What for?
To answer the question of how the murderers escaped. Now do as I say. Pull it out.
What in the world
You see?
A broken nail. As simple as that. A broken nail.
Ah, but it's not simple.
The window only appeared to be locked.
Well, I've seen enough. Let's go.
You have the answer then, Monsieur Dupin?
Part of the answer. Only part. But give me time to think and...
Look who's coming up the stairs.
Hello, Pierre.
What are you doing up here? Why don't you stay in your cellar, Jules?
That is not your business.
Yvette is my business, and you are up here to see her.
What if I am?
I want you to stay away from her. Yvette is my fiancée.
Take a reef in yourself, Pierre. You don't own her.
Now, you listen to me.
You take your hands off me. Take them off for her.
Gentlemen.
What is all this? What's going on here?
I want Jules Dubourg to stay away from you, and you from him.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I do, Yvette. You are my fiancée.
But not your wife. And even if I were, I have a right to see anyone I please.
Not while you are engaged to me.
Oh, is that so? Well, let me tell you something. I will see anyone I wish, whenever I wish.
Now, mademoiselle, you don't mean that. You're speaking out of anger.
Who are you? And what right have you to interfere?
My name is Dupin. Auguste Dupin.
Monsieur Dupin? Pierre, you went to him.
He did indeed, mademoiselle, and believe me, your fiancé is not only a man of determination, but brilliance, mademoiselle.
Brilliance?
Well, my dear fellow, the way you solved the puzzle of that locked window, brilliant, positively brilliant. You'll be in the detective bureau before you know it.
Oh, Pierre, that's wonderful. Wonderful. Jules, I think it would be better if you do not come to see me anymore.
But Yvette...
Please, Jules, no more.
Have it your way. There are other ports of call.
Oh, so there, Monsieur. Monsieur Dupin, can I offer you a glass of wine?
Thank you, but another time. You could tell me what perfume that is you're wearing?
Nuit de Passion.
Passionate night. It's well named, mademoiselle. A pleasure meeting you, mademoiselle. Pierre, if you would see me down to the street.
Oh, of course.
But come back, Pierre. If you were off duty, that is.
I am off duty, Yvette, and I shall be back.
This fellow, Pierre, this Gilles Dubourg, he's a sailor, isn't he?
Yes.
What's he doing here? Why isn't he at sea?
I don't know. He's ill. Some sort of rare tropical disease he picked up in Borneo.
In Borneo? Interesting.
What's so interesting about it?
You know, my friend, I told your fiancée you were brilliant enough to be a detective.
Oh, I appreciate that, Monsieur Dupin. You did me such a favor, building me up in her eyes.
Oh, but it's true, you know. You could be a detective. You've only to learn how to use your head and all your senses.
My senses?
All 5 of them. You see, everyone's senses, taste, smell, sight, sound, touch, all these tell things. But few people listen. For example, I noticed the scent of your fiancée's perfume. Have you?
Well, I've always known she smelled exciting.
But beyond that, you did not go. Now, you ask me why the fact that our sailor man, Gilles Dubourg, contracted a disease in Borneo is interesting to me.
Yes, I do.
But you've no need to ask. It's as I said before. You know, but you don't know you know. Very well, then. I'll give you a lesson. Your first lesson in how to be a detective. Now, first, look. Then, see what you look at. Then, put 2 and 2 together and make sure they add up to 4. Now, for instance, put Gilles Dubourg together with drain pipes and see where it leads you.
Jules and drain pipes? I don't understand.
You will. You will if only you think, my friend. Think.
Pierre. You must go now. It's 3 in the morning.
Oh, let me stay a little while longer. Just a little while.
No, my darling. I must go to work in the morning. Oh, I need my sleep. And I'm certainly not getting any with you.
Must be that perfume you wear.
Oh, my perfume, not me.
Oh, of course it's you.
Well, whether my perfume or me, off with you.
All right. All right.
When will you be seeing Monsieur Dupin again?
Oh, I don't know. He said he wanted time to think, that he would leave a message for me at headquarters. But, you know, Yvette, I'm beginning to wonder if I need Dupin. If there was any need to go to him in the first place.
What do you mean?
Well, after all, I solved the mystery of how the murderers escaped. One of those 2 windows wasn't locked at all. The nail was broken.
Brilliant. The murderers must have got to the ground by the drain pipe.
The drain pipe. Oh, yes, the drain pipe.
But even so, I've been thinking. No ordinary man could manage to slide down a drain pipe. He would have to be very strong. Yes, and agile. But you've thought of that, I'm sure.
Oh, of course. Well, it's only a question of what kind of man would that be?
Oh, I could think of any number.
You can?
But of course. A chimney sweep for one, a house painter for another, a circus performer.
Huh?
You know, an aerial artiste, a sailor like Jules Dubourg, say. They're used to climbing things.
Yes, that is a possibility. Jules Dubourg, a definite possibility.
Now, you let jealousy blind you. Jules is a sick man, for one thing, and doesn't have the strength, anywhere near the strength, to do what was done in that apartment. Whoever committed those horrible murders was more than strong. He was powerful, unbelievably powerful. Oh, but come now, you must go. You must.
I'm going. Lock yourself in.
Don't worry, I will. I'm not taking any chances. Not after getting that note.
Yvette, you have nothing to fear. Dupin and I are working on this case, and trust us to solve it in short order.
I do trust you, my darling. Oh, I do. Good night, my sweet. Good night.
Good night. Good night, my lovely wife-to-be.
Good night.
Bolt the door.
I was about to. There. It's bolted. Good night, Pierre.
Yvette! Oh, my God! Yvette! It's bolted on the inside.
Oh, Pierre! Help me! Oh!
Yvette!
Help me!
The horror that struck Madame L'Espanaye and her daughter now strikes Yvette. And once again, Pierre faces the barrier of a door bolted on the inside. You, like me, can imagine the terror of this young policeman as he steps back before flinging all his weight at that locked door, wondering what frightful sight will meet his gaze when he breaks it down. I'll return shortly for Act 3. What frightful monster haunts the Rue Morgue? What kind of fiend committed the butcheries on Madame L'Espanaye and her daughter Camille? These are the questions young gendarme Pierre Musset has been seeking to answer. Now it seems he's about to find those answers in the most horrible way imaginable. For behind the bolted door of her apartment in the Rue Morgue, his fiancée Yvette is herself in the grip of the fiend.
Oh, Lord, Lord, help me. It's dark. Dark. The lamp. Where's the lamp? What? Here. Wait. What happened? Oh, my stomach. Yvette. Where's that lamp? Light the lamp. There. Yvette. Heaven help us all. Yvette!
My friend, compose yourself.
Monsieur Dupin.
There now, softly. Now, tell me all about it.
Well, as I said, I broke the door in. It was dark, but I could make out a shape. It was a huge, a monstrous man against the moonlit window. I saw him only for a second because he flung himself at me with such speed, with such amazing speed. He took me off balance. He struck me. It was a powerful blow in the stomach. Oh, heaven, I'm not yet recovered from it.
Some wine, perhaps?
No, thanks. Let me go on. Now, as I went down, I grabbed at him and... Here, look, I must have grabbed him by the hair on his head because I pulled these hairs out.
Black. Coarse.
Then I think I don't know, I lit a lamp. Yes, and I saw Yvette. Oh, my poor Yvette. Blood streaming down her cheek. Bruises already beginning to blacken her face.
You took her to the hospital,
yes.
You said?
Yes, I did.
What is her condition?
Well, it's not fatal, thank God. Not even very serious. Badly bruised, cut over her right eye, but she's going to be all right. The monster failed to make good his threat to kill her.
We may indeed thank God for that.
Yes. Well, at least we know more than we did before, Monsieur Dupin. We know that the murderer is a big man, a huge man of unbelievable strength, and that he has black hair.
We know a great deal more than that, Pierre.
We do?
Well, I do, and so do you. Only, as I've said before, you don't know you know.
Oh, Monsieur, I do not have your brilliant brain. Well, it doesn't matter. All that matters is that you can solve this awful mystery, that you can save Yvette. The murderer failed this time, but he'll try again.
Well, it's my hope that he will, yes.
Your hope? Surely you, as much as I, want to save Yvette's life.
Well, of a certainty, my friend. But I'm afraid I can save it only by risking it.
Yvette, you're sure you're comfortable on the couch?
Yes, Pierre, thank you.
Mademoiselle, Are you strong enough to help me in a plan I have in mind?
Now, wait, what kind of a plan?
A plan to trap the murderer.
And I can help you trap him?
You can be the bait.
Now, just hold on a moment.
Yeah, let me explain.
There is nothing to explain. Whatever you have in mind, I refuse to let Yvette risk her life.
Nonsense, Pierre. My life is in danger anyway.
Precisely. The killer will strike again, but not for the reason you think.
What do you mean? In that note he sent Yvette, he swore he would kill her if I did not stop trying to unmask him.
But that is not the reason Yvette was attacked. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, she was not deliberately attacked at all.
How can you say such a thing? Look at the bruises on her face, her arms, the gash over her eye.
Use your ears, my friend, no more than your eyes. I did not say Yvette was not attacked. I said she was not deliberately attacked. Nor was she attacked by the person who wrote the note.
Monsieur Dupin, you amaze me. How do you know all this?
Because 2 plus 2 equal 4 if you put them together properly. I'll help you by showing you the facts once again, but you must add them up. First, we know that the killer entered the L'Esplanade apartment by the window and left by the window because it was not locked, though it appeared to be.
The nail was broken, yes.
As you discovered, Pierre.
Yes.
Quite so. Now, this apartment is next door to the L'Esplanade apartment. Outside that window, it's a 4-story drop to the backyard unless the murderer, escaping, slid down the drain pipe attached to the wall between these apartments. You follow?
Yes.
A sailor, Monsieur Dupin, a sailor, maybe, like Jules Dubourg.
There you go again, letting your jealousy...
No, mademoiselle, he's altogether right. A sailor could climb the drain pipe. So much for that fact. Now, here's another and a most revealing one. Why was the bag of gold pieces, worth, as we have learned, more than $4,000, why was that bag of gold not taken?
Perhaps the murderer was in such a hurry to escape.
But there was no hurry. The door was bolted. There was plenty of time to escape.
You said the gold wasn't taken because it wasn't wanted. But what were the L'Esplanades killed for, if not the money? Revenge?
It couldn't be that. They stayed to themselves. They knew no one.
Well, if not for money or revenge, what then?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Monsieur Dupin, that makes no sense. No sense at all.
Precisely. That's the answer. The L'Esplanade murders were senseless.
But that is impossible. The murderer must have killed for a reason.
No, he did not. And why do you keep saying murderer when there were 2? You're forgetting one of the most important facts of all. The fact that 2 voices were heard in the L'Esplanade apartment. One was definitely that of a Frenchman, but the other... you shall see tonight, if mademoiselle will indeed act as the bait.
Of course. What do you want me to do?
Do not lock your windows, and do not bolt your doors. That is all.
That is enough.
Be calm, my friend. Your fiancée will not be alone. We shall be with her, both of us armed with pistols. Oh, and one thing more, mademoiselle.
Monsieur?
That perfume of yours, Passionate Night. And be sure to use it. Use a lot of it.
If you say so, yes. Why?
The murderer, I think, finds it enticing. If it comes to that, so do I.
2 o'clock. No sign yet of the murderer.
He'll come, of that I'm sure. Especially since mademoiselle did indeed use a sufficiency of Passionate Night perfume. It makes waiting a pleasure, mademoiselle.
Thank you, Monsieur Dupin.
It won't make Yvette's death a pleasure.
She will not be harmed, I promise you. I have a pistol, and so have you. I'll be sure to use it when I give the word. And, Pierre.
Yes?
Shoot to kill.
Depend on it. I shall certainly...
Listen. Come back. Come back, I tell you. Let me get to the window. Yes, it's coming. It's climbing the drain pipe.
It?
Damn you, come back. And someone climbing the pipe behind it, trying to reach it. trying to stop it.
You keep saying it. What do you mean, it?
You'll see in a moment. Get back, well back. You, mademoiselle, you stay there. Pierre?
Yes.
The instant it appears in the window, I'll give the order to shoot. Remember, shoot to kill.
Don't worry about that.
Now, shoot! It's still alive. Shoot again. Light the lamps while I get to the window and... Dubourg! Jules Dubourg, come up. Don't try to escape.
Dubourg, I was right. It is Jules Dubourg.
Who else, my friend? He's the only sailor living in this arrondissement. Come in, Dubourg, come in.
Please, it was not my fault. It was not my fault.
I'm well aware of that. You've nothing to fear, although you thought you had.
On the floor. My God, what is it?
It's the Russian, the German, the Italian, the foreign voice that was no language at all. I'm not as familiar as I might be with the ape family, Dubourg. What is it? A gorilla? A baboon? What?
An orangutan.
Oh, what?
An orangutan. A large ape found in the jungles of Borneo.
And this is the monster that killed Madame L'Espanaye and her daughter?
Yes. And heaven help me, I am responsible. There was nothing I could do, monsieur. Nothing. Well, you could have notified the police. You should have. They would have handled matters for you with dispatch. But you didn't do that because you still hoped to sell the ape, didn't you? Can you blame me? I'm a poor man and sick. I need money. I brought the orangutan back from Borneo in the hope of selling it. I paid to have the ship's carpenter build a special box with air holes to hold it. Paid money I could ill afford. And God help me, when I engaged those rooms in the cellar, I should have kept it in the box. But I felt sorry for it. It looked so human. It was so human that I let it out and kept it in one of the rooms. How did this beast come to kill Madame L'Espanaye and her daughter? It escaped from the room I kept it in. I wasn't there when it happened. I discovered it when I came home that night. I opened the door, and I could not believe it. The ape was seated in front of a mirror, shaving himself with my straight razor. Shaving himself? Well, trying to. They are great imitators, you know. I went to take the razor from him. I was not afraid of him. He was really harmless. But he ran from me, out through the door, and into the backyard. You chased him? Of course. I was afraid he might cut himself with the razor. Well, his eye caught the window of the Espanaye apartment because the light was on. Up the drain pipe he went, and I after him. He tore the window open and went in, and the screaming began.
You wrote that note to Yvette, didn't you? That note that threatened her life?
Yes, but only to frighten you of the case. I was afraid if you found out what had happened, I would be sent to the guillotine. I believe you. But why did you let the ape attack Yvette? I didn't. I couldn't control it. And it was drawn to her by that perfume she wears.
My perfume?
That time when we were kissing and holding each other close, the ape smelled her perfume on me. What? I brought the scent of your perfume back to my cellar rooms. It was on my clothes. The ape couldn't get enough of smelling my jacket. He liked the perfume, enjoyed it. And so, when he escaped last night and tonight, he followed the scent here. But he didn't mean to harm you any more than he meant to harm the Espanays. It was your screams and theirs that frightened him and made him do the horrible things he did.
Jules Dubourg, I hereby place you under arrest as the party responsible for the murders in the Rue Morgue. We will go at once to headquarters. Come along. Oh, and, Yvette.
Yes, Chérie?
After Dubourg has been booked, I shall return, and we will discuss the kissing and the holding each other close that left such a strong smell of passionate night on his jacket. All right, you Dubourg. Get along.
He's very angry with you, your fiancé.
He will cool off.
You will have, no doubt, a satisfactory explanation for him?
No. But there are other ways, Monsieur Dupin. There are other ways.
There are indeed, mademoiselle. There are indeed.
So ends The Murders in the Rue Morgue. If not happily, at least on an easier note. I may tell you that Yvette did cool Pierre's anger, and that they wound up eventually with 9 children. Very handsome and healthy children who became the pride and joy of Sergeant Pierre Musset. I'll be back shortly. I cannot close without an expression of gratitude to Edgar Allan Poe, a sensitive man whose life was an almost incessant and unrelenting torment. Such torture for him that he sought release in alcohol and drugs. He yet gave the world immeasurable pleasure with his stories of the macabre, the horrible, the arcane. He may even have given to the world one of the greatest fictional detectives literature has ever known, Sherlock Holmes. I don't know about others, but I must ask, had it not been for C. Auguste Dupin, would there have been a Sherlock Holmes? Our cast included Paul Hecht, Guy Sorel, Corinne Orr, and Dan Acco. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Shh, listen. What's that? What's he saying?
He's crying as if his heart would break. This is terrible. Poor Wyatt. He's in agony over it.
Yes, I can hear him. Poor man. Will, what is he crying over?
It can't be the painting, even if it had been damaged when those sailors bumped the box. Elvira, it can't be that.
It isn't.
Isn't?
I told you I've had this feeling all along. This sense of something. You know. And now I'm sure. It isn't a painting that's in that box, Will. It's a corpse.
A corpse?
And the question that I've been asking myself all along is, whose?
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre.
At the Eisteddfod by Brian Evans. Next Tuesday at the Royal National Eisteddfod of Wales in Ruthin, Denbighshire, the great pavilion will be packed for the ceremony of the crowning of the bard. Tonight's play opens with such a ceremony, and seated among the audience of 8,000 are 2 visitors on holiday from London, Chief Superintendent John Wright and his wife Mary. They are to be the witnesses of an unprecedented crowning ceremony. We present Petra Davis as Angharad and Douglas Blackwell as Chief Superintendent Wright in Murder at the Eisteddfod.
Prynhawn a chroeso. Very good afternoon to you from the pavilion of the National Eisteddfod of Wales, where over 8,000 people here in the pavilion and many more thousands outside have been listening attentively now for the last quarter of an hour or so to the adjudication of this year's crown poem.
Wel, rydyn ni'n tri yn cytuno fod yma gerdd sy'n heiddi gwobr. A cherdd Eryri yw honno.
Now the adjudicator has just announced that there is to be a crowning this year, and the winner is Eryri. Now the Archdruid of Wales comes forward to call on the winning bar to stand up somewhere in this great pavilion.
Hawenydd yw meddwl fod teilyngdod ac y bydd yma goroni. Y bardd buddigol yw Eryri. Errori yn bresennol, sawed ar ei drai.
Now, from my commentary position, my window on the Eisteddfodic world, as it were, that overhangs the stage, I'm looking out now on a scene of absolute stillness. The crowd are awaiting the moment when all their guesses and conjectures will be proved right or wrong. Ah, yes. Now, there's a movement right at the back of the pavilion on the far left. And, of course, the annual trouble that other people stand up to see who the bard is when he stands up. But, yes, I can see him now. Yes, right at the back there. Of course, it's too far away for me to recognize him at the moment. I hope to be able to tell you who he is quite soon. It's a man. Oh, yes, women win this competition now and again, you know. And now, as the organ plays, the robing party make their way along the aisle to robe the victor in the ceremonial purple and to escort him to the stage. And this robing party is led by John Apris, the herald bard, and he has with him the mistress of the robes and the two attendant bards. And now the hitherto unknown poet has been robed, and he starts his journey down the centre aisle towards the photographers and the cameramen huddled round the steps which lead up to the pavilion stage. There he is, the hero of the hour, soon to be crowned, laughing, waving as he strides along. One or two people, I should imagine, who obviously know him, just giving him a little slap on the back as he goes past. And now the applause swells and grows. He reaches the steps, and still escorted by his fellow bards, he climbs onto the stage to be greeted by the archdruid. He almost fell there, but it's the herald bard. He's used to coping with emergencies. He was there on hand, and now he's escorted him, and the poet is safely seated as we wait for that dramatic moment that happens every year at the Eisteddfod, the announcement of his name by the archdruid.
Bar the Goron Eleni, you Rodri Rogers.
The archdruid has just announced that this year's winner is Rodri Rogers, the Welsh-American poet, who's made quite a name for himself since he came over here to live some 5 years ago. What a triumph for a man who first had to learn Welsh when he came. Nefoedd fawr. He's fallen. It would appear that Rodri Rogers has been taken ill. He's slipped from the chair of honour. He's lying face down on the platform. Mr. Myrion Matthews, the Eisteddfod secretary, has rushed up. There are one or two other officials attending to him. And it seems likely that the excitement of the moment has been a little too much for Mr. Rogers. Well, now, the Eisteddfod authorities have clearly been thrown into some confusion by this unexpected turn of events. I think that, yes, the inevitable solution to any crisis at the Eisteddfod, and I'm sure that we'll all be glad of this, the Master of Ceremonies is going to conduct this great congregation in a Welsh hymn.
Excuse me. Come along, Mary. Hang on to me.
Yes, okay.
Excuse me, please.
Here we are.
Is this the place?
Yes, that's it. Headley means police.
Sorry, sir, you can't go in there. Strict orders, sir.
Is the chief constable there?
Well, yes, sir, but I'm afraid I can't let anybody through just now.
Tell him that Detective Superintendent Wright and Mrs. Wright are outside, will you?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Certainly. If you'd wait a minute, I'll be right back, sir.
What's happened, John?
Well, it looks as though the chief's got embroiled in the collapse of your Welsh poet.
My Welsh poet, indeed. Oh, hello, Chief Constable.
Mary, I've been looking forward to seeing you at the Eisteddfod all day, but now... Oh, how are you, John?
I'm fine, thanks, Chief.
Good.
Well, it's been a most interesting day for an English foreigner.
You could say that. Were you there when Rodri was killed?
Killed?
You mean he's dead?
Yes.
But we thought he'd had a heart attack.
Look, better come inside. Too many big ears out here. This is Detective Sergeant Williams, in charge of the Estelvert 4 this week. Sergeant, these are two very good friends of mine, Detective Superintendent Wright and Mrs. Wright.
How do you do, sir?
Hello,
How do you do,
Sergeant.
Mrs. Wright?
Chief, if this is a murder investigation, would you rather I disappeared?
Well, as a matter
Yes,
of fact...
Mary, it might be best if you went back to the hotel. I'll join you there as soon as I can.
Yes, all right.
I'll see you out, Mrs. Wright.
No, thank you, Sergeant. I can find my own way. I won't disturb you any further.
Well, it's murder, all right, John. Tell me, where were you sitting, by the way?
About 10 rows back, near the centre aisle.
So you had a pretty good view of what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Rogers, if you remember, came through the audience with his escorts and up the stairs onto the platform. Facing him, at the rear of the platform, were the bards.
And their white, blue, and green robes, very colourful.
And as Rogers stood at the top of the stairs...
He tripped.
Everyone thought he'd tripped, sir, but that was the moment when he was shot.
Correct. Then the herald bard helped him into the chair, and the next thing we knew, well, there he was.
On the floor, dead.
Well, at first, people thought he was dead drunk or that he'd had a heart attack. It was only when the doctor pulled back the robe and saw the blood that anybody thought otherwise.
Now, let me get this clear. Rogers was shot from the front, when he had his back to the audience.
Exactly. Which means that somebody already on the platform must have done it.
And the only people on the platform were bards.
Yes. He was shot by one of his own. Makes it worse somehow, doesn't it, sir?
Look, John, this is not an ordinary murder. It happened on a very solemn occasion in front of 8,000 people and 2 yards away from 20 reporters and photographers. I mean, damn it all, it was even on television. At the moment, we're pretty short of senior men in this force. I know you're on leave, but... No, look, can you help us?
Well, sir, if you can square it with my chief...
I can square it with your chief. Can you square it with Mary?
I think I can find a reason, sir. After all, she was a witness.
Yes. One of 8,000.
Rodri Rogers. Who was Rodri? Well, now,
Mr. Matthews here is the Estelvert secretary.
And this is Mr. John Apries.
Oh, how do you do, sir?
Mr. Apries led the robing party to collect Rodri, if collect is the right word.
I think you were telling the super about Rodri, Mr. Matthews.
Oh, yes. A strange man. Everything about him was strange. Born in America of a Welsh mother who told him stories of Wales. Came over here after university on a holiday and just never went back again.
Yes, one of his best poems is about how he discovered himself as well as Wales when he came over here.
Well, whatever the rest of his life was, he was a marvellous poet, mind. When he was at university in America, he'd made a real reputation writing in English,
Yes, and then to come to Wales, learn the language and handle it with absolute mastery in 5 years, well, that takes some doing.
I think it might be fair to add, sir, that there were other reasons apart from poetry why Mr. Rogers was happy to stay here in Europe.
Well, go on, Sergeant.
Well, sir...
Oh, don't mind us, Sergeant. Rodri is dead. And anyway, everybody in Wales knew about his political activities.
No?
Well, he'd been a student leader in the States, you see, sir. Very left-wing and so on. He hadn't been over here very long before he was, well, more of a nationalist than a nationalist.
Yes, I see.
In fact, he was a founder member of a very way-out group which we were keeping an eye on.
Oh, be fair, Sergeant. He left Gerwin Arvan's lot a very good while ago.
Well, that's true, sir. We understand there was some kind of big row. Nobody's quite sure what it was about. But I gather that, among other things, Mrs. Rogers didn't approve of the movement.
Good God, yes. Angharad. What's happened about her? Has she been told?
Well, she probably saw the whole thing.
No, sir. Fortunately, she was still in town. She first heard about it from W.P.C. Davies. I sent round to inform her.
Oh, poor girl.
She's gone back home now, sir, after, well, doing the necessary. She didn't want anybody with her. She just said she wanted to be quiet.
Oh, well, she always was a quiet one. She's a sculptress, you know.
Oh, really?
Exhibitions in London and pieces in some of the big museums.
That's interesting.
She taught Rodri Welsh, because he didn't know much when he came here. In fact, she just about gave up her career to look after him.
I see. Well, now, gentlemen, let's get down to business. And first, will you please remember that I am an English visitor and that I don't understand your rituals?
Yes, of course.
Now, to begin with, the crowning ceremony opens with white-robed bards processing through the pavilion onto the stage and then joining other bards in blue and green robes on raised seats at the back of the platform.
Yes, but the blues and greens enter from the back of the stage, and they're in position before the ceremony starts.
What's so special about the whites?
Well, the white is for former winners of poem competitions at the Eisteddfod, and it's also an honorary award to people who have done great things for Wales. We can't give people an OBE, so we give them a white robe instead.
How do you become a blue or green robe?
Oh, mostly by examination in music and literature.
I see.
There are a lot more greens and blues than whites. If they all turned up at the Eisteddfod, we'd be in trouble, I can tell you.
Now, the chief Eisteddfod officials were those in the gold robes, standing at either end of the main platform.
Yes, that's right, yes. The archdruid, the registrar, the herald bard, and so on.
They all have parts to play in the ceremony, you see, so they were pretty busy, weren't they?
Mr. Ap Reese, tell me what happened when you took the robing party to fetch Rodri Rogers.
Well, the first thing that was apparent to us when we reached him was that he was drunk.
Drunk?
Yes. The whiff of whiskey was terrible, and we had to hold him up straight while the mistress of the wardrobe got his robe on. Luckily, the ceremony requires him to be marched along with one man at either side. And I can tell you they were needed.
What happened on the stairs?
That was the worst part, because all the photographers were taking their snaps. At the top of the stairs, we had to let go of him because the archsteward comes forward then and greets him.
That was when he was shot.
I suppose so. Though, of course, we didn't know it at the time.
Yeah, of course not.
His knees buckled, and I just thought that the drink had finally got him. There was no time to explain to the archsteward, so I pushed past him and practically carried Rodri into the chair of honour. I growled at him to sit still and shut up. And then I went back to stand in my place.
And when Mr. Rogers slipped off the chair onto the floor?
Well, then it was up to me, as secretary of the Eisteddfod, to do something. Luckily, one of the bards sitting at the back was a doctor, and he came over to help.
Yes, that's right.
I thought he'd had a heart attack, you see. But when we pulled back the purple cloak and turned him over, well, we could see the blood and the little hole in Rodri's shirt, right over the heart. He was quite dead.
Terrible.
Shocking indeed.
Sir, shall I...
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Well, from what we know already, sir, is 99% certain that the bullet which killed Mr. Rogers was fired from the rows of seats at the back of the stage.
Back
where
of the
all
stage?
the bards were sitting. It's too early to say for certain at the moment, but from the angle of the bullet's entry, we think that the murderer was fairly near the front. We know he was sitting near enough in the middle of a row, anyway. Now then, Mr. Matthews, how can we find out who was in a position to have fired the shot?
Oh, well, now that would be difficult. You see, the bards aren't seated in any particular order. Just the whites with the whites, the blues behind, and then the greens.
Yes, but if he was sitting in the third or fourth rows, he'd be pretty sure to be a blue.
Well, let's leave that question for the moment. I'm assuming that the killer had the gun hidden in the folds of his robe or up his sleeve or something, and that he used a silencer. But even with a silencer, there's a certain amount of noise. Now, why did no one report any of that?
Well, my fault, in a way, I suppose. You see, as soon as I knew it was murder, I rushed off to find Sergeant Williams here. But by the time I got back, Rodri's body had been carried off the stage, and they were trying to get a hymn going. And there was a lot of confusion, you see. And the archdruid still thought that Rodri had died of a heart attack. So during the singing, he had all the bards marched off the platform, out the back way, and onto the buses, isn't it?
Buses? What buses?
Well, sir, the bards change into their robes at a church hall in the town, and then they're driven the 2 miles to the Eisteddfod grounds in these special buses, and then after the ceremony is over, they go back again the same way.
You see, you can never hold the Eisteddfod in the centre of the town. It's too big, especially for a little country town like this.
Well, I don't want to keep you gentlemen too long this evening, so I'll restrict myself to one basic question. It's a simple why. Why would anyone wish to kill Rodri Rogers?
Well, that's a bit too simple, isn't it, Superintendent? I mean, what you're really asking is, why should a member of the Gothsale Bards wish to kill Rodri?
Well, could it be a jealous rival, someone who would hope to win the crown himself?
Oh, no, not at all. That won't wash. Not unless the murderer was going to kill the winner, whoever he was.
What do you mean?
You see, we arrange it very carefully, that no one but the secretary of the Eisteddfod, and that's me, knows who has won the crown before the actual ceremony.
Yes, but
it
how
works
exactly?
like this. The poet sends in his entry under a pen name. He also sends in a sealed envelope with his pen name on the outside and his real name on a bit of paper inside. Now, when the adjudicators decide on the winner, they tell me his pen name, and then I open the envelope a few days before the ceremony.
Yes, I understand.
Then I write to the winning poet and impress upon him not to tell a living soul apart from his wife that he's won, and arrange for him to occupy a seat at the back of the pavilion on the Tuesday afternoon.
Wait a minute, though, Mr. Matthews. I read in one of the papers this morning that Rodri Rogers was likely to win the crown.
And if you'd read some of the other papers, you'd have read other names.
Yes.
The press always have a go at finding out, but they're more often wrong than right.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. No doubt I'll be talking to you again during the next few days.
Well, thank you.
Naturally.
But I think I'd better pay my respects to Mrs. Rogers now. She lives in the neighbourhood, doesn't she, Sergeant?
Yeah, about 15 miles, sir. Bit of a rough road.
Had we better warn her we're coming?
No chance, I'm afraid, sir. Her phone's out of order.
Is there much more of this, Sergeant?
Oh, not much more now, sir, no. That telephone kiosk over there, that's the last outpost of civilization. Oh, there it is now, sir. That's the house there.
What's that large outbuilding at the side?
Oh, that'll be her studio, sir. That's where she does all her sculpture and things.
The door's open. Looks as if she's there now.
A bit funny, isn't it, sir? That's what happened to her this afternoon.
Well, let's take a look.
Hello? Who's there?
Good evening, Mrs. Rogers. I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm Detective Superintendent Wright, and I'm looking into the unfortunate...
Come in, please, both of you.
You're working late, Mrs. Rogers?
Yes, it's a very strange thing. For years I've been trying to do a good head of Rodri in clay, and somehow I could never get it right. But this evening when I got back from it all, I came straight out here and started work knowing I can't explain it, but knowing it would be good.
I'm all the more sorry, then, that I have to interrupt.
Oh, that's all right. I'm really too tired to go on anyway. I'll just cover it with a cloth. Oh, please sit down.
Mrs. Rogers, can you please tell us, and take your time, all the events of this day and anything important about the days that led up to it?
Oh, dear.
Would you rather I left it till tomorrow?
No, it's all right. I suppose it all began about 10 days ago when we got the letter telling Rodri he'd won the crown. He was terribly excited, and you couldn't blame him, honestly. Winning the crown 5 years after starting to learn Welsh, that's really something.
Apart from telling you that he'd won, did he mention it to anybody else?
Well, he wasn't supposed to, and I don't think he did. Not when I was there, that's for sure. But then he wasn't home all that much last week.
Where did he go?
I didn't ask. But he hadn't really been sober since he got the news, so he was either drinking or sleeping it off somewhere or other.
Mr. Rogers was a heavy drinker, I understand. Yet he had no job, and he drew no unemployment pay.
You haven't asked a question, Superintendent, but I'll answer it anyway. He lived on me. I have some money of my own, or had. I also made quite a lot when I was working in London, when my sculptures were selling well, but... Well, when I married Rodri, he made it perfectly plain that his business in life was poetry. It was up to others to support him. I must say he kept his word.
He did publish a lot of poetry, Mrs. Rogers. I've read some of it myself. Didn't that bring in anything?
About enough to pay for the paper and the stamps. And the trouble is I haven't been earning myself very much lately. I haven't really been in the mood. Of course, unless you're in London, you can very quickly be forgotten.
Mrs. Rogers, what time did you leave the house this morning?
About 10 o'clock. Rodri had got back in the small hours, but I managed to get him up early because I wanted to do some shopping before we went to the Eisteddfod.
Oh, so you had intended to see the crowning originally?
Oh, yes, I was looking forward to it. Until we had the row. We parked, as usual, in front of the Feathers, and I wanted a cup of coffee in the lounge before doing my shopping. Unfortunately, I'd forgotten that the place had an all-day license because the Eisteddfod was on. As you can imagine, I never got my cup of coffee. Well, after about half an hour in the bar, I left Rodri and went to do my shopping. An hour later, when I returned, he was getting drunk. I know the signs. So I told him to come away immediately. I was afraid he would disgrace himself at the ceremony, but of course I couldn't say that with all those other people in the bar. Well, one word led to another, and I'm afraid I lost my temper. I was as bad as he was. Finally, I told a couple of his cronies that they could take him to the Eisteddfod, and I walked out. They'll probably tell you that my last words to him were, "I'm off home, and I never want to see you again."
You didn't go home, though?
No, somehow I couldn't do that. Anyway, I needed to cool down a bit. The river flows just behind the Feathers, and there's a nice little walk along the bank there. I just walked, sat. It was a beautiful, warm afternoon. Eventually, I fell asleep.
Anybody see you?
Well, there was a couple lying down about 20 yards away, but I don't think they were very interested in other people.
What time did you wake up?
I remember looking at my watch, and it was about 2:45. I hurried back to the car to listen to the ceremony on the radio. And I couldn't understand why they were just playing records instead. Though the announcer did say they were unable to return to the Eisteddfod field, I thought he meant they'd had a technical hitch or something.
What happened then?
Well, after about half an hour, I saw the coach coming back with the bards, and I saw them going into the church hall opposite to change, so I walked over to see if Rodri was with them. Then I met this policewoman.
Mrs. Rogers, you told W.P.C. Davis that you'd been too nervous to go to the ceremony. What did he mean by that?
Well, as I told you, Rodri was very excited. He had a great deal to drink. Quite frankly, I didn't want to be around if he was going to make an exhibition of himself.
You weren't nervous because any threats had been made to your husband?
Threats? Good heavens, no.
Well, did Mr. Rogers have any enemies?
Rodri used to say, with friends like mine, who needs enemies?
Well, sir, where do we go from here?
Back to the Royal Oak and a meal, I hope. Oh, but there's one thing I want done before tomorrow morning, Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
And that's a thorough examination of all the press photographs taken of the ceremony. Work out with a ballistics chap the likely area from which the shot came, then get Marion Matthews and John Ap Rees to help you identify every bard sitting in that area. Right?
Okay, sir.
And I'll see you in the morning.
Good morning, Sergeant. Come and have a cup of coffee. We're the last down to breakfast this morning, I'm afraid.
Oh, thank you very much, Mrs. Wright. Good morning, sir.
Any luck, Sergeant? It's all right, you can talk.
Well, sir, we spent a lot of time with magnifying glass last night. And while we can't identify everybody, we've got most of the names by now. See, what with the hoods they're wearing and the fact that some of them are in shadow, it's not really too easy. But we are asking everybody we can identify who is sitting on either side of them, so we'll get the whole picture quite soon.
Excellent.
How much sleep have you had, Sergeant?
Well, enough, I hope. Anyway, among the names we do know, sir, are a couple of very interesting ones. Gerwin Arvon and Will Pennard.
Arvon? He's the leader of this way-out Welsh patriotic group and the chap who would have the quarrel with Rogers.
That's right, sir. He's the chap we were going to talk to today anyway, even before we knew about this. But Will Pennard, he's a very different kettle of fish. He's Mrs. Rogers' old boyfriend. They trained in art college in London together, and well, very soon afterwards they got engaged. I'm told they were within sight of getting married when Rodri Rogers arrived on the scene.
Was Mr. Pennard very cut up?
Yeah, so it seems. In fact, the talk is he never got over it.
Well, I don't understand why he was there on the platform at all. Is this man a poet as well as an artist?
You can become an honorary bard as an artist or a craftsman. I remember reading about Will Pennard now. Didn't he design the crown for this year's Eisteddfod?
In that case, he'd have had to know who had won to get the size right.
I'm afraid not, sir. They just put an adjustable lining inside it.
I see.
Have you seen the paper this morning, Sergeant?
No.
Look, who's this dear old gentleman in the... Well, it must be the first blue row.
Oh, that's old Clare Westwyth. He's well into his 80s, but he never misses an Eisteddfod. So what he gets out of it, I can't imagine. He's as deaf as a post these days.
What about this one next to him?
Where?
There.
Oh, between him and Will Pennard.
Yes, that's right.
At the moment, we're not quite sure about that one. You see, some of the bards are wearing dark glasses because of the television lights. It doesn't help.
Yes.
But we're checking.
Well, time we started work. What's first, Sergeant?
Well, if you agree, sir, why don't we call at Ruthed Farm to see Gerwin Arvon? Hello? Mr. Arvon?
Who's that?
Sir Headley. This is Detective Superintendent Wright. You know me.
Aye. I know the local Gestapo, all right. What's this? Reinforcements from England to keep up the pressure?
There are a few questions I'd like to ask you, Mr. Arvon. We called at the farm, but there was no one in.
Oh, there's a shame now. Still, I expect you saw the pigs in the kitchen and the goats eating the coal in the back.
Mr. Arvon, I'm not an idiot, and I do have some questions to ask.
Careful, sir. I think he's got a gun. Right-hand coat pocket.
So if I were you, Mr. Arvon, I'd sort of walk around the problem and approach it from another angle.
See what you mean, sir.
Well, I don't. What the hell are you talking about walking around?
Well done, Sergeant. Keep him still now. You were right. It is a gun. By the look of it, one that's recently been fired.
A 9mm Walther, sir. Could have done the job.
Fingerprints?
Well, we'll try, of course, sir, but I shouldn't think there's much chance now. Shall I cuff him, sir?
Yes, then leave him with me. And while we're having a chat, I'm sure Mr. Arvon won't mind if you look around for the silencer that ought to go with that shooter.
Oh, no, you don't. This is my property, and no snooper from the English Gestapo.
If you prefer it, we'll just sit and wait while the sergeant goes off to get a search warrant. All right?
Get on with it.
Right, Sergeant. You know what to look for. Sir. Now, let's talk about Rodri Rogers, the late Rodri Rogers. You used to be friends, I believe.
Well, you believe wrong. Oh, there was a time not so long ago when our political beliefs walked the same road. We started a freedom task force, but when the going got rough, Rodri Rogers went missing.
He let you down?
He let us all down.
All? My information is that you now lead a movement which has exactly 4 members.
That's a lie. I'll admit that when Hodry went, a few of us resigned as well. But we are still a powerful organized...
Yes?
I found these in a box under a pile of sacks in the barn.
Let me see now. Oh, 2 more waltzers. Just like the one you gave us, Mr. Arthman. Some hand grenades, ammunition, and... What's this?
Careful! Leave that alone. It's still ignite.
Oh, my God. I just carried that a couple of hundred yards.
It could carry you even further. Put it down very gently, Sergeant. Very gently. That's it. Now, ready for assistance, Sergeant. Then stay here while I take Mr. Arthman to the station.
No, you damned English.
You're right, sir. One sore shin, otherwise okay. On your way, Arthman.
Hey, what about my beasts?
They'll be cared for now. Come along.
Are you charging me with Hodry's murder?
No need to yet. We've got plenty to charge you with already.
Well, I didn't kill him. Wanted to, mind you, but that's as far as it went.
Oh, yes?
And I never used any of that ammunition. And tell you one thing, though. That gun, I found it.
Yes?
It's true, I tell you. Opened the barn door this morning, and there it was on the floor. Anyway, I recognized it as soon as I picked it up. Hodry's, the one issued to him by the movement. Should have returned it when he left, of course. He didn't. But I know it. There's a little mark on the butt if you look close. I just brought out the other guns to check when you arrived. That's why it was an easy job for you to find
So
them.
Rodri was shot by his own gun?
Aye, if that's the gun that did it. But why did someone put it in my barn?
Are you saying you've been framed?
Yes, I am. But not by a policeman. If one of you lot had been up here, I'd have known.
How?
Oh, I've got friends. Now, look, can you get someone out to the farm before milking time?
That'll all be looked after. Come on, get a move on there.
Come in.
Mrs. Wright?
Yes?
Oh, I'm sorry to bother you in your hotel room like this. Oh, I'm Angharad Rogers.
Oh, Mrs. Rogers, I never quite know what to say at times like this. What can I do? Are you looking for my husband?
Sergeant Williams, actually. He'll know what I'm talking about. Are they at the station?
Well, no, they're out of town just now. Can I help?
Well, it's Will Pennard. I'm a bit worried.
Oh, yes, I've heard of him. He made the crown for this year's Eisteddfod, didn't he?
Yes. Well, he came round to see me this morning. He's an old friend. I thought he'd come to say how sorry he was about Rodri, but he never mentioned him. He just sat there staring at me and hardly spoke a word. And then... Oh, it is so difficult.
Look, would it help if I said I knew he was fond of you?
Oh, goodness, it hasn't taken you long to learn all about us. Yes, it would help, because then he kissed me. After that, we talked a bit, quietly, and he asked me if I was working. So I showed him the head of Rodri I'd started, and you know, he started crying. God help me, he shouted, and he ran out of the house and into his car.
When did this happen?
Oh, about 10 o'clock this morning. I was terribly worried about it because he had a nervous breakdown about a year ago, and I thought he might be heading for another one. So I got the car out and went round to his digs. But his landlady said he wasn't there, and she didn't know when he'd be back. Do you think he's all right?
Do you think he's all right, she said. And then she drove off. You only missed her by 5 minutes.
I called in to see the Eisteddfod secretary. Mr. Matthews has got hold of some film of the ceremony that he wants me to see.
Well, what are you going to do about Will Pennard?
Well, clearly we'll have to talk to the man as soon as possible. Which means that I've got to leave my lunch and ring the station. Honestly, do you wonder that all policemen are dyspeptic?
Oh, nonsense. It's not the work, it's all the beer you drink while you're pretending to watch a suspect. Oh, by the way, I thought I'd go to the pictures this afternoon.
And so you shall.
What?
I've arranged a special showing for bards and others at the police station at 2:30.
Oh, John.
And now I must go and lay on a general alert.
Right, hold it now, Thompson. Lights up, please. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen. Quiet, please. Now, you've seen the bit of film once, and in a minute we're going to show it to you again. Let me remind you that afterwards we're going to be asking you to describe exactly where you were in that procession to the pavilion, and also where you were sitting at the back of the platform. Also, and this is most important, who was sitting to your left and to your right. And finally, did you notice anything unusual, strange, or out of the ordinary during the course of the afternoon? Everything quite clear? Yes. All right, Thompson, start it up.
Well, Sergeant, what have we learned?
Well, I think we managed to sort things out fairly well, sir. Now we know the identity of practically everybody who was in the shooting area.
Now, let's see if I've got everything clear in my mind. And, you correct me, Mary, if I go wrong.
Yes, all right.
And the bards arrive at the church hall at or near 1:30.
Yes.
They show their admission cards or make themselves known to the mistress of the robes and her helpers.
Mm.
They put on their robes and are personally checked by the mistress of the robes to see that everything's in order.
Yes, now, that was peculiar, John.
Peculiar? In what way?
Well, she said that she knew everybody who got onto the buses. And yet there were one or two faces in the film and on the photographs which she couldn't recognize at all.
Oh, well, the film was pretty rough, Mrs. Wright.
Yes, I know, but all the
What's
same...
your impression, Sergeant?
Well, everything points to Al. He was in the right position, he had the motive, and he had the gun.
Now, he may have had the gun, but did he have the knowledge? Did he know in advance that Rogers was going to win the crown?
Well, if he or one of his pals was in the feathers that morning, he could easily have found out.
Oh, no, I doubt it. If Arvon had blurted it out then, many others would have heard it, and the news would have spread like wildfire.
Yes. Well, let's get back to the film show. Did any of the bards notice anything odd or unusual?
Well, some of them said they recalled a strange smell, like fireworks, but they'd no idea which direction it came from.
Very helpful.
Oh, come on now, I sympathize with them. With photographers' flashlights going off, an organ blaring out, 8,000 people cheering and clapping. No wonder a bit of burnt powder went unnoticed.
Well, at least we've got the names of all the bards who are sitting in the target area. Oh, all except the one sitting between Will Pennard and...
Who is missing?
Yes, and also Ystwyth.
Who wasn't at the film show?
No, sir. Typical of him. He went to the wrong station. He's here now, though, sir, so perhaps I could bring him in.
Yes, of course. Oh, we seem a bit short of chairs. Can you take the files off that one, Mary?
Oh,
Just
yes,
put them on the
okay.
floor. Thanks. Oh, good morning, sir. Very kind of you to come along.
Oh, call me Theo, my boy. That's Welsh for lion, you know. Bit of a toothless lion nowadays, but...
Sit down here.
Oh, thank you, my dear. Now, you want to ask me some questions, is it?
Mm-hmm.
You ask and Theo will answer. Only talk a bit slow, will you? People today don't talk as clear as they did when I was a lad.
Now, can you cast your mind back to...
what's that?
Can you cast your mind back to last Tuesday's crowning ceremony?
Oh, when young Rodri got shot. Yes, indeed. The most tragic occasion since a Gadair thee at Birkenhead. Or was it Bangor?
So, who sat next to you on the platform?
Between you and Will Pennard.
Oh, well, now then, well, to tell you the truth, I've no idea.
Was it a man or a woman?
Well, it was, wait a minute. Come to think of it, no, I'm not sure.
Oh, but you must know if it was a man or a woman.
I remember now. It was well, I'd better say the person who sat next to me on the bus. Now, this person came up to me just as we were getting on and said, "Hello, Theo," but in a very husky voice. Said he'd caught a very bad summer cold, that he'd try not to give it to me. Well, I haven't had a cold in 50 years, as I was telling him during the journey.
And this person didn't speak to you again?
No, not that I recall, but then he must have. Only I don't quite... You see, we're not encouraged to speak once we're on the platform. I've been in trouble with a herald bard once or twice about that, I can tell you.
Can you summon up any picture of the person? Now, think hard.
Well, tell you the truth, I never got a proper look. There were those dark glasses, you see, and his hood seemed to come down very low.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there is one thing I do remember, though.
And what was that?
And he was very restless. There's not much room in those chairs, and once I got a real old biff in the side from his elbow.
Detective Superintendent Wright? Yes? Where? Alone? I see. Well, please do nothing until we get there. Maintain observation and no more. Understood? Thank you. Claire, we may ask you some more questions later on.
What's that?
More questions later on.
Oh,
But
yes,
the
with
sergeant
pleasure.
and I have got an urgent appointment.
Right.
It's Will Pennard, Mary. There's a report that he's been seen walking about on a beach about 20 miles from here. Well, come along, Sergeant.
Sir. What beach is this, sir?
Something called Trythe D.
Trythe D?
What's the matter?
Well, Trythe D's war office property, sir.
So?
Well, there's some very secret work going on there, sir. Nobody's allowed near.
Why not?
Well, it happens to be an experimental minefield.
Captain Willoughby?
Yes. Good morning, Superintendent. That's your man, I take it, walking along by the sea's edge.
Sergeant?
Yes, sir. That's Pennard. Is there any way of getting to him, Captain?
Well, I'm quite sure there is. Unfortunately, I haven't got the maps of this minefield. Someone back at HQ is trying to dig them out right now. And until we're quite sure where the safe path is, I really wouldn't advise you to go any nearer than we are now.
Can't we follow in his footsteps?
Well, I wouldn't recommend it. In any case, they don't seem to exist. You know, this leads me to think that your chap's been out there all day, sitting on that big rock, I shouldn't wonder, while the tide came in and out.
What's the situation?
Well, as far as I can gather, the bit of sand by the waterline is clear, but the stretch between him and us could be solid with mines, and very powerful ones at that. Don't risk it.
I'll give him a call.
Pennard! Pennard!
Shall I try, sir?
Hey, Will! Will! This is the police! You're working on a minefield, man! Mr. Pennard! You are in great danger. Do not walk about anymore, but climb onto that big rock near you. As soon as we know where the path through the minefield is, we'll... No, don't come any nearer. Keep still, man. Who are you? Detective Superintendent Wright. Why are you looking for me? I want to talk to you about last Tuesday. About Rodri, you mean? If you like. He was a great poet, but he was an evil man. Now he's dead. Don't you think he deserved to die, Superintendent?
Sergeant, see if you can hurry them up with that map. I'll keep him talking.
Mr. Pennard, you called to see Mrs. Rogers yesterday. I'm afraid she's worried about you. Worried? Nobody must worry of her. She must be left alone. Do you hear me? I can't leave anyone alone until I know the truth. Very well, Mr. Policeman. I have something to tell you. I killed Rodri Rogers. I did it. And now I'm coming to give myself up. Are you ready to receive me? Keep still, you fool. Stay where you are. Don't move back. Are you ready to receive me, oh Lord? Are you ready?
Oh, my God. I'm going to take a look.
No. Stay where we are. We're staying here.
But the man's wounded. He needs help.
Look again. He's beyond any help we can give him.
What happened? Did he...
Oh, my God. The map, sir. I suppose you need it now.
Who's there?
Sergeant Williams, Mrs. Rogers. Can I come in? Still working on the bust, then?
Yes, though it hasn't gone so well today. I suppose my worries are catching up on me.
Yes, you'll have a lot of things to see to just now, won't you? Solicitors and undertakers, telling the relatives and so on.
Well, if I had any close relatives, I think they'd have heard about Rodri by now, wouldn't you? But since I'm an orphan and an only child, the matter doesn't arise. As for the solicitors, what's the point? Rodri had no money, and if he had, I might have had to share it with his girlfriend.
How do you feel about these other ladies?
Do you shock easily, Sergeant?
I don't think so.
Well, then I'll tell you how I felt. I felt amused. Yes, amused. Because Rodri was anything but the great lover you'd imagine from the way he wrote and the way he acted. The build-up was terrific, but the performance was O-level. That's why I didn't bother myself too much about these little, Oh, let's change the subject. You've been here before, haven't you, Sergeant?
Oh, yes, of course, yesterday.
No. I mean, a couple of years ago.
Oh, yes. Yes, another officer and I did call him once or twice to ask Mr. Rogers some questions.
About Gerwin Arvon and the movement.
That's right.
It was late at night and I was in bed when you last called, but I peeped out of the window and saw you leaving. What did you tell him that night?
We didn't tell him anything. We only asked him some questions.
Well, whatever it was, you really frightened him. He came back upstairs swearing and grumbling, and then I'm afraid I started on him, asking if he wanted to be deported. I don't think he or I slept a wink that night. The next thing I knew, he'd had a fearful row with Gerwin Arvon and resigned from the movement.
We were told he left the movement because of you, Mrs. Rogers. How did you feel about Gerwin Arvon?
I hated him. I tell you, if someone had shot Gerwin Arvon instead of Rodri, I'd have been on your list of suspects. When he had quite a few supporters, Gerwin was very high and mighty indeed. I used to call him Mein Führer when he came round to the house, and he used to practically leap up and down in rage.
Mrs. Rogers, I've been a long time coming to it, but I'm afraid I've got some bad news for you.
Is it Will? Will Pennard?
I'm afraid so. A few hours ago, we traced him to Trite D, the War Office property beach where the minefield is.
He was born near there.
Oh, yes. Well, perhaps that's how he got through the minefield and down to the shore. Only coming back, well, he wasn't so lucky.
Dead?
In a flash. If you'll excuse the expression. I'm very sorry.
He was very fond of me, you know. No, that's not honest. He loved me. I only wish I could have loved him back. It would have made things so much simpler. I used to feel so sorry for him, but what right had I to feel sorry for a man because he was good and gentle?
You were engaged at one time, weren't you?
Yes, when we were students. But it was never really on. There was no clash, no spark. Oh, poor Will. I am so sorry.
Mrs. Rogers, before he died, Mr. Pennard said rather a strange thing.
Yes?
Well, he shouted to Superintendent Wright, who was on the other side of the minefield, that he had killed your husband and was coming to give himself up.
Did he say anything else?
That you were to be left alone. Mrs. Rogers, do you think Will Pennard could have killed your husband?
How can I answer that? Rodri dead, now Will. Perhaps there's a pattern to it, I don't know.
Well, there were some indications during the superintendent's talk that Mr. Pennard might have been mentally disturbed or have received a severe emotional shock. Can you give any help on that?
Only what I told Mrs. Wright, that he had had a nervous breakdown last year. Though he did look very startled when I met him last Friday in town.
Oh, what happened?
Well, I was just passing his digs as he came out, so I called out and offered him a lift. We'd only heard the news about Rodri winning the crown the previous day, and I'm afraid I couldn't help dropping a little hint, because after all, he had made the crown.
What was that?
Oh, that's Jones, Bryn Farm. When he's been into town, he buys me a paper so that I'll know what's going on.
Oh, I'll get it for you, Mrs. Rogers.
Thank you. I expect you read it this morning.
Matter of fact, I haven't. According to this, we're in for a bit of a treat next Sunday.
Let me see. Exclusive revelation. I was Rodri's mistress. By actress Glenys Lane.
Mrs. Rogers, I think I ought to be getting back now. But before I go, can you tell me something about this Glenys Lane?
Nothing, Sergeant. I can tell you nothing.
Detective Superintendent Wright?
Oh, Marion Matthews here, Inspector.
Ah, Mr. Matthews. How are things going at the Esteville?
Well, breaking all records, I'm happy to say. Though I suppose it's more due to Rodri Rogers than to the bards of Wales. But it was to do with Rodri that I'm ringing you.
Yes.
You've seen the piece in the paper about Glenys Lane.
Yes, I understand that the lady's appearing in repertory at the Civic Theatre in Aberdeen.
That's right.
And as soon as Sergeant Williams gets back, we'll be off to have a word with her.
I taught drama to that young madam at school, you know. Her and Harad.
Oh, yes.
But it was only when I saw her picture that I realized who she was. I mean, she was the girl I saw standing by the side of the platform backstage just before Rodri was killed.
Well, why on earth didn't you tell me about a girl before?
Well, honest to God, it had slipped my memory entirely until today. Well, I just popped onto the stage to push one of the microphone cables out of the way. Our present asteroid tends to fall over things, you understand. And I was coming off and saw this girl in the wings. Well, she was wearing a sort of bra thing, then a lot of bare skin, and then her skirt splits as high as it would go. Well, I meant to ask her what she was up to, but there wasn't time.
You didn't recognize her then, but you know her now, is that it?
Yes, well, sounds daft, doesn't it? But it's true all the same. And I still wouldn't know it was Glenys if it hadn't been for that piece in the paper. Glenys Lane, an actress. I bet that's costing her dad a packet.
No talent.
Talent? You must be joking. When she left school, I wrote on a report, the school plays will never be the same again. And I meant it. They're quite good now.
This is her dressing room. If you'll just wait here, gentlemen, she's taking the final curtain now.
Oh, sounds like a very good house to me, sir, judged by the applause.
Publicity's probably helped. Mary tried to get in, but every seat had gone. If Marion Matthews is right, it can't be the acting.
Oh, darling, you were marvellous.
Oh, how wonderful.
There are two gentlemen to see you.
Oh, you want to see me? Are you the press?
I'm afraid not.
We're police officers. This is Detective Superintendent Wright, and I'm Detective Sergeant Williams.
How nice. Come in.
Thank you.
Can I take my slap off while we talk? Oh, it's all right, Sergeant. I won't take anything else off, I promise.
Miss Lane, I would like to ask you some questions. I'll get straight to the point. You claim to have been Rodri Rogers' mistress.
Yes. You've seen the publicity about my article, I suppose. Well, I met Rodri about 6 months ago at a party. Where else would one meet Rodri? And he came to stay at my little flat the following weekend. Well, after that, it was on and off, as you might say, for quite a while. Oh, but lately he'd been getting a bit boring.
Boring?
Intense. Serious. The distant chime of wedding bells and all that.
And that didn't interest you?
Well, darling, he's married. Oh, correction, was married. And I'm not the marrying type.
Had you told Mr. Rogers of your feelings, Miss Lane?
Not exactly. I was going to. And then I got a little hint that Rodri was going to win the crown. So then I thought that being engaged to him for a month or so, just till the publicity wore off, wouldn't hurt my career one little bit.
How did you hear that Mr. Rogers was going to win the crown, Miss Lane?
Oh, it was the night before the shooting. I was called to the stage door phone, and this chap said that Rodri was going to win, and that I mustn't miss it.
Who was this chap?
Oh, well, I hope I'm not getting him into trouble. It was Gerwin Arvon. He explained that Rodri couldn't ring me because of the promise he'd made, a vow of secrecy or something. But Gerwin had got to know, so he was doing me a good turn.
I see. And you went to the Eisteddfod?
Yes.
Where were you sitting?
Oh, a long way back. All the best seats were sold.
I don't think you're telling the truth, Miss Lane. We have a witness who says that you were standing in the wings backstage at the Eisteddfod just before Mr. Rogers was shot.
Well, your witness was lying, not me. I was hundreds of yards away. It's not true, I tell you.
He knows you, Miss Lane. A Mr. Marion Matthews.
Oh, all right. I didn't say anything because I didn't want to get Hughes into trouble.
David Hughes?
He was the BBC commentator.
I see.
I met him on the field. I hadn't a ticket, so he smuggled us at the back of the stage. Then took me up to the commentary position until the ceremony started. I had to get out then, of course. So I went down into the wings, and that's all I know.
Why the wings, Miss Lane? No, don't tell me. You were going to rush onto the stage and be photographed kissing the crown bar.
Oh, how did you guess?
I think the superintendent finds you predictable, Miss Lane.
One thing more, Miss Lane. Are you quite sure it was Gerwin Arvon who rang you up?
Well, that's who he said he was. And he reminded me that I'd met him at the same party where Rodri and I were first introduced.
Did you recognize his voice?
Not really. I'd only met him once, you see. And he was speaking very quietly, whispering almost. Oh, I remember now. He said he'd a bad cold. Funny time to have a cold. August.
Do you think she was telling the truth, sir?
Well, sometimes. No, rather more often than that. You've got to be clever to lie convincingly, as you know, Sergeant. And now Miss Lane's no genius.
What amazes me is that Rodri Rogers preferred her to his wife.
Well, come now, we've got no evidence of that.
Well, she did say he was getting serious about her, talking of marriage and so on.
I wonder how much of that was wishful thinking.
Oh, on your left now, sir, and up the drive there.
Your chief constable lives in some style.
Oh, yes, sir. Well, not that I'm what you'd call a regular visitor.
Ah, come in, come in.
Thank you very much.
Come along inside. Through here, into the study.
Delightful place you have here, sir.
Make yourselves comfortable.
Thank
Sit down, sit down. Now then, put me in the picture about this damned murder. Scotch for you, John?
Neat, please, yes.
Sergeant?
Oh, same, please, sir.
And one for me makes 3. There we are.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Your very good health.
Yeah.
Now then, tell me, are you getting anywhere?
Yes, sir. I think we now know a great deal more than we did last Tuesday.
Good, good.
With the help of your officers and the forensic people, we've established that Rogers was shot with a 9mm Walther armed with a silencer. That this gun was actually his own property, and that the gun was later found in the possession of Gerwin Arvon.
Who is now on remand.
On other charges, yes, sir.
Now, would you say he had a motive for murder?
Well, certainly.
Yes, but would he have the guts? Williams?
I'm not sure, sir.
No, neither am I. I've been keeping an eye on Arbon now for a year or two, and I've always thought him more of a play actor than a revolutionary.
I see.
All the same, there's a lot of evidence against him, plus an armory of illegal weapons. I wouldn't rate him as harmless by any means.
No, sir, and I plan to have another talk with him tomorrow. Meanwhile, I think you know that we had one confession to this murder already. Will Pennard.
Yes, tell me what you make of it. Was the chap round the bend?
Hard to say, sir. He was, I suppose, overwrought would be the right word. On the other hand, I'm sure he knew what he was saying.
Yes, but look, no one in his right mind would walk into a minefield.
No, that was the most deliberate suicide I've ever seen. And the most horrifying.
Now, look, is there any evidence apart from his confession that ties Pennard in with the murder?
No, I think so. Now, for one thing, he was in exactly the right place to have fired the shot. For another, we now know that when he was a student in London, Pennard belonged to a pistol club and was reckoned to be a crack shot.
Indeed.
And Rogers was killed by one bullet precisely aimed to hit the heart.
There's also the evidence from his lodgings, sir, in the form of some photographs and poems and unposted letters, that he was still very much in love with Mrs. Rogers.
But was she in love with him? Any chance of a collusion?
Well, it's possible, but my impression is that she worried over him as one friend would over another who was in trouble, that's all.
Yeah, but they were engaged. She jilted him for Rogers.
Exactly. She'd moved on, and he'd stood still.
The odd thing was, sir, that when I went to tell her that Pennard was dead, she took the news very well. Almost relaxed about it, she was.
Well, perhaps that ties in with Mary's opinion. She's convinced that this was a very one-way love affair.
Well, Mary probably understands a great deal more about these matters than you and I do. Now then, how about Glenys Lane?
Oh, you know about her, sir?
I read the newspapers.
Well, she was backstage when the murder took place, but in entirely the wrong angle to have fired the shot. I should also add that if she was dressed in the way Marion Matthews described, she couldn't possibly have hidden the gun on her person.
No.
Good morning, darling. Your coffee's cold. You would better pour yourself a fresh cup.
Yes, okay. Well, the chief kept you late last night.
Well, he wanted to know everything. And when I say everything, John, I mean everything. But actually, it was useful. Making a verbatim.
What's that official-looking document you got there?
Oh, it's a report. One of Sergeant Williams' lads called in with it just now.
Looks very detailed.
Yes, it is. All the same, I had time to read the whole of it while I waited for you to come down for breakfast.
Yes, all right. Sorry, last again. Can I ask what it's all about?
Well, the first half is about the robing procedure at the Eisteddfod, which is not as casual as I was told.
Huh?
It seems that every bard who intends to take part in the ceremony posts a card giving his height and saying the approximate length of the gown he wants.
Really?
And then, on arrival, he finds an appropriate robe waiting and he pays a hiring charge of 50 pence.
So there's a register?
Absolutely. A watertight record of those attending.
Well, what's the other half about?
It's a complete check on the condition of every robe handed in after the ceremony, with special attention to holes or tears in the material.
And no doubt a hearty sniff for any lingering smell of cordite.
That's too.
And the result?
Nothing.
Well, you don't seem too depressed about it.
I'm not, because that nothing tells me something.
What's the program for this morning?
A chat with Gerwin Arvon. But first, another cup of coffee. Come in.
Here he is, sir.
Oh, thank you, Constable. Oh, see if Sergeant Williams is about, will you?
Sir.
Sit down, Arvon.
I'll stand.
Please yourself. Smoke?
Aye.
No, you keep them. Now, look, there's nothing I can do about the firearms charges. You realize that?
I'm asking for no favors from the English Gestapo.
That's all right. I'm not giving any. Let's talk about Rhodri Rogers.
Him?
Yes, the late him. Come in. Oh, Sergeant.
Morning, sir. I've just been on the phone to Rutherford Farm. I thought you'd like to know everything's okay down there.
Mm-hmm.
Your brother-in-law's arrived now, and he'll stay till things get sorted out.
Thanks.
I take it you've been reading the papers while you've been on remand?
I'll have time enough, haven't I?
Then you know that Will Pennard is dead.
Aye. Poor sod.
Will Pennard was under suspicion of having murdered Rhodri Rogers. You may be interested to know that he confessed to the murder just before the unfortunate accident.
Oh, that's a good one. And you believed that?
I didn't say so.
And you didn't say not? Good God, how stupid can you get?
Less of that now, Arvon.
All right. Nothing to me. If you want to make fools of yourselves, go ahead.
I'm warning you, Arvon.
And I'm warning you. Put the blame on Will and you'll be the laughingstock of Wales. And if your sergeant knew his job half as well as he pretends to, Superintendent, you wouldn't have wasted your time chasing after Will Pennard. And the poor devil might still be alive.
Tell me.
6 months ago, Will had a little accident. It made quite a good story in the local papers at the time. How he was finishing off the Crown under difficulties. Remember, Sergeant?
Oh, my God.
That's right. Will Pennard lost the 2 top joints of his right forefinger. Try firing a gun like that sometime, Superintendent, and see how near you get to the target.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. It's quite true. I remember it all now. Of course, when we recovered what was left of the body, the evidence no longer existed. Still, that's no excuse.
Well, Alvin, thank you very much. You've done us a favor. Now do yourself a favor.
What do you mean?
Answer my questions, that's all. See if you can't put yourself in the clear as well as Will Pennard.
What do you want to know?
Were you rung up and told that Rodri Rogers was going to win the crown?
Aye, on Monday night.
Who rang you?
Oh, that stupid bitch of an actress Rodri was knocking off. Glenys something or other.
Glenys Lane?
Aye.
How do you know it was her?
Eh? Well, I don't know. That's who she said it was. She reminded me of some party we'd both been to. Then she said she'd quarrelled with Rodri and that she was going along to the Eisteddfod to watch him win the crown. And that she was going to hold a press conference afterwards to tell the reporters what a bastard he was. And why didn't I come along as well? It seemed like a good idea, so I said okay. I'd planned to go anyway, so it made no odds.
Because you'd planned to go with a gun in your pocket.
Look, if I'd wanted to kill Rodri, I'd have done it somewhere else, not at the Eisteddfod.
Why not?
You wouldn't understand.
Now, it's possible that Glenys Lane was not the person who rang you up. Think hard. Was there anything odd or unusual about the conversation?
Well, it was a bloody bad line, but that's not unusual. As a matter of fact, I had a job to hear what she was saying half the time.
Anything else?
Well, only that she was in a hell of a hurry to finish the conversation. Soon as I'd got the message, she rang off, said she'd had to get back on stage.
Just one more thing. Are you sure it was a woman?
Eh?
Could it have been a man with a high voice speaking in falsetto?
Well, I suppose it could have been. I'll tell you one thing. While we've been talking, I've got a feeling that I know that voice. There was something familiar about it, I'll swear.
Coffee, John.
Well, just a minute. The news is coming up now.
An inquest was held yesterday on the body of Rodri Rogers, the Welsh-American poet shot dead earlier this week as he was about to be awarded the crown at this year's National Eisteddfod. After hearing evidence of identification, the coroner, Mr. Alfred Oxwich, adjourned the inquest. It's understood that police inquiries are proceeding and that an arrest can shortly be expected. Only 2 choirs are competing in the chief choral.
Here's your coffee, John.
Oh, thanks. Well, our holiday's nearly over. It hasn't exactly worked out according to plan, I'm afraid.
Our holidays never do. Never mind, perhaps we can take next week off instead of this one. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Very nice. But what makes you think the case will be over by then?
Well, according to the BBC, an arrest can shortly be expected.
Which reminds me, I must go. There's a pile of work waiting for me at the station. What will you do with yourself this morning?
Oh, I think I'll go visiting. Oh, can you leave me the car, John?
Mrs. Rogers.
Oh, Mrs. Rogers, hello. Can I come in?
Mrs. Wright, I hope you haven't been knocking long.
No, I've just come.
I'm sorry, I can't ask you in, but I'm in a terrible mess.
Oh, it's all right. I've just called to return your gloves. You left them at the hotel when you called to see me.
Oh, you shouldn't have bothered, but thank you very much.
Look, can I be of some help? Those packing cases look very heavy.
No, I can manage, thank you.
You're going away? Look, if I can be of any help,
Yes, I'm moving. Well, there's nothing ready to keep me here any longer with Rodri gone and Will. Not to mention the fact that the rent is 3 months overdue and the furniture goes with the cottage. Oh, yes, and the HP men took the car back this morning.
Well, where will you go?
Oh, back to London. I've still got some friends there, so I won't be short of a roof over my head while I'm looking around for a job.
That won't be easy.
Oh, I'll get by. There's usually a vacancy for a supply art teacher in one of the tougher comprehensives, you know. If I can keep that up for 6 months or so, I should be able to manage.
6 months? Look, I don't want to pry, but do you mean there's a baby on the way?
Yes, since you ask, I am having a baby. Though it's a long way off yet. The doctor only confirmed it last month.
I see.
It's because of the baby I'm moving on, really. You see, I've got to make enough money to support him, which means I've got to go where the money is. And besides, I want him to grow up not knowing anything about his father.
What, do you mean you'll change your name? You won't let him know that his father was a great poet?
A great poet, it seems, with a mistress up every back alley and a load of bat deads left behind him wherever he went. A great poet who got himself murdered.
Well, Mrs. Rogers, really, he couldn't help that.
Couldn't he? How do you know? How does anyone know what he'd been up to make someone hate him that much?
Well, you were his wife. Do you know anyone who would hate him so much?
Me? No, I don't. But then Rodri had 9 lives, and he only spent one of them with me.
Why'd you say he had 9 lives?
Oh, he had the luck of the devil. The political group he was with in the States all ended up in jail. He came over to Wales just in time to dodge the draft and soldiering in Vietnam. The only time he tried the football pools, he won a few pounds. Not that I ever saw any of the winnings.
And what about last Tuesday?
That's when his luck ran out.
Well, I really must let you get on with your packing. You're not leaving today, are you?
No, I'm just starting to get things together. Mrs. Wright, thank you very much for coming to see me. I do appreciate it.
That's perfectly all right.
Would you mind if I gave you a sort of a going-away present?
Oh, good Lord, there's absolutely no need for anything
I'd
like
to. Just a minute. There.
But, Mrs. Rogers, I can't take this. It's the bust of Rodri you've just finished. I mean, this must mean an awful lot to you.
Please, I want you to have it. But when this goes, it means I can break with the past altogether.
but
No, honestly, you'd be doing me a favor.
Well, all right, but it seems a terrible thing to do. Well, goodbye then, and good luck. And oh, by the way, have you told the police you're moving?
Oh, yes, I dropped them a note with my new address.
Good.
Give my best wishes to your husband.
Yes,
and don't forget...
Hello, Aunt Harriet.
Who on earth?
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt anything.
What do you want? And who gave you the right to call me by my Christian name?
Well, aren't you going to introduce me? How do you do? My name is Glenys Lane.
Oh, I'm Mary Wright.
I asked you a question. What do you want?
Oh, well, I was wondering if you'd let that dear little man hiding in my car take some photographs of me against the background of Rodri's cottage. Newspapers, you know.
Photographs? Haven't you done enough harm? Get back into that car and get out of my sight, you shameless bitch.
Good Lord, Aunt Harriet, there's no need to talk to me like this. You knew very well what was going on between Rodri and me, and you said you couldn't care less. So what do a few photographs matter now that Rodri's dead?
Because you killed Rodri, that's why.
You're mad.
You were the cause. Slut.
Look, I really must be going. Goodbye, Mrs. Rogers. Goodbye, Miss Lane.
You're quite sure she said that?
You killed Rodri. You were the cause. Those were her words. And the way she said it.
Sir, when I asked her if she could tell me something about Glenys Lane, she said nothing.
Yet Glenys Lane called her Angharad, you say?
Oh, yes, but Mrs. Rogers didn't like it.
Well, they tell me actresses do use Christian names a lot, sir.
Thank you, Sergeant. I wonder whether the lady got her photographs taken.
I doubt it. When Mrs. Rogers' mouth starts tightening and her eyes start flashing, she's a very different person. Though you can hardly blame her for losing her temper with our Miss Lane. You know, that woman must have a colossal nerve.
Yes, well, you've given us a great deal to think about, Mary. Thank you very much.
I'll say no more. I can recognize an exit line when I hear one. I'll be back at the hotel, John, and dinner's at 7:30.
I'll try to be there, and thanks again. So, they knew each other. Now, how does that alter the situation?
Well, maybe not at all, sir. Glenys Lane said she met Rodri and Gerwin Arvon at a party. Well, perhaps Mrs. Rogers was there as well. And don't forget that since she told me she had nothing to say about Glenys Lane, she's had a chance to read all that stuff in the papers. That could have reminded her who the lady was.
Now, it's all perfectly true, but there might be more to it. Anyway, this can all be cleared up by another chat with Glenys Lane. Would you mind, Sergeant?
Oh, pleasure, sir.
Oh, and don't let her tell you any lies.
Only about her age, sir.
One more thing before you go. How many trains for London stop at the station here this evening?
Oh, just the one, sir, the 7:42.
And how many taxi firms are there in town?
2. No, 3.
Right, leave me their phone numbers, will you? And then off you go.
Right, sir.
Dragon Hotel?
Mrs. Wright, please. Room 4.
Hold on, please.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Oh, Mary, I'm sorry, but something's cropped up. I've no chance of getting away in time for dinner.
Oh, dear. And I've read every paperback in the hotel. Oh, well. Oh, shall I get some sandwiches prepared for you?
Yes, please, whatever they can manage.
Well, John,
Yes?
is this something big?
Well, it could be.
Like the end of the case?
Possibly.
Oh, Lord, I can't get that poor girl off my mind. Murder, suicide, mistresses, no husband, no money, and now expecting a baby.
What was that? Expecting?
Oh, yes, I forgot to tell you. I really don't know how I had the cheek to do it, but I asked Mrs. Rogers if she was pregnant. She was a bit startled at first, and then she said, yes, she was.
Darling, I'll have to ring off now, but I'll see you soon. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Coming! Oh, thank you, Mr. Jones. I was getting quite anxious about my train. Oh, it's you, Superintendent.
Get in, Mrs. Rogers.
No, really, thank you very much, Superintendent, but I'm waiting for a taxi.
Why don't you get in, Mrs. Rogers? I'll see that you get to the station.
Oh, all right. Thank you. But this is the wrong direction. Where are you taking me?
I thought we should have a talk. We've got a great deal to discuss, and I'd rather do it here than at the station.
But I'll miss my train.
This afternoon, you told my wife you weren't leaving until tomorrow.
Yes, I know. I changed my mind.
You also told her that you'd written to the police to tell us you were changing your address. We haven't heard from you, Mrs. Rogers.
Well, I had meant to, but it's all been such a rush.
Yes, I understand. We'll pull off the road here for a while.
But my train...
I'm afraid this is rather important.
Superintendent, are you going to tell me you've caught Roger's murderer?
I think so.
I suppose I should feel glad. I don't feel anything. Somehow my senses have been numb for so long, I'm beginning to wonder if I'll ever unfreeze. Yet it would be nice to suffer the pins and needles feeling, the real feeling again. Who is he?
I haven't arrested anyone yet. First, I must talk to you. Then I hope you'll give me your opinion.
And that will help?
Oh, yes. Mrs. Rogers, when your husband was murdered, some things were self-evident. For example, it was clear that the murderer knew in advance that Mr. Rogers had won the crown. Well, either knew or was 90% certain. He was also quite familiar with the crowning ceremony at the Eisteddfod.
And he was also a bard.
Oh, no, that's by no means as certain.
But...
Your husband was shot by a person dressed in the blue robe of a bard. But the murderer would have had to have cut a hole in the robe for the nozzle of the gun. Or it would have blown a hole in it by the bullet as it passed through.
But perhaps the gun wasn't under a robe.
It had to be. Otherwise, it would have been noticeable. Now, all the robes were returned after the ceremony and were checked by the police. No holes, no slits, and no trace of burning or powder. What do you think that means, Mrs. Rogers?
Sorry, I'm quite bewildered.
Come now, Mrs. Rogers. You've got a good mind. Surely you can see that this can only mean one thing. That the murderer dressed up as a bard, joined the procession at some point, committed the crime, and then left the procession again, still wearing the phony robe.
But that would have been impossible.
Difficult, I grant you, but not impossible. Well, now, if all the bardic robes are in the clear, what happens to our two prime suspects, Gerwin Arfon and Will Pennard? You can be sure that their robes were gone over with a magnifying glass, and there was no trace of anything suspicious.
But what about the gun you found at Gerwin's farm?
That only proves that the murderer wished to cast suspicion on others.
Well, surely that doesn't apply to Will Pennard.
No, but it makes it all the more strange that those who knew that Will couldn't possibly have done the shooting didn't come forward.
What do you mean?
Mrs. Rogers, you knew that Will had lost a forefinger on his right hand recently and would have been physically unable to pull the trigger.
Yes, I did.
Then why didn't you say so?
Oh, because I wanted an end to it. Will was dead, and the blame for Roger's death couldn't harm him. I wanted it all over and done with.
And you'd have let your husband's real murderer go scot-free?
I've told you already, Superintendent, I am a bit short on emotions nowadays.
Other things you didn't tell me, Mrs. Rogers, and I'm wondering why. For instance, you didn't mention that when you were in London, you belonged to the same pistol club as Will Pennard. He introduced you there, I believe. Also that you were quite a star pupil. A natural, that's what the instructor calls you.
Oh, that was years ago.
Yes, it was. Still, they tell me it's rather like riding a bicycle. Once you've learned how, you never forget. Oh, and talking of forgetting, had you forgotten Glennis Lane when you told my sergeant the name meant nothing to you?
You've got it wrong. He asked me what I could tell him about Glennis, and I answered nothing, and that was the truth. In fact, we were at school together. But for years, I've had this thing about Rhodri's women. I hated them so much that I tried to put them out of my mind altogether, as if they didn't exist. Look, can we drive on?
If you like. Which way?
Well, let's take the cliff road. The moon should be up soon, and I'd like to look at it across the sea.
Right. Marion Matthews told me that you and Miss Lane used to appear in his school plays.
Oh, those plays. They were terrible, and so was I. The only reason I was in them was because we could never get the boys to take part.
And you used to take the male role.
Well, I was pretty tall, and I can put on a deep voice when I have to.
Just as you did when you rang Glennis Lane last Monday night.
No, you don't touch it. Get your hands off that steering wheel!
You're a dangerous woman, Mrs. Rogers. If that tree hadn't been in the way, you'd have had us over the cliff.
Oh, God. Nothing's gone right.
Detective Superintendent Wright in Bravo 6. Do you read me, HQ? Over. Bravo 6. Do you read me, HQ? Over.
Loud and clear, sir. Over.
Is Sergeant Williams in the building? Over.
Right here, sir. Stand by.
Williams here, sir. Over.
Oh, Sergeant, I'm on the cliff road between Landee and Abergorch, or rather, I'm off the road and on the cliff. I've had a little trouble, but I think it's over now. Can you get a car out here for me and my passenger? And I think we'll need a breakdown truck, too. Over.
Will do, sir. Right away, sir. Out.
Will they be long?
What's the hurry?
Goodness knows. I think now I just want to sort it all out and finish it. I'm so tired.
Tell me.
I suppose it was the baby, really, that made me decide to kill Rhodri. A woman in love can be a terrible fool. She can have her eyes open to all the cheating, all the lying, and the stealing. And yet she'll go on loving the man who cheats her and lies to her, steals from her. But Rhodri loved only Rhodri. He married me because I was an artist, because I was Welsh, because I worshipped him, and because I had a bit of money. Well, my sculpture didn't go so well after my marriage, and within 2 years, Rhodri's Welsh was better than mine. He really was brilliant, you know. Physically, he got tired of me very rapidly. I pretended to others he was inadequate, but the truth was that in bed with me, he simply wasn't interested. Well, finally, my money started to run out. And, of course, Rhodri could see no possible reason for staying tied to an uninteresting, poverty-stricken wife.
No, but surely the baby would have...
Rhodri never knew about the baby. In fact, he probably had no recollection of having slept with me and started the baby. He was pretty drunk that night. But the beggars can't be choosers, Superintendent.
You cold? There's a rug in the back.
No. I'd planned to tell him about the baby the day the letter arrived from Marion Matthews. He was beside himself with excitement. The crown and a prize of £200. I started to say something about the money coming in useful, and he suddenly turned on me in a savage, evil way I'd never seen before. Oh, it was horrible.
What did he say to you?
Oh, look. The moon's up. What did he say? He said I was ugly and useless, and he was tired of dragging me around. He said he was getting out for good. He was going to live with a beautiful, gay, attractive woman. A rich, attractive woman with whom he could live a full life. Do you know what he said next?
Go on.
He said he was giving me a week's notice. I knew what that meant. He didn't want a scandal until he'd won the crown. After that, it wouldn't matter, I suppose.
Did you reply to any of this?
No. I was too shaken up, you see, wanting to tell him about his baby, and instead were being dismissed, I suppose. Anyway, he went straight out of the house, and I didn't see him again for 2 days.
And that's when you planned the murder?
Yes. My mind was full of the crowning ceremony, of course, and this reminded me. I'd often thought how difficult it was to recognize even an old friend when he was in his bardic robes. I went into town shopping. I met a woman who told me she'd just been clearing out the church hall, ready for the bards to use it as a robing room. But as it happened, I parked my car just across the road from the hall. Suddenly it all seemed to click.
You bought 3 yards of material in Paris House.
You checked, I suppose.
You took it home and ran it up into a robe and hook.
That's right. I cut slits down the side so I could get my hands under the robe and left a little hole in the front. I knew where Rodri had hidden his gun and the silencer, so that was easy.
And the telephone calls? They were all made from the kiosk down the road, of course.
Yes, I thought you might trace them. But it was necessary to give you a few suspects.
Gelwyn Alphon and Glenys Lane won't thank you for that.
Well, I have nothing to thank them for, have I? Anyway, Gelwyn will be rather pleased to go to jail for the movement. I can just hear him saying it now. And Glenys Lane has got what she wanted. Her face in the papers.
And what have you got out of it? A dead man on your conscience and a baby who'll be born in prison.
Oh, don't. Please, please don't.
Very well. On the day of the crowning, you drove Rodri to the hotel opposite the church hall. You engineered the row with him, and then what did you do?
Exactly what I told you. Except that after I'd walked down by the river and seen if there was anyone around, I went back to the car. Then I changed into trousers and a pair of Rodri's shoes with 2 pairs of socks in them. Put on my homemade robe, my sunglasses, and my deaf aid.
Deaf aid? Nobody said anything about a deaf aid.
Oh, then I needn't have bothered with it. What a pity. Actually, it was in case someone spoke to me on the bus or at the Eisteddfod. But when people saw I was with Llywastwyth, they left me alone, just as I hoped they would.
Is he so bad?
Well, he's always been a bore, and as he's got older, he's got worse. Anyway, as he came out of the church hall looking for someone to attach himself to, I slipped out of the car and stood near him. He did the rest for me. I told him I had a sore throat, and after that he didn't stop talking till the ceremony began.
And then things began to go wrong.
Yes, when they were putting us into our seats at the back of the stage, I had to hang back a bit so as to be in the middle of a row. I stopped to blow my nose furiously until some of the bards had shuffled past me, and Llywastwyth and I were in the right spot.
You'd hung on to him?
Oh, yes, I had hold of his sleeve.
But because of the change of position, you found yourself sitting next to Will Pennard?
Yes, I simply didn't know what to do.
You could, of course, have given up your plan.
Do you know that never occurred to me? All I was concerned about was keeping him from recognizing me. I half turned away from him. I pretended to be absorbed in my program right through that long adjudication. At last it was over, and they went off to bring Rodri to the stage. I put my program on the floor, thrust my left hand under my robe. The right hand had been there all the time, holding the gun, and rested my right hand on my left forearm to get a steady shot. As he appeared on the stage, I just shot him.
And no one took any notice?
Not with 8,000 people applauding and all eyes on the poet. 1 or 2 of the bards immediately in front of me half turned when they heard the plop of the silencer, but by then Rodri had stumbled and their attention was distracted.
And afterwards?
Oh, that was the worst part, waiting for the Archdruid to close the ceremony and send us back to change. I talked as hard as I could to Llywastwyth, who was much too excited to listen, but I could feel Will Pennard looking at me. He never said a word, though, till we got on the bus again. Then he sat in the seat in front of us and turned round so that he could look me in the face. I held my head down as much as I could, but as we left the bus, he said, Angharad. Angharad, what have you done? Then he walked away. I went through the rest of the plan quite automatically. I changed, went back to the river, walked into town again, was told the news, drove out past Gerwin's farm and dropped the gun there. It was all as if I was in a dream.
Yet when we came to see you that night, you seemed so calm. You were working on the bust of your husband, the man you just shot.
Yes. Do you remember the cloth I covered it with? That was part of the robe which I'd ripped up when I got home.
Well, that seems to clear up most things. But I would like to get hold of the silencer from the gun. Where is it?
I gave that to your wife yesterday.
What do you mean?
When I saw your car coming up the road the evening of the crowning, I had a quick look round to make sure I'd done everything as I'd planned. And there was the silencer sitting on the table. Fortunately, the clay of the bust was still wet, so I pushed the silencer into the base. It's in there now.
Tell me, did you really think you would get away with this murder?
Oh, yes. Why not? It was a good idea, you know, and I think I carried it out efficiently. I'm quite a good actress. Better than Glenys Lane, anyway. But it all went sour when Will Pennard got involved. He was so decent. He really was. He had good thoughts about everybody, even Rodri. And he loved me. He walked into that minefield because he couldn't bear the thought of turning me over to the police. Since then, I haven't cared very much whether you caught me or not.
Yet you were quick enough to plan a getaway once you realized my wife was suspicious?
Self-preservation, I suppose. They're coming.
Yes.
In a few more minutes, I'll be in jail.
Yes.
I'm frightened.
Murder at the Eisteddfod was written by Brian Evans. The part of Angharad was played by Petra Davis and Chief Superintendent John Wright by Douglas Blackwell. Mary Wright, Margaret John, the Chief Constable, Dilwyn Owen, Sergeant Williams, Hugh Thomas, Gerwin Arvon, Michael Povey, John Aprice, Ray Handy, Myrion Matthews, Gareth Lewis, and Glenys Lane, Victoria Plucknett. The other parts were played by members of the cast, and the producer was Lorraine Davis.
We present Richard Handel as Richard Quayle, with Mary Wimbush, Beverly Dunn, Philip Lever, and Michael Turner in Murder in Melbourne, an adaptation for radio by Dulcie Gray of her own novel. Murder in Melbourne.
My name is Richard Quayle. I'm English, though I've lived in Australia most of my life. I'm telling you this story because I want to get it off my chest. Tomorrow I leave Australia to take a job in South Africa, and I want to put the past behind me once and for all. I'm going to tell it to you in as much detail as I can remember. It all started, as far as I'm concerned, on that day 2 years ago when I tried to telephone my girlfriend, Anna Matheson, to say that I was coming to see her in Melbourne.
Hello? Hello, is that the Buora Hotel? Yes. Richard Quayle here, speaking from Sydney. Would you put me through to Miss Anna Matheson, please?
One moment.
Hello? I asked you to put me through to Miss Matheson's room.
She's not answering.
Oh, well, go on trying, will you?
She's not answering, sir.
Okay, I'll wait.
I never got through. An hour later, I was at Sydney Airport. Just before 5:30 p.m., I'd settled myself in the plane due to arrive in Melbourne at 7:35. I was really excited at the thought of seeing Anna again. I'd kept my side of the bargain. I hadn't written or tried to see her for 4 months. I wonder what she'll say when I ask her to marry me, I thought. Probably laugh at me. After all, we've been living together for years. She seemed pretty keen on the idea when I last saw her. Then the air hostess came towards me.
Dinner, sir?
Yes, please, and a large brandy and ginger ale.
Certainly, sir.
Yeah, look out.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, that's all right, sister. Dinner for me, too, and I'll have a double whiskey and water.
A very fat man squeezed past the air hostess and sat next to me. I'd noticed him earlier, talking to a little wizened guy a few seats ahead of me. He was about 40, broad shoulders, tall, fat as a pig, but very powerfully built. He wore glasses, had a tough red face, and his hair was dark and crew-cut. I rather liked him.
Well, my name's Guy Brooks. What's yours?
Richard Quayle.
Not Australian, are you?
I was born in England, but I emigrated to Australia in my teens. I live in Sydney.
Yeah, me too. Going to Melbourne on business?
Pleasure.
Well, it's business for me. My father runs a real estate business in Melbourne and another in Sydney. He's in Europe just now, and I'm acting as his stand-in.
Well, that's an odd expression for a businessman to use. My girlfriend is an actress, and she talks like that.
Oh, I've had several actress girlfriends. Businessmen get around, you know. What do you do?
Pilot on Aussie.
Pilot in the war, I suppose.
Yes, that's right. I joined it when I was 17. Did my stint and then found out that I wasn't exactly cut out for anything else when the war was over. I'm looking round now for something to do when my retirement comes up. We all of us plan for that. We have a pretty tough medical every 6 months, and there's always a day when we may fail it.
Do you know many people in Melbourne?
Not many. Haven't been there too often.
Just the girlfriend, eh? Sorry, but you did say you were going over for pleasure.
That's right, I did.
Well, where are you staying?
At the Meteor.
Oh, it's a nice pub. Clean as a whistle and excellent service. Well, if you feel like it, give me a ring anytime. I'll be glad to see you. Here's me card.
Yeah, thanks. G.M. Brooks, the Shutters, Turak Road. I may take you up on that.
Oh, do that. Do that, please.
I checked in at the Meteor and asked the porter if there were any messages. He said there were none, and a snotty little page took me to my room on the first floor. It was a decent room, clean and homely, as Brooks had said, with a bathroom off to the left. I went straight to the telephone.
Get me the Buona Hotel and hurry. Hello? Hello, is that the Buona Hotel?
Yes, sir.
Oh, put me through to Miss Anna Matheson, will you?
Very good, sir. There's no reply, sir. She's not answering.
Well, go on trying, will you?
But it was no use. She didn't answer. I took a taxi to the Buona and told the driver to step on it. I was definitely worried now. It was dark by this time with a hot, gusty wind. I couldn't see where we were going, but noticed that at one point we crossed the Yarra River. The hotel was in a small back street, and frankly, it was a dump. The foyer was badly lit and depressing in the extreme. What was Anna doing living in a place like this? She wasn't pressed for money. The seedy-looking porter was cleaning his nails as I went in, and he went right ahead cleaning them. The faded blonde at the reception desk smiled grimly.
Do something for you?
Oh, my name is Richard Quayle. I want to see Miss Matheson, please. She's expecting me.
Well, you better go on up then. Room 32, third floor. Lift to the left.
The number, 32, was fixed in white plastic on the black door, and a Do Not Disturb sign was hanging on the door handle. I knocked. No answer. The door was slightly ajar, so I pushed it. The room was in darkness, except for the glow from an electric fire. I groped for the light switch and turned on the light. Anna was lying face downwards on the bed, fully clothed. Anna, I said. Anna, wake up. It's Richard. I shook her gently. She rolled onto her back as I shook her. She was dead. I looked at her unbelievingly and took her in my arms. There was a sudden violent crash behind me, and I leapt to my feet, scared out of my wits. The window curtains, which were not drawn, billowed away from the open window, and I realized that a gust of wind had slammed the bedroom door. I laid Anna gently back on the pillow and kissed her hair. Then I looked round the room. It was the hell of a room, sordid in the extreme, but nothing seemed out of place. Anna's makeup, brush and comb, and a bottle of scent I had given her stood tidily on the cheap dressing table. Her dressing gown was draped neatly over a chair. The wardrobe door was open, and the clothes were hanging undisturbed. I felt I wanted to howl like a child. I went to the window and looked out. I couldn't see much.
On the other side of the street, a neon sign shone out. Sunshine Cafe, it said. And above the sign, in a room evidently on the first floor, the lights were suddenly switched off. It was then that I noticed the smell in the room. I suppose I'd been too strung up to notice it before. It was a faint but persistent smell of mold, but there was something odd about it. I picked up the telephone. When the girl answered, I said, "Get me a doctor. Miss Matheson is dead." The girl gasped and said she'd get the manager. "No, get a doctor," I shouted, but she cut me off. The manager arrived almost at once, a nervous little Italian with a drawn, swarthy face and large ears.
I am the manager. Who are you? What you do here?
I'm Miss Matheson's fiancée. I've just flown in from Sydney to see her and found her dead.
Dead? Morta? What for she want to die here? We have the difficult times, my wife and I, and just when things are beginning to look good, this woman comes to die here. You albergo, no good for the hotel.
You'd better ring for a doctor, hadn't you?
Why she not die somewhere else?
Ring for a doctor, damn you. What's the matter with this place, for God's sake?
See a doctor, I get one. Pronto. Get me Dr. Manton, please. Tell him to come to room 32. Grazie tanto.
Have you got telephones in all the rooms?
No, only in two. This one and the one next door. They're all part of the one suite. This room connects with the bathroom next door. You see that room by the wardrobe?
Yes.
Through there is another bedroom. This room here used to be the sitting room.
Anyone there now?
Yes.
Who?
He live here, but he away now.
What's his name?
Leonard, Mr. Leonard.
What sort of a chap is he?
Oh, he's a traveler, a big man. My wife like him molto bene, very much. All the women like him.
When did he go away?
This morning, I think.
Well, has he been here long?
This time? 4 months.
4 months? Are you sure?
Ma certamente. Of course, I'm sure.
It was exactly 4 months since Anna had left me in Sydney to come to Melbourne. Had she come to see this man Leonard? Was that why I was not to write or phone her? It certainly began to look like it, though I couldn't believe it, really. The doctor soon arrived and examined Anna. I stood looking out of the window.
Now, what do you think, Dr. Manton?
Oh, I don't like the look of it. She's a big, healthy-looking girl. But this young man says she's 27. If she has taken her own life, the police must be in on it. The sooner the better.
But she couldn't have taken her own life. She wasn't the type.
Well, not everyone who commits suicide has suicidal tendencies, you know. It's a very popular misconception. Yeah, she may have been in the situation which caused her to despair, a dilemma from which she saw no escape and therefore no hope.
Yes, but she knew I was coming to see her today. So why today of all days?
Have you ever known her to threaten to kill herself before?
Never.
Give me police headquarters, FJ999.
Oh, no police here, Dr. Manton. I know wish my hotel reputation ruined.
I don't want mine ruined either. Hello? Dr. Manton here. Give me D24. Now, put me through to homicide, please.
It was a lie, of course. I mean about her never threatening to kill herself. Our affair hadn't been an easy one all the way through. Anna had wanted marriage, and I was against it. I'd had marriage in a big way with my first wife, and I wasn't looking for more. Within 10 minutes, the police arrived, 2 tall and powerful men. The senior detective was called Transome, and the other man, Brown, I think. They took a story from the manager first and wrote it down. Anna had come to live here 4 months ago, he said. She seemed to have plenty of money. She was well-liked, very kind, but she wasn't happy. She was good friends with Mr. Leonard from next door. The manager looked at me out of the corner of his eyes as he said this, and I could have kicked him. Then they took a statement from Dr. Manton. Pupils of the eyes dilated, time of death extremely uncertain. Oh, the fire was on and the window open when Quayle arrived. Strange. Time of death anything from 12 to 20 hours ago. No, he couldn't put it more exactly. The doctor went. And Transome told Brown to take possession of Anna's tooth glass or any container she could have drunk from and to search the place for sleeping pills, patent medicine, and so on. Then he turned to me. I told him all I knew and also gave him Anna's mother's address in Adelaide.
Her father is dead.
Father, dead. Oh, by the way, Mr. Quayle, you'd better stick around Melbourne for a bit. You'll be wanted at the inquest.
When will that be?
Oh, it all depends on a post-mortem. Maybe a matter of days, maybe a few weeks.
A few weeks? I thought they were always held at once.
Did you? Yeah, then you thought wrong. You'd better get on to Aussie and explain.
Yes, I will.
Now, why don't you cut along? We've got to get your girlfriend out of here.
Where will you be taking her?
I'm afraid she'll have to go to the mortuary, son.
I took a last look at Anna. She looked very beautiful, very peaceful, and very young. I got the hell out of it. I had a bad night, got up early and tried to shave with shaking hands. It was pouring with rain. I couldn't eat breakfast. I was thinking about Anna all the time. I couldn't help wondering if I were responsible for her death, and the thought that she might have committed suicide because of me was nearly driving me out of my mind. Brooks, the fat man on the aircraft, rang soon after breakfast and asked me to lunch. I accepted because, well, I didn't know what I was going to do with myself all day. Then there was a knock at the door. And when I went to it, there were two strange men outside.
We're from Homicide. My name's Peter. This is Sergeant Codner.
Oh, come in, please.
Thanks. We'd like to go over your story again, if you don't mind.
Why? Transome wrote down everything I said. I have nothing to add.
Last night, there was a chance Miss Matheson died a natural death, or at the worst, committed suicide. Today, we have every reason to believe it was murder.
Murder? But how could it be murder?
She was poisoned with strychnine.
But that just doesn't make sense. I mean, who would want to murder a sweet girl like Anna?
That's what we're here to find out, sir.
Well, will you have a drink?
No, thanks.
No, thanks. Do you mind if I do?
Yeah, go ahead. How long have you known Miss Matheson? Tell us everything you know about her. When you met, who her friends were, what she was like, everything.
I first met Anna 5 years ago. We met here in Melbourne. I'd just been divorced by my wife, and I was feeling rather fed up with life in general. It isn't much fun getting a divorce. Anyway, I found I couldn't stick Sydney anymore for a bit, so I came here. I tried to plunge into the mad gay whirl in Melbourne. But there isn't a mad gay whirl in Melbourne, is there? And then I met Anna. She was vaguely connected with a little theater. She acted there sometimes. Quite a good actress, too, I'm told. Well, we fell for each other. We began meeting all over the place. Melbourne, Sydney, Johannesburg, all over. Anna she had quite a bit of money of her own. This following me around lark went on for about 4 years, and then 4 months ago it stopped. Anna came back here, and I went on as usual with my job in Aussie.
You say Miss Matheson stopped following you around 4 months ago?
Yes.
You didn't have any kind of quarrel, I suppose, sir?
Well, yes, we did.
Care to tell me what about?
Miss Matheson felt the time had come for us to get married.
And you, sir?
Well, by yesterday, I got around to thinking she was right.
I see, sir.
By the way, do you know anything about Leonard, the chap who was living next door to her at the Buona?
We're checking on him. Why?
Oh, no reason.
Ever heard of Felix Milton, sir?
No. Why?
Miss Matheson was at his house at a party the night before she died.
There and then I decided to meet Felix Milton. When I joined Brooks at the restaurant 1 o'clock, he'd already heard of Anna's death from the police, who checked on my statement that we'd traveled from Sydney together.
Well, one way or another, you've had a tough time, mate. Lucky for you, we talked on that journey.
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, I suppose the police will check that you've been in Sydney for some time.
What do you mean?
Well, Sydney and Melbourne aren't that far apart, especially for you flying types. An alibi would come in handy, wouldn't it?
I'd rather not talk about it, if you don't mind.
Okay. Sorry.
By the way, you ever heard of a man called Felix Milton?
Yeah, I certainly have. Very odd customer. He lives near me, throws parties. Plenty of money.
I'd like to meet him. Could you arrange it for me?
Oh, I expect so. Any special reason?
No, I'd just like to meet him, that's all.
Okay, mate, I'll see what I can do. Oh, here's the waiter with our food.
After lunch, I wandered about Melbourne. Few Sydney men liked Melbourne much, and vice versa. The cities are too different. Besides, I wasn't exactly in the mood for sightseeing. I finally found myself outside a gramophone shop when I heard a newsboy shouting, "Murder in Melbourne, paper." I bought one. And there, on the front page, was a photo of Anna. And the headline, "Murder in Melbourne, girl dead in South Yarra Hotel." The photo they'd used was the one she'd had taken especially for me. I went into the gramophone shop. I didn't want a record, but I thought I could be quiet for a moment in one of those cubicles. Anna was a great one for records. A willowy young queer came towards me. I asked him for a selection of light music, and he minced off disapprovingly to fetch them. 20 minutes later, feeling more in control of myself, I bought a record for appearance sake and told him to send it to the Meteor.
Certainly, sir. What name?
Richard Quayle.
Did you say Quayle?
Yes. Want to make anything of it?
Of course not. No, I thought you said Cale. And we have a long-lost cousin called Cale. Richard Cale. The black sheep of the family, you see.
Why on earth had he sounded scared at my name? It didn't make sense. And I didn't believe him about his cousin. But there was nothing much I could do about it, so I went back to the hotel. There was a note waiting for me from Brooks. It read, "You are in luck. Felix Milton has asked you along with me to a party on Sunday night. I'll pick you up at 6. On a sudden impulse, I looked up Milton's address in the telephone book. Merrian's, 19 Wallaby Road. I got a taxi and told it to go there. We crossed the Yarra River in much the same direction that I'd taken last night. Before reaching the street where the Buona stood, we turned left towards Toorak. The houses here were large and pompous. We came to Wallaby Road, and suddenly I got a shock. The young man from the gramophone shop was paying off a taxi halfway up the road. He then opened a small white gate, ran up the garden path, rang a front door bell, and was admitted into the house at once. The name of the house was painted clearly on the small white gate. Merrian's. On the Sunday, Brooks picked me up punctually at 6 and told me we were going to collect an English girlfriend of his, Valerie Harding. He didn't tell me how beautiful she was. Whew. She was the full treatment. Red hair, green eyes, white skin, big bust, small waist. A real dish. She was wearing something red. And she was laughing.
Well, really? Deaf as well as dumb?
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say?
Nothing sensational. I only asked you what you wanted to drink.
Oh, whiskey, please.
With, water or, soda?
Yes, steady on, old girl. Quayle was Anna Matheson's fiancé.
Oh, no, it's my turn to apologize. How stupid of me and how dreadful for you. Forgive me, please.
She was so beautiful that I'd have forgiven her anything. We had drinks, and then we piled into the car and made for Merrian's. We reached it around 7:45. It was dark by this time. Felix Milton came to the door himself.
Valerie, you gorgeous creature. Merrian's welcomes you. And you, Guy Brooks, you lovely, lovely boy. And who is this? A friend? Oh, goody. Felix adores friend is.
Good grief.
Don't let it worry you. The food and drink makes up for everything.
Valerie! Beautiful Valerie and the lovely, lovely Guy have brought a delicious friend. The name is...
Richard Quayle.
Oh, we'll call him Dickie, shall we? Dickie Ducky Richard Quayle. Isn't that amusing?
That'll do, Felix, dear. Richard wants to meet everyone.
Of course he does. Everyone, Dickie. Now,
This is Betty Ward.
Hello.
And her very handsome husband, Frank.
Hello there. Hello.
This is dear little Janie Thomas, the sweetest girl in town.
Hello.
And this is her current boyfriend, Larry French.
How are you? Phoebe.
This is Gordon Frodsham, who works in our best gramophone shop.
We have met.
Yes, we have. This is Louise Colcott, whom I've known for well over a century.
Oh, Felix, what a thing to say.
This dear creature is Walter something or the other, such a clever little composer. And this is Walter's angel brother, Jeremy. Well, that will do to be going on with, won't it? Well, indeed. Now, I'll fetch you an enormous stinky and sit you down by Betty Ward. She'll tell you all about everyone. She's a perfect mine of information. Well, now, here's your drink, and here's Betty.
Hello again.
See you anon.
Quite a racket.
There always is at Felix's parties. Felix is a kind of cult in Melbourne. Everyone comes here. It's a lovely room, isn't it?
Seems beautiful. Mrs. Ward, what's that place through there?
Oh, that's the Chinese bar.
We seem to have got a yen for the Orient. Look at all those knives and spears and things on the wall.
Yes, Felix is mad about collecting things. And people, if it comes to that.
So it seems. Did you by any chance know the girl Anna Matheson, who was a friend of his and who's just been found dead?
Yes, I did. Why?
She was my fiancée.
Oh, Mr. Quayle, how awful. Oh, I'm so sorry. You must be feeling dreadful.
Yes, pretty grim. I hear that she was here the night before she died.
Yes, she was.
Were you here?
Yes.
Well, who else was here that night?
Oh, dear, I'm not sure that I can remember. Oh, well, why? You're not connecting this house with the murder, are you?
Oh, no, of course not. But I want to know who her friends in Melbourne were. I'm from Sydney.
Oh, well, let's see. There was Frank and me, Mrs. Barking, but she's not here tonight. Gordon, Felix himself, of course.
Yes.
Janie Thomas, Sue and Bill Saunders, who aren't here either. Larry French, Valerie Harding, and Guy Brooks.
Guy Brooks? But he never told me he knew Anna. Wait a minute, I met him on the Melbourne plane from Sydney the day after that party.
Well, he must have gone up to Sydney for the day. He's got business there, too.
Why hadn't Guy told me that he knew Anna? He'd been very keen to make my acquaintance on the aircraft. Why? I looked at Anna's friends. Janie was sweet 17 and all that goes with it. Her boyfriend, Larry French, was small, dark, good-looking, about 24, and slightly too pleased with himself. Betty Ward was pretty and 30-ish, and her husband silent and sunburned. Gordon and Valerie I'd already met. Felix bothered me. There was something phony about him. He made himself out to be a big fool, and I could have sworn he wasn't one. Not by a long chalk. It was at that moment that it happened. I was just saying to Betty,
Oh, by the way, I suppose you've never come across a chap who lives at the Buona Hotel called Lennon, have you?
My dear, how too stupid. Whoever switched off the lights, please switch them on again immediately. Now, thank you. Now, who played that silly trick? I nearly spilled my drink over my suit.
Well, I don't know who switched the lights off, but I switched them on.
Oh, thank you, Guy. Oh, dear me. Betty's fainted.
Hi, quick.
Frank, dear boy. Help me bring her over to the window. Richard Doll, there's some brandy on the table behind you.
I was kneeling by Betty, and as Frank and Felix carried her to the window, I got to my feet, slipping a little dagger that I'd found on the floor into my pocket. As I did this, I saw that Gordon Frodsham of the gramophone shop had seen what I'd done. He said nothing, however, and the party broke up soon afterwards. Valerie offered to drive me home. As we approached her house, she asked me in for a drink. Nothing I should like more, I replied. As we went through her door, she suddenly kissed me, full on the lips.
I shouldn't have done that, darling, but the business of the lights going out and Betty fainting rather frightened me.
Do you only kiss men when you're frightened? I thought it was my beautiful brown eyes.
What? They're rather my type, I'm afraid. Did you mind me kissing you?
Why should I?
Oh, I thought you might when...
When?
Well, I mean, I thought you might so soon after... Well, I mean, Anna was engaged to you, wasn't she? And I...
Yes. Yes, Anna was engaged to me. So perhaps I'd better be going.
What about your drink?
Oh, another time.
When shall I see you again?
When would you like to?
I'll ring you tomorrow. Good night, darling.
Good night, Valerie.
When I got back to my room at the Meteor, I felt in my pocket for the little dagger. It was gone. Monday was a cloudy, blustery day. I was at Russell Street Police Headquarters by 10 o'clock, having decided to tell Inspector Peters about the dagger. In broad daylight, I could hardly believe it myself, and I didn't relish having to describe it to such a stolid individual as Peters. Police Headquarters is a 10-story brick building. Inside, it looks rather like a large newspaper office. I asked for Peters at the inquiry desk, and he came to me almost at once and took me to his small square office in the basement. The going was as rough as I'd feared.
Very interesting, Mr. Quayle. But when you saw the dagger on the floor after the lights had been turned on, why did you tell no one? And why didn't you inform the police as soon as you left the party?
I don't know. Instinct, I suppose.
Instinct? I don't quite follow.
Well, after all, there were plenty of curious weapons stuck on the wall, and it could have fallen off, couldn't it? Anyway, I was with a lot of strange people, none of whom I particularly liked, so I thought I might as well take it home while I considered what I should do about it. I must admit, it is an unlikely story. You're not believing it yourself. And it was only when I found it had been taken from my pocket that I realized its importance. Besides, I'd drunk a fair amount. Miss Matheson's death had given me quite a shock.
I see.
I'm extremely sorry. I was a damn fool.
Now, forgive me if I appear a little dense, but when you say you took Miss Harding home, do you mean to her home or to the media?
You're being damned rude.
To her home, I take it. How long did you spend with her?
Oh, about 5 minutes. Look, have you found Leonard yet?
All in good time. And by the way, Miss Matheson's mother is now in Melbourne. She's staying at the Meteor and get in touch with you. Good day, Mr. Quayle.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Ward.
Hello? Visiting the police?
How did you guess? How are you feeling today?
Fine, thank you.
Do you often faint?
No.
What particular thing sent you off last night?
Well, I've no idea. Fright, I suppose.
Fright?
Well, the light went out, remember? And I hate the dark.
I see. You didn't see the dagger by any chance?
Dagger? What dagger?
Oh, well, perhaps I imagined it. Would you care to come in here and have a cup of coffee with me?
Well,
come on, Mrs. Ward. Your husband need never know. Come and have a cup of coffee with me. Now, let's go on from where we left off last night.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I just asked you if you knew Mr. Leonard.
Oh, yes, so you had.
Well, do you?
Well, actually, I know very little about him, except
Except what?
that Anna seemed to like him very much.
Oh. Did she? What's he do?
Oh, he's rather a mystery man. Seems quite well off, and yet he lives in that extraordinary little hotel. Oh, I beg your pardon. I'd forgotten that Anna lived there, too.
What does he look like?
Oh, he's extremely good-looking. About 45, I should think. Fair hair, blue eyes, sort of square, rather somber face. He's very tall.
Sounds all right.
He's quite a man from a woman's point of view. Of course, he drinks, but all the women fall. Has a kind of arrogance which is irresistible. But masses of charm, too, and he's a good talker, very amusing.
All the graces.
Yes. Except
Except?
that he doesn't seem awfully happy. There's an extraordinary sort of emptiness in him. Do I sound very whimsy?
Not at all. You sound like a very observant and intelligent woman.
My dears, how absolutely delicious. A heavenly tete-a-tete in the middle of the day in a squalid little cafe. How to utterly riotous.
Felix, if you find it so squalid, why are you here?
Because, darlings, your hideout wasn't good enough to deceive your Uncle Felix. I saw you through the window as I passed, and I thought, what would dear Frankie say? So I came straight in to warn you that your grisly little secret is a secret no longer.
Felix, you're not being in the least funny. Richard and I met quite by chance.
Lovely, lovely chance. I adore it, don't you? Oh, by the way, Richard, I've just been to Gordon's shop, and he's just the teensest bit annoyed with you. I was there when the police called on him, you see.
Police? What for?
To ask him about a dagger that's missing from my collection.
Oh? Oh, it was a lovely party last night, Felix. I'm so sorry I fainted. It was very silly of me.
No, forget it. I do so hope you enjoyed it, Richard.
Oh, I enjoyed it immensely, thank you.
I'm so glad. I was so frightfully worried that you might have been bored.
I went along to Gordon's record shop worrying all the time about the dagger. Had it been aimed at me or Betty? Why such a small dagger if any real harm were intended? And was it a coincidence that it happened when Leonard's name was mentioned? The whole incident bewildered me. The shop was very full, and I thought I'd never seen a more fantastic sight. Rows of young men, all with their backs to me, had headphones on, and they were crouching in silence, wriggling and swinging their bottoms to the different rhythms of the records they were hearing. Gordon hurried over to me at once.
The police have just gone, Richard. They asked ridiculous questions about a dagger that you and I are supposed to have seen. Of course, I denied it, but, well, I'm very angry with you. I don't know what the joke is, but, well, it's one I can't share, I'm afraid.
You saw that dagger as clearly as I did, Gordon. You saw me put it in my pocket.
I deny it completely. And I'll tell you something else, Richard. If you ever play a trick like that on me again, I shall tell the police what Anna told me about you.
What Anna told you about me?
That's what I said. And now I must attend to my customers.
What do you mean? What Anna told you about me?
So sorry, Mr. Quayle. There's nothing I can do for you, I'm afraid. Good morning.
I went back to the Meteor in a flaming temper. At the reception desk, I found a message from Anna's mother. I rang her and invited her along to my room for a drink.
Richard, dear.
Hello, Mrs. Matheson. Good to see you.
Isn't it dreadful, Richard? I don't understand it. She was such a sweet girl. Who could possibly have wanted to do such a terrible thing?
Well, I suppose the police will find out in the end. But it won't bring her back to us, will it?
Richard, dear, I want you to know that though I didn't approve of your affair with Anna, I know you did what you thought was right. Anna wrote to me often about you both. Perhaps you'd like to see her last letter.
Thanks. Mummy, darling, Richard will be coming over from Sydney to see me soon, and one way and another our future will be settled then. It's all been such a muddle, but whatever happens, it'll have been worth it. I love Richard with all my heart. Wouldn't it be wonderful if he wanted to marry me? But of course he won't. I've told you a little about Jack Leonard, haven't I? I think I'm helping a bit, though I can't get him to meet a friend of mine who is an AA, Alcoholics Anonymous, if you didn't know before. I wish he would, because they do a wonderful job. Perhaps he will later, but at the moment something pretty serious is on his mind, I think, and I may be the cause of it. I found out something rather awful the other day, and Jack has been working on it ever since. He says he won't go to the police just yet, which I think he ought to, and he refuses to say much about it because he says I've tumbled onto something dangerous. He has been away for the last 2 weeks, and I'm frightened. He's so nice, Mummy, I really don't know what I'd have done without him these last few months. Unfortunately, he's beginning to fall for me, and that may complicate things. Richard and I will be over to see you soon. Until then, take care of yourself, and lots of love. Bless you. Anna. You showed this letter to the police, of course.
Of course, dear.
How long will you be staying in Melbourne, Mrs. Matheson?
Till the police find out.
What on earth was Anna doing at a place like the Buona? It's a dump. I mean, she wasn't hard up, was she?
Well, I suppose, dear, it must have been because of Mr. Leonard.
Because of Leonard? But why?
Well, from what Anna told me, they met on the plane coming from Sydney 4 months ago. Well, they got talking, found out they were both unhappy, and sort of teamed up.
I don't get it. I suppose you've no idea what Anna meant about finding out about something awful.
No.
Well, I'm wondering if, as Leonard warned her, it did turn out to be something dangerous.
Yes, I see what you mean, dear.
I must say, I wish to God the police could find Leonard. It's 4 days already.
Richard, if Anna was so keen to introduce him to friends of hers in Alcoholics Anonymous, it must have meant that he drank, mustn't it?
I've no idea. The whole setup worries me. I think I'll go to the Buona this afternoon and have another word with the manager about Leonard.
So at 2 o'clock, I took a bus to South Yarra. The Buona Hotel looked even more depressing by day. It was painted dark brown and green, and on the fanlight over the door, the gold lettering had lost 3 letters and read, Buna Hot. A different porter was in the foyer.
Good afternoon.
Can I do something for you, sir?
My name is Quayle. Is Mr. Leonard in?
I'm afraid he's away.
Oh, any idea when he'll be coming back?
No, sir.
Well, I'll leave a message for him if you'll give me some paper.
Oh, yeah, here you
Oh,
are.
and thank you. Tell the manager I'd like to speak to him, would you?
Yes, sir.
A gentleman to see you, sir.
Who is it?
Mr. Quayle, sir.
Quayle?
Government to outcome. Oh, it's you. What do you want?
I want to get in touch with Mr. Leonard.
I told you, he's gone away.
I gather you don't know when he'll be back.
See, that's right.
What time did he leave the Buona on the morning of Miss Matheson's death?
What time did he leave?
That's what I said.
I don't know. Do you know, Roger?
No, he had gone before I came on duty.
Oh, what time do you come on duty?
7 o'clock.
So the night porter would know.
Well, he might.
When did Leonard come back the last time?
The last time?
The last time.
The day before, sometime during the afternoon or evening.
Madam would know.
Oh, then may I ask your wife if she's here?
My wife, she's out.
I see. Had you ever met Leonard before he came to stay here?
Mr. Leonard? No. No, I never met Mr. Leonard before he came to stay here.
I see. Well, I'll be back. Tell your wife I'm looking forward to seeing her. Oh, and the night porter, too.
I left the hotel and turned to the right up the road. After a few paces, I stopped to tie a shoelace. When I looked back, I saw that the hotel door was slightly open and that someone was watching me through the crack. I walked on until I was out of sight of the Buona, and then I crossed the street and doubled back in my tracks. I had decided to pay a visit to the Sunshine Cafe, where the light in the first-floor room had been so suddenly turned off on the night of Anna's death. It was an even more depressing place than the Buona and entirely deserted. The walls of the cafe were painted with hideous murals, scarlet-faced sailors walking arm in arm with moronic women under monstrous suns. None of the tables had cloths. A mangy cat played with some newspaper on the floor. I went through the cafe into the kitchen. No one was there. I called out. No one answered. Between the cafe and the kitchen was an uncarpeted staircase, and I went up it. On the landing, there were 2 doors. The one on the right was locked. The one on the left opened into a small and very shabby flat. I went in. It was clean and neat and obviously lived in. On a table in the living room, I saw a pile of letters. The top envelope was clearly addressed, Jack Leonard, Esquire, Buona Hotel. I suddenly had the feeling that I was not alone. But before I had time to see who was near me, something hit me a tremendous crack on the back of my head, and I passed out cold. When I came to, I found myself lying on the grass verge by the side of a dirt road, looking up at the branches of a gum tree. I was evidently some way out of Melbourne. I sat up. My mouth was dry, my head ached abominably, and my hair was matted where I'd been hit. I tried to stand, which made me very giddy at first, but the feeling wore off after 1 or 2 attempts, and I staggered off down the road. Presently, I came to a newly painted, newly built little wooden house, and I had just decided to ask the occupants for help when I noticed that cars were passing at the end of the dirt road about 50 yards from where I stood. I realized that this must be a main road, and I hobbled towards it. I stepped into the middle of the road and held out my arm. Almost immediately, a car came to a halt.
Are you in trouble?
Yes. Yes, I've had an accident. I fell off my motorbike up the road there. Can you give me a lift?
Do be careful, Bill. He doesn't look the sort of person we ought to give a lift to.
Where do you want to get to?
Melbourne.
Okay, hop in.
Bill,
Shut up. Come on.
just you wait till we get home.
I'll wait.
Thanks, awfully.
I sat back, thankfully, in the back seat and closed my eyes. I kept them closed, but pretty soon I was listening to every word of their conversation.
Seems to have gone to sleep.
Good.
Well, who shall we have to make up a 4 tonight, then?
I don't give a damn.
Betty and Frank?
Suits me.
Betty's nice that way. Never minds being asked at the last moment. Valerie always wants to be invited days before.
Valerie's a very beautiful woman.
Oh, I think Betty's far prettier.
Okay.
What do you think's happened to him? He's in a terrible mess.
He told us.
Then where's his bike?
I better ask him when he wakes up.
He might be a murderer.
Might be the King of Spain.
Well, Anna got murdered.
Poor little Anna.
I believe you had a soft spot for Anna.
You think I'm woman mad.
No, I don't. I just think you get attracted rather often. Phil, I once heard a theory that people are murdered because of the kind of people they are. Do you think that Anna was that sort of a girl?
No, I don't.
I never could make out what she and Jack Leonard were up to. Do you think they were having an affair? Oh, he's woken up. Nearly in Melbourne now. Where can we take you?
Well, I'm staying at the Meteor, but please drop me anywhere in town.
Oh, we're taking to the Meteor. We're nearly there.
Well, this has been awfully good of you. I'm most grateful.
What are you going to do about your bike?
What bike?
The bike you crashed.
Oh, that. Yes, of course. Well, I'll telephone the police and get them to fetch it for me. Sorry, my head's making me feel a bit stupid. Oh, my name is Richard Quayle, by the way. If ever I can return your Good Samaritan act, let me know.
Here's your pub.
Richard Quayle? Wasn't Anna Matheson engaged to a Richard Quayle?
Anna was my fiancée.
Well, that's a damn strange coincidence. Anna was a friend of ours.
So I gathered.
You mean you heard what we were saying? Oh, how simply awful.
I serves you right. Our apologies, Quayle. We're Sue and Bill Saunders, by the way. Good seeing you.
Okay.
I went upstairs, telephoned Peters at Homicide. He'd gone home, so I left a message for him to ring me back and rang down for a doctor and some dinner. Both the doctor and the dinner arrived simultaneously. The doctor fixed my head with sticking plaster and prescribed bed and rest in case of delayed shock. He seemed to think I was none the worse for the accident. I ate a good dinner, read for a while, and was just going to turn off my light at 10 o'clock when...
Just a minute. Valerie, what a surprise.
Richard, oh, darling, how ghastly. Have I woken you or something?
Oh, no, not at all. I was reading. Come in.
You look cute in that dressing gown, but why the plaster down?
Well, I met with an accident this afternoon. I was on a motorbike and met a car head-on. Got thrown into a ditch.
Oh, poor Richard, how awful. Well, I said I'd telephone you today, honey, but I couldn't. Some friends from Perth descended on me. I've only just got rid of them, so I came along at once. Does the head hurt fearfully?
Oh, I'll live. Do you mind if I get back into bed?
Not at all. Go right ahead.
Mix us a drink, will you, Valerie? I wasn't expecting social calls in this state.
You must think me the most forward of women. I'm always hurling myself at you, aren't I?
I think you're very lovely.
And I've given myself a whiskey and soda. How about you?
The same.
You know, you don't look like a motorcyclist to me, Richard.
Oh, don't I? Well, you're wrong. I'm the outdoor type entirely.
Not entirely, sweetie. Thank God. Well, your lovely brown eyes, Richard.
Cheers.
Oh, darling, the police visited me today. Something about a dagger at Felix's party. They said you'd found it on the floor, pocketed it, lost it, and then reported your loss to them.
That's right.
But how madly dramatic of you. I mean, Felix has dozens of daggers and things on those walls of his. Must have fallen off one of those hooks.
Maybe.
Well, don't you think it did?
I don't know.
Well, I mean to say it's far more likely to have appeared from somewhere simple like that than to have been a matter for the police. Isn't it?
In normal circumstances, yes.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, as you reminded me last night, Anna was my fiancée and someone murdered her. So I'm probably a little suspicious of anything unusual at the moment.
And of everybody?
I suppose so. Yes.
I see.
Besides, the dagger has disappeared.
But Anna wasn't killed at Felix's house.
Perhaps not. Who knows? She was poisoned. And it depends how long the strychnine took to work.
Oh. Well, I think I better beat it, Richard. You're certainly not in the mood for social calls.
Oh, excuse me. Yes? Oh, yeah. No, I'm afraid I can't just at the moment. I've got someone with me. Okay. Yeah, I'll be along at 9. All right. Thanks. Goodbye.
That was Detective Inspector Peters. I'm going to see him tomorrow at 9.
How thrilling. Don't bother. I'll let myself out.
Good night, Valerie. And thanks for calling.
Good night, Richard.
9 o'clock next morning found me at the police headquarters again. Peter seemed mildly interested in my story about the Buona and the Sunshine Cafe, but his manner was very offhand, and he kept a silly half-smile on his face all the time I was speaking. After I left him, I went to the coffee shop where I'd taken Betty the day before to sort out a few things in my mind. The police seemed to be getting nowhere and not bothering over much. Just one more routine case to them. Peter's attitude drove me round the bend. I ordered a second cup of coffee and thought back over the past few days. I'd now met several of Anna's Melbourne friends, and I must say I didn't find most of them particularly congenial. Felix and Gordon were queers. Valerie, though beautiful and obviously extremely attractive, had taken that dagger from me. Well, she must have. Brooks I quite liked. Frank and Betty Ward seemed smart and social in the wrong way. And I couldn't quite make out what sort of a woman Betty Ward was. That faint seemed out of character somehow. The Saunders, who had given me a lift yesterday, were simply uninteresting. He was quite a decent chap, but she was a bore and obviously nagged him. Larry French was too young for me and too slick. And only little Janie Thomas seemed to me the kind of friend I should have expected Anna to have. I decided to ask her to lunch. She wasn't at the library where she told me she worked, but she was at home, and she said if she could bring Larry French along, she'd love to join me. Well, of course, I said bring him. I then rang Anna's mother, but she said she'd be spending the day in bed. I had more than an hour on my hands before lunch, and I suddenly decided to see Gordon at his gramophone shop once again, and to insist on him telling me what Anna was supposed to have said to him about me. Gordon wasn't in the shop, but Felix Milton was.
Richard Dahl, how divine. How are you? Where's Gordon? My dear, isn't it too extraordinary? Has the measles. So childish, don't you agree? He couldn't work, though, so I'm here instead. A relieving angel, Dickie dear. Too amusing.
Oh, damn, I wanted to contact him. Will you be seeing him?
Not if he's infectious, Dickie. I'm too old for spots. Always was, I'm thankful to say. I've never been handsome, but I've always avoided spots.
Do you know his home telephone number?
But of course. And he'd love you to ring him. He was saying only yesterday how much he admired you. He said he reveled in your shoulders. Isn't that delicious?
Delicious. What's his number? Is it in the book?
No. Oh, one moment, Richard. Customer. And what can I do for you, sir?
Have you got Tito Gobbi in Rigoletto?
My dear, I do hope so. But I'm a stranger in these parts. Let's have a little hunty, shall we? Are you mad about him? I am.
I saw him at Covent Garden 4 years ago.
Oh, I wish I had. Here we are, right first go. Now, you know how those headphone things work, do you?
Oh, yes.
And the turntables?
Well, I'm not certain.
Oh, I'm sure you're both madly mechanical. I'm not at all. Darling Gordon, whose shop this is, has got the measles, poor sweet. He quite forgot to tell me what one does to start them. I suggest you press every knob in sight, and if nothing happens, we'll telephone the fire brigade or something.
All right. You do the pressing, darling.
Okay, we'll have a go.
You know, Dickie, on second thoughts, I'm not sure that you ought to telephone Gordon. He isn't well, you know. Can't I help you instead?
Are you a great friend of his?
Of course. Or why else should I be in this disastrous little shop today? We tell each other everything.
Then did he, by any chance, tell you what Anna had told him about me?
Oh, yes.
Well, what was it?
She told him she was frightened of you.
Frightened of me? What rubbish.
Well, Gordon didn't think it was rubbish, and I'll tell you why she was frightened. She told Gordon that she believed you wanted to kill her.
I didn't believe him, of course, but I felt pretty bad even at hearing it. I hurried out of the shop and kept walking until it was time to meet Janie and Larry. Little Janie Thomas looked dazzling. She was obviously in love with Larry, and I began to feel like the odd man out. I also found it impossible to concentrate on anything but what Felix had just said. I knew it was a lie, but it got me down all the same. I tried to pull myself together and heard myself saying brightly in a voice which sounded unreal to me,
It's so good of you both to come. Any friend of Anna's is a friend of mine, and I'm trying to get to know you all. Oh, by the way, Felix tells me that Gordon has measles. Did you know?
No, how awful. Poor Gordon. Well, if you want to know all Anna's friends, have you met Mrs. Barking yet? She was a great friend.
No. Is she nice?
Oh, she's absolutely sweet.
Kindest woman you could imagine.
Anna told me in a letter that one of her friends was an AA. Do you know who that could be?
Bill Saunders.
It's probably why his wife nags at him so. Of course, she'd hate him to be a drunk, but it annoys her that he's a teetotal. She says it makes him conspicuous. Well, she's a very silly woman in many ways.
Yes. Look at that row she made the other night.
Oh, you mean when Anna got drunk?
Anna drunk? When was Anna drunk?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I was talking out of turn.
What did you mean?
Well, it only happened that once, you know.
When?
Well, actually, it was the night she was... the night she died.
What happened?
Oh, don't listen to him, Mr. Quayle. He's exaggerating the whole thing.
What happened?
Well, you know that little Chinese bar at Felix's?
Mm.
Well, Anna was in there the night she died having a drink. I don't know now who was in there with her. Do you, Janie?
No, I don't.
Well, anyway, Mrs. Barking suddenly came running out to say that Anna was having some kind of a fit. Apparently, she was completely tight and sort of rolling about, you know. Anyway, Sue Saunders made such a fuss that Felix arranged for Anna to be taken home.
With whom?
I can't remember that. Can you, Janie?
No.
Are you sure you can't remember who besides Mrs. Barking was with her in the bar?
Well, Larry wasn't.
And Janie wasn't.
Because Anna was poisoned with strychnine, you know.
What?
And what you described as drunken fit may well have been a strychnine convulsion.
My God.
Dr. Manton told me that strychnine takes anything from 5 minutes to a quarter of an hour to have its first effects. Do you know what time she had this fit?
It was 1:15 exactly by my watch when Mrs. Barking came out of the bar.
How clever of you to notice.
Not at all. You just asked me to take you home.
So she must have been given the poison about 1 o'clock. I don't believe she got drunk. It must have been a convulsion.
How horrible. Poor Anna.
Do either of you two know a chap called Jack Leonard?
Well, yes. I do, slightly.
He happened to be Janie's boyfriend until Anna came along, so it's rather more than slightly, I should say.
How dare you, Larry? Thank you for a lovely lunch, Richard, but I'm afraid I've got an appointment.
And looking deathly pale, she left us flat. I took a taxi to Mintona Crescent to call on Mrs. Barking. I was pretty thoughtful, I can tell you. Both Janie Thomas and Betty Ward had obviously been very upset when I mentioned Leonard's name. Why? And why couldn't the police find him? But perhaps they had by this time. He didn't seem to be in Milton's set, yet everyone seemed to know him except Bill Saunders, who was evidently the AA man Anna talked about in her letter. Suddenly, I knew what the puzzling smell in Anna's room had been. Paraldehyde. Why hadn't I thought of it before? Paraldehyde, the cure drunks took when they were real dyed-in-the-wool drunks. So that's why Leonard had been away. He'd been on the bat and had had a cure. So he must have been in Anna's room on the night of her death. I got so excited at this thought that I nearly turned back and went to Russell Street again. Then I remembered Peter's manner and decided not to bother. Besides, the taxi was already in Mintona Crescent. Mrs. Barking's house was small and gay, and the garden beautifully kept and filled with flowers. The house was red brick, and the front door was blue. As I went up the garden path, I saw the net curtain at the window to the left of the front door move, and a fat white face looked anxiously at me. I rang the bell, but no one answered. I went on ringing. Still no one came. I tried to look in at the window where I'd seen the face. I could see nothing. I tapped on the window pane. No reaction. I went round to the back of the house, knocked on the back door, and tried the handle. It was locked. I tried the kitchen windows. They, too, were locked. I went out of the backyard gate and hid behind a little hedge. Presently, the back door was opened, and an old black and tan Pekingese waddled furiously towards me, barking wildly. The back door was now opened wide.
Shin-Yu! Come here, Shin-Yu! Naughty girls, come here at once!
Good afternoon, Mrs. Barking.
Who are you? What do you want? Go away! Go away at once! Come here, Shin-Yu!
May I come in?
Look, I haven't got the money here. You didn't warn me.
Go away and leave me alone. I'll send the money wherever you want.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, I'm afraid. My name is Richard Quayle. Anna Matheson was my fiancée.
Oh, goodness gracious, I'm so sorry. Whatever must you think of me? But I'm afraid you must go. They won't let you come in.
Who won't let me come in? Who are you frightened of? Can I help you?
Oh, no, please, no. Please, go away.
No, but look, Mrs. Barking, I'm here now, so you might as well make use of me. Let me in quickly and no one will ever know.
Well...
Now, quick, we mustn't waste time.
Very well. Come in, but quickly. Come into the drawing room. This way. Now, sit down, Mr. Quayle, while I look out of the window.
What's the matter, Mrs. Barking? What's worrying you?
They're watching the house.
But there's no one outside.
They said they were watching.
But who? Begin at the beginning, Mrs. Barking.
I'm being blackmailed.
What?
They sent me a letter asking for £200, and someone rang me up in the middle of the night and said that they were watching me and that my telephone line was being tapped. They said I was only to go out of the house when they told me to and to see no one.
Well, have you any idea who it could be?
None.
Was the voice male or female?
I couldn't tell. It was a whisper.
Have you been to the police?
No, I can't.
What? But...
You see, whoever it is knows something that happened a long time ago, and it's something that doesn't affect me but might hurt my daughter, you see. And that mustn't happen.
But you must go to the police.
It's him. It's the blackmailer. Oh, Mr. Quayle, what am I to do? I can't stand it. I really can't.
Mrs. Barking, your callers are Betty Ward and Janie Thomas, but if you take my advice, you'll sit tight and don't let them in. Just let them go away. Now, do as I say, Mrs. Barking. I know what I'm doing. Now, just listen to me.
Half an hour later, I let myself out of the back door and walked round into Mintona Crescent. I was struck by the fact that Mrs. Barking's blackmailing had coincided with Anna's death, and I felt there must be some connection. I tried to get some sense out of her about Anna's fit at Felix's party, but the blackmailing had driven every other thought out of her head. I found a taxi and told it to drive me to the Meteor. And suddenly I saw that a car that had been moving slowly up the crescent behind me was being driven by Betty Ward with Janie Thomas as passenger. So they'd waited half an hour for me, and now they were following me. In fact, they followed me all the way back to the hotel. When I reached the Meteor, I asked the porter to ring through to Mrs. Matheson's room to say that I wanted to send her some flowers and what sort would she like. I was told she was out.
Are you sure?
Well, certainly I'm sure, sir.
Yeah, but I understood she wasn't well.
A young gentleman called for her and they went out together about lunchtime.
What sort of young man?
Oh, thin and medium height, sir. Horn-rimmed glasses, speckled brown suit. Waved his hands about, sir.
This sounded like Gordon, but Gordon had measles. Did the young man have spots, I asked. The porter looked astonished, but he said no. I then asked him to let me know when Mrs. Matheson came in, and went into the hotel writing room and wrote a letter to Peters, telling him all I'd managed to find out. I rang for a page boy and told him to take it round to Russell Street. I then ordered some cigarettes and a whiskey and soda, and was settling down to do a little more thinking when Valerie and Guy Brooks came into the room.
Hello, Angel. How's the head?
Fine, thanks.
I tried to get you earlier in the day, but you were out.
Oh.
Guy and I were wondering if you'd like to come to a drive-in with us. There's a good film at Glenarris with Audrey Hepburn in it, and Guy goes for Audrey in a big way. We thought we'd have dinner after in the English Roadhouse. The food's beautiful.
Well, thanks. Yes, I'd like that.
Oh, Valerie pretends I'm mad about Audrey, but not even Audrey can keep me awake at a film. I like to snooze and look up at her adorable face in between bouts of somnia, if that's the word.
Flattering to me, isn't he? You can see why I wanted you along, Richard.
So we drove out together, and it was a lovely evening. When we parked the car, Guy persuaded me to sit in front with Valerie. She slipped a cool little hand into mine and snuggled down beside me. She smelt wonderful and looked wonderful, and it was warm and companionable having her there beside me. The dinner at the Roadhouse was excellent. King prawns, roast beef and Yorkshire pudding washed down with extremely good Australian red wine, coffee with clotted cream and some brandy. We drove back into Melbourne feeling sleek and happy. Guy did the driving, and Valerie and I sat in the back holding hands. Suddenly she spoke.
No, don't let's go home yet. Let's come down.
Oh, not on your life, Val. It's time for Uncle to get his beauty sleep.
Oh, Richard, please. You don't want to go to bed yet, surely.
Well,
Please, doll. You needn't stay long. Let's go to Heroes for about an hour and dance.
We danced at Heroes for a couple of hours, and then I drove her back in a taxi to her flat. The clock in the foyer of the Meteor said 3:10 as I walked in. I took my key from the night porter and wandered up the stairs. When I reached my room, I hesitated. For some reason, I had a feeling of fear, almost of panic. I unlocked my door, switched on the light. Everything seemed normal, both in the bedroom and in the bathroom. I undressed slowly and uneasily. I put on my dressing gown and opened the wardrobe door to get a hanger for my suit. The body of a dead man crashed at my feet.
What the hell? My God, who the... Hello!
Mr. Quayle, they've killed Shin Yu. They've poisoned her. She's dead. She's dead.
Good evening, Mr. Quayle.
Quayle, are you there?
What the devil are you doing here?
I think you have a little explaining to do.
Me? What about you? Who is this man?
You don't know?
Well, of course I don't.
You and I are going to have a little talk, Mr. Quayle, and if it's satisfactory, I'm inviting you to a party at Mr. Milton's flat tomorrow night.
The next evening, Felix entertained a few friendies to din-dins. The friendies were Janie Thomas, Larry French, Valerie Harding, Guy Brooks, Gordon Frodsham, Sue and Bill Saunders, Frank and Betty Ward, myself, and Kenneth Hodges, a friend of mine who had unexpectedly turned up at the last moment. Although there was plenty to eat and drink, the party took a long time to warm up. Only Felix seemed to be enjoying himself.
It's not like Felix to give such a dull party, is it? Oh, we all know each other far too well, I suppose. And no one seems in the party mood, do they, Richard?
I'm quite happy.
Oh, I like your friend, Kenneth Hodges. What does he do?
He works in a bank in Sydney. We were at school together.
Hello, Valerie. Richard.
What? How are the measles?
Oh, my dear, it wasn't measles at all. Isn't it divine? Simply fish.
Fish?
Or rather, the effects of eating a particular breed of fish to which I'm allergic.
Oh, too bad. I do hope you didn't eat any fish when you lunched with Mrs. Matheson yesterday.
Mrs. Matheson? Do I know a Mrs. Matheson?
Well, don't be silly, Gordon. You were seen with her.
Who saw me?
I did.
Angels! Felix wants to talk to you. Everybody got a drink, eh? Yeah. Got an orange juice, Bill? Good. Now, I want to tell you all how delighted I am to see you here. First of all, of course, because you're friends of mine. And secondly, because exactly a week ago tonight, Anna Matheson was killed. And I'm reliably informed by those divine little navy blue charmers, the police, that the suspect is sitting in this room at this moment. Isn't that exciting? So to prevent further trouble, all the doors have been locked. And we're going to have a delicious talk here to find out who killed her.
Wait a minute.
Somebody here now gave Anna strychnine.
What? Oh, that's going.
And the theory is that it was given to her in this house. Perhaps whoever did it would like to confess at once and save all unpleasantness. No? Very well, then. The discussion is thrown open.
Come along, Betty, darling. Home. Felix, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid this isn't my idea of a joke.
Nor mine. And to show you how serious I feel, I'm going to put all my cards on the table. Ah, that will be Lynette, I expect. Rennie, let her in.
Mrs. Barking?
Yes, Janie. Any objection?
No, of course not.
Good. Come in, Lynette, dear. Now, there's nothing to fear. We'll look after you. I'm holding a discussion group, and as I've just told Frank, it's a very serious one. Betty, my love, I especially asked you and Frank to bring Jack Leonard along tonight. He isn't here. Why not?
Well, we rang the owner, and the manager said he was away.
Indeed. You knew the manager in Italy, Frank, I understand.
I? Certainly not.
Strange. He claims to know you. I suppose you don't deny that you've been to Italy.
Oh, yes, I've been there.
Yes, you were there for 3 years, according to my information, in Milan, chiefly. Anyway, let's leave it for the moment, because I want to tell you all a little story. Now, some of you know that Bill Saunders' father bought a large tract of territory in the north several years ago and left it to Bill when he died. He'd bought it dirt cheap, but as you know, well, it was in all the papers, it turned out to be extremely rich in minerals, including uranium. Well, a short while ago, in spite of security precautions, it was discovered that samples of these minerals, photographs of the land, also several important documents are missing. As you can imagine, the authorities took it pretty seriously. Investigations were made, and the suspicion for these thefts has fallen on our dear friend, Gordon Fortune.
How dare you? It's lies, all lies.
Sit down, Gordon. I wouldn't be making such an accusation without proof. Proof, in fact, furnished by Anna, which may account for her death.
I'll sue you for this.
Splendid. Now we turn to Frank and the manager of the Buona. Jack Leonard and Frank both knew him in Italy. They'd been taken prisoner in Tobruk and had managed to escape from their prison camps in Italy. They hadn't as yet met, but both were making for the Italian Alps in the hopes of reaching the Swiss border. And both came across the manager, who hid them and cared for them in Milan, where he was a waiter. Leonard was grateful to him and bought the Buona for him here after the war. Leonard's a drunk, as we all know. And that and his friendship for the proprietor is why he's prepared to live in such a squalid hotel, although he can well afford something better. And that is why, of course, the manager turned a blind eye on some of his behavior. Dear Frank, on the other hand, refused point blank to help him in any way.
It isn't true.
How perfectly horrible, Frank.
And, of course, Jack Leonard's connection with the Buona explained Anna's presence there, too.
I don't get it.
Well, they were first cousins. Her father and his mother were brother and sister. Anna and Jack met on the plane coming from Sydney to Melbourne 3 or 4 months ago and discovered their relationship. Both, if you forgive me, Richard, were unhappy people in their way, so they teamed up. Anyway, one day Anna told Jack what she'd found out about Gordon, and he, like a fool, decided to do some snooping on his own instead of going to the police.
How had Anna found out about Gordon?
Well, they'd become friends through their common love of music. It was Gordon, if you remember, who first brought Anna among us. They dropped into the habit of meeting for tea every day in Gordon's little room at the back of his shop. But one day, Anna got there earlier than usual. And not finding Gordon in the shop itself, she went straight through to the back room without being invited. Gordon was not only surprised, but angry at seeing her, and he hastily bundled some papers into a drawer of his desk. At that moment, a customer arrived. Gordon tried to get Anna out of the little room, but she insisted on staying where she was. He was forced to go and serve the customer, and, of course, Anna opened the drawer and found the maps and photographs, which are
It's
now...
lies, all lies.
Which are now with the police. Now, we come to another and a very dreadful part of this story. Ever since Anna's murder, Lynette Barking has been blackmailed. Yesterday, someone poisoned her little dog, she knew, by putting strychnine in its drinking water outside the back door.
The wicked devil.
There, Lynette, it's all right.
Unfortunately, although her blackmailer has talked to her on the telephone several times, Lynette couldn't recognize the voice, though she does have the feeling that it's familiar. Don't you, darling?
Poor little Shin, you. Never mind, dear.
And that's not all. Jack Leonard was found dead last night in Richard's room at the Meteor.
Oh, no. No, I don't believe it.
Oh,
It can't be true.
Johnny, don't cry, don't cry.
So it's not really surprising, is it, Betty, that you couldn't contact him at the Buona?
But if you knew he was dead, why ask us to bring him today?
Well, I didn't know when I asked you, of course.
But why pretend that you didn't know a few minutes ago?
All right, Inspector?
Thank you, Mr. Milton.
Inspector?
Yes, Lynette, Inspector. Richard's enchanting friend, Kenneth Hodges, here, is really our gallant detective, Inspector Peters, masquerading, so to speak, as one of us. My dear, dear friends, we must now lend an ear to the charming police inspector.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I must apologize for intruding on you in this way. But although you've not met me before, I'm in charge of this inquiry, and it seemed to me important to be able to study you at my leisure. when you were unaware that you were under professional scrutiny. I would now like the answers to some questions. Mr. Milton, please ask your man to send in Sergeant Smith and Sergeant Codner, will he?
Certainly. Rennie, dear boy, march in the sergeants.
Very good, sir.
Now, come in, Smith. Sergeant Codner not back yet?
No, sir.
Right. And now for the questions. On the occasion of Mr. Quayle's first visit here, a small silver dagger was thrown at him or at Mrs. Ward. Mr. Quayle pocketed the dagger, but it has since disappeared. Can anyone here throw any light on this?
A dagger? How extraordinary.
A dagger.
So that's what it was.
What was, Mrs. Ward?
That's why I fainted, Inspector. Mr. Quayle and I were having a conversation about something. I don't remember now what.
About Mr. Leonard, I understand.
Oh, was it? Yes, well, we were talking to each other when I suddenly thought I saw something flashing towards me. I thought it was a knife, and I screamed. The lights went out, and I fainted.
Why didn't you say anything about the dagger when you came to?
Well, I was frightened, and one doesn't always behave coherently when one's frightened. Besides, I couldn't see the dagger anywhere, and I thought I must have just imagined it.
I suppose you told your husband later.
Well, no.
No? Oh, very well, thank you, Mrs. Ward. Now, Mr. Frodsham, Mr. Quayle tells me that when he first met you in your shop, you were so frightened when he mentioned his name that you were almost unable to speak. Now, why was this?
You'd better ask Richard.
Me? Why the hell should I know?
Very well, Richard, if you want to play it that way. Inspector, if you must know, Anna Matheson had told me that she was afraid of Richard Quayle's return because she thought he wanted to kill her.
You filthy little...
Easy. We'll deal with everything in its turn. Now, Mr. Brooks, you flew to Sydney and back on the day of Miss Matheson's death. Did you have any special reason for this trip on that day?
Well, it was a routine trip, though recently I've been sending the cables to my father regarding Bill Saunders' land from our Sydney office, not our Melbourne office. In the circumstances, I felt it was safer.
Quite. Now, Miss Thomas, why have you recently left your job at the library where you've been working for over a year?
My mother wanted me to.
Why?
Well, she doesn't want me to work, really.
Yet she allowed you to work for a year. Why the sudden decision?
The reasons are personal, Inspector.
It may have escaped your notice, Miss Thomas, but this is a police murder inquiry. Now, why did your mother ask you to leave your job?
Well, she caught me coming into the house at about 4 o'clock one morning after she'd seen me going to bed. She was very angry.
What connection had that with your job?
None.
Where'd you been then?
I'd rather not, sir.
Now, come along, Miss Thomas.
Well, I'd gone to meet Jack Leonard.
Janie!
But he wasn't where I'd been told he would be.
Where you'd been told he would be. Didn't he arrange the meeting himself?
No.
Well, who did? Who arranged the meeting, Miss Thomas?
It was I, Inspector.
Betty!
Really, Mrs. Ward, or why was that?
Well, Jack asked me to. He said he couldn't do it himself as he was hiding from the police, and he was afraid they'd trace a telephone call.
How did he get in touch with you?
Well, I just happened to run into him near the Buona. He was disguised, but not very well, and I recognized him. He told me he was in trouble and that only Janie could help him.
Thank you, Mrs. Ward. But he didn't turn up at your rendezvous, Miss Thomas?
No, he didn't. But when Mother found out that I'd gone to meet him, she was furious. She said she couldn't trust me anymore, and that except with her permission, she wouldn't let me out of the house. You see, she'd always disapproved of Jack. She had, in fact, made me break off my engagement with him.
Which night was this rendezvous, Miss Thomas?
Last Monday.
Last Monday? That was the night I first heard the voice of my blackmailer.
Precisely. Were you jealous of Miss Matheson, Miss Thomas?
Jealous of Anna? Why should I be?
Perhaps because Leonard found her attractive and was living in the next room to her at the Buona?
This is monstrous. Don't answer that, Janie. You don't have to.
Quite right, Mr. French. She doesn't have to. That'd make it easier if she did.
Inspector, what's all this got to do with Anna's death? You're not seriously suggesting that
I'm
Janie...
not suggesting anything, Mr. Quayle. Yet. But I'm investigating 2 murders. And unless they're the work of a homicidal maniac, it is probable that the killer or killers had a motive. In this case, there were 2 main lines for us to pursue, the political and the emotional.
Emotional?
Why not? The 2 victims were emotionally involved with each other and also with some of the present company. Miss Matheson with you, for instance, and Mr. Leonard with Miss Thomas.
And with me.
Mrs. Barking, there's no need to say anything about that.
But my affair with him was years ago. And even if he was the blackmailer, he's dead now.
We don't know that he was the blackmailer, Mrs. Barking.
Oh, dear.
But in any case, the blackmailer won't worry anyone again, I assure you.
Well, how do you know?
Because when I arrest Miss Matheson's killer, I shall be arresting the blackmailer, too.
My God.
But we're not quite ready to arrest anybody yet. I've still got too many suspects. All of you, in fact, who were here at Mr. Milton's party when Miss Matheson was poisoned.
But why must it be someone who was here? It could have been Jack Leonard or anyone at the Buona.
Quite right, Mr. Ward. It could even have been Mr. X.
Mr. X?
I always call the rank outsider Mr. X. But the favorite must be someone who was at the party.
Inspector, are you satisfied that the killer's motive was emotional?
No. Now, if it's any comfort to you, Mr. Quayle, I think Miss Matheson died because of the information she picked up in the gramophone shop.
Inspector, I've had enough of your insinuations. I want my lawyer.
There'll be plenty of time for lawyers if and when I decide to charge you, Mr. Frodsham. Meanwhile, why did you pretend to have measles yesterday?
I don't have to answer that.
No, sir, but if the explanation is an innocent one, you'd be well advised to do so.
I wanted an excuse to be away from my shop.
Why?
Well, if you must know, I wanted to warn Anna's mother against Richard Quayle. Anna had been scared of him. I took Mrs. Matheson out to lunch to warn her.
And persuaded her to get hold of the key to Mr. Quayle's room at the Meteor on the pretext of having left some gloves behind there and to join you in a search of the room. What were you hoping to find?
The poison, of course.
Ah, another amateur detective. Was this your own idea, or did someone put you up to it? Well, Mr. Frodsham?
I won't answer that.
Mrs. Matheson says she didn't return the room key to the desk after your search, did you?
I can't remember.
You killed Leonard, didn't you?
No.
You poisoned him in the hotel bedroom in order to frame Mr. Quayle.
I didn't, I tell you. I don't know anything about it.
Well, that at least is patently untrue. Mr. Smith, ring the station, will you, and find out what's keeping Codner.
Yes, sir.
There's a phone in the hall.
Oh, thank you.
Miss Thomas, was Frodsham in the bar here with Miss Matheson when she was taken ill?
I don't know. He had been earlier, but I'd already left the bar when she had her attack.
I see. And you wouldn't know if Mrs. Ward was there either?
I don't know about the time of the attack, but she was still in there when I left the bar.
Well, what do you say, Mrs. Ward? Were you there at the time?
No.
But you were, Betty. You were standing beside her when I left the bar to get help.
Lynette, I told you before I was not there. You're imagining it.
Betty...
When did you tell her before, Mrs. Ward?
Well, we discussed it after we were first questioned by Sergeant Codner.
Did you? Oh, well, the memory can play odd tricks at times. Talking of which, Mrs. Barking, have you remembered where you put the weed killer that you told Sergeant Codner was missing?
No, Inspector. I can't find it anywhere.
Sergeant Codner's just arrived, sir.
Ah, good.
Sorry to have been so long, sir. But you know what these experts are like. That's his report, sir.
Oh, thank you. Mrs. Ward, I must ask you to accompany me to the police station.
But why? What's she done?
While you've been here this evening, Mr. Ward, we've carried out tests on your wife's typewriter. Our expert reports that it was the machine used to type the letter blackmailing Mrs. Barking.
Betty, how could you?
I don't believe it. Anyway, it doesn't prove she killed anybody.
Whether it does or not, blackmail is still a felony. I'm sorry, Mr. Ward. Come along, Mrs. Ward. You too, Mr. Frodsham.
I'll come along with you, Betty, darling. It's all nonsense. Yeah, we'll soon get you out.
I didn't do it! I didn't do it! I didn't do it!
Come on, Betty, this I know you did.
But she had. She confessed to both murders and the blackmailing the next day.
When did you first suspect her? Well, then I noticed the discrepancy between Mrs. Barking's and Mrs. Ward's accounts of who was in the Chinese bar at the crucial time.
But that could have been just vagueness.
Agreed. But I had a feeling they might have discussed the original police questioning between them, and if Mrs. Ward was guilty of the murders, she would want at all costs to keep Mrs. Barking from further contact with the police. And how better than by blackmailing her? That was why I tried to provoke a quarrel between them about it, if you remember.
Yes.
That worked. Mrs. Ward let slip that they had discussed the questioning. And the typewriter evidence was, of course, the last piece in that corner of the jigsaw.
That was very smart of you. Yes, but why was the little dog killed?
To terrorize Mrs. Barking still further. It was a miscalculation on Mrs. Ward's part, as it happened. It brought Mrs. Barking straight to us. In fact, it was the killing of the dog that pinned the murders on Mrs. Ward. Ironical, isn't it? She got the poison from Mrs. Barking, incidentally.
From Mrs. Barking?
Yes, the missing weed killer, remember?
But why did Betty Ward do it?
Oh, that's where Felix Milton comes into it, really.
What?
Oh, don't misunderstand me. Milton's insecurity.
No.
Yes, he's quite a bright boy. As I told you, the murder of your fiancée was political.
What do you mean that Betty Ward was mixed up in this secret agent racket?
That's right. She was Frodsham's boss. Though we only found that out after her arrest. My bet is that she allowed herself to get involved for the money, and excitement maybe, and then couldn't get out if she wanted to.
Yes, and what about Frodsham?
Same story, money too. He's an inveterate gambler, and an unlucky one. Mrs. Ward set him up in the gramophone shop, paid his debts, and he found himself involved in the spiring as a quid pro quo. Hey, incidentally, they used the sleeves of LP records for passing on their information. Yes, ingenious, wasn't it? Milton had had his eye on Frodsham for some time, hence the spectacular way in which he cultivated his acquaintance. In fact, we already knew everything that Miss Matheson found out by chance at the shop.
But then why wasn't Frodsham arrested?
Oh, he thought that in time he might lead us to a high up in the organization. But before he did, he had, of course, told Mrs. Ward about the incident in the shop, and she got orders to put Miss Matheson out of the way. And later, of course, Leonard, too, when she found out that he knew as well.
My God. And that dagger at the party, was that meant for me?
Well, not to kill you, I don't suppose, but if possible, to scare you off being too inquisitive about Leonard.
Yes, but Betty couldn't have thrown that. She was standing next to me.
Ah, it was Frodsham. The only prints on it, when it reappeared on Milton's wall, were yours and his. We're holding him as an accessory to both murders, by the way.
And which of them knocked me out at the Sunshine Cafe?
Neither. It was Leonard.
Leonard?
Yes. You see, he'd been to Miss Matheson's room on the night of her murder, and so foolishly, but understandably, he was hiding from the police. He wasn't likely to welcome your discovery of his hideout, was he?
But how do you know? Well, I mean, I guessed that Leonard had been in her room, but what makes you so sure?
Well, Leonard was a drunk, and there was a strong smell of formaldehyde in the room.
Yes, I noticed that.
And then the manager of the Buona came clean after Leonard's death and handed us a letter left with him by Leonard before he went to your room at the Meteor. It was only to be given us in the event of anything happening to Leonard.
What did it say?
It said he had a telephone call purporting to come from you and urging him to meet you at the Meteor. He was suspicious, but he was in love with Anna Matheson, and he wanted to meet you to see if you were serious about her.
I see.
It seems that on the night of Miss Matheson's death, he had arrived back from Sydney, where he'd been having a cure. Well, he hadn't seen her for a couple of weeks, so he went straight along to her room.
Mm-hmm.
And this was about 10 p.m. He knocked on her door, but she was out. So he went to bed, but although very tired, he couldn't sleep, and so he took some strong sleeping pills. Now, between 2:15 and 2:30, he awoke with the conviction that something terrible had happened to Miss Matheson. He was still very drugged, but he went along to her room. He knocked, and again got no answer. He tried the door, and it was open. Miss Matheson was lying on the floor.
The floor?
Yeah.
But
he realized she was dead. He picked her up, carried her to her bed.
Oh.
He was horrified by her expression and remembered shutting her eyes and mouth. He decided to call a doctor, but as his hand went out to the phone, it rang. A voice he didn't recognize asked if he was Leonard, and when he said he was, the voice went on, "What are you doing in Miss Matheson's room? She's dead, isn't she?" He was so surprised that he said yes. The voice then said, "You've killed her, haven't you?" And then the telephone went dead. Leonard completely lost his head. He rushed out of the room, hung the do not disturb card on the door in the hopes of delaying the discovery of Anna's body, packed some things and left the Buona immediately. Well, naturally, when Miss Matheson's death was reported, the manager phoned him at his office. Leonard arranged to meet him and told him the whole story. The manager, who, as you know, had reason to be very grateful to him, believed him and fixed him up at the Sunshine Cafe.
Was the telephone call in Anna's room from Betty?
Yes, of course. She wanted to know if the poison had worked.
Poor Anna. Poor darling Anna.
Yes, indeed.
And Leonard's death?
Well, Mrs. Ward and Frodsham waited for him in your room at the hotel. Frodsham hasn't come clean yet, but he must have been there to get the body into the cupboard.
Yes, but supposing I'd come in.
He'd probably have done the same for you.
Then it was a bit of luck for me that I went to the cinema with Brooks and Valerie.
It was indeed.
And you know, I thought for a while that they would have been part of the frame-up. I think I owe them an apology.
I think you do. Well, come and have a drink, Mr. Quayle. I'm sure you need one. I'm off duty, and the case is solved.
Yes, the case was solved. But the fact that Anna was killed was really my fault. If I hadn't left her 4 months alone in Melbourne 2 years ago, lonely and unhappy, she would never have got herself mixed up with such a set. That's why I'm going away tomorrow. I had to wait till Ozzie retired me.
But now I want to put the past behind me. I suppose I'm just not cut out for matrimony.
That was Richard Handel as Richard Quayle, with Mary Wimbush as Valerie Harding, Michael Tanner as Detective Inspector Peters, Beverly Dunn as Betty Ward, and Philip Lever as Felix Milton in Murder in Melbourne by Dulcie Gray. The rest of the cast was as follows. Bruce Stewart as Guy Brooks, Paddy Tanner as Janie Thomas.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Burt Lancaster in Sorry, Wrong Number. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play reverses the usual relation between radio and motion pictures. Sorry, Wrong Number was first a radio drama, and it achieved such success on the air that Hal Wallace decided to make a picture of it. He assigned the author, Lucille Fletcher, to expand her short drama into a full-length screenplay, and the result was a triumph of suspense drama. The rest of the success story you know, because the Paramount picture with Barbara Stanwyck and Burt Lancaster as the stars was one of the top films of the year. Tonight, Sorry, Wrong Number completes the circle and comes back to radio with Miss Stanwyck and Mr. Lancaster in their original screen roles. Just as our drama had a double success story, so has our product, Lux Toilet Soap. It's been a favorite for years in the regular size, and now the new bath size has made Lux Soap a hit all over again. The curtain rises now for the first act of Sorry, Wrong Number, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Leona and Burt Lancaster as Henry. In the tangled network of a great city, the telephone is the unseen link between a million lives, servant of our common needs, confidant of our inmost secrets. Life and happiness wait upon its ring, and horror and loneliness, and sometimes even death.
Operator, operator, operator.
Your call, please.
Operator, I've been ringing Murray Hill 32491 for the last half hour, and the line is always busy. Will you ring it for me, please?
Murray Hill 32491. One moment, please.
It's my husband's office. He should have been home hours ago. I can't think why that ridiculous wire should be busy. They always close that office at 6 o'clock.
I am ringing your number.
Thank you. Oh, it's busy again. Operator, the line is busy. Now, will you please...
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Stevenson, please.
Hello?
I want to speak to Mr. Henry Stevenson.
Hello, George. Speaking.
Hello, what number is this?
Everything okay for the night, George? Client says the coast is clear.
I beg your pardon, but I'm using this wire.
What about the time? Still 11:15? 11:15. You got it all straight now?
Hello?
Yeah, I think so. At 11 o'clock, the private patrolman goes around to the bar on 2nd Avenue for a beer. Then I get in through the kitchen window. I wait until the train goes over the bridge in case a window is open and she should scream.
Who is this? Hello?
The client says he doesn't want her to suffer long. You know me, George. And don't forget the jewelry. He wants it to look like a robbery, see? That's very important. Okay. Now let me check the...
Hello? Hello? Oh, that's awful. That's horrible.
Operator?
Operator, you just gave me a wrong number. I was calling Murray Hill 32491, but instead I was cut into some other number that you dialed. The wires must have been crossed or something, and I just heard the most dreadful thing, a murder.
Yes, madam.
I want you to get that wrong number back for me at once.
I'm sorry, madam. I do not understand.
I just told you. You dialed a number for me, and then those horrible men came on, and, well, it's unnerved me dreadfully. I'm an invalid,
I'll
and
connect you with the chief operator, madam.
Well, do something, please.
The This is the chief operator. May I help you?
What? Oh, yes, you may. I'm an invalid, and I've just had a dreadful shock just now on this telephone, and I'm very anxious to trace the call. It was about a murder, a terrible, cold-blooded murder of a poor innocent woman tonight at 11:15.
Yes, madam.
I was trying to reach my husband's office. He should have been home hours ago. It's almost 10 o'clock. I'm all alone tonight. My nurse has the night off because my husband promised he'd be home by 6.
About the call, madam.
I don't know any of the neighbors, as we live permanently in Chicago, and it so happens that the couple I have working for me had some important date or other. I don't know, a movie, I suppose. They said it was promised them 3 weeks ago. You'd think they'd at least have checked with me before leaving. They know I'm not well.
About the phone call, madam.
I told you I kept getting a busy signal. Then I asked the operator to call for me. And then, out of a clear sky, I was cut into this ghastly conversation between two killers.
I suggest you call the police, madam.
Oh, for heaven's sake, all this idiotic red tape. You just sit there and let people die. Oh. Is anyone downstairs? Gertrude. Gertrude, are you down there? Oh.
Operator.
Give me the police.
I just told you, ma'am. First of all, there's a lot of people named George. As for the private patrolman on 2nd Avenue and the bridge, well, 2nd Avenue is a very long street.
I don't care
Do you
about...
happen to know how many bridges there are in Manhattan?
Oh, this is insane. I tell you, a woman is going to be murdered.
But a clue of this sort, why, it's not much more use to us than no clue at all. Unless you think there's something phony about all this.
Phony?
Or that somebody's trying to murder you.
Me? Oh, that would be ridiculous. I mean, why should anybody? What have I...
Yeah, you see, lady, you got nothing to worry about.
Now, just a minute. All right, don't listen to me. Who cares? Oh, Henry, why did you leave me alone? Why did you leave me alone here? Oh, his secretary. Henry's secretary, she'd know. Her number's on the pad. Jennings. Miss Jennings, Elizabeth Jennings.
Why, no, Mrs. Stevenson. I haven't any idea where Mr. Stevenson is.
He was supposed to be home hours ago.
Well, that's odd, isn't it? The last time I saw him was when he left this afternoon to keep an appointment.
What appointment? Where?
Well, I don't know, but I do know he had a luncheon date with a young lady.
What young lady? Tell me, Miss Jennings.
Mrs. Lord, Mrs. Frederick Lord. She seemed very anxious to see Mr. Stevenson.
Mrs. Lord?
I heard him make a date to meet her for lunch.
Why, Mrs. Lord phoned here this afternoon.
Oh?
Yes, the nurse answered. I have the memorandum right here. Mrs. Lord, 4:50 p.m.
I'm afraid that's all I know, Mrs. Stevenson. But I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Mr. Stevenson's so devoted. He speaks so beautifully of you. Well, if there's anything I can do...
No, thank you, Miss Jennings.
I do hope I haven't let a cat out of the bag.
Good night, Miss Jennings. Mrs. Lord, a young lady, she said. Lunch and gone all afternoon. Hello?
Mr. Stevenson, please.
He's not in. Who's calling?
It's Mr. Evans again. Do you know where I could reach him?
I'm sure I don't know where Mr. Stevenson is. Call back later.
Would 15 minutes be all right? I haven't much time.
Yes, 15 minutes.
And if he should come in, the name is Evans. It's very important.
Yes, I'll tell him. Mrs. Lord telephone, 4:50 p.m. Murray Hill, 3, 9266.
Hello?
Is Mrs. Lord in?
This is Mrs. Lord. Who's calling, please?
Mrs. Henry Stevenson. It so happens my husband hasn't come home this evening. I thought perhaps you might give me some idea as
Yes,
to where...
yes, but I can't talk now.
I can't hear you.
Could I call you back?
Call me back? Why? Is anything wrong?
Leona, this is Sally. Sally Hunt.
Sally Hunt?
I'm sorry if I sound ridiculous, but I can't talk now.
No, wait. If you're the Sally Hunt I used to know...
I'll call you back as soon as I can, Leona.
Hey, Sally, who was it?
Just one of the girls, dear. She wanted a recipe.
Hey, Joe would like a bottle of beer. You got any on ice?
Oh, no, I'm afraid not. I'll run down to the store.
Thanks, honey. And hurry back. Joe is dying.
Sally Hunt. Oh, yes. Yes, that was long ago. College, spring dance. He was Sally's date. He was with her when I met him. Henry. Henry dancing with Sally.
Hello, Leona. This is Mr. Henry Stevens.
Hello, Henry. Well, can I cut in?
If you don't mind, miss, where I come from, it's the man who does the picking.
All right, go ahead.
Look, why don't you get somebody your own speed? I'm sure there are better dancers around.
Oh, you'll do all right, Henry. Leona knows her way around the floor.
Thank you, darling. Well, Henry, let's dance.
So your name's Cotterill, huh? No relation to, J.B. Cotterill.
Distant. He's my father.
Your father?
Anything wrong with that?
Oh, no, nothing wrong. What do they call you? The aspirin heiress?
You from out of town?
Well, that depends on what you call out of town.
Oh, I don't know. Harvard?
You trying to be funny?
Okay. What do you call out of town?
Grassville.
Oh, what college is up there?
No college, Miss Cotterill. Just factories. I never even finished high school.
Neither did my father. He always says if a man has talent for making money, why should he waste his time in school?
I guess your old man ought to know.
What do you say we sit the next dance out?
Why?
I've got a car, Mr. Stevenson, a brand new one, a Lagonda. Ever drive one?
I never even heard of one. Besides, I'm with Sally.
Oh, don't worry, she'll never miss you.
But maybe I'll miss her. Why didn't you think of that?
Oh, come on, don't be silly. For once, I'm not kidding.
Neither am I. So long, Miss Cotterill.
Well, Henry, it took me a few days, but I finally got you in my car. How do you like it?
Fine. Only we don't go together.
It's a lot easier to see you here than, well, with Sally Hunt. I'd never put the two of you together in a million years.
Why not?
Oh, you're both so different. You belong in different worlds.
Yeah. What are you stopping for?
Why not? It's nice here.
Sure, it's nice here. Take a look. This is Grassville. Stick around a few years and then see how much you'll like it.
What do you do, Henry?
I work in a drugstore.
Well, that's a coincidence.
Sure. I work in a drugstore, and your father owns 100 of them.
Would you like to meet him?
Say, who are you kidding?
Nobody. Dad will like you. You're young, healthy, ambitious.
Why don't you stop? What does a girl like you want with a guy like me?
Dad's coming to New York next weekend. I'm cutting my classes on Saturday. Want to come with me?
I don't know. When you look at me like that, Come on, let's get out of here.
No, not yet, Henry. Not yet, darling.
Sure, I like him, honey, but he's nobody, Leona. And what has he got? Nothing.
And what did you have, Dad, when you started?
Besides, I thought you said he was sort of engaged to that girlfriend of yours, that Sally something.
Oh, that's all over with. Dad, I love him.
Love him? Oh, come on. If I really thought you did, you know I'd be the first one.
Oh, no. Don't start telling me that.
Leona, what's the matter?
You make me laugh. What does it really matter to you if I love Henry or not? All you want is for me to stay here with you for the rest of your life. You're afraid of losing me.
Haven't I always let you do anything you ever wanted to do? But marriage is something else. I've worked hard. I built up a big business just for you. And you yourself wouldn't want to see some worthless cluck of a husband, a guy who doesn't even...
Let me alone.
Leona,
You don't
please.
care about me. You're thinking only of yourself and your business. You're hateful, selfish, and hateful.
Leona, stop it, dear. You'll make yourself sick
And what
again.
good is your wonderful money and your wonderful business if I'm dead? Yes, that's what you want to do, drive me into my grave. You don't care just as long as your business is safe.
How can you say things
Oh,
like
go
that?
away. Don't touch me. Don't you dare touch me.
Darling, listen to me. I didn't mean to...
Oh.
Look, we'll talk it all over again as soon as...
Oh.
Leona. Wilson! Wilson, quick, call a doctor!
Sally Hunt. I took Henry away from her. She couldn't stand it. Even after all these years, she couldn't stand it. Going to him today, seeing him in his office. Hello?
Leona, this is Sally again. I'm sorry I had to be so mysterious before, but I just couldn't talk at home. My husband was there.
Well, this is all certainly rather odd, to say the least.
Oh, this whole thing must seem very peculiar to you, Leona. Hearing from me after all these years.
but I had to see Henry again today. I've been so worried about him.
Worried? About what?
Well, my husband, he's with the district attorney's office. And a couple of weeks ago...
There's something funny, Sally. You're in the newspaper about an old boyfriend of yours.
Old boyfriend?
Yeah. Remember Henry Stevenson?
Oh.
Pictures in the paper. Mr. and Mrs. Henry Stevenson, she's the former Leona Cotterill of Lake Forest, Illinois, have taken a house for the summer in Sutton Place. Mrs. Stevenson, in poor health for several years, is here to consult with specialists. Mr. Stevenson is vice president of the Cotterill Drug Corporation.
Are you tearing it out for me?
Oh, no. No, it may come in handy in a case I'm working on.
What sort of a case?
Oh, special investigation. Joe's on it, wouldn't
Henry hasn't done anything wrong, has he?
Sorry, honey. One too many questions. Hey, don't tell me you're still stuck on that guy.
Oh, don't be silly, darling.
Hello. Anything happened, Joe? And Stevenson fell for it, huh? Oh, sure, we'll go. Look, tell Bolger to line it up. No, 5,000's enough, and $100 bills, and make sure they're marked. And for Pete's sake, keep your mouth shut. Thursday, huh? Okay, 10 o'clock. South.
Sorry if this seems involved, Leona.
Involved? I simply don't know what you're trying to tell me.
Well, wait till I finish. I know I didn't have any right to do it. But that Thursday, I went to South Ferry. I don't know what I expected to see, but... Well, anyway, I spotted Fred and his friend Joe from the police. There was another man with them. I guess the one who was to bring the $5,000 in marked bills. Well, I followed them.
Followed them? Where?
Aboard the ferry and over to Staten Island. They went far out to a very desolated stretch of beach. Nothing but a few broken-down shacks and an old deserted house. I had to stay way behind them so they wouldn't see me. But then they went in the house. That gave me a chance to come closer. There was a freshly painted sign out front. 20 Dunstan Terrace, it said. And the name Evans. W. Evans.
Evans?
Do you know him?
I've never heard of him. Well, what happened?
Well, after a while, a motorboat came into shore and tied up at a pier in back of the house. A man, sort of elderly, got out of the boat and went into the house. He was carrying a suitcase. A little later, my husband came out. Only now he had the suitcase. Well, he didn't come home until late that night, and I was dying to ask him what happened, what possible connection it could have with Henry.
Well?
I didn't dare ask him, Leona. But things have happened since, and unless we do something drastic, it may be too late.
Your 5 minutes are up. Please deposit 5 cents for the next 5 minutes.
Oh, just a minute, please. I know I have another nickel. Are you still there, Leona?
I'm here. This is one of the queerest things I've ever heard.
Yes, I know. And I just didn't seem to be able to connect Henry with it. That's why I finally went to see him today.
What did you find out?
Well, I met him for lunch. He told the captain he was expecting a very important phone call, and then we sat down.
It's been a long time, Sally. 8 years. Tell me, how's dear old Grassville these days?
I don't know, Henry. I haven't been back.
So you're married now, Living here in New York?
Yes. My husband's with the district attorney's office.
Oh?
That's why I wanted... Henry, what I'm trying to say is this. A few days ago, I saw a picture of you in the newspaper. Vice president now.
Sounds beautiful, doesn't it? Biggest drug business in the country.
I was sorry to read that Leona isn't well.
Yes. Chicago doctors don't seem to know just what it is. Her trouble, I mean.
Henry, what do you do in the drug business?
Push buttons, like all other vice presidents.
Oh, but I'm serious.
So am I. I'm almost as important as the office boy.
Don't mean to be inquisitive. I only mean this for your own good.
Mean what for my own good?
Well, yesterday, my husband was making out a report...
We have your phone call, Mr. Stevenson.
Oh, thanks. Excuse me, Sally. I'll be right back.
Well, I waited a while, Leona. But Henry didn't come back,
Please
and then
deposit 5 cents for the next 5 minutes.
Operator, but I haven't been talking 5 minutes. I deposited another nickel only a couple
I am sorry, madam. Please deposit another 5 cents.
But I haven't any more change.
Hello.
Leona, I'll have to call you back. But I only wanted to say that Henry never came back to the table and that he is in trouble.
Fred's been talking to the police. I've heard him mention Henry's name over and over again. And there's someone else in it, too. That man called Evans. Your 5 minutes are up, madam. Waldo Evans. He owns that house on Staten Island. I am sorry, madam. I will have to disconnect you.
Reverse the charges. Put them on this phone. Operator!
In a few moments, Next, we'll bring you Act Two of Sorry, Wrong Number. Now, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. Well, Libby, that was a gala evening we all had at the premiere of 20th Century Fox's new picture, 12 O'Clock High.
Yes, indeed. And for one person in particular, it must have been the thrill of a lifetime. I'm thinking about our little Lux girl, Jackie Barnes.
The winner of the national contest for the prettiest 15-year-old Lux girl.
Mm-hmm.
Jackie was an honored guest at the premiere. She certainly was a radiant youngster.
She got more compliments than she could count that evening.
Well, that's the way it is with Lux girls, Libby. You know, Jackie was telling me how impressed she was with 12 O'Clock High.
As everyone was. It's always good news when Gregory Peck heads a cast. And this time, I think he has the best role of his career.
Yes, he makes the tough commander of a wartime bomber group an unforgettable personality.
It's a gripping story you feel intensely. The dangerous flying sequences, the day-by-day strain those men endured. The whole cast is magnificent.
12 O'Clock High is one picture, Libby, where the men take the honors.
Yes, except for Joyce Mackenzie. She plays the one feminine role. Makes her debut in pictures as the Army nurse.
There's another lovely Lux girl.
She is indeed, John. Like so many successful young actresses, she finds Lux toilet soap gives her complexion just the care it needs.
Recent tests by skin specialists prove that Lux soap care really works. In actually 3 out of 4 cases, skin became softer, smoother in a short time. No wonder Lux toilet soap is the leading beauty soap, not only in Hollywood, but all over the country. If you haven't tried it, why not begin your Lux soap facials tomorrow? Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars recommend this gentle protecting care. Now, our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act Two of Sorry, Wrong Number, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Leona and Burt Lancaster as Henry. It's a moment or so later. Through an open window, the night air drifts slowly in Leona's window, heavy with the heat of a New York summer. Leona lies motionless on the bed, and the sounds of the night become magnified. The tugboats on the river, the hum of distant traffic, the muffled roar of a train passing over a bridge, and then suddenly...
Hello?
Leona, this is Sally again. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm calling from the subway station. The stores around here are all closed. I've just been home, Leona, and some more has happened. That house on Staten Island, the one I told you about, well, it was burned down this afternoon. The police have captured 3 men. But this Waldo Evans escaped.
But who is Waldo Evans? And for heaven's sake, what's his connection with my husband?
I still don't know, Leona. But I do know the whole thing has something to do with your father's company.
Oh, that's absurd. My father called me from Chicago this afternoon. He never mentioned a word. Now, look, who's been arrested and why?
3 men, and I don't know why.
And why do you think Henry's one of them?
I didn't say that. I only know that somehow he's terribly involved.
Did anyone say he was going to be arrested?
No, not exactly.
Then what are you talking about? Why are you calling me like this? Are you still jealous that I took Henry away from you? Can't you bear to see me happy? Can't you stop telling lies and making trouble even now?
Leona, I can't talk anymore.
Then I'm right. You are just trying to make trouble.
No. Fred and Joe, they're coming down the subway platform. If my husband should see me here... Leona, I've got to hang up.
Hello? Oh... Yes?
This is Western Union. We have a message for Mrs. Henry Stevenson.
This is Mrs. Stevenson.
The telegram is as follows. Darling, terribly sorry, but last minute remembered annual drug convention tomorrow in Boston. Taking next train out, back Sunday morning. Keep well. All my love. And signed, Henry. That is all, madam. Do you wish us to deliver a copy of the...
Oh, no.
Then I wait till the train goes over the bridge in case her window is open and she should scream. Client says the coast is clear. I got your message, George. Everything okay for tonight?
Henry is in trouble. Desperate trouble.
Darling, terribly sorry. Taking next train out. Back Sunday morning. Then I wait till the train goes over the bridge. Then I wait till the train goes over the bridge.
Dr. Alexander? Doctor, this is Mrs. Stevenson.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Stevenson. How are you?
I need you right away, Doctor. Please come right over.
Now, Mrs. Stevenson, what seems to be
I
the
said
matter?
I want you to come over at once.
I'm afraid I can't tonight, Mrs. Stevenson. Now, be sensible. If you just make up your mind to cooperate with your husband and me in our plan of action...
Plan of action? What are you talking about?
Mrs. Stevenson, I explained everything in my letter over a week ago.
Letter? What letter?
But surely your husband... Hasn't he spoken to you, Mrs. Stevenson?
About what?
Look, you try to compose yourself now, and perhaps we can discuss it tomorrow.
We'll discuss it now. Do you hear me? Now, this very minute.
Well, if you insist upon knowing. Your husband called at my office about 10 days ago. He seemed quite concerned about your condition.
Naturally. Anyway, we discussed your illness at great length.
Still a puzzle to me, Doctor. I still don't know what's wrong with her.
Well, Mr. Stevenson, your wife's illness seems to date far back to her early childhood. Is that true?
Yes, I suppose so.
But you knew nothing about it when you married her?
No, not till after a couple of years. You see, we were living with her father then, in Lake Forest. I remember early one morning.
Why did you do that, Henry? Why did you send the maid for my handbag?
Why? Because there's something in it that I need.
Well, how much money do you want?
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Leona, but this time it isn't money. It's simply that I wrote Ferguson's telephone number in your notebook last night, and I want to call him. We have a date for lunch.
You know perfectly well you're having lunch with me today.
I know, Leona, but I won't be able to make it. This date with Ferguson's rather important.
Oh? More important than me, I suppose?
Oh, it isn't that, Leona. It's just that... Well, it's about a job.
You have a job. What on earth are you talking about?
Leona, I've been meaning to say this to you for weeks. I just don't belong in your father's business.
Who says you don't?
I do. I say it. Working for your father is like running in a dream. No matter how hard you try, you know you'll never get anywhere. I don't want to graft off your charity for the rest of my life. I want a chance on my own.
Only you're not getting the chance. I won't have you traipsing around, you hear? Just because Dad doesn't go falling all over himself, you're not going to throw away $1 million business like Cotterell's for an idle whim. It happens to be my business, too, you know. And to think my own husband turns up his nose at it. Now call Ferguson and tell him you've changed your mind. Go on, Henry, call him.
But I haven't changed my mind.
You're still going?
Yes, and someday you'll see it'll be better for both of us.
Henry, wait.
Now, that's a little silly, isn't it, locking the door?
You're not going, Henry. Not as long as you're my husband.
Oh, come on, Leona, give me that key.
You can't do it. You can't do this to me. Nobody's ever done it. Nobody.
Will you please stop and give me that key?
Henry, please. If you love me at all. Henry, I beg you. I'll talk to Dad. I'll do anything. Anything you want, only don't leave me. Don't go away.
Give me that key.
No, I won't. Oh, Henry, you're hurting. Henry, please.
Your husband told me, Mrs. Stevenson, that in spite of your opposition, he had lunch that day with Mr. Ferguson. When he got home that evening, he said your father was waiting for him at the door, angry and worried.
All right, Henry. Come in the library. I want to talk to you.
What's the matter? Where's Leona?
Leona's in bed. She had an attack, a heart attack. She almost died.
Heart attack?
Did you two quarrel this morning?
Yes, but what's that?
Weren't you supposed to have lunch with Leona?
Yes, but I had to see someone else. Look, Mr. Cotterell, if you don't mind, I'd like to see Leona.
You'll see Leona when she's ready to see you. Just in case you don't know it, Leona's had a heart condition since childhood. Her mother died of it the day Leona was born. Leona can't stand being treated the way you did this morning. She never has been before, and she's not going to be now by you or anyone else.
And what happens if once in a while I have an opinion of my own?
I don't give a hoot about your opinions, Henry. Have them. Think anything you like. But while you're in this house, you'll do what my daughter tells you to do.
I think you should know that the argument this morning was about a very important decision.
Don't be a fool.
A decision I made as much for the sake of Leona's future as for my own.
Was it for her that you had lunch with Ferguson? Well, did you get the job?
No, I didn't.
And I'll tell you why you didn't. It so happens I'm a pretty good customer of Ferguson's. I buy more than $2 million worth of dyes every year. Now, who do you think he's going to care about, you or me?
So that's what happened.
Now, who else in Chicago would you like to have lunch with about a job? Oh, face up to it, Henry. Just as long as you're my son-in-law, you're working for me and nobody else. If you really cared for Leona the way I do, you'd have done the same thing in my place. Besides, you haven't done so badly for yourself. Now go upstairs and see Leona. She's been asking for you.
Stevenson, as I say, we discussed all these things in my office 10 days ago, your husband and I. I asked Mr. Stevenson how long this heart attack of yours lasted.
Oh, she got well right away, Doctor. Maybe I should have pulled out then and there. But I didn't pull out. Somehow I couldn't. Her father wasn't altogether wrong. I hadn't done too badly for myself. Anyway, from that time on, I began to compromise. Always with the hope that somehow, someday, I'd win out on my own. But it wasn't long before we were right back where we started.
Another attack?
Yes, sir. I remember one day in particular. I had an idea that I hoped might help the situation.
Henry, you mean you brought me here just to look at an apartment?
Oh, you'd be crazy about it, Leona. Now, come on, let's go in and look it over.
I'm not interested, Henry.
But you haven't even seen it. Why, there are terraces on all four sides.
I've told you 1,000 times we don't need an apartment.
Leona, it's not an apartment I'm looking for. What I want is a home of our own. You just can't go on living with your father indefinitely.
I don't see why not. There's plenty of room and I like it. Besides, who's going to pay for this little penthouse?
Well, I hope eventually I will.
Oh, eventually. But in the meantime, it's my money and I'm the one who's going to pay for it.
Okay, Leona. Let's go.
Oh, Henry, you're so naive. You're like a little boy with a box of candy. I just can't throw my money away on everything you happen to see. There's a limit.
Sure, there's a limit. I'm supposed to follow you around like a pet dog tied to a chain. I'm supposed to like whatever crumbs you want to throw me.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Yes, you've got me sewed up 16 different ways for 3 meals a day and pocket money.
That's all you care about. That's all you married me for, my money. I should have known it. I should have known it.
Oh, stop it, Leona. Please, just for once, will you listen to me?
You hate me. You're bored with me. All you want to do is get away.
Okay, I'm bored stiff. Who wouldn't be with that neat little routine you've got cooked up for me? What do I have? Nothing. Nothing on my own. Not even the studs on my shirt or the matches in my pocket.
Henry, how can you say this to me?
You once told me I'd love this kind of life, remember? Well, do you want to know something? I do love it. I love it now more than you'll ever know. But I want to be my own boss, profiting by every bit of it, not just a stooge on the outside looking in.
Henry, get me some water. Quick.
Listen to me, Leona, please.
Oh.
It isn't that I want to be without you. I could love you still if only you'd try to understand.
Henry, my purse. Henry, the pills in my purse.
That attack kept her in the hospital nearly 3 weeks, Doctor. At the time, I thought it was all my fault. But no matter what I did, her attacks increased in violence and became more frequent. About a year ago, Leona, she just seemed to give up hope of ever getting well. She took to her bed more or less permanently. It was my idea to come to New York and see you. The doctors in Chicago said she didn't have much of a chance. Anyway, we rented the house on Sutton Place, and here we are. And believe me, it's been more and more like a nightmare.
Mr. Stevenson, there's absolutely nothing wrong organically with your wife's heart.
Nothing wrong?
I've examined her thoroughly. And what you've just told me confirms what I've thought from the start.
And that is?
Her condition is mostly mental.
Mental?
She's what we call a cardiac neurotic. Her attacks are brought on by her emotions, her lack of control, her frustrations. Whole thing is probably quite unconscious on her part. Now, I'm not saying your wife isn't sick. Mentally, she is sick, and her attacks are real enough. But given the proper treatment, she may snap out of it entirely. Well, I'll call on her tomorrow. There's a psychiatrist I wanted to see.
Doctor, I wish you could wait a few days. I'd like to think this over.
Think it over?
Yes, you see, she's so easily upset. And I think that maybe I ought to prepare her. Get her used to the idea.
Well, a few days more or less won't matter, I suppose.
Unless you wanted to write her a letter. It might make it easier for her to take, and it would give me more time to talk to her.
Well, it's an extremely delicate matter, Mr. Stevenson. But if you think you can manage it, let's try it that way. Give me a ring in a couple of days. Meanwhile, I'll write the letter.
Thanks, Doctor. Thanks for everything.
Well, that's exactly the way I left things, Mrs. Stevenson, 10 days ago. As your husband requested, I wrote you the letter.
And I'm telling you I never received a letter.
Well, let's not worry about that now. I've told you everything, and now I want you to relax. Now, you have that sedative I prescribed?
Yes, it's here.
Well, then take some. Double the dose and I'll...
Liars! 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 is it?
This is Mr. Evans. I've been trying to get you, but your line has been busy. Has Mr. Stevenson come home?
No, he isn't here. He won't be back until Sunday. And will you please tell me what this is all about? Why are you calling him? Who are you?
I've already told you, Mrs. Stevenson, and I'm very sorry if I've annoyed you. But there are names and addresses that are very important for Mr. Stevenson to know. So if you'll be good enough to take the following message...
What are you talking about? I can't take any messages now.
If you'll please tell Mr. Stevenson that the house at 20 Dunstan Terrace has been burned down. I burned it down.
You what?
Also, that I do not believe it was Mr. Morano, the name is spelled M-O-R-A-N-O, who betrayed us to the police. And since Mr. Morano has been arrested by the district attorney's office, there is no necessity for the money now.
Oh, this is fantastic. What money? Who's Morano?
Thirdly, tell Mr. Stevenson that I escaped, and I am now at the Manhattan address. However, I do not expect to be here after midnight. If he wishes to find me, he may call me at a phone number, Bowery 2-1000. And now, if you'll be so good as to repeat the message...
You're insane. Do you realize I'm a terribly sick woman?
I'm very sorry for you, Mrs. Stevenson. I don't know. Perhaps it would be better to tell you the true facts. I mean now, before they are gobbled by the police. Maybe then you'll understand. But if you're ill...
I don't know what or whom to believe. So much has happened to me tonight. And I'm sick. My doctor says
I'll tell you all I know, Mrs. Stevenson.
Well, tell me then. Tell me.
It started over a year ago, at your father's factory in Chicago. You see, Mrs. Stevenson, I had worked in your father's company for many years. I'm a chemist. Anyway, late one afternoon, your husband walked into the laboratory and he...
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a few moments, we'll continue with Act 3 of Sorry, Wrong Number. Our guest tonight is Barbara Ann Knudsen, young Paramount starlet. Aren't you glad, Barbara, you were present at a certain little theater production one evening?
A lucky evening for me, Mr. Keeley. A talent scout saw me, arranged for a screen test,
And here you are in picture.
Yes, and from now on I'm going to work like mad. Oh, it must be wonderful to be a great actress like Olivia de Havilland.
Well, I gather you've seen her new picture, The Heiress.
Not once, but 3 times. I can understand why the New York motion picture critics gave Miss de Havilland the award for the best performance of the year.
And how did you like Montgomery Clift as the money-conscious suitor in The Heiress?
He's splendid, so dashing and romantic, too. And Ralph Richardson as a stern father is simply perfect.
Do you remember the scene where he compares his unpopular daughter with her sought-after cousin?
Oh, yes. The party scene where Mona Freeman is the reigning belle. She's like a Dresden doll, so blonde and dainty.
Those lavish costumes of the crinoline era suit her beauty very well.
Yes, Mr. Kennedy. And she's just as delicate and lovely in real life. Always so beautifully groomed.
Real Lux loveliness, huh?
Exactly. Mona Freeman gives her complexion daily Lux soap care, and she's really keen about the new bath size cake.
9 out of 10 screen stars say they're delighted with this new product of Lever Brothers Company. For a luxurious, refreshing, relaxing beauty bath, you simply can't buy a finer soap.
That's the way I feel. I love the nice fragrance it leaves on the skin.
Thank you, Miss Barbara Ann Knudsen. Women who use the generous new bath-size Lux toilet soap will agree. Its rich, abundant lather and delicate flower-like fragrance make a wonderfully refreshing beauty bath. So, for all-over Lux loveliness, why not get the satin-smooth bath-size Lux toilet soap tomorrow? Here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
The curtain rises on the 3rd act of Sorry, Wrong Number, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Leona and Burt Lancaster as Henry.
I get in through the kitchen window. I wait till the train goes over the bridge. 11:15. You got it all straight now. 11:15.
The clock on the table says 10 minutes to 11 o'clock. But Leona Stevenson, clutching the telephone, listens with mounting bewilderment and fright to the voice of a man named Waldo Evans.
Yes, Mrs. Stevenson. Your husband came into the laboratory and started asking me questions about the drugs we use and how we prepare them.
Well, this is very interesting, Mr. Evans. So, this is where the formula for all our products are developed, huh?
That's right.
Some of these drugs must be very valuable.
Oh, yes, Mr. Stevenson, very valuable.
See. And tell me, what do you do with them?
Why, they go into the various Cotterell products, sir.
Mm-hmm. And you're the man in charge here, huh?
Yes, sir.
I see. Well, thanks for your time, Mr. Evans. I was just curious.
Thank you, sir. Good night, Mr. Stevenson. That was my first meeting with your husband, Mrs. Stevenson. Then, from time to time, he'd drop into the laboratory and visit with me. And one night, when it was storming, he offered to drive me home.
So you're a bachelor, Mr. Evans. Well, I didn't know that.
Yes, sir. I live in a rooming house on Chestnut Street.
A man all by himself, no responsibilities. Tell me, why do you work so hard?
Well, to tell you the truth, sir, because I have a hope. An ideal, you might say. In a few years, I hope to retire.
Retire, huh?
Oh, I have it all planned, sir. I'm going back to England. I hope to raise horses, sir. Well, not race horses, just horses, sir. Do you care for horses, Mr. Stevenson?
Well, I'm afraid I haven't thought very much about them.
Oh, then you're missing a great deal. Well, that's my hope, sir. To live there quietly and raise horses.
Why have you waited this long? Money?
Money, of course. But someday I'll...
Well, why wait until you're old? What good is a dream when you're too old to enjoy it?
Oh, I've thought of that, Mr. Stevenson. I suppose the zest does come out of things with the encroachments of old age.
Now you're talking, Wally. My motto is if you want something, get it now.
It's the next turn to the right, Mr. Stevenson. Chestnut Street.
You know, Wally, I've been thinking. There might be a way out.
A way out?
Yes. To have your little place in England. Everything you want.
Indeed, sir.
And all you have to do is to make a little mistake every now and then.
Mistake?
In the laboratory. I've been checking on it, Wally. The way you're set up, no one would ever know.
Mr. Stevenson, I better say good night, sir.
Wait a minute. The differences in the amounts of those raw drugs you handle need be so slight that nobody but yourself would ever know.
I don't understand, sir.
Look what you've done for the company all these years. And what have you gotten out of it? Not a tenth of the salary you should be getting.
No, please, Mr. Stevenson.
Now, don't be silly. I've already talked it over with someone else.
Talked it over with whom?
A man named Morano. He can handle all the raw drugs that we can get. And then we split. You, Morano, and I.
Mr. Stevenson, I just can't believe it. You're a young man. Vice president of the company. A wonderful future ahead of you.
Don't make me laugh. Yes, I'm young. Young enough not to waste my life in dreaming. There are things I want to do, big things, and the only way to do them... I'm sorry, Wally. I thought you were my kind of a person. I trusted you.
But what if we were caught?
Why should we be caught? We'll make our pile and stop before anyone even guesses what went on. Morano knows just what to do. Besides, for once, there's an advantage in being Cotterell's son-in-law.
Yes, I see.
I thought you would, Wally. Well, partner, we're in business.
And so we started, Mrs. Stevenson, a systematic plan of robbing your father's company. By September of last year, I had banked the sum of $7,500. But then, I received a memorandum from the personnel office.
Will you please stop your whining? Didn't you read the memo? You're not fired. They're simply transferring you to the New Jersey plant.
But they must suspect. This is a warning. I'm sure of it. I'm through, Mr. Stevenson.
Look here, you old fool. We've been stooges up till now. Morano's played us for suckers. This is our chance to get rid of him. That transfer of yours is just what I've been looking for.
I don't understand.
Look, I'll tell Morano you've been fired, that the deal's all washed up. Meanwhile, you're back there in New Jersey. We'll operate on our own, and we'll split Morano's share between us.
But I'm just a chemist, Mr. Stevenson. I don't know anything about disposing of drugs.
But I do. I know all about it. Now listen. The Cotterell plant in New Jersey is in Bayonne. And just across the bay from Bayonne is Staten Island. I happen to know a little about Staten Island.
About 6 weeks later, we began operations, Mrs. Stevenson, on Staten Island, New York. Our headquarters was an old abandoned house, 20 Dunstan Terrace. There, twice a week after work, I would come from your father's plant in Bayonne. And there, Mr. Stevenson would telephone me or mail me his instructions from Chicago. A little over 3 months ago, Mr. Stevenson arrived in New York. A few nights later, when I went to 20 Dunstan Terrace, I found that your husband was not alone.
Come right in. We've been waiting for you.
Wally, this is Morano.
Morano?
You didn't expect me, did you, Mr. Evans? Well, neither did Mr. Stevenson. But here I am. You see, I have ways of finding things out. For instance, ever since the two of you broke off our present little association in Chicago, I find you've accumulated a rather large bank account. Am I right?
What about it? I'm warning you right now, Morano. Don't you try any funny business.
Relax, Mr.
I'm warning you.
I said relax. Sure, you're a big, strong guy, Mr. Stevenson, but mussing me up won't get you anywhere. You see, I merely represent an organization. But we had what you might call a board meeting, and the vote was 7-1 against you. Now, that's pretty serious. That's like a death sentence.
Cut it short, Morano. What do you want?
Mr. Stevenson, please give them what they want. Mr. Morano, you can take everything I've got.
Shut up.
Now, if you were to turn back what you've accumulated, Mr. Stevenson, and pay us $200,000 for our injured feelings, I might get the board to reconsider their decision.
You know as well as I do I don't have that kind of money.
But you have such wonderful connections. A millionaire father-in-law, a very rich wife.
Yes, a lot of good that does. Why do you suppose I went into this racket?
But I thought I read somewhere about your wife being sick. Very sick.
What about it?
Well, she has life insurance, hasn't she? Made out in your name? Now, I'm pretty sure the board will give you, say, 90 days to raise the money on something like that.
Why 90 days?
Isn't that what the doctor in Chicago said? She wouldn't get better?
Yes, that's what he said, but... What's that?
Oh, just a little IOU to make it legal, you see. Everything can be straightened out without any trouble, without any rough stuff.
But suppose something happened, and my wife didn't. I mean, if she got better.
I wouldn't worry about that, Mr. Stevenson. You've got a doctor's word for it, haven't you? They know their business. So here, take the pen and sign the piece of paper.
What I have just told you, Mr. Stevenson, took place 3 months ago. I need not describe Mr. Stevenson's distress when the IOU became due last Wednesday. As I understand it, Mr. Stevenson saw Mr. Morano, but his request for an extension was refused. And now, inasmuch as I have already given you the final message, I believe the rest explains itself quite simply.
Mr. Evans, where is my husband? Where is Mr. Stevenson now?
I wish I knew. Perhaps if you tried the Bowery number.
The Bowery number? What Bowery number?
The one I gave you when I first started to talk. Mrs. Stevenson, I'm afraid I must ask you to check it all.
I can't.
I'll repeat it once more. Point 1, the house at 20 Dunstan Terrace was burned down this afternoon. I did it. Point 2, I escaped. Point 3, Mr. Morano has been arrested, so it will not be necessary to raise the money. Point 4, it was not Mr. Morano who told the police.
Just give me the Bowery number, the one for my husband.
Point 5, I am at the Manhattan address now, but I'm leaving, and may be found at Bowery 2-1000.
Bowery 2-1000.
Yes, after midnight. Good night, Mrs. Stevenson, and thank you very much.
Bowery 2-1000. Bowery 2-1000. Oh, Henry. Oh.
Bowery 2-1000.
Is this Bowery... Is Mr. Stevenson there?
Mr. who?
Stevenson, Mr. Henry Stevenson. I was told to call by a Mr. Evans.
Just a minute, I'll see. Stevenson?
Yes, Stevenson.
Hold on. Hello?
Yes?
No, he's not here, ma'am.
Oh, well, Mr. Evans said he might be expected. Could I leave a message?
Message? Now, look, lady, if this is your idea of a joke...
Oh, please help me. What number is this? What am I calling?
Bowery 2-1000, the city morgue.
Oh!
Operator. Operator.
Police! Give me the police quickly.
I will ring the police department.
No, wait a minute. Give me the hospital. I can't be alone. It's 11 o'clock. Hurry, please. It's 11 o'clock.
One moment, please.
Operator, I can't hear you. Are you calling the hospital? Operator.
Bellevue.
Is this a hospital?
Yes.
I want the nurse's registry. I want to hire a trained nurse immediately for the night.
I am sorry, but this is a city hospital.
It doesn't matter. I've got to have a nurse.
I understand that, madam.
I'm sick and I'm all alone. All alone in this horrible empty house. I overheard a telephone conversation about a murder. A murder to be committed at 11:15. I don't know what's happened to my husband. If something isn't done, I'm afraid What was that?
What was what, madam?
That clicked just now on my telephone. As though someone had lifted the hook off the extension downstairs.
I did not hear it, madam, and if you will...
Well, I did. There's someone in this house. There's someone downstairs. And they're listening to me now. Who is it? Who's down there? Oh. Hello?
New Haven is calling Mrs. Henry Stevenson. Is she there?
I can't talk now. Call back later.
I have a person-to-person call from Mr. Stevenson. Do you not wish
Did you
to
say
accept
Mr.
the call?
Stevenson? Mr. Stevenson from New Haven?
Do you wish to accept the call, madam?
Oh, yes.
One moment, please. Here's your party, sir.
Hello, darling?
Henry, where are you?
I'm on my way to Boston, dear. Stopping off between trains in New Haven. Didn't you get my wire?
Yes, I got it.
I was sorry I couldn't reach you by phone before I left. But of course, I knew you'd be all right.
Well, I'm not all right. There's someone in this house, Henry. Right now, I'm sure of it.
Now, honey, how could there be? Don't tell me you're still alone.
Well, of course I'm alone. Who else could be here? You promised to be home at 6 o'clock.
I know, Leona, but I thought I explained at the telegram.
I've been alone for hours. I've been afraid of every kind of horrible call. And Henry, I want you to call the police. Do you hear me? Tell them to come over at once.
Now, honey, you know you're perfectly safe. The doors are all locked and there's a private patrolman. You're right in the heart of New York City and the phone's there at your bed.
Henry, what do you know? What do you know about a man named Waldo Evans?
Evans? Why? Why do you ask?
I had a long talk with him just a little while ago about you.
About me? Well, what about me?
Oh, he told me some terrible things. Some of it sounded insane, but some of it, maybe it was true.
You mustn't listen to every crackpot that calls you up, dear. Now, just try to forget about it.
He said you'd been stealing from Dad's company. Is that true, Henry?
Leona, of course it's not true.
Well, he left some kind of a message for you that the house on Staten Island had been burned down and that the police knew everything and that Morano had been arrested and... Henry, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
They said you were a criminal, Henry, a desperate man. And Evans said you wanted me to die.
Leona.
And that money, Henry, that money those people wanted. Why didn't you ask me for it? Why, I'd have given it to you gladly if it would have saved your life. I'll give it to you now if it isn't too late.
That's all right. Forget about it.
I didn't mean to be so awful to you, Henry. I only did it because I loved you, and I thought you didn't love me, and that you'd go away and leave me.
Leona.
Yes?
I want you to do something for me.
Will you forgive me first, Henry, will you?
I want you to try to get out of bed.
Please, Henry, please.
Leona, listen to me.
I
try
can't.
to get out of bed.
I can't get out of bed.
You've got to. Walk over to the window and start screaming, Leona. Scream out into the street.
I can't move, Henry. I'm too frightened, and
Keep trying. Otherwise, you've only got 3 more minutes to live.
Henry!
Don't talk anymore. Just get out of that bed. I confess everything. I did steal from your father, and I was so desperate that I even tried. I arranged it.
Henry, I can hear footsteps. Somebody's coming up the stairs.
Get out of that bed. Walk, Leona. Walk.
No, I can't. Henry. Oh, Henry, save me. The train. I can hear the train. It's near the bridge, and
Please, Leona, I'll wait for them to get me. They'll know. They'll find out from Morano.
Oh, no. No, please don't. Oh, please. Please, I'll give you anything. Please, no.
Sorry. Wrong number.
For a thrilling experience in the theater, our thanks go to this evening's stars, Barbara Stanwyck and Burt Lancaster. They're coming down stage now for a curtain call. You know, it's good to have you both back.
And it's nice to be back.
Bill says you got him in bed with the audience, Barbara.
In what way?
Well, we keep getting letters asking why you haven't been here for so long. And we have to keep explaining that you've made one picture right after another with no time off in between.
One thing is sure, Bill. I haven't forgotten the Lux Radio Theater or Lux Soap. It's my favorite complexion care and has been for years.
And that's one of the nicest compliments Lux has ever received.
Barbara, tell me if you can. Isn't she wonderful?
Sure, I sound like
How
Andy
many-
Devine.
She says she sounds like Andy Devine. Tell me, Barbara, how many pictures have you made that still aren't released?
4, Bert.
And what's the first one we'll see?
The Hal Wallace production, Thelma Jordan.
Oh, yes, Wendell Corey's in that, too. You know, when you and Hal Wallace get together on a picture, we know it's going to be a hit. Bert, I hear you are off for New York in a few days.
Yes, I've just finished my own Norma F.R. production of The Hawk and the Arrow at Warner Brothers. And now I'm going to New York to see a few shows and take a brief vacation.
Well, your last vacation you spent out on the road with a circus as an acrobat. Nothing like that this time?
Not unless you have to be an acrobat to get tickets to South Pacific. Bill, tell me, what's next Monday's show?
Next week, Bert, one of America's best-loved characters will return to this stage. The gentleman I'm talking about is Mr. Belvedere. And our play is the 20th Century Fox hit, Mr. Belvedere Goes to College. Naturally, we'll have the original Mr. Belvedere here to play the part, the amazing Clifton Webb. And besides Mr. Webb, we have 2 other stars, Colleen Gray and the popular Robert Stack. A great comedy and the return of Mr. Belvedere all on next Monday night.
Everybody will love it, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a great deal of vague and sentimental talk about the American economic system. But here are some cold facts. Since 1910, we have increased the income of each household from $2,400 to about $4,000. And the figures are in dollars of the same purchasing power. We've done it by increased production, and yet we work 18 hours less each week for this extra money. This is the miracle of America. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Clifton Webb, Robert Stack, and Colleen Gray in Mr. Belvedere Goes to College. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers.
Here's a fashion flash from Hollywood. Barbara Stanwyck has one of those smart, new, finely pleated nylon nighties that stays in pleat when you wash it. Of course, she insists on Lux Flakes care for it just as she does for all her lovely lingerie. One of her favorite shades is a pale green orchid. This spring, you'll be seeing more and more delicate and unusual colors in slips and nighties. So play safe. Wash them with gentle Lux Flakes. Tests prove that wrong washing soon fades colors, often tears delicate lace. Lux Flakes Care keeps pretty slips and nighties new-looking 3 times as long. Use Lux Flakes to give your nice washables that lovely Lux look.
this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Mr. Belvedere Goes to College, starring Clifton Webb, Colleen Gray, and Robert Stack. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Jack Benny Program. For your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, remember...
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette.
Year after year, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 59, American.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go out to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills, where we find Jack and Phil Harris alone in the library.
Well, Jackson, you asked me to come out to your house and see you alone. What's all the mystery?
Wait a minute, Phil. I want to lock the door.
Okay, Jackson, what is it?
Just a second, Phil. I want to shut the window.
All right. You locked the door, closed the window, and drew the blinds. Now, what do you want?
Phil, something's got to be done about your orchestra. I don't know what, kid, but something.
Are you kidding?
No, Phil. Look, I'll admit, when we're doing radio shows, I joke about your music. But now we're in my home, just the two of us. Believe me, I'm serious. Something has got to be done, or else.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. Don't go getting tough with me. If you got any beef, talk to Petrillo.
I've already talked to Petrillo, and he's on my side. Believe me.
On your side? How do you like that? You miss your dues 1 week, and the mother hen starts kicking you out of the nest.
Look, Phil, after 10 years, I don't mind your band. I'm used to it. But listen to these letters I've been getting. Listen to this one. Dear Mr. Benny, I am a poultry farmer. I read in a magazine that music helps the hens lay more eggs. So I put a radio in the hen house. 2 weeks ago, I tuned in your program. The hens heard Phil Harris's orchestra. Now they are laying more eggs than ever, but the yolks are green. There you are, Phil. What do you think of that?
Green yolks? The guy's got something there. You can use them in martinis.
Please, Maestro. Look, here's another one. Now, get this other letter. Dear Mr. Benny, I am a professor of English and literature at Harvard. And for years and years, I have consistently listened to your Sunday presentations. I have found your construction and continuity compact and concise. Your dialogue singularly free of cliches and ponderosity. But Mr. Harris's musical ensemble stinks. And Phil, this proves he's a high-class professor. He spells stinks with a Y.
Now, those 2 letters are just samples of the mail that comes in. Every week I get thousands and thousands and thousands of letters like those.
Well, if I'm getting all that mail, I want more dough.
Look, Phil, what I'm trying to tell you is that you better do something about your orchestra.
What are you talking about? I got one of the greatest musical aggravations in the country.
That's aggregation, but for once, you're right.
Of course I'm right. You take my boys. They've all got great backgrounds in the music business.
Oh, fine.
Sure, take Frankie, my guitar player. For 7 years, he played first washboard for Spike Jones.
Well, he's not playing the washboard now, so tell him to stop strumming his guitar with that box of duds. If he's that close to soap, why doesn't he get some of it on him? And Charlie, your piano player.
Now, wait a minute. Don't be talking about Charlie, my piano player. He held a job with Guy Lombardo's orchestra for 12 years.
12 years with Guy Lombardo?
Yeah, and he wasn't even a brother.
Phil, that has nothing to do with it. And believe me, Phil, I'm not picking on you. I'm just trying to arrive at an understanding. Now, Phil, I know you're sensitive. So I'm talking to you not as an employer, but as your friend. Now, let's try to... Phil, stop chewing on that ham hock and listen to me. Please.
I'm sorry, Jackson. I just happened to have one in my pocket.
All right, but Phil, I hope we understand each other now.
Okay, Jackson. Look, I got to run along. You mind if I go?
No, go ahead. Phil, I said you can go. What are you waiting for?
Well, open the door, Richard.
Oh, yes.
So long, Jackson.
Hello, Phil.
Oh, hiya, Livy.
Hello, Mary. Mary, come on in the library. I want to hear all about your trip. Where'd you go?
Well, Jack, I thought you knew. I went back east to attend my mother and father's wedding anniversary.
Really? And how were the Duke and Duchess of Plainfield?
Oh, swell, and you know, Jack, they have the cutest way of keeping track of their anniversaries. Each year on their wedding date, Papa snips off a lock of Mama's hair and puts it away.
Well, that's awfully sweet. How long have they been married?
I don't know, but for the last 3 years they've been calling Mama Baldy. And, Jack, you should have seen my sister, Babe. She looked beautiful. She wore a strapless evening gown and was really glamorous.
You know, Mary, those strapless gowns fascinate me. How do they keep them up?
I don't know about the other girl, but Babe uses fish hooks.
Fish hooks?
When Babe's out to catch a guy, she ain't kidding.
Well, how did she do?
Oh, she's got a nice boyfriend now. He's a credit dentist.
Oh, you mean one of those dentists who let their patients put them on the installment plan?
Yeah, one of his slogans is, don't sit around and gum your hash just because you're short of cash.
That's one of his slogans? You mean he has others?
Yeah. His best one is, don't keep your lips closed in sorrow. Smile today and pay tomorrow.
Well, he certainly sounds like the right guy for Babe.
Yes, and he's very successful, too. He's the one who invented that new lower plate. It bites underwater.
Oh, yes, it's got those new ballpoint teeth. By the way, Mary, would you like to have dinner with me?
Oh, I can't, Jack. Dennis is coming by to pick me up in a few minutes. He's taking me to a movie.
Oh. How come you're going out with Dennis tonight?
Well, he called me up in Plainfield for the date. And...
Dennis phoned you in Plainfield? Long distance?
Yes, long distance.
Well, of course he has 2 shows. You know, Mary,
Hello, Mr. Benny, Mary.
Oh, hello, kid. We were just talking about you.
I'm ready to go, Dennis.
Say, Mr. Benny, ask me what picture we're going to see.
What?
I say, ask me what picture we're going to see.
All right. Well, what picture are you going to see?
It's the one about a couple of deers.
A couple of deer? The yearling?
No, the Dolly sisters.
What?
You sure stepped into that one.
Damn it.
For a big-time comedian, you ain't got that Oxidol sparkle.
Dennis, stop with the jokes, will you?
Come on, Dennis, let's go.
Wait a minute, kid. Hello? Oh, hello, Don. What? You've been rehearsing the commercial for next week? Don, what's so difficult about the commercial that you have to rehearse it? All you have to say is LSMFT, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. That's all you need. The quartet? No, Don, I'm not going to use them anymore. I don't care if they are in your room rehearsing. We're not going to... Well, all right, I'll listen to them. But I'm warning you, this is their last chance. Okay, put them on. Hello, fellas. Now cut that out. Just sing your commercial. Go ahead. It's not bad at all. LSMFT, I love you. Da-da-dee-da-da-da-dee. Say, that sounds beautiful. Da-da-dee-da-dee-da. Fellas, hold it. Hold it. You started out so beautifully. Look, fellas, that isn't what I want. Wait a minute. Put down back on. That's not what I... Hold it a minute, fellas. Put down back... Fellas. Fellas, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute! That won't do, fella. Then tell Don I'll talk to him when I see him. Goodbye. They drive me nuts. I'm going to... Oh, there's the phone again. I wonder who it is this time. Hello? Yes, this is Jack Benny. What? Well, I suppose I could, but of course I'll have to make some arrangements about my picture and radio commitments. Yes, I certainly will think it over. And it was nice of you to consider me. Thanks. Thanks very much. Goodbye.
What was that, Jack?
They want me to be governor of Georgia. Well, go ahead, kid. You can run along now.
All right, so long, Jack.
So long.
Goodbye, Governor.
Goodbye, you all. Enjoy yourselves. Da-da-dee-dum, dee-da-dum-dum, sweet Georgia Brown. Dee-da-dum. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, boss?
What do we got for dinner?
One used ham hock.
One used ham hock?
And turnip greens. He had a hole in his other pocket.
Well, wipe the lint off of it. I'm hungry. That was a good dinner, Rochester. Now I think I'll go in the library and get a book. Oh, here's one on the table.
But you finished it, boss.
I did?
Yeah, you colored all the pictures in that one.
Oh, yes. Maybe I'll just read one for a change. I'll be in the library, Rochester. Gee, I don't know what to read. Here's a good book. The Great Balsamo by Maurice Zolotow. Here's another one, Life in the Swiss Alps by Sam Oleolehihu. Here's another one, The Rover Boys on Mulholland Drive. Say, they're growing up. Here's one, I Stand Condemned by Maximilian Q. Langley. I Stand Condemned. I think I read that about a year ago. Gee, it was pretty good, exciting, too. I might as well read it again before I take it back to the library. Chapter 1, I Stand Condemned. I'm what you call an average citizen.
I come from a little town in the Midwest. Yes, I'm married. I have a lovely wife, and we have 3 fine boys and a dog. George, Frank, Harry, and Fido. Harry is the dog. My life, as the lives of most men, followed a course pointed out by the fickle finger of fate. Most stories start at the beginning, but my story begins at the end. I am occupying a cell in the death row at the state penitentiary.
I'm innocent. I'm innocent, I tell you. Let me out of here. Oh, Warden. Warden.
Yes?
Warden, you gotta let me out of here. I'm innocent, do you hear? Innocent. And in a few minutes, they're gonna execute me. What time do I go to the chair?
5:30.
Good. And I won't have to listen to Fred Allen. No, what am I saying? Warden, I tell you, it wasn't my fault. I don't want to go to the electric chair.
Now, calm down. Our barber's a little rushed today, so I'll shave your head myself.
But, Warden...
Sit still. I'll start with the scissors.
Take it easy around the sideburns, please.
Yes, sir.
Manicure?
No, thank you. Wait a minute, let me out of here. I don't want to go to the electric chair. I won't leave this room. I can't walk that last mile.
Oh, you won't have to. We'll bring the electric chair in here.
What?
We have a long cord, you know.
But, Warden, can't you hang me? I'm afraid of the chair. How will they know when I'm dead?
We have one of those new electric chairs. You pop up when you're done.
But Warden, I'm innocent. If you'll only listen to my story, I know you'll believe me.
Oh, very well. What is your story?
Well, Warden, it goes back a long, long time. I would have led a normal life, except for the fickle finger of fate.
The warden listened to my story. I told him how I met the man who was responsible for my undoing. I had just left my office and was going home to my 3 wonderful children, Manny, Mo, and Jack. We had Manny and Jack and felt that we should have one Mo. Anyway, I was walking down the street when suddenly a figure stepped out of the shadows. He was a tall man with a sort of a square face. He reminded me somewhat of Boris Karloff. But his voice was so pleasant when he tapped me on the shoulder and said,
"Pardon me, please, but may I trouble you for a match?"
A match? I'm sorry I don't have one, but I'll let you use my cigarette lighter.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Hey, you! Come back with that lighter. Give me that.
All right. Here's your lighter.
But why were you running away? I thought you just wanted to light a cigarette.
I do, but my cigarette is home.
Well, you have no right... Wait a minute. You look so much like Boris Karloff.
Thanks. You're looking well yourself.
Thank you.
However, my resemblance to Mr. Karloff is purely physical. For instance, I would never think of going to a cemetery in the black of night, opening graves and stealing the gold teeth out of dead bodies.
Huh?
That's dishonest, you know.
Yes. But wait a minute. You were trying to steal my cigarette lighter, weren't you?
No, I wasn't. As a matter of fact, I'd like to buy it. I'll give you $20,000 for it.
$20,000? Well, I don't want to take advantage of you. I'll tell you what. I'll throw in an extra flint.
Just as I said, you're very kind. Here is the money.
A $20,000 bill. Gosh. Well, so long, mister. I hope you enjoy the lighter.
Just a moment, please. I also admire your necktie.
My necktie!
I know it sounds fantastic, but he bought my tie for $17,000. And then he bought my shirt and my shoes and my suit. As I gave him my last stitch of clothing, this mysterious stranger handed me $194,000 and 2 balloons. Having no clothes, I blew up the balloons and danced my way home. The next day, I met the same mysterious man for a second time. Again, he gave me fabulous prices for my clothes. And again, I danced my way home. On the third day, the same thing happened. I was not only getting richer, but I was dancing better. Our daily meetings were more than mere coincidence. A bond developed between us. 2 weeks later, I was sitting in the kitchen having breakfast with my wife and my 3 lovely children, Minsk, Pinsk, and Busher. The mysterious stranger had not yet come downstairs. Yes, he was living with us.
Come on, children, finish your breakfast.
That's right, children. Eat your food.
But, Daddy, can't we have milk like we used to? I'm tired of champagne on my grape nuts.
No, you can't have milk. It costs practically nothing. Where's Junior?
Oh, he's out in the backyard feeding $20 bills to the cows.
Feeding our money to the cows? That's ridiculous.
No, it isn't, Pa. We haven't any more bags to keep it in.
Anyway, he's been out there long enough. I'll call him. Junior! Junior, get ready for school.
Oh, Daddy, I don't want to go to that new school.
I bought it, and you'll go to it. Now get ready.
You know, darling, things just haven't been the same since that stranger came to live with us. He frightens me. There's something eerie about him.
I've been feeling the same...
Quiet. Here he comes now.
Yes. As we were talking, he opened the door and walked into the room. He was wearing sneakers. As I rose from the table, he said,
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Did you sleep well?
Yes, I did. Nah. Sit down.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm late for breakfast, but I overslept. I was out at a party last night.
A party? Well, how do you feel this morning? Oh, well, have some tomato juice.
Yes, I'll get you some.
You know, I envy you two. A beautiful home, lovely children.
Haven't you any children?
No. I married a smudge pot.
You married a smudge pot?
Oh, then you haven't any children.
No. But we're lousy with oranges.
Oh.
By the way, I don't feel I should live here any longer without paying you rent. How much do you want?
Well, I'm no good at these things. Let's forget it.
Oh, but I insist. Would $1 million a week be enough?
Well, with or without meals?
With meals.
That'll be $3 extra.
I'll be glad to pay it.
Glad?
Things like this were happening every day. I had gone money mad. Money, money, money. My wife left me, and so did my 3 lovely children, Sarah, Toga, and Trunk. But I didn't care. I had my money. I had accumulated millions of dollars, which I kept in my shoes. I was now 11 feet 6. I begged the OPA to raise the ceiling. One day, as I was sweeping some loose change under the rug, he came in.
Hello, my friend. Look, I have a present for you. A brand new $10,000 bill.
A $10,000 bill? Let me have it. Give it to me quick. I gotta have it.
All right, but be careful how you handle it. The ink is still wet.
Don't worry, The ink is still wet. Wait a minute. You mean you've been printing this money yourself?
Certainly. But doesn't everybody?
Oh, so that's it. I must have been blind not to see through this whole scheme. My life is ruined. I've lost my wife and my 3 lovely children, Chico, Pico, and Sepulveda. I thought I was rich, but I haven't got a tie or a shirt or a suit. All I got is money, 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 and all counterfeit. You've even got my cigarette lighter, and I, like a fool, threw in an extra flint.
Yes, you are a fool. Do you think I'd really pay you $17,000 for a necktie? $22,000 for your button shoes?
Now, wait a minute.
Yes, you are a fool. Do you think I'd give you $500 for a dinner when I can get the same thing at Ciro's for $400?
Ciro!
Of course that money was counterfeit.
And those balloons you gave me weren't any good either. They broke on the Sunset bus and embarrassed me. And so all this time, you've been nothing but a counterfeiter.
Well, what's the difference? We can still do business. I can print the money and you can get rid of it for me.
Never, never, never. I'll kill you first. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill you.
Oh, get your hands off my throat. Take them away. Take them away. Don't kill me. I'll give you back your clothes.
My clothes? What good are they now? You had the pants lengthened and the coat let up. You even lost the string out of my pajamas. Didn't you?
Please stop choking me. Stop choking me. Oh, why must I always die in the end?
There.
Yes, I killed him. And as I finished telling my story, the warden looked at me and said,
"It's 5:30. Shall we go?"
And so, as I walked through the little green door, I thought of my 3 lovely children, Finger, Fickle, and Clyde. I stand condemned.
Now, Jack will be back in just a minute. But first, here's my good friend, Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs.
No doubt about it. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And year in, year out, consistently, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Here's a tip from a man with a lifetime of tobacco experience. Mr. James Monroe Ball of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, an independent tobacco auctioneer for the past 31 years. Mr. Ball said,
I speak as an eyewitness when I say that season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine, ripe, mellow leaf. That good kind of tobacco that makes a swell smoke. I've smoked Lucky's myself for 29 years.
Remember, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Ball can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco, yes?
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
I want to thank Boris Karloff for appearing here tonight, and he can currently be seen in his latest RKO picture, Bedlam.
Oh, say, Jack.
Yes, Don?
I understand you're going to be on Kenny Baker's program in the morning.
Yes, I am, Don. Will you pick me up for rehearsal?
Yes, Jack. Rehearsal is at 7:30 a.m.
Oh. Well, don't bother. I'll go right over there from here. Good night, folks.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And now, WMCA proudly presents Mystery. Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. All of us have seen, and perhaps many of us have hung, those little signs from the knobs of hotel room doors which say, "Do not disturb." Do not disturb, when you analyze its meaning, is a polite way of saying, "Don't bother me." And in this context, it becomes an invisible sign that hangs from millions of doors all over the world. Don't bother me. I don't want to hear bad news. Please, don't rock the boat. How many times and in how many ways and to how many people has each of us said, "Do not disturb"?
I promised her. I promised Vera Svetig I would find the killer.
I know. Now just rest.
But don't you see? I found him.
You have? Well, that's very good. Now you just need some sleep.
You must listen. I found the killer.
All right. I believe you.
Don't you want to know who the killer is?
Of course I do. Who is he?
Who do you think? Me.
Our mystery drama, I Am the Killer, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Kid Lay. I'll be back shortly with Act One. You're listening to the Mystery Theater on your conversation station, WMCA New York. When we think of mystery stories, we think of detectives like Sherlock Holmes, or Hercule Poirot, or Sam Spade, or whoever our favorite happens to be. But the fact is, the greatest killers in history were not human beings at all, but tiny, mysterious, microscopic murderers. Therefore, the greatest detectives have been doctors and scientists. One of these was the most unlikely of a man who lived and worked almost 150 years ago. Everything about him seemed comical. His bald, bullet-like head, his excitable manner, and he even had a funny-sounding name, Ignash. The time is the early 1840s. We are in the Viennese dance hall. Johann Strauss, the elder, is leading the orchestra. One of the tables is filled with medical students trying to unwind and relax.
Excuse me, weren't you at the lecture today?
Yes.
That's right. You were the one who made a jackass of himself.
Me?
Why did you have to ask Professor Hockmeyer that stupid question?
If you don't ask questions, how can you learn?
You're not there to learn.
You're not?
You are there to pass the course. And thus you move another step forward toward that certificate which entitles you to be called Herr Doctor.
That wasn't a stupid question. Why is Allerdyne the best treatment for influenza?
And you heard what he told you. Because that's the way it is. Period.
I still don't think it was a stupid question.
Maybe not. But you were stupid to ask it. Obviously, he doesn't know the answer. All you did was embarrass him in front of the class.
If he doesn't know the answer, why is he teaching?
How can a doctor afford to admit he doesn't know something? The medical establishment would crumble to its very foundations.
Our ignorance can kill people.
But don't say that. They would die anyhow.
Oh, well, forget it.
My name is Johann Chiari.
I'm Ignash Semmelweis.
Ignash. You must be Hungarian.
And proud of it.
All right. I won't hold it against you. Well, I believe we all came here to dance. You see those girls at the table near the window?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Average.
How about the one in the blue dress?
If you like that type. Bit thin for my taste.
She'll fatten up as she gets older.
And then she'll be too fat. That shouldn't bother you. You're not going to marry her.
Oh, but I am, Ignash. I am.
Well, then you know her.
Oh, I know who she is. Elizabeth Klein.
Klein?
Yes, indeed, my friend. Daughter of Herr Professor Klein, director of the hospital himself.
You're not going to marry her because her father's director of the hospital.
Can you think of a better reason?
People should marry because they're in love.
People should marry for sensible reasons. Then, because they have made the right marriage and they're happy, at that time they fall in love. Well, I think I shall ask Elizabeth to dance.
Just like that?
That's how it's done. Incidentally, the one in red,
what about her?
She's related to Count Metternich himself.
Metternich? The butcher?
Let's not have any of that. True, she's only a poor relation, but he could use his influence for her.
How could I possibly have anything to do with a girl who's a Metternich? Do you know what Metternich has done to Hungary, what he wants to do? Besides, she's ugly.
No, I would say she has a strong face, full of character.
She's fat.
Voluptuous.
She's so short.
Petite.
No, I'm not interested.
Here I was trying to put you next to a good thing. She could make your fortune.
I'll make my own fortune. Thank you.
That was my friend, Ignaz Semmelweis. Caustic, abrasive, corrosive, like acid. A constant irritation to his professors.
But what causes the disease, Professor Klein?
That is not your concern, Herr Semmelweis.
What is my concern, Herr Professor?
Your concern is to show the proper respect to your teachers and your superiors.
But how am I being disrespectful?
By wasting the time of the class on foolish questions.
Excuse me, Herr Professor. Why are these questions foolish?
It is not the province of a doctor to determine the cause of a disease. His mission is to cure it.
But how can we cure it?
Herr Semmelweis, we have already wasted enough time.
You could expect it in every class, at every lecture. He would always interrupt and ask, how?
Can this be proved? Why, Professor?
Hello, Ignaz.
Johann.
Sit down.
You mean you're willing to be seen sitting at a cafe with me?
A man has to do something dangerous now and then to keep life from becoming too dull.
Johann, you're the only friend I have.
Well, that's your fault. You're a good fellow, Ignaz, but you...
I know.
Well, you're much too controversial. Why can't you be like everybody else and say, yes, Herr Professor. Of course, Herr Professor. How right you are, Herr Professor.
Because that would be telling a lie. Their stupidity and arrogance, Johann, at times, it's just too much. These quacks.
Not everyone at the hospital is a charlatan. We have men like Kolechka, Skoda.
But most of them...
Ignaz, trim your sails. Moderate your tongue. The most important thing is to become a doctor. And then, later...
There is no later. There's only now. And I refuse to develop bad habits.
What can I tell you? They despised him, but they couldn't deny his brilliance. He was the brightest one of us all. I was made a resident in the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. I like to think it was on merit, but the fact is I did marry Elizabeth Klein. Ignaz was also appointed, simply because there was no way they could have kept him out. So he reported to me for duty because I was, after all, his senior. Obstetrics was divided into Division 1 and Division 2. We, the doctors, work in Division 1.
And who works in Division 2?
Midwives.
Midwives?
Yes. Well, thousands of women still live in the Middle Ages. They believe devoutly that babies should be delivered by midwives.
But aren't we supposed to educate?
My dear Ignaz, if my own Elizabeth was ever brought in here to deliver, I would insist on placing her in Division 2.
I don't believe you.
The fact is, Division 2 is a safer place.
I can't believe it.
Consider the figures. This month alone, 36 out of 200 mothers died of childbed fever in Division 1.
That's almost 1 in 5.
And in Division 2, where the midwives work, it's something like 1 in 20.
How is that possible?
And here comes the latest. Yes, the usual procession. It's headed by the lay brother, and now the priest. And now the poor dead woman. See, See, they come from Division 1.
This is terrible. Look at her. A young girl. She's come here to create another human being. To bestow the gift of life. Why did she have to die?
You know why she died. She developed childbed fever. It's what carries all of them off.
In which ward did she die?
You saw she came from Division 1.
We have to do something about it, Johann. This simply cannot be allowed.
Bravo, but can it wait a few hours? At this time, we are due at the morgue to assist Dr. Kolechka on some postmortems. Jakob Kolechka, the greatest anatomist of his day. How we looked forward to the hours we spent with him. A most sweet and gentle person. Even Ignash could find no fault with him. After we had performed our dissections, Ignash paused to talk.
Professor, what is the cause of childbed fever?
Childbed fever. Ignash, this poor little thing we have just had her on the table. She died of it. See how we have searched through her body for traces of the killer. But like a thief in the night, he has eluded us.
But surely, Professor, there must be some clue.
Of course. And it is probably staring us in the face. But we simply cannot see it.
They come here, and they die by the hundreds. How can we stand by and do nothing?
We do what we can. We do what we can.
And what is that?
Ignash, progress comes slowly in medicine. Problems defy solutions for hundreds of years. And then suddenly, out of the clear blue, the answer is revealed.
And meanwhile?
Meanwhile, I can only refer you to the philosophy of Hippocrates, who said, life is short, the art is long, experience is treacherous, and judgment difficult.
Perhaps. But I have neither the time nor the temperament for philosophy.
Then you must find the time and develop the temperament. Otherwise, you will lose your sanity.
What causes childbed fever? What is killing all these women in our hospital?
Perhaps one day, Ignash.
And that day will not be today. We're due at Division 1 to deliver some babies. We walked along the corridors. As I look back at it now, how dim and dismal and dingy they were. Ignash was silent. His face was set, as if in stone.
And Kolechka's the best of them. How can he sleep at night?
You'll fall asleep at night too, Ignash, after a while.
Listen, another one.
You'll get used to that too.
I don't want to see it. Let's walk around the other way. It's coming from Division 1, isn't it?
Yes, Ignash. Look, if this is how you feel, perhaps you should not have chosen obstetrics.
If I hadn't, would that have changed anything? The killer disease would still exist. The women would still be murdered.
Where his patients were concerned, I had never seen such tenderness, such sympathy, such concern. She was a little more than a child, and she was ready to give birth to a child of her own. She was poor, ragged, dirty. After all, she was only a charity patient. As he stopped by her cot, she grasped his hand.
Herr Doctor. Herr Doctor.
Yes, my dear?
Oh, Doctor, please, help me.
Of course, that's why I'm here.
Save me, Doctor.
I'll do everything I can for you, my child.
Doctor, please, please.
Don't be afraid. Millions of babies are born every day all over the world. It's a normal... It's natural.
Don't let them kill me.
No. No one's going to kill you.
Yes. Is this the place where they kill the mothers right in here?
Now, who's been telling you stories?
It's true, Doctor. I wanted to go into Division 2. That's the place for the mothers who are going to live. Division 1 is where they kill us.
Oh, no.
Ask anyone. My sister died here. My friend Liesel died here. Everyone here gets the fever after the baby is born. Oh, Please, Doctor, take me away from here. Put me in Division 2. Please.
My dear, you're here now. I'm your doctor. Now, look at me. Do you think I would let any harm come to you? I'm Dr. Semmelweis. What's your name?
Vera Svetnik.
I promise you, Vera, everything will be all right.
But the pain, it's starting again. The baby.
Now, Vera, you can trust me. Say you trust me.
I trust you, Doctor. I trust you.
Of course, you probably know what has to happen now. Stories that are taken from life and reality must follow a real and lifelike logic. Sometimes there can be more fantastic than the most contrived tales of the most inventive writer's imagination. Our exploration of the human psyche and the human body continues shortly with Act 2. And now, the Mystery Theater continues on WMCA, New York. You can't fight City Hall. How often have we heard it said? Actually, City Hall need not refer to the municipal building that houses the government administration. City Hall has come to stand for the establishment, the established way of doing business, and the established patterns of thought. After all, go back a few thousand years. It was City Hall that forced Socrates to drink the hemlock, and it has been pouring similar beverages for dissenters ever since.
Please, Doctor, don't let me die.
I promise you, Vera, I'll do everything I can. Now, don't be afraid. You're going to have a beautiful baby.
And she did. It was a classical textbook delivery. No complications at all. Everything smooth and regular as clockwork. Absolutely nothing went wrong.
Doctor?
Here's your son, Vera.
My son. Oh, and it's a boy.
Yes?
Heaven be praised.
You wanted a boy, didn't you?
Oh, yes, Doctor, yes. This world is no place for a girl, especially for the kind of girl she would have to become. A girl like me.
But you're a very nice girl, Vera.
Where else could she grow up, if not where I grew up, on the streets? And where else could she earn her living but on the streets? It isn't as if she has a father who's a millionaire or a Grand Duke.
Who is her father?
I don't know.
Well, you get some sleep now. You had a hard morning.
Yes, Doctor.
How do you feel?
All right.
How does she look to you, Johann?
Oh, pulse seems regular. Breathing appears normal. Color is fine.
Yes, I thank the good Lord. This one will survive.
The following day, Ignash asked for and received a short leave from his duties. He disappeared from sight. I was at a complete loss to account for it. I was his best friend, and he hadn't told me a word. Where had he gone? What was he up to? Some days later, as unexpectedly as he had vanished, he returned to the hospital.
Please, don't ask me where I've been, Johann. I can't tell you.
And here I thought we were such good friends.
We are. Believe me, we are, but
Maybe I can tell you. You were always so pale, but now your face, your hands are burned by the sun. It appears you've been outdoors quite a bit. Why?
I can't tell you.
Well, again, maybe I can tell you. You've been drilling.
Drilling? What are you saying?
With that crazy band of revolutionists, the Citizens' Army. Army? Rabble is more like it. Oh, why have you worked so hard? So that you could throw your life and your career away on some barricade? We are doctors. We are above politics.
But we are not above humanity. We are not above freedom. We are not above justice.
I should have known better than to get you started.
All right, let's get to work. I've got a great deal of catching up to do. How are things in our maternity division?
No better.
They still die.
Yes.
And nobody does anything.
Nobody knows anything.
That young girl, how is she?
Well, which young girl?
You know, the one who begged me to transfer her to Division 2.
Well, I don't know. There are so many of them. They come and go so quickly.
What was her name? I can't seem to remember. Oh, no. Not another one. Why? Why do they have to march like that through the hospital corridors?
Come now. You can't get angry at everything all the time.
Reverend Father, what is the name of the...
My son, we pray for the soul of Vera Svetic.
Vera Svetic. That was her name. I remember now. That was her name. No, she can't be dead. I promised her she would live. She cannot be dead.
What she was. From a living, breathing human being, she had become a statistic. The 37th victim claimed by childbed fever that month. We were well on our way to a record. We went to the morgue for our session with Dr. Kolechka. Ignash gave him no rest.
She came to you here?
Yes, Ignash.
You did the postmortem?
Yes, Ignash.
What did you see? What did you find? What did you learn?
The answer to all three questions. Nothing.
There is a killer running loose in our maternity division. We must find that killer.
And we will. We will search through the body. We will keep looking through the tissue. The murderer is in there. Right now, we cannot see him. But he cannot hide forever. If we live long enough and work hard enough, in time, we will learn all the answers.
But we cannot expect to live forever.
In time, both Ignash and I were promoted. I became Dr. Klein's surgical assistant. True, I had married his daughter, but I liked to think it was on merit. And Klein surprised everyone by naming Ignash head of maternity, Division 1. Now the ward was his to run as he saw fit. He could tell the other doctors what to do and how to do it.
Why? Why has Klein given me this promotion?
Because you deserve it.
No, I don't believe that. No, he had some ulterior motive.
Ignash, sometimes you have to give even a man like Klein credit for a decent action.
Of course, it's obvious. Division 1 is a disgrace. All Vienna knows is a death trap. And he's made me its chief to frustrate me, to destroy my reputation.
Why can't you believe he gave you the job because he knows you're the best man? If anyone can stop the deaths that take place there, you are the one.
You think so? Let's find out. I'll challenge him. I'll ask him for money, for personnel, so that I can experiment and do research. Yes, I'll throw down the gauntlet.
No, don't do that. Listen to me. Don't demand. Appeal to his vanity. Say to him, Dr. Klein, I have learned so much from you. You have been such an inspiration to me.
What?
I want to work under your wise, guiding hand.
Do you think he would swallow such bald-faced flattery?
He would eat it up. I know him.
I am not concerned with flattering the vanity of Herr Dr. Klein. I want to save the women who are condemned to die of childbed fever.
Unless you do the first, you will have no chance to accomplish the second.
Yes, Dr. Semmelweis.
Dr. Klein, I sent you a letter proposing some experimental techniques that might be used in divining the causes of childbed fever.
Oh, yes, I looked at it.
What do you think?
I think we can put our time and our money to far better use, Doctor.
Better use? What can be better than discovering the killer of thousands of women each year? What can be more important than learning the cause of childbed fever?
We know the cause of childbed fever.
We do?
Of course. Dr. Semmelweis, you are a good physician, but you are always crusading and stirring up a fuss about one thing or another. So you neglect to listen to those who might be able to give you wise counsel.
What is the cause of childbed fever, Dr. Klein?
Miasmic caloric influences.
Dr. Klein, I'm serious.
Are you saying I am not?
Miasmic caloric influences?
You have never heard of them? But it's... But what? I thought it was a joke. Why would it be a joke?
Miasmic caloric influences. What it says is that childbed fever is caused by a miasma, a kind of poisonous vapor that arises from decaying animal or vegetable matter.
You have stated it quite succinctly, Dr. Semmelweis. And when these vapors arise from a swamp, they cause malaria.
But that's impossible.
Impossible? Why?
How do you account for the fact that childbed fever only attacks the women in Division 1?
We are not required to account for it.
Why not the same fatalities in Division 2?
Look, fate, predestination, take your pick.
But none of these have anything to do with medical science. This is superstitious nonsense.
Really, Dr. Semmelweis, this interview is over.
I've heard all about it, Ignash. You did everything you shouldn't have.
The man's an idiot.
True, but he's your idiot. You have to work with him.
Miasmic caloric influences.
Why don't you transfer to another service? I did, and my life is so much happier. No more childbed fever.
I broke my promise to Vera Svetic.
She's not the only one who died.
To me, she represents all of them. Every woman in that ward who looks up at me with hope and trust in her eyes. And I betray them all, just as I betrayed her. I'm going to find that killer, Johann, if it's the last thing I do.
It may well be. But what's the first thing you're going to do?
Klein says that those who are placed in Ward 1 are predestined, marked by fate to die. I'll make him eat those words.
But what are you going to do?
Come down to Division 2 and watch me.
Good morning, Dr. Semmelweis.
Good morning, Sister Margaret. How are things in Division 2 today?
Very fine, Dr. Semmelweis. They haven't had a single case of childbed fever here in over a week.
Yes, so I understand. Tell me, how do you account for it?
How do I account for it? Is the doctor asking me?
Yes.
Since the doctor honors me, just an ignorant midwife with that question.
Never mind this nonsense. If you suspect anything at all, you must tell me.
Since the doctor is speaking frankly, I can only suspect that midwives are more successful at delivering babies than doctors.
Obviously. But why?
I cannot say, doctor.
It has been suggested that the women who come to Division 1 are destined to die, while those who are sent to Division 2 are destined to live. Now, what do you think of that?
Who has suggested this ridiculous theory?
Dr. Klein, the director of the hospital.
Oh, well then, in that case, it is probably quite valid.
Let's find out. We shall move all your Ward 2 patients into my Ward 1, and all my Ward 1 patients in here.
Oh, no.
No?
I am the head of Division 2. I refuse.
My good woman, you may be the head of this division, but I am the head of the entire department of obstetrics and gynecology. We will make the change. At once.
To move all the patients?
No. The patients will remain where they are. The staffs will move. All your women will go and work next door. All my doctors and medical students will come and work in here. And so, we shall see.
And so shall we, in Act 3. This is what's known as the scientific method. You prove something by doing it. Seeing is believing. That is, where logical, sensible people are concerned. The problem is we don't seem to have very many of those. At any rate, we shall see. You're listening to the Mystery Theater on your conversation station, WMCA New York. All the things we never think about. All those things we take for granted. Freedom, justice, equality, beliefs. It's so hard to realize how even the most simple propositions, the earth is round, diseases are caused by germs, as I said. It's so hard to believe that all these things had to be won. People had to suffer and even die before society accepted them. Contrary to Mr. Emerson's belief, if a man builds a better mousetrap, the world does not beat a bat to his door. More often, it beats him to death.
Well, they changed the personnel, and thus changed the divisions. But this still did not stop the slaughter. The doctors kept losing a number of their patients to childbed fever. The midwives lost many fewer.
At least Klein has been proved wrong.
What good does it do to prove him wrong? You have to be proved right.
Those midwives, they know the answer.
I don't believe it. If they knew it, they would tell it.
That's just it, Johann. They don't know that they know the answer.
How is that possible?
I must simply spend my time there. I must observe how they work. I must ask questions.
And if you wanted to find Semmelweis, he was usually poking about Division 2, watching, asking questions. The poor midwives were really quite embarrassed. Sister Margaret actually complained to Dr. Klein. And once again, Ignash was treated to a lecture.
Do you wish to resign your position as Associate Head of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Dr. Semmelweis?
No, Dr. Klein. Who said that?
Obviously, you consider yourself unqualified. You ask the most basic questions of a midwife, of all people.
We can learn from anyone, from everyone.
Really? What can we learn?
Perhaps answers to those questions that are eluding us.
Such
as what causes childbed fever.
Again? We know what causes childbed fever. Miasmic caloric influences.
Then why doesn't it cause childbed fever in Division 2?
That is not your concern. You are required to deliver these women of their babies.
And kill them at the same time.
You are not the one who is killing them. No, Doctor. Now, we have had enough of this entire affair. Go back to your work, and do not let me hear another word about that infernal affliction.
Sister Margaret.
Yes, Doctor?
I've noticed something. In your division, you deliver the women while they are lying on their sides.
Yes, sir.
Now, in Division 1, they lie on their backs. Could this have some significance?
Right. I don't know.
Well, why do you have them lie on their sides?
Why?
Yes, why?
Well, I don't know.
Well, surely there must be a reason.
We do it this way because it seems to me that we have always done it this way.
Can you think of any advantages?
No.
But how does it happen?
Doctor, some years ago, when the division was first formed, probably at the very beginning, whoever was head midwife said this is how women would be delivered. And that is how it's been ever since.
If you were the director of this hospital and had absolute powers, what would you do about this childbed fever epidemic?
Since you have asked me in confidence, I can only say this. I would do away with all obstetrics and gynecology. I would prohibit doctors from delivering babies. By law, I would restrict that function to midwives.
Surely you'll admit that there are certain births that are beyond the skill of a midwife. Certain deliveries that require cesarean surgery. Those women would die without doctors. Admit that.
Yes. That most births are simple. Yet more women die from childbed fever. What is obvious, sir, is that the doctors kill more than they save.
Are you saying that we doctors are killing these women?
Am I? No. I am only saying that more of them die when you deliver them.
Well, Ignash, what have you learned from the midwives?
We kill more mothers than they do.
You haven't found out why?
I need money, Johann. If only I could convince your father-in-law. Maybe you could say something to him.
Your name is taboo around the house, Ignash. And the fact that I'm your friend doesn't endear me to him either.
We cannot save the living, but we can learn from the dead. The doctors on my service will have to work closer in the morgue with Dr. Kolechko.
Poor Ignash. Maybe the answer is staring you in the face.
Probably.
And they did work, without let-up. It becomes a matter of pride. They were young doctors and students, and Ignash had fired them with his enthusiasm, or fanaticism. And day after day, they all studied with Kolechka in the morgue. And then, one morning, a seemingly trivial event occurred.
Gentlemen, on the table is a woman who has been killed by our nemesis, childbed fever. Dr. Kolechka will lead the study, and one of you shall assist him in the dissection. Let me see. Herr Schleuter, this will be your first time. Step forward. Dr. Kolechka.
Oh, yes. Young man, Herr Schleuter, is it? Pick up the scalpel and make a lateral incision here across. No. You cannot cut so deeply, young man. You're not slicing a melon. Gently. Here. No. Here, let me hold your hand. And now to get up. I'm sorry, Doctor.
Doctor.
No. It is all right. It's all right. It's just a cut.
Here, let me.
No. It's a hazard. All of our anatomy instructors must live with. You see, it bleeds cleanly. It is not very deep. I'll dress it myself. Dr. Semmelweis, will you finish the demonstration?
Yes, of course, Herr Doctor.
Suddenly, things went badly in Division 1. The death rate, always high, went even higher. Ignash went without sleep. He spent days and nights at the hospital. I was afraid his health would be broken. Ignash, you must get some rest.
Does the killer ever take a rest?
The killer?
Yes, the killer. The killer that stalks my Division 1. The killer that strikes without mercy and at random. The killer that is never sated but needs more and more victims.
Ignash, I think I once said the answer might be staring you in the face.
Well, if it is, I don't see it. Do you see it? Do you see it, Johann?
Perhaps.
Then tell me. Tell me. Who killed my little Veresthetic?
Providence.
Providence? He was infected by your father-in-law.
A kindly providence.
Kindly.
Poor Veresthetic. First a child, and then a woman of the streets. What did she have to look forward to? Cold, hunger, disease. How much longer did she have to live in any event?
I can't believe you're saying this, Johann.
All of the... Well, most of them. Who are they? The homeless, the waifs, the prostitutes, the dregs of society.
They're human beings.
Of course. But perhaps they're better off dead.
No one is better off dead.
Maybe this is nature's way.
Nature?
Yes, nature is cruel. Nature sends us wars and famines and pestilence. Why? So that we are not crowding one another off the face of the earth.
And that's why they die of childbed fever.
Well, it could be the reason.
I cannot accept it. I will not accept it. The killer will be caught, and I shall catch him in the morgue. I go now to work with Dr. Kolechka.
His eyes were so feverish. He seemed so excited. I was afraid to let him go alone. And just as well. When we arrived at the morgue, we were greeted by a shattering piece of news. The place was empty, except for the porter.
Where's Dr. Kolechka?
Oh, haven't you heard, sir?
Haven't I heard what? Why is there no class being held here?
Well, Dr. Kolechka is dead.
Dead? No, that's impossible. He can't...
I am sorry, Your Honor.
But I spoke to him just a few days ago. I tell you, he was in perfect health.
Yes, sir. They say he died of blood poisoning.
Yes, that is exactly what had happened to Jakob Kolechka, a great doctor, an even greater human being. Blood poisoning. That's what the diagnosis had been, and that's what the postmortem had proved. How did he get it, Ignash?
How? It might have been... Wait. I know.
You know?
Yes, and you do too. Or you should.
Well, how would I know?
You were there when it happened. You saw it happen.
What?
Schleuter, that clumsy, heavy-handed medical student. He was assisting Kolechka at an autopsy.
Well, what does this have to do with...
Schleuter didn't know how to make the proper incision. Kolechka held his hand to give him a feel of the right pressure. The knife slipped in Schleuter's fingers and cut Kolechka. You saw it. That's how Kolechka became infected.
That's how?
And that's how they get it.
That's how... Who gets what?
The women. That's how they get childbed fever.
Now, wait. We were talking about blood poisoning.
Isn't that precisely what childbed fever is, Johann? Johann! I've been searching for the killer day and night without rest, and I found him. Do you know who he is? Me. I am the killer.
Ignaz, you need some rest, some sleep.
I am the killer. I killed Vera Stetic. I came from the morgue with the infection on my hands, loaded with diseases. I came to Division 1 to deliver babies. I killed Vera Stetic. All of us killed her.
Ignaz, you can't just blame yourself.
Why? Why don't they die in Division 2? It's so simple. Midwives do not perform autopsies. Midwives do not attend pregnant women with diseases on their hands. Why didn't we see it? Why couldn't we see it? Now listen to me. Here's what we're going to do. Every doctor, every student who comes into Division 1 will first wash his hands with soap and water and then rinse them in chlorine. Those are my orders.
Those were his orders, and the basins were supplied. And as you can well imagine, there was considerable complaining and grumbling, and Dr. Klein fairly exploded.
What is this nonsense, Dr. Semmelweis?
This nonsense has been in effect for almost 2 weeks, and in that time we have had not one single death due to childbed fever. How do you account for that, Dr. Klein?
Very simple. The miasmic caloric influences are obviously on the wane.
The idiot! What does it take to make him admit his mistake?
Don't you understand, Ignaz? He can't afford to admit that all these deaths could have been prevented by just a few basins of chlorine solution. He has to fight you to the end.
I am the killer, Johann. All this time, I was the killer.
It took years before everyone finally saw what should have been obvious in the first place. We say there are none so blind as those who will not see. It might be illuminating to find out why so many people prefer the darkness to the light. I shall return shortly. And now, the Mystery Theater continues on WMCA, New York. What happened to Dr. Semmelweis afterward? He had to spend the rest of his short life defending his findings, even though you would think they spoke for themselves. In the end, the struggle broke his health and destroyed his mind. He had to be placed in a sanitarium for the insane. And the final irony, he died of blood poisoning. The knife slipped in his hand while he was performing an autopsy. And so even though he had defeated the killer, in the end, the killer had defeated him. Our cast included Keir DeLay, Lloyd Battista, Manuel Kramer, and E.B. Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Raven House Paperback Mysteries. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Whitehall, 1212. Hurry.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first
first time, Scotland Yard opens its secret files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases. These records are drawn from the Scotland Yard files, and only the names of the participants have been changed. The research has been prepared by Mr. Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter for the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Mr. Willis Cooper. Here are the principal participants in Scotland Yard case number 397 MR381. Stanley Russell, shop clerk.
Mr. Russell is not to be found.
Mrs. Hope Russell, his wife.
Mrs. Russell was reported missing on the day before Good Friday.
Adolf Hitler's Luftwaffe. Chief Inspector Bryce Purcell of Scotland Yard.
I should like to introduce Deputy Commander William Bird of Scotland Yard, my superior officer.
Before we proceed, I believe it would be a good idea to visit the Black Museum. Come along with me, if you please.
After you, sir.
Good afternoon, John.
Good afternoon, sir.
This is Chief Superintendent John Davidson, curator of Scotland Yard's Black Museum.
Well, how do you do? You came about case number 397 MR381, I believe you said, sir.
Right. Will you tell us about it, John?
Well, this is the exhibit. No, don't touch it, please. It's quite fragile. And as you can see, it has already been broken. We have a great many other exhibits of crimes in these rooms. Murder weapons, blood-stained garments, bullets that have snuffed out many lives, death masks and many notorious criminals. Almost every instrument of violence that can be conceived. I should explain that these gruesome objects about us are not merely souvenirs. Many of them have aided our men in solving other crimes and bringing the perpetrators to justice. Now, this one.
Tell us what this thing is, John.
This is Mrs. Hope Russell.
"16 months after the Easter Blitz of 1941, the work of clearing out bombed-out areas of London was still progressing. On the 12th July 1942, the Scotland Yard Information Room received an urgent call from PC John Dunn of the Kennington District. A patrol car in which Chief Inspector Purcell was riding was dispatched to the scene, a partially destroyed Baptist chapel.
I was directed to the spot by P.C. Dunn, who was on point duty at the road intersection.
Right over there, sir, where you see the men standing. They found something, sir. The navvies that's working here.
Right, thank you. Morning, boys.
Morning.
What have you found?
Who are you, mate?
I'm Chief Inspector Purcell, Scotland Yard. What's up?
Down, sir. Down there.
In that hole, sir?
Yeah. It's an old burying vault, sir.
What is it?
A skeleton, sir. He's dead.
Up down, Georgie and Sean with your torch.
All right.
There you see, sir. Here he is.
Stand to one side, will you?
He's off under this stone slab, sir. See?
I see him. Well, what's so strange about a skeleton in a burial vault?
There ain't been anybody in there since 1934, sir.
1935.
I was in that gang that moved the old corpses out of here, Herbert. It was 1934. We didn't leave a one. God bless you.
It's the quicklime down here, sir.
Quicklime? How'd quicklime get down there?
You're the detective, mister. We just work here.
The badly burned skeleton was removed to the pathological laboratories at Scotland Yard, together with the other articles found in the vault. A considerable amount of quicklime and a half-burned straw pelleas which had partially covered the remains. There was nothing else. I stood beside Keith Briggs, the Home Office pathologist, while he completed his examination. "What do you think, Keith?" I asked.
Well, she's dead.
She?
Well, it's a woman, all right. No question about that. The hip bones are characteristically a woman's. So is the sacrum here, and...
How old a woman?
Oh, Middle-aged, I'd say. I think the bones are fully developed.